Meet Zeke Draker. He was born into the Draker household, a family directly descended from legendary Dragonslayers. However, his time to flex the family title was short-lived. He was soon abandoned because his family deemed him unfit. Apparently, his family wanted a swordsman, but Zeke turned out to be a cursed healer, someone no one cared about. In his pursuit of power, Zeke wandered across continents and eventually stumbled upon an ancient relic, a treasure even desired by the Emperor himself. But in the end, he was taken down by soldiers sent by the Emperor. The injuries inflicted were so severe that even his healing magic failed to assist him. Yet fate had other plans. The ancient relic he had stolen triggered an upgrade system that allowed him to regress to a younger age with these newly granted ancient powers awakened inside. And from this moment on, his real story begins at the Draker household's training institution, the Cradle. Before diving deeper into Zeke's story, it's important to understand the background of his family. The Draker family is one of the three great transcendent households. This renown stems from their ancestor, Terrakan Draker, the hero who saved the land 1,000 years ago by slaying the evil dragon Bahamut. It was Terrakan's victory that laid the foundation for the Draker household's prominence. Perhaps due to their lineage, every descendant of the Draker bloodline has inherited the blessing of aura, allowing them to awaken high-level aura effortlessly and excel as knights. That is, until Zeke came along. Unlike his ancestors, he was born without the ability to wield aura, a deviation that cast him as an outcast within his family. After regressing, as Zeke relaxes on his bed totally carefree, the system window suddenly startles him. He immediately goes on high alert, listening intently after hearing the unusual sound. However, after scanning the room and finding no one, he convinces himself he might have just imagined it. But then, a few more system windows chime in. Out of all the system windows, one particular system has the juiciest detail. It goes on to announce that Zeke's soul has received the will of the Elder Dragon, and it has been merged completely with his soul. Soon enough, Zeke is also granted authority over part of the system. And as soon as the activation is complete, his eyesight is swarmed by a plethora of system windows. The first window displays his overall stats, including his class, skills, and a unique skill category labeled Draconian Skill. This skill can only be unlocked once he accumulates 10 points, but his current karma points are 0. Curious, he begins fiddling with the system and quickly learns how to navigate and operate it. Among all the information displayed in the administration status window, what stands out to him the most is the class skill. The reason behind his curiosity is that this word, class skills, is a terminology from Draconic language that is not used in this current era. He has heard about this class skills from his master. According to his master, people of the ancient world classified themselves based on their strengths. Each class trained in specialized techniques referred to as skills. Since Zeke's class is that of a healer, his corresponding skill is called healing. After Zeke awakened, his master, who was female by the way, trained him relentlessly until he was on the brink of death. Her training methods were unusual, and he still remembers the unbearable pain she inflicted on him just so he could heal it back. In any case, Zeke decides to verify if he is indeed a healer, just as the system claims. As soon as he activates his powers, he realizes that he is, in fact, a healer. He's surprised because, in his past life, the time he became a healer was in his 20s, right after his ether hall was unlocked. Since he can't possibly access his healing ability without his ether hall being unlocked, it clearly means that his ether hall has already been opened. This news is as good as it can get. Not only has he returned to the past with all his memories intact, but his skills have also come along. And this just puts him in an even more advantageous position. As he decides to explore the system further to see what other surprises are in store, someone calls out his name and knocks on the door. Quickly, he scrambles to push the system windows aside before anyone can see. However, the impatient visitor barges into the room without even waiting for a response. The man who just entered is Zeke's exclusive servant, Decker. He's apparently here to check if his young master is prepared for the event ahead. Of course, Zeke has no clue what he's supposed to be prepared for. This ticks off this terrifying man, and he is clearly annoyed by how careless Zeke seems. To think that the young master forgot about this special day is just pissing this butler beyond belief. The poor guy, on the other hand, begins to tremble instinctively under Decker's intense gaze. Now that Zeke thinks about it, he recalls that, in his past life, he was always afraid of Decker. Even though his mind is that of a 32-year-old, his subconscious can't shake the fear instilled in this body. Right at that moment, one of the class skills activates, known as Composed Mind. Almost instantly, all of Zeke's trembling, and any trace of fear that had been on his face fades away completely. Apparently, Composed Mind is a skill that ensures the user's mental state remains unaffected, no matter the situation, allowing them to maintain a calm and composed mind. Zeke finds it rather convenient that it can activate on its own. Meanwhile, the butler continues repeating himself, trying to remind his young master of the importance of the event ahead. However, Zeke doesn't respond immediately. After much insistence from the butler, Zeke finally starts paying attention and admits that he does remember. He clearly recalls the evaluation test, known as pancration. To understand what pancration is, a little context is needed. All Drakers go through a training system called the Cradle, starting when they're 7 years old. For 5 years, they undergo strict basic training. Every year, the instructors evaluate the incoming students through competitions in swordsmanship and combat, specifically pancration, a no-holds-barred combat with no rules. Opponents are typically chosen by the instructors, but on occasion, students may choose their own adversaries, provided both parties consent. Since there are no rules, injuries are common, and sometimes students don't make it out alive. But because this competition determines which class the students will be placed into within the academy, the children have no choice but to fight with all they have. The day of pancration finally arrives, and the students find themselves gathered in the amphitheater. At the center of it all stands the instructor, who reminds everyone that today is the day of pancration, and that it marks the final part of their evaluation. All the students eagerly affirm what the instructor has said, and seeing their enthusiasm, even the instructor is somewhat intrigued by the high spirits of the crowd. This man is actually the head instructor, Panmark, and without further delay, he decides to get things started. In the crowd, the students begin to notice Zeke standing among them. Some students find it laughable that Zeke is once again here after the humiliation he suffered last year. The duel between two students finally begins, and a student named Aaron ends it before it even starts, delivering a single uppercut that knocks his opponent out cold. But while the other students find the quick fight fascinating, Zeke isn't impressed at all. He remembers the time when he, too, used to be terrified of such fights when he was younger. But compared to what he went through in his past life, this is nothing. As Zeke yawns repeatedly while waiting for his turn, one particular student, Leon Conrad, is eagerly waiting for the moment to have a duel with our boy. Eventually, the time for Zeke's match arrives, and his opponent just so happens to be Leon. While my guy is rubbing his tired eyes, Leon throws a jab at him, instantly reminding the humiliation Zeke suffered the previous year. Well, of course, Zeke has not forgotten about it. He vividly recalls how he had begged Leon for forgiveness back then. Those memories are painful, but they're in the past now. Leon has always been Zeke's opponent every year. Our boy knows him all too well, how dirty of a player Leon is, and the kind of trash family he comes from. He is certain that the only reason he's facing Leon in this duel is because Leon pulled some strings behind the scenes to fix the match. Zeke would rather have a dog who bites rather than having a cousin like him. In Zeke's past life, he was never able to meet his 4 siblings of direct bloodline, but there were more than a dozen cousins, and many of them were more than willing to bully him. Suddenly, Leon calls out to Zeke once again, and just like before, he tries to humiliate him by reminding him of the miserable defeat he suffered the previous year. He further questions Zeke whether that level of humiliation wasn't enough to keep him away from participating in pancration altogether. While Leon continues to throw one verbal jab after another, Zeke remains as cool as a cucumber, and it's all thanks to his composed mind ability. Although Zeke is calm and collected, there's still a limit to his patience. He won't tolerate some insolent bug badmouthing him repeatedly without consequence. Well, our boy's response only serves to trigger this bastard even more. And this time, Leon even goes so far as to grab our boy by the head. But his foolish move only earns him a solid punch to the face that sends him flying away. This brutal punch was possible thanks to Zeke's skill, Critical Strike. The ability inflicts significant damage to the opponent, and has the added risk of being countered if the attack fails. Fortunately for Zeke, this punch landed perfectly, leaving no room for a counter. The bastard, on the other hand, is writhing in agony, with his hand covering his own face. Zeke, meanwhile, reflects on how he only meant to knock the guy out and had no intention of activating this ability. The instructor quickly rushes to tend to the injured brat while scolding our boy for attacking even before the match began. But my guy just stays nonchalant in his response and wonders aloud why they had to wait for someone's command to start the battle when they're already standing in the arena. You see, the one who strikes first has the advantage, so he didn't shy away from taking this opportunity. While he says this, he looks absolutely menacing, and the sheer amount of killer intent he's exuding is enough to leave the poor instructor trembling. Meanwhile, Leon just assures the instructor that everything is fair game and tells him to just let the battle begin. After all, if Leon steps back on a moment like this, it would be way too humiliating to bear. As soon as the instructor gives the signal, Leon recklessly charges at his opponent. But his reckless charge earns him a punch right to the face. As surprising as it is, the punch Zeke landed didn't hurt at all. Initially, Leon was quite afraid of taking a direct punch, remembering how painful the first one was. But realizing this punch didn't hurt him at all only fuels his foolish confidence. All he has to do, he thinks, is put his guard up, and Zeke won't be a threat at all. Leon quickly notices our boy using his left hand for a counterattack again, so he ducks down. In that critical moment, he takes advantage of Zeke's vulnerability and takes him into his grasp in order to push him over to the ground. But suddenly, Leon takes a hit so fast that even we couldn't see what happened, leaving him trembling like a leaf. Even the instructor on the sidelines is completely boggled, unable to wrap his mind around the fact that he just witnessed a 12-year-old kid pull that slick move. The moment Leon dodged Zeke's counter and tried to take him down, the instructor was certain Leon was going to win. However, Zeke punched Leon square in the chin and escaped his grasp. It's on Leon for letting his guard down, thinking he had Zeke right where he wanted him. But our boy, on the other hand, remained as cool as cucumber, despite the fact that his counter failed. The concentration and precision needed to inflict such exact and effective damage is a feat in itself. The instructor is actually wondering if this is really the Zeke Draker they thought they knew. The bratty bastard, however, is in shambles after taking that brutal punch. His brain is scrambled, and before he can even react, he takes another blow that causes him to trip. But he quickly steadies himself and retaliates with a punch of his own. At that critical moment, one of Zeke's class skills activates automatically, Heightened Sense, which temporarily enhances his perception. With this skill, Zeke can see the punch coming at him in 960 frames per second slow-mo, making dodging it a piece of cake. As soon as the punch zips past him, Zeke quickly grabs Leon's extended arm and slam dunks him hard onto the ground. And the impact was so brutal that it literally shattered the ground beneath. Another skill activates, known as Precise Stab, which helps Zeke target the Leon's weak points for critical damage. After pinning the bratty bastard to the ground, Zeke balls up his fist, ready to obliterate his face. Poor Leon begs him to stop, but my guy still goes through with it, landing the punch square on his face. The sheer brutality of the act leaves the instructor sweating his balls, along with the spectators watching in stunned silence. The final hit feels immensely satisfying, and after this little battle, beating the crap out of his bully, Zeke feels a sense of calm washing over him. He's glad that, thanks to this little show he pulled off, his other cousins will think twice before messing with him again. Not that it matters, though. If they dare say or do anything, he'll make sure to silence them for good. It seems that wasn't enough to instill fear in these incompetent bastards. One particular punk, too complacent for his own good, challenges our boy and picks him as his pancration opponent. This overconfident, cocky punk is Jaken Vardek, itching to make a statement, though he plans to let his blows do the talking. Well, Zeke doesn't mind at all. In fact, he's sure he'll get bored if Jaken comes alone, so he offers him the chance to bring a few other students along to make things more interesting. Our boy specifically calls out another student, Liam Stone, and suggests he join Jaken. Apparently, Liam is nothing more than Jaken's lackey. This suggestion feels like a slap in the face to Jaken. The very idea that he'd need someone's assistance to fight a brat like Zeke is a humiliation he just can't stomach. But Zeke keeps pushing his buttons, which only enrages this piece of flying trash even more. Jaken's seething now, eager to beat Zeke to a pulp. As both contestants stand in the arena, the instructor this time explicitly warns Zeke not to move before the command. Well, it seems like Jaken did bring his servant along after all, which only makes Zeke even happier. After all, in Zeke's past life, Liam had a reputation for being an exceptional fighter, even earning the title of Mercenary King. Back then, as Jaken's servant, Liam joined the cradle in the academy. However, being a distant relative, he was overlooked in education. He desperately begged to join higher education at Academy Valhalla, but ultimately ended up in the Knight Order of a small nation called Baranon. When Baranon eventually fell, Liam became a mercenary. In those chaotic times, the strong naturally drew followers. With his long tenure as a mercenary, Liam rose to prominence as a Red Knight, and eventually founded the Stone Mercenaries. He united the three largest mercenary groups, earning the title of Mercenary King. When the Empire hired the Stone Mercenaries, Liam entered the Continental Wars, where Zeke, along with the Northerners, faced him as a formidable foe. But this time, our boy is determined to carve out a very different future for himself. As soon as the instructor gives the signal, Jaken confidently lunges forward, delivering a punch with such force that it disturbs the air currents around him. But, not surprisingly, Zeke casually grabs and blocks the punch as if it were nothing. Jaken quickly flings our boy's hand away and retaliates with a kick of his own. But that kick ends up backfiring against this filthy bastard. As soon as his kick connects, Jaken feels an immense amount of pain, causing him to stumble. It turns out he hit Zeke's strong barrier, which was created around his elbow, and that caused serious damage to Jaken's leg. As Jaken looks at his injured leg, Zeke quickly lunges forward, balls up his fist with his skill activated, ready to throw it down. But poor Jaken quickly tries to protect himself, putting his hands over his face. Seems like Jaken miscalculated Zeke's moves a little, because our boy never intended to land a hit on his face. Instead, he tags the bastard right on his injured leg. After that sneaky move, He follows up with a punch to the ribs, one that's enough to make Ken gag up copious amounts of blood. The overconfident bastard is finally on the ground. Left with no pride or dignity, he angrily instructs his sidekick to kill our boy right away. The time has come for our boy to deal with Liam, and this bastard is exuding some serious killing vibes as he strides toward him. The most annoying thing about fighting Liam is his insane reach, which puts Zeke at a serious disadvantage if he lets Liam attack first. So my guy takes his stance and decides to take the lead, throwing a few blows of his own. Using another skill known as Slash, Zeke moves so fast that all anyone can see are silhouettes throwing a barrage of punches. The skill Slash allows him to launch a relentless flurry of attacks at the enemy, completely interfering with the enemy's sight. The guys watching from the sidelines are feeling true despair, witnessing just how much of a gigachad our boy is. Zeke knows they're curious and confused because none of them have seen anything like this before. You see, in a place where sword dominates, seeing a brawler's fist-fighting technique is a rare and almost unheard of sight. As impressive as this ability is, it's also taking an equally heavy toll on his body. But even that isn't the biggest challenge here. The monstrous physique of Liam is what truly tests Zeke. No counterattacks, no dodges. Liam is just taking it all with his guard up, and now you can only imagine how aggressive he was during his time as the mercenary king. Since Zeke is unable to do any real damage, he prepares to unleash one final devastating strike, one that will be powerful enough to break through Liam's guard. As soon as our boy launches his strike, Liam effortlessly dodges it by redirecting it. What pisses Zeke off even more is that this bastard didn't even flinch or turn his eyes to see the strike, and he just dodged it like it was nothing. In the next moment, Liam seizes the opportunity to make his move. Lifting Zeke high into the air, he prepares to slam him hard onto the ground. But Zeke isn't about to let that happen without a fight. He quickly strikes Liam over the head. His class skill, Heightened Sense, activates, and with it, he completely turns the tide. Using this advantage, he locks Liam in a deadly neck hold with his legs, cutting off Liam's air supply. No matter how strong Liam's body is, he's still powerless without oxygen reaching his brain. However, it seems Zeke overestimated himself. Liam retaliates brutally, landing one devastating blow after another. The relentless flurry of punches even forces the poor guy to gag up blood. But despite the barrage of hits, Liam's body finally begins to falter. His strength wanes, and eventually, he succumbs, losing consciousness due to the lack of air. The spectators are left in awe, their breaths caught in their throats at the sight of such a jaw-dropping battle. But among them, there's one particular student who, instead of feeling worried or shaken, seems oddly exhilarated. He's actually excited and can't wait to take on Zeke as his opponent. After the day of pancration was over, our boy returns into his quarters, where his servant inquires about his well-being. He has heard that Zeke was gravely injured during the matches. To this, Zeke just shrugs it off, claiming he's perfectly fine. However, the butler does not relent, and insists on checking his pulse to verify that everything is truly okay. Zeke can tell that this old coot just wants to check whether he has awakened his aura or not. Eventually, he extends his hand toward the servant, who quickly shoots a blue energy through his hand and into Zeke's. Seeing this blue energy makes our boy pause and wonder if his servant might actually be a blue knight. You see, when checking if someone has awakened, most people simply examine their dantian. But this man is being unusually thorough with it. Imbuing someone else with aura is difficult enough on its own, but for this old man to control it so precisely like this, he must be a blue knight. Apparently not all knights are the same. They are classified according to their martial prowess and aura manipulation proficiency. White swordsman is the novice level, and most children before the blessing rite are white swordsmen. A yellow swordsman is the level you attain once you've awakened your aura and opened your dantian. All trainees of the cradle become yellow swordsmen after the blessing rite. Once you've learned to freely control aura, you earn the title of knight. The purple knight level is when you can reinforce your sword with aura, while the blue knight level is achieved when you can manifest an aura blade. Beyond this, the realm of those who have transcended their limits, the realm the mercenary king Liam and our boy had reached before his regression, is known as the Red Knight. Then there's the Black Knight. But only a few of these monsters exist across the entire continent. With that in mind, Zeke can't help but wonder how someone as skilled as his servant, who is clearly talented enough to be a commander, ended up acting as his babysitter. Still, no matter what, Zeke is sure there's no way this guy can detect his ether, something only 2 people in the entire world can use. Finally, the old man finishes his examination. With a firm tone, he questions his young master, asking if he might be hiding something. Of course, Zeke plays it cool and feigns ignorance. He counters by asking if the butler perhaps knows something that even he doesn't. A moment of silence fills the room, but it's quickly broken by our boy, who just drops the conversation by claiming that he was just joking. The butler then hesitates but can't help himself and questions Zeke about how drastically he has changed. This makes our boy to halt his movements. He turns around with a glare in his eyes. The question his butler asked is entirely wrong. Instead of asking why Zeke has changed now, the butler should have been asking why it took so long for Zeke to change. He then informs his butler that many more surprises are yet to come, so there's no need for the servant to be shocked repeatedly. All he has to do is follow the commands. The humble servant acknowledges his master's words and bows his head in submission, ready to follow without question. The butler then reports that the training room Zeke had requested is already prepared and waiting for him. Zeke is pleased with the report and dismisses the old man to get some well-deserved rest. As our boy walks off alone, he has a nagging fear that his butler might have been ordered to keep an eye on him. To counter this, he decides it's best to keep the butler close, so he can manipulate the old coot and extract the information he needs. Zeke still has to figure out who ordered his butler to watch him. He's pretty sure that no one from his mother's side would dare do it, which only leaves his siblings. Once Zeke enters the personal training room, he's immediately struck by how lavish the place is, which only confirms that this household truly lives up to its name. Before starting his training, he decides to check the system. With a command, the system panel pops up in front of him. There, he notices that his slash skill has reached proficiency. He has no clue how it happened, but he makes a wild guess that it probably leveled up from using it repeatedly. The skill is naturally activated based on his actions, and he doesn't need to do anything in particular to activate it. From what he can understand, if he learns something new, it will likely be added here as a skill as well. He's still unsure about the difference between a skill and a class skill, though he does notice that they both activate similarly on their own. Lastly, there's the Draconian skill, but he can't view it yet because it requires 10 points to unlock. He presses on the option, and the next system window informs him that he can earn karma points by killing monsters. His current karma points stand at 0. Speaking of monsters, Zeke reflects on how there are plenty of them in the dungeons, but he needs to be at least a purple knight to gain access. For now, though, he's more curious about why he regressed to the past and what this system is all about. The concepts of skills and class skills are also something in his curiosity list. At the back of his mind, he has a nagging feeling that all of this might be connected to that ancient relic. However, he can't be certain since he doesn't have enough information to piece everything together. Whatever the case, he grabs his sword and decides to use everything at his disposal to grow stronger, whether it's the system or the Draker lineage. In this world, there are two known powers, the aura of the knights and the mana of the mages. Knights reinforce their aura in the dungeons, while mages refine their mana through circles. The two powers are at opposite ends of the spectrum, meaning if one has awakened one power, they cannot awaken the other. However, Zeke was unfortunate enough to awaken neither a Dantian nor a circle. This inability led to his abandonment by the Draker household, forcing him to wander aimlessly until he met his master during his vagabond days. His master taught him many things, but the most valuable lessons were the art of healing and the Ether Hall, a unique technique his master had developed. Through the Ether Hall, Zeke learned to harness the energy of nature, known as ether. To this day, he and his master remain the only ether users in the world. After only 2 hours of training, Zeke feels as though he's about to collapse. However, his class skill healing activates in tandem with another class skill, Vigor Recovery. Healing is an exceptionally rare skill, one Zeke hadn't even known existed before meeting his master. If others were to witness him using it, they'd brand him an irregular. That's why he refrained from using it during his fight against Liam, and had to rush to heal himself the moment he returned to his room. After his body recovers to full strength, Zeke decides to continue practicing. He knows he cannot afford to waste even a moment. By dawn, Zeke looks utterly exhausted after relentless training. The entire hall bears the evidence of his efforts, with deep gashes scarring the floor and trails marking where his sword struck. Anyhow, a week passes by and we find ourselves in Cradle Cafeteria. There, Zeke overhears some students talking about him. They think he's turned into a completely different person now. Since he is a born loser, they assume he might have dabbled in black magic. Meanwhile, in another private lounge, all the big shot students are having dinner together. The first one chowing down on steak is Raina Tarun. Then there's this guy, Owen Zimmons, calm and composed. And across from him sits a beaten-up Leon, looking as rowdy and impatient as ever. Owen tries to tell him he should eat properly because he'll need the energy for the swordsmanship duel. Leon, on the other hand, gets ticked off for no apparent reason and smashes his hand so hard on the table in frustration that the juicy steak he was served unnecessarily falls to the ground. Because of this table slam, even Raina's piece of steak jumps off her plate and falls, leaving her totally enraged. Her intense glare finally humbles Leon a little. Apparently all 4 of these students seem to hate our boy, so it's not surprising they're together. But even though they're in the same group, they don't seem to get along all that well. The only thing keeping their relationship intact is their shared resentment for Zeke. Owen admits that Zeke was both brave and impressive during the pancration. However, he's convinced he will be pathetic when it comes to swordsmanship. As far as he knows, Zeke doesn't even know how to hold a sword properly, so he's no threat to anyone. One of them points out that Zeke is so weak he had to get a customized sword because the basic ones were too heavy for him. Still, it doesn't make sense to Leon that he lost to that inferior piece of shit. He's convinced Zeke only won against him in Pancration because of pure luck. Well, it looks like Reina doesn't share the same thoughts. If they actually believe this nonsense, then none of them have the right to be knights of the Draker household. With those words, the lady leaves the room. Before we jump to the day of the duel, here is a little context about what this sword duel is all about. Unlike Pancration, sword duels involve real swords, making them the primary cause of most incidents within Cradle. It's also where the difference between cadets' skills becomes glaringly obvious. A month after the current final exams, the Blessing Rite will commence, the event where the Drakers awaken their aura. The day of the duel has finally arrived, and the instructor commands Zeke to come up next. My guy casually walks onto the scene with a giant sword resting over his shoulder. The sword is literally bigger than him, which certainly doesn't go unnoticed. Everyone finds it hilarious, thinking Zeke believes that the bigger is better, so it will somehow give him an advantage. The person stepping up from the other side is Reina, who looks absolutely fired up and dramatically throws down the gauntlet to challenge our boy to a duel. Well, my guy is more than ready to take on this challenge and accepts it without a second thought. It doesn't sit well with Reina to see Zeke effortlessly lifting a claymore. Now that she's facing him in person, she can tell this isn't the same Zeke she once knew. The person she knew once could barely hold a sword properly. His presence is so striking that she begins to feel intimidated. But she quickly snaps out of it, disgusted with herself for even thinking that she could be intimidated by him. Backing down isn't an option now, especially since she was the one who issued the challenge. Meanwhile, Zeke is also feeling quite intimidated. He knows his usual tactics won't be enough to get the victory he wants, because a duel against the Lightning Knight is no joke. It's downright nerve-wracking. You see, Reina Tyrone was well-renowned and had earned the title of the Lightning Knight in his past life. She made a name for herself during the Continental Wars, and is recognized as one of the greatest of the next generation of Drakers. She's one of the rare few who awakened her aura even before undergoing the Blessing Rite. As far as Zeke remembers, she must have awakened her aura a few years ago. However, she hasn't used it in Cradle because she's been focusing on improving her fundamentals. As soon as the signal to commence the duel is given, both contestants clash their swords right away. After the first clash, Reina steps back before charging at him again. With one strike, she sets Zeke sliding backward. Just these two exchanged blows were enough for our boy to draw the judgment that she's even better than he expected. The feisty lady charges at him once more, swinging her sword as fast as she can, lighting up the area with sparks. In the background, her friends are getting restless and impatient, urging her to just finish him off in one strike instead of playing around. But one of the wiser ones reminds these idiots that Reina isn't toying with him, it's Zeke who is pushing her around. Now, switching to her perspective, she can clearly see the openings and vulnerabilities in Zeke's guard. Yet, every time she tries to exploit them, her sword is quickly blocked by his sword, almost as if he's applauding her attempts. What's even more frustrating is that after he blocks one attack, he intentionally leaves another vulnerable point for her to strike. It's as if this duel isn't about winning, it's meant to teach her. After a few exchanges, Reina finally steps back, utterly exhausted by the back and forth. She wants to catch her breath before coming back for more. Meanwhile, Zeke doesn't have a single ounce of sweat or tiredness on his face. In fact, he looks bored. He's not that impressed. She is fighting honestly without using any aura, but it's expected from someone obsessed with their fundamentals. Now that they are at it, he decides to help her break out of her shell. He intentionally takes an extremely low stance, as if he intends to close the gap in one move. Reina is confident in her speed and doesn't think much of it. But in the blink of an eye, Zeke closes the gap and is right in her face before she even has time to react. He swings his sword so hard that it literally cracks the ground with the force of his giant blade. The girl, on the other hand, is sure that as long as there's distance between them, she can react to his moves. Zeke swings his sword through empty air, but it wasn't meant to hit her. Instead, the debris he flung into the air with the force of his swing strikes her square in the face, leaving her nose pretty banged up. Next, Zeke charges at her with his massive sword in hand. As she sees that shiny blade only a few centimeters away from her neck, she's sure she's done for. But as surprising as it is, the sword Zeke was holding suddenly goes flying into the air and lands a few feet away. With that, the crowd quickly declares Zeke the loser, while showering Reina with praise for winning without even using her aura. However, the instructor knows this isn't what it seems, and his face is painted with sheer horror, as if he just found out he has more than one father. What the cadets didn't notice was that as Zeke's attack closed in on Reina, she used the faintest amount of aura, so subtle it was barely noticeable. The fact that Zeke forced her to use her aura, despite her vow not to until she entered the academy, is nothing short of insane. As Reina stands there, her face riddled with doubt and regret for breaking her promise, Zeke suddenly charges at her. With his fist balled up, he strikes her square in the throat, reminding her that this isn't over yet. She buckles over her knees with blood leaking from her mouth. The other coward sitting in the cavea is outraged because this was supposed to be a sword duel, so they won't stand for such cheap attacks. Everyone present points their fingers at Zeke out of contempt, calling him shameless for pulling off such a move. Meanwhile, Zeke remains completely unbothered by all the noise and insults. He calmly asks Reina if she wants to continue. Reina, on the other hand, stubbornly believes she hasn't lost yet, reasoning that he only struck her because she let her guard down. But as she thinks about it, a realization hits her. If he had been holding a knife instead of throwing a barehanded punch, she would already be 6 feet under. For that reason alone, she honorably concedes defeat. The crowd, which had been eagerly mocking Zeke moments ago, falls into stunned silence. Zeke Draker, who was labeled human scum just days ago, has achieved an undeniable victory against one of the most talented children of the famed houses. The fact that Reina Tarun, the Lightning Knight, was defeated is simply unfathomable to most of those present. The scene transitions to Abel's castle. Outside, a dangerous battle has just ended, leaving behind a trail of bodies in the pit. William witnesses the horrific scene and fails to understand how Abel is calmly drinking tea without any worries. Abel's current focus is on a letter that mentions Zeke Draker's victory over Reina, the prodigy. He gets up and asks about how long they have until the blessing rite comes around. Since they've got enough time until the full moon, Abel believes it's fitting to pay the Draker family a visit. Hearing this, William is rather shocked that he's choosing to go by himself. But to this swordmaster, he's itching to know the kind of awakening the youngest of their family is going through. While Zeke's victory left the rest of the cradle stunned, he didn't care much about his achievement and merely resumed his training, refusing to celebrate. 1 month passed, and the day of the blessing rite finally arrived. Zeke still doesn't comprehend how he managed to become a Red Knight in his original life, especially with the shitty body he has. Having finished training, he commands open the status window. His mastery skill is according to his expectations, standing at the expert level. What's even better is that every time a skill ranks up, its mastery level resets, as evident by his numerous skill tiers in rank D and E. Also, he's advanced his mastery with Swift Step skill, the same one he used against Reina. Thanks to his sharp senses, he can tell the butler is watching him. Decker informs his master that they're to leave in 2 hours for the event. Zeke thinks it's time to get ready. Zeke hasn't visited the main estate in a long time. He's on his way to the Draker family's house situated in the Duchy of Troy. While the family's main residence is located in the center of the continent, the blessing rite is held where the legend of the Dragonslayer surfaced. Having arrived at his destination, Zeke steps outside the carriage and into the Dragon's Nest lair. Having made his way inside, he has an enlightening realization. The people here are VIPs with incredible fame. He knows for a face that some of them are informants sent to observe him. Despite their intentions, Zeke thinks everything will go swimmingly well once his awakening blows up in their faces. That is until he spots a certain man, a man whose very presence makes his blood boil. That man is none other than Abel, who shakes hands with someone and expresses that he had no interest in coming to the event. None except for one person, and that person is his youngest brother. The second son of the Draker family is nicknamed the Lion Blade, but he's got an even more prominent name that Zeke knows by heart: the Butchering Knight. Our boy does his best to maintain his calm facing his elder brother. After all, he doesn't have many options in this situation. In his previous life, the second son never showed up to observe Zeke in the blessing rite. This means his actions in the pancration competition have altered the trajectory of the future. Clenching his fist in frustration, Zeke realizes that he's acquired a chance for himself. Before long, the blessing rite is underway. Aaron is told to come out as the first warrior. He promptly places his arm inside a mystical pool, causing his arm to surge with a blue essence. It's explained that during every blessing rite ritual, each member of the Draker bloodline awakens their sealed aura right around the time they're supposed to graduate from the cradle. This happens at the age of 12, and Aaron has just become an example of the first to be awakened. Now, compared to regular knights who awaken after 20 years of age, this process is extremely fast for the Draker family. Only a few exceptional cases among them, those with aura, can also awaken a particular trait of the Dragonslayer. This trait is called mana inhibition. Interestingly, the mana lamps are reacting harshly and with sparks of red. Those who end up obtaining mana inhibition end up strong enough to rival the likes of red and black knights. This is called pure blood awakening. Due to the mana inhibition trait, the candidates will require usage of special gloves made by the family, because otherwise, they'll never be able to enjoy a regular life. This example is shown with Reina, who has already undergone the awakening process and wears gloves consistently. After one has been able to prove that they're pure blood, they are granted the Draker name. And then, they are also provided with a wealth of support along with endless benefits to help them. The spectators murmur as finally, the most anticipated awakening candidate steps up to the scene. They all think that this child's awakening will surpass even that of Reina's. As Zeke steps in front of the statue, he finds himself surprised that he's found himself here again. The previous experience was traumatizing in his old life. While the blessing rite was the only thing that helped him advance through the cradle, this was the day he earned nothing but embarrassment. However, reality is now different. He possesses the ability to heal, manipulate ether, and on top of everything, he has learned to be tenacious and strong with his own abilities. That's why he's expecting a lot from the bronze statue to do him a favor here. As he dips his arm inside the pool, the statue reacts. It shakes before coming to an abrupt stop, shocking everyone in the room. It's something that has never happened to any candidate before, and it has left even Abel speechless. As he takes out his arm, the boy confirms his thoughts. He knew things wouldn't be different this time around. It's because of Abel that he jumped to conclusions and became too confident. The rest of the people are just shocked that the most anticipated candidate failed to awaken. They make fun of him for not awakening despite being a direct descendant. Then there's the question of him beating Reina, which everyone now believes must have been through a sneaky trick or something. Still, our boy has zero fucks to spare and instead focuses on becoming stronger via other awakenings. The system greets him with a sudden apology after experiencing an error. Zeke looks perplexed as the system informs him that necessary information is missing from his class identification. This part of the message captures his attention. The system tells him that the input is complete, and that the terminal has identified the user's talent as a healer. With that, he unlocked his class and simultaneously gained access to the rare class. Zeke can't believe his eyes as the statue begins to illuminate red lights, indicating a pureblood's awakening. No one can believe that he's starting as a red knight off the bat. The system connects and unlocks the ancient dragon's blessing from within Zeke's soul. While this is happening, Abel is calmly observing his brother. The talent of kin is the first thing that is awakened, and then his already awakened talents combine together, morphing together into a new class of its own. There is so much going on that Zeke doesn't understand, especially when he sees a new unique class called the Immortal, which the system has chosen for him. The shimmer of gold light surrounding his body attracts the attention of the spectators. They're certain to have seen the red light from the statue, but they're filled with doubts. Zeke has understood the situation perfectly and thinks it's pointless to speak against them right now. They question if the statue is broken, but then how would one explain the mana lamp reacting to the reading? There wasn't any mana inhibition, so it can't be a pure blood's awakening is what they want to believe. That's when Abel begins to applaud, mocking the people for failing to congratulate the newly awakened purebloods in a single go. He thinks this is an opportunity to celebrate the occasion instead of murmuring doubts. Since they can't speak against him, they give them a round of applause. Abel demands a pair of gloves to be prepared for his young brother. Zeke receives the gloves but has a low opinion of them. He walks away while Abel is satisfied with what he sees. As for our boy, he's pissed that he received Abel's help from all the people. The blessing rite soon comes to an end, and a celebration party for everyone to enjoy is next. Zeke is on his Sigma male grind set and doesn't want to show up to the party. He comes to a sudden stop after a voice calls his name. This is completely against Zeke's expectations, as he wasn't expecting Abel to pop out of nowhere. He wants to know where the kid is going and even congratulates him with a handshake. Despite hating his older brother, declining his handshake here would put him in trouble, so he acts all nice and reaches to shake his hand. That's until he remembers a bloodbath from the memories of his previous life. For some reason, Zeke retracts his hand and refuses to say a word. Abel reveals a hint of his malicious nature, blaming his little brother for the awkward situation. In his thoughts, Zeke simply can't accept shaking the hand of a man he deems the most disgusting and despicable. Abel doesn't really care much and waves him goodbye. He's expecting to meet him later and walks away without bothering him much. To his words, Zeke confirms that he is also determined to meet his brother one day. Fast forwarding to the party, where many are busy discussing the recent awakening of the two purebloods. No one has yet to figure out what Zeke's golden light implies, as it has never happened before. They wonder about his location as he's nowhere to be seen. We do catch a glimpse of Zeke, but he's unwinding in a different room, having barely survived the suffocating social event. Also, he still can't place how he's the only one unaffected. The thing about pureblood awakenings is that they have mana inhibition as a trait. It's supposed to showcase that the Draker family is against dragons, who are known for being the source of mana. Be that as it may, most machines require mana as their necessary fuel. The fact is, a pureblood needs the use of special gloves for the cause. If Zeke is supposed to be a pureblood awakener, then he should have faced problems the moment he took his gloves off. But right now he seems unaffected. This causes him to pop open the status window, which is different in its properties from before. Instead of having mana inhibition, he possesses a unique trait called mana reflection. An intrigued Zeke decides to read deeper into the details of the skill. There he discovers that mana reflection creates a distortion field that is responsible for nullifying nearby mana. It's classified as a skill and doesn't react to the mana lamps as it's not passive in effect. He was identified as a rare class healer before the blessing rite, but now he's considered a unique immortal, which he doesn't understand. Confusion sets in as all of the graduates of the ceremony achieve blue aura with typical awakenings. The only person who was an exception to the case was Reina, who received a red pureblood awakening. The same case goes for our boy, but then it eventually transitioned into gold. The system told him that it was missing critical information regarding the classification. Zeke wonders if it was considering the bronze statue as its classification terminal during the awakening. The moment the system injected the necessary information inside the terminal, the statue reacted strongly and emitted a red light. Everything is starting to fall into place now. Zeke believes that the statue isn't there to determine if one has awakened or not. Rather, it's supposed to judge their class. Red implies a rare class and gold implies a unique class. Furthermore, the statue is a relic that has been here even before Tarakan's time, the man who founded the Draker family. Class identification doesn't really exist as a concept nowadays, which is why the statue's singular purpose is to distinguish the awakened from those who are not. They have misinterpreted the purpose of the red light as a kind of pureblood awakening, when in reality it means that they've achieved rare class. What's really fascinating is that not even the clan family's head is yet to know about this. Interestingly, Zeke finds that he's acquired 100 karma points to his name. He wonders if he received them during the ceremony and quickly decides to put them to use by purchasing the Draconian skill. The system updates with an influx of information after the purchase. He has acquired a whole bunch of beginner skills like Dragon Eyes, Might of the Dragon, and Devour. The first two make total sense to him, but the last one does not, as its only purpose is to help with digestion. The dude really doesn't want to invest his points into something he's uncertain about, so he goes for the Dragon Eyes and Might of the Dragon instead. The second skill is riskier to use as it involves the use of aura, so for now he activates Dragon Eyes to see what's so special. It's a little undermining because Zeke doesn't perceive anything noteworthy or new to his senses in his surroundings. That's until he opens the window to stare at the statue in the garden. The skill amps up his magnification, allowing him to view farther objects from up close. Also, he's granted the ability to view detailed information about the object he's viewing. All kinds of properties regarding the statue's build flood his body with information. It takes a toll on his body and he feels extremely exhausted after using the power. Zeke thinks his powers will be sparingly useful if they have such a heavy drawback. Thankfully, his healing factor kicks in, fixing his exhaustion. What's surprising is that Zeke didn't even input the intention to heal. It just kicked in automatically. Inspecting the system screen, he realizes that all of his class skills have converted into passive abilities and even jumped up a level. The healing factor allows him to repair his body without triggering the activation. It's an excellent version of his previous skill. While it seems like healing is way too OP, it's not something you can consistently spam. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died in the first place. At the same time, the healing factor is infinite in nature. In order to test his evolved skill, he takes a blade and gives his arm a slight cut. Seconds after the injury, the healing factor automatically kicks in, healing the cut without leaving any marks. The usual time to graduate from the academy is 5 years, but a confident Zeke thinks he'll be able to get it done in 2 years. The Draker Academy is the greatest knight academy ever known. Any aspiring knight would sell anything to take their spot inside. Located in the Duchy of Troy, the academy thrives with the spring life each time a new semester comes around. As Zeke walks among the others, he notes how the higher-ranked students are comparably no different from adults. They're just as capable, and if he were to compare these guys to the Cradle, then they're nothing more than children from great families. Zeke thinks his entire family is messed up. Among the thriving branch families supporting the Draker family, 3 families are the most prominent and have the influence to be called the Great Families. The first is the Tarun of Strength, which Reina is a part of. The second family is Zimmons of Wisdom. And lastly, there's the Vardek family of Gold. The children of those 3 families are here, but Zeke couldn't spare a second thought for them. The scene cuts to the high-class dormitory of the Platinum Mansion. This high-class dormitory boasts a training hall, an exquisite library, and all kinds of premium facilities. The best of the best students are supposed to enjoy the luxuries. As for the Pureblood Awakeners, they're granted an additional privilege of Floor Master. This floor is known as the Platinum Floor. A maid greets our boy's arrival, and he's soon escorted to his assigned floor, where others are waiting. Arriving here, Zeke is a little exhausted to find so many people, despite him being awakened as a pureblood. He's told that Decker is waiting for him in another room. Without wasting time, Zeke goes to meet him to see what's up. The butler has something to show to his master. He surprises him with a premium pair of gloves that he initially received upon awakening. He's already acquired new gloves, but Zeke's got his eye set on a new sword now too. He picks his blade, which the butler supports without concern. The Duchy of Troy is known to be close to the mountain ranges. That's why it's got an abundance of good iron and skilled craftsmen, who prove to be an irreplaceable source of strength for the alumni. Decker wants to search for a craftsman for the young master, but Zeke is fine handling it himself. He wants to see them in person, and requests Decker to set an appointment in advance. The name Galleon Halbert is someone not even Butler has heard of before. He intends to contact this man for an appointment soon. At the same time, he reminds Zeke to review the documents before his first class begins tomorrow. Later that day, Zeke is busy reviewing the notes when he comes up with an interesting observation. The platinum floor is reserved for him, so he could test out his new draconian skills and help them develop. A maid comes to inform the young master that Reina has sent a dinner invitation to him. Zeke is surprised upon hearing this and decides to pay a visit. He comes around to her floor and finds himself a little stumped because Reina is out here playing Al Capone or something. She welcomes him and apologizes for the unique dinner setting. Zeke doesn't mind and takes his seat. They first decide to eat and then talk. Observing her from across the table, Zeke can tell that she's utilizing the aura in her lower abdomen even in a setting like this. He wonders if she's set her sights on becoming a purple knight, which might explain why her sword skills have reached their limit. It's a waste of good potential in his eyes. Finished with dinner, Zeke is exhausted and surprised that she ate way more than him. With their appetites satisfied, she wants to get to the meat of the situation. Reina offers him full support of the Tarun family. Zeke thinks this is some sort of misunderstanding and reminds her that they're both pure-blood awakeners. She fires back by claiming that he's the one who's wrong. As pure-bloods, they do have a bunch of privileges to enjoy, with the platinum floor included in that bundle. However, they also don't receive benefits in terms of growth. Centuries of academic and practical knowledge is reserved in this brilliant academy. Then there are personal instructors to guide you and evolve your abilities. If someone doesn't have either of these things, they'll definitely lag behind. Reina strongly argues that the support families are critical. She exemplifies Abel Draker, a man who is also a pure blood of the family and the youngest to ever attain the title of a White Knight. At his current level, he's one of the strongest Black Knights, and even he received support from the Zimmons family. While the patriarch of the Tarun family has yet to explain why, his orders are absolute that he wants to extend the Tarun's family's support to Zeke Draker. Reina reiterates her point, but our boy is in the mood to fuck around with her feelings and calmly says no. This causes her to experience a shock as she just can't fathom how it's a bad deal for him. Getting up from his seat, Zeke turns to leave, claiming that he's actually uninterested in anything like that apart from being a pure-blood awakener. To pay her back for the meal, he has one personal piece of advice to share. Zeke shares that her sword is much too powerful, and he figures that it has to be related to those men behind her. Zeke offers that her greatest strength results from her flexibility of her adaptable body. He advises against attacking her opponents head-on. Instead, she should use her fluid movements to calmly redirect her opponents to land a precise, single attack. Zeke thinks that if she's capable of doing that, she'll inevitably grow much stronger than she already is. Saying that, he parts ways, leaving her frustrated. She wanted to utilize her family's tradition of strength, which is what she's been doing up until now. Still, Reina can't deny a part of what he just said. She has been endlessly trying to become worthy of her family's name, which influenced her sword style quite a bit. Zeke was able to catch that. While Reina was young and praised as a genius prodigy, no one offered her any advice. This interaction with him has left her to reevaluate her opinion of Zeke Draker as a person. Skipping ahead to Zeke's monologue, he's reflecting just how powerful he's gotten with his new skills. After all, even an entire night's worth of training couldn't stop him just now. The dude literally has infinite stamina now. He's gonna last longer in bed than the age of the universe. In his previous life, this place was nothing more than hell for him. But with his newly awakened state, it's actually pretty chill now. Zeke is enjoying the peace that can't be bought with money or power. As he's minding his own business, the representative of the Zimmons family approaches him. Owen is the third son of the family, and he's an expert in manipulation. He blackmailed and bullied our boy in his previous life. Interestingly, he also invited Zeke to a dinner invitation only to get rejected in the face. Surprisingly, Owen is acting way too friendly in this life. Zeke realizes what invitation letter he's referring to and releases a snarky remark. Owen questions why he refused to reply, only for Zeke to coldly respond that he doesn't have to give a damn about the fucker's messages. His rude remark just now captures Owen's friend's full attention, who thinks the boy is being overly blunt to a polite invitation. Zeke pulls a "who the fuck are you" card, and really couldn't be bothered about knowing him. So he leaves, realizing that this show-off just wants to suck Owen's dick by appearing strong. Shockingly, this bastard has the gall to attack Zeke unannounced. He managed to block the attack despite it being covered in aura manipulation. Durbin Roswell roars his name and claims that he's the mightiest of them all. Yeah, the mightiest refrigerator maybe. The youngest Draker simply laughs at his little speech, as this man isn't even a knight and barely even a cadet. Zeke lunges forth with his lightning-fast speed, smashing this guy's abdomen with a hook that could rival Mike Tyson's. It knocks the fuckface into the ground, while Zeke happily invites the next person from the Zimmons family to come and catch some smoke. Owen draws near him and states that he's unimpressed by Zeke's goading of his own strength. The group leaves Zeke to himself, who thinks of them nothing more than a circus crew. Let's explore the intricacies of the Draker Academy for a second. It's split into 2 classes. The first is the normal class, where one is taught if they're lacking talent. That class is overcome with effort and a disciplined regimen. The second class is the special class, where certain cadets can choose their subjects outside of the basic subjects. In this academy, the top dogs and the elites gather in the special class, which is also why Zeke had his personal expectations of who'd end up here. But none of them seem noteworthy, and they're just the alumni from the cradle whom he already knows. He even jokes around that it's not a special class but rather a cradle class. Class is in session, and the instructor at the podium is pleased to introduce someone very special today. This mysterious person was once the commander-in-chief of the Empire 2 decades ago, and the same person responsible for blocking the Empire's invasion with their impeccable strategy. Dean Howard Draker is welcomed in good hearts, the man who runs the show for this academy. Known as the war hero, Howard is worshipped as a symbol of hope and praised as a standard for tactical war. But in reality, the truth is far darker than his fame implies. The information he coincidentally leaked to the enemy for his personal survival helped him luck out of the situation. In short, he's a lucky sellout who survived to relish the glory. Zeke deeply despises him and claims that he's the perpetrator responsible for getting him kicked from the academy the first time around. With nowhere left to go, Zeke wandered aimlessly and lost in the Duchy of Troy. There he was caught by the slave traders and ended up sold to the Southern Cartel. The very existence of this man is rooted in a traumatic memory for our protagonist, and you best be damned he's going to get his revenge on this fat geezer someday. The dean's speech comes to a close and the teacher takes over to begin their classes. The cadets are instructed to head to the arena at once for some indoor training. Inside the training arena, Zeke is baffled that he has to sit through the basics of dragon slaying. After all, in his past life, he couldn't wield aura and wasted 2 whole years when normally it takes the average person 3 months to do it. The instructor welcomes the students, introducing himself as the Rose Knight, Andre Draker. He's in charge of teaching them the basics of dragon slaying. The students are a little underwhelmed because they don't know anything about this guy. The name strikes Zeke's memory. He recalls that Andre isn't a pureblood awakener who still managed to graduate quickly from the academy, and was praised as a valedictorian from Valhalla. He isn't even from the family, but his talent is simply so remarkable that he earned the Draker family's name. This man is the guy your girl tells you not to worry about. Zeke admits that the special classes teachers all vary in levels, but this dude is notorious for his shitty personality. Andre shows them a demonstration by telling them to keep quiet so he can start the class. He has the cadets drawing their swords, preparing for the training. His eye catches Zeke's special sword, which is enormous compared to the others. Zeke doesn't have any trouble demonstrating just how easy it is to wave around for him. Andre's resting bitch face commands him to step foot in the arena. He thinks the boy is being overconfident by picking a sword unfit for his body. Of course, this is just typical teacher talk, and Zeke wanted this to happen, hence his choice to pick the sword. He arrogantly boasts that he could defeat the instructor with the same weapon. It's quite the provocation that shakes Andre. The scene is getting tense, so much so that the system activates a mental defense skill for our boy to withstand the situation. Happy to oblige, Andre prepares to draw his sword to offer a boy a practical experience. But it's just what Zeke wanted. The instructor even lays out a condition for Zeke's victory. He will not only choose to ignore the boy's arrogant words, but also grant him permission to do whatever he wants in his class. The instructor even gives him a leeway, that he'll go easy and won't even use his aura on the cadet. But that's just playing right into Zeke's advantage even more. He's extremely confident in his ability to best Andre since he knows about the man's weakness. However, since his watchful brother is keeping an eye on him, Zeke doesn't want to risk gaining unnecessary attention like last time, so his battle strategy is to cut Andre's uniform just a bit before accepting defeat. The fight begins as Zeke launches an immediate swing against his teacher's neck. However, Andre deflects his strike even at that range, demonstrating the skills of a blue knight. The fight's going to be tough, and Zeke knows it. He bounces around and attacks from every direction, only to get deflected by his teacher's quick reaction time. The rest of the cadets are stumped to see the knight's brilliant ability to withstand Zeke's attacks for 30 minutes straight. Interestingly, Andre finds his blade quivering and his body slowly getting exhausted. He can't fathom how the boy is inexhaustibly performing without getting tired. Despite suppressing his powers greatly, the fight is starting to become difficult for him. This only goes to show just how brilliant the average pure-blood awakener of the Draker family is, to the point it is considered unfair to compare them. As for Zeke, he's capitalizing on Andre's shitty stamina against him. As for his aura, a typical Draker's aura cultivation is known for its uniqueness. It should be activated during training and all kinds of daily tasks, even sleeping. It should be indistinguishable from the basic need of breathing. So in this case, since Andre is so used to maintaining his aura, he's uncomfortable and unnaturally weak when suppressing it. That is the one factor helping Zeke get an edge against his instructor. Andre deflects the cadet's blade one more time, but Zeke hasn't given up. He doesn't want to lose like this. His ego demands that his opponent be forced into using aura. Zeke changes his strategy from creating openings to going for a different approach, an approach that will require Andre to use his aura no matter what. In other words, an extreme situation. He flips back to the ground, but only this time he darts ahead with incredible speed. It's the activation of the swift step skill. Andre finds himself overwhelmed by the cadet's lightning-fast movements. Attacking from his blind spot, Zeke activates Critical Strike as if to put everything in this one attack, while Andre is still left questioning how a cadet can deploy such an advanced skill. The second he turns to face Zeke, he puts the faintest amount of aura in his feet, allowing him to evade the attack in quick succession. Without waiting for another second, Andre activates Sky Slice and sends the cadet flying. It was a really powerful attack, so much so that it chips Zeke's sword and injures him enough for his healing factor to jump in. Despite his broken healing factor, he collapses in the arena, while Andre sheaths his sword and turns away frustrated. He officially announces that Zeke is exempt from the class and asks if there's anyone else like him who is willing to give him a try. Since they're all scared shitless from what happened to Zeke, they don't even dare to raise a voice against his fury. From then on, the class resumes for everyone except for our boy, who's chilling in the hospital bed and glazing at his performance against Andre just now. His original plan to cut his uniform was wasted, but instead, he made Andre use his aura, forcing him to acknowledge the kid's abilities. It's a good outcome as his teacher was humbled in the fight. That said, the final attack that Andre used was actually the most basic move of the dragon-slaying arts. The Sky Slice may be a basic technique, but it was massively amplified with the power of a Blue Knight, resulting in a monstrous output. Still, Zeke is glad that he was able to stand his own against a Blue Knight, and he's confident he's at that level thanks to his infinite stamina and healing. But those two things alone won't be enough for a life filled with freedom. He demands true freedom that could only come from overwhelming strength. The kind of power that would make him immune from the strength of his superiors. As he's busy in thought, a drunkard comes around to check on the boy, realizing that this is the youngest son of the Draker family. Our boy is startled seeing the dipshit's face because a drunkard is the last thing you'd expect in a medical ward. Not only was he unable to sense this guy's presence, he also mouthed pretty bad things about the patriarch of the Draker family. Zeke tries to inquire about his identity, but this drunkard is busy injecting himself with more booze. The man is really curious to ask the boy about his shocking regenerative abilities. After all, he just survived a serious internal wound in his body. The system assesses the situation and activates mental defense for him. Zeke refuses to budge because he knows for a fact that nobody is aware of his healing skill at the academy. He feigns ignorance, prompting the man to take serious measures as he attempts to attack the boy. Zeke dodges his palm strike, which is sharp enough to slice the bed. This makes him wonder if this guy is some sort of assassin. Zeke uses the bedsheet to blind the lunatic and senses extreme danger, so much so that he activates every last one of his skills for an all-out offense. Despite being blinded and unaware, the man easily catches the boy's blade and praises the boy's ability to adapt quickly. Zeke rushes backward anxiously and wonders what he means by mercenary. He assumes the mysterious guy might know something about his past. Seeing a Draker like Zeke throw away his sword and prioritize his life, the man believes he's better suited to become a mercenary instead of a knight. Our boy finally understands his words, and the feeling he gets from the mysterious guy makes his doubts certain. The power gap between them is so huge that the guy can easily kill Zeke if he's here for that. The protagonist assumes he's probably the same level as a red knight. The man points to his heavy claymore and believes he just picked it up from the basic supply. He wonders why Zeke, with such insane talents, is wasting his potential wielding a weapon like that. The protagonist becomes certain the man might be even stronger, but out of nowhere, Andre appears looking for the mysterious guy. He shocks Zeke and calls out the garden keeper, Dexter. Zeke finds it hard to believe, while Dexter questions how Andre managed to find him out. The knight remembers seeing Dexter at the training room earlier. He orders Zeke to get lost if his injuries are healed already, so our boy awkwardly tries to leave, but Dexter stops him and offers the kid to come to the academy's western greenhouse if he wants to learn something useful. Everyone goes silent for a second, but then Zeke arrogantly declines and leaves the room. Dexter becomes annoyed and feels nostalgic, as Zeke's father had the same arrogant attitude. Since Zeke's not a gullible kid anymore, he quickly catches up and believes if the gardener has the balls to mention Arthur, the patriarch's name, so casually, then he's definitely the person who only took Andre as a student in his entire life. Duke Draker, the Gale Knight. He's also one of the knights capable of using martial force. The crazy man went against a whole kingdom all by himself. The guy suddenly disappeared out of nowhere after becoming the talk of the town, so Zeke was not expecting him to be living a peaceful life at the academy like this. He guesses maybe Andre also came here because of Dexter. He wonders if Dexter got the Duke title because of his overwhelming tenacity or something like that. He recalls hearing a rumor that the crazy man even became a Black Knight just because he's obsessed with the color black. He finds it hard to believe, and even though he's sure the Duke is interested in him right now, Zeke doesn't care about it because he's not after just some light lessons. He's so greedy for power that he wants to at least learn the man's secret move if he's going to become Dexter's disciple. Zeke smiles and decides to change his interest and greed into tenacity. At the Magic Academy, Professor Phantom awkwardly continues teaching the class and asks if anyone has a question. The whole class ends up sleeping out of boredom, which is a bit demotivating for the professor. So, he continues his lecture, but the protagonist raises his hand and questions about the mana energy transfer law the professor just mentioned. Phantom becomes excited and starts acting differently since it's the first time getting a question. He takes his time and explains everything to Zeke. After the class finally ends, the students wonder why they're being taught about magic theory, but the others just call it nap time. Zeke has a completely different opinion about the class because he was able to understand everything with ease. He believes the professor is definitely a capable man. Phantom stops him and expresses his feelings. He's glad he was able to actually explain something to a passionate student after ages, so he offers the protagonist to come and ask about anything without hesitation if he's curious or doesn't understand a concept. He awkwardly shares he's still an alumnus at the Delphoa Magic University, so he has access to a lot of information. This surprises Zeke, as he wasn't expecting the professor to be involved with the Magic University of Delphoa, the nation that gave birth to magic. He takes Phantom's offer, as there's no harm in getting close to a capable mage. He believes mages who have a good grasp on math are usually great thinkers, so it's better to have one as a colleague instead of a stuffy knight. He hopes the professor ends up being useful in the future. As soon as Zeke exits the academy, he spots Dexter and realizes the guy is already running out of patience just after a week. Dexter asks if it's finally over, and before the protagonist says something, he cuts off the kid and starts questioning why he didn't pull up to the greenhouse. Dexter was hoping he would get the hint when the guy mentioned he was ready to teach something useful, but Zeke repeats his words and lets the guy know he's not interested. Dexter becomes annoyed and starts acting like a kid, but Zeke explains he's sure Dexter is no ordinary person. But he's busy with individual training, so it'll be hard. Dexter understands his reasoning, but all of a sudden he takes back his words, and in an instant, he moves behind Zeke. The protagonist gets no time to react and easily gets knocked out by the Gale Knight. After a while, he finally gains consciousness and still finds it hard to believe that he got knocked out so casually. He guesses Dexter was totally fed up after waiting for a whole week. Zeke observes he's already at the western greenhouse. Dexter asks if he finally woke up. Zeke points out this is clear abduction, but the careless man agrees with him and arrogantly reveals he's interested in our boy. Since he's not even trying to hide it anymore, Zeke assumes he has no patience, but he remains persistent and tries escaping using his swift steps because he believes this isn't the right time. But Dexter appears in front of him, surprising the kid. Zeke tries running away once more but miserably fails because Dexter's able to catch up. Zeke doesn't want to be treated so lightly, so he decides to tease the guy and asks why he looks so interesting to Dexter. The man reminds him about his insane healing capabilities. Zeke smiles and finally understands the cause. He challenges the man to force an answer out of him, so Dexter suddenly disappears. Zeke questions what he's up to, and all of a sudden, a sword almost hits him from behind. But he manages to catch it and wonders what Dexter's hoping to achieve. Zeke takes a fighting stance and questions Dexter's actions, so the mysterious man appears and reminds Zeke that he was challenging the guy first. But that seems boring, so they should make a bet. Dexter challenges him to graze even a single piece of his clothing if he wants his wish granted. But with a terrifying expression, the man demands to know everything Zeke is hiding if he ends up losing the challenge. After 3 whole hours of continuous fighting, Dexter begins to question the kid's tenacity. The guy learns Zeke doesn't just have insane stamina and endurance. He's also capable of limitlessly healing and recovering, making him unstoppable. The protagonist crawls back up, and without wasting a second, he activates his healing skills and infinite stamina, which allows him to keep going all day long. But he admits even such skills won't help him achieve victory, so he recalls his Might of the Dragon skill, which seemed a bit too dangerous, so he never used it. Zeke believes it'll be fine using such a skill against a Black Knight. His gaze instantly changes as he becomes ready to attack once more and continue the fight. Dexter looks at his cold eyes and becomes excited, as this is how a fight should go. Our boy starts emitting a purple aura and activates his swift steps to rush forward so he can land an attack. But Dexter is able to see through his old attacks. He admits the kid is faster than before, but remembers he is nothing compared to some of the people he fought in his past. However, he sees the insane spite in the protagonist's eyes, which surpasses any kind of tenacity. The guy falls in love with it and decides to use a bit of his aura. But all of a sudden, our boy activates the might of the dragon and catches him off guard. Dexter manages to break his sword and push him back, but he becomes confused and questions what happened. He uses the dust around him to keep himself hidden, and wonders if Zeke used a technique to somehow block his vision. He doubts our boy can find him with such a thick screen of dust, but with the use of dragon eyes, the protagonist is able to locate his presence and tries attacking from behind. He manages to finally land an attack, but the Black Knight instantly disappears, shocking the protagonist. He believes it's that Duke's secret technique that allows him to move instantly, causing a gust. He finally understands why Dexter is known as the Gale Knight. But while he's contemplating, the man appears behind him, and without much effort, he moves in and calls it a draw before completely wrecking the protagonist and ending the fight. The system shows the built-up fatigue has surpassed the usual limits because of his excessive use of skills, so his consciousness is going to be forcefully shut down for his own safety. Zeke begins losing his vision. He tries getting up but fails to do anything at all. After a few hours, he regains consciousness and finds himself in his own room. Our boy assumes the Duke probably brought him here. He regrets losing but believes this much is expected of the Black Knight. Despite throwing whatever he had, he still lost. Zeke remembers using the same old attack pattern again and again in hopes of throwing his guard down, and then, as soon as he got an opportunity, he instantly changed, using the might of the dragon and his dragon eyes to finally land an attack. But all of his efforts were still not enough. He's sure the skill Dexter used at the end was his secret move. Zeke regrets getting knocked out just because he abused the draconian skills, but he's glad he got to see the man's secret move at least. The absurd speed Dexter used with his incredibly trained body, it is the same move that allowed Andre to achieve such a high rank despite having weak stamina. Zeke regrets losing the opportunity as he wanted to learn it badly, but he still feels somewhat satisfied. He is sure the skill Might of the Dragon, which was able to force even a Black Knight to hesitate, is surely going to wreck any small fries if they're ever exposed to it. Zeke receives a message from the system. He checks everything and learns his swift steps leveled up. His soul was able to develop, and along with that, his system functions are also available now, so he can unlock them anytime using his karma points. He becomes surprised and sees options to unlock a minimap, an inventory, and a quest book with enough karma points. Seeing a bunch of things pop up, Zeke takes his time and understands what he's looking at. He buys the inventory first, so the system helps him understand he can store items in it and pull them out just by thinking about the name or shape. It explains everything, so the protagonist selects his sword as an item to store. Since he can activate it just by a thought, he enchants it, saving it with the sword in his hand. The claymore suddenly vanishes and appears inside the inventory window. He understands the system instructions now and tries thinking about his sword to pull it out. The claymore instantly appears in his hands, exceeding his expectations, as he thought it was just a subspace for storage. He recalls trying to find a good place to store the artifact he had in his past life. He learns he can easily increase the storage as well just by using karma points, and the whole function is just a low-rank administrator skill. The protagonist is surprised and wonders what he's going to unlock once he reaches the high-rank administrator function. He understands karma points are extremely precious, so it's going to be dumb using them without properly thinking. He decides to make a few changes in his plans, but as he's trying to think, Dexter appears and asks for permission to come inside. Zeke gets a bit surprised but lets him in. The butler shares there is a message for our boy. The man said Zeke will understand if he shares it as from the garden keeper Dexter. Our boy smiles and realizes his efforts were not a total waste as he reads the invitation. Dexter assures him to come whenever he's ready to challenge again. He remembers the man called it a draw before wrecking him for this reason. He gets excited since he still has the awesome opportunity. The butler shares another thing, that he managed to locate the blacksmith our boy mentioned. Zeke asks about the appointment, but the butler awkwardly shares it didn't go as planned because the blacksmith refused any appointments. Zeke gets shocked but learns the guy stopped forging weapons now. The next day, Zeke reaches the blacksmith's shop he used to visit in his past life. He finds the name a bit funny and enters the shop. He asks if anyone's inside. In his past life, the protagonist recalls wielding a sword known as the Radiance of Graham. It was a real masterpiece forged by Galleon, who called it a payment in exchange for saving his life. He believes Galleon deserves the grand title Blacksmith of the Soul, because rumors have it that he's able to read the souls of his clients before forging a weapon for them. Zeke remembers that the blacksmith didn't disappoint him in his past life, and forged a weapon with an ability he needed the most. The sword was capable of replacing ether with aura. Galleon used to be the greatest blacksmith on the entire continent, but Zeke feels disappointed finding him in such a drunken state. Galleon notices the kid and orders him to get lost, saying it's not a shop for teens. Zeke is aware the guy had a horrible attitude, but he wasn't expecting this kind of moody temperament. He wonders what happened before Galleon met our boy in his past life. Without hesitation, Zeke throws a bucket of water on the drunk guy. Zeke arrogantly smiles and asks if he finally woke up. He demands an answer for the rejection earlier. Galleon comes back to his senses and recognizes Zeke Draker. He instantly bows down and apologizes for his disrespect. He begins trembling in fear and continues to repeat his apology, but believes a crappy blacksmith like him doubts he's capable of making anything good for others when he can't even make what he himself wants. So he has stopped taking commissions for a while. Zeke is a bit surprised to see even a famous blacksmith like him had a shitty phase. He suddenly recalls the guy was already an incredible blacksmith back when he met Galleon. He never mentioned anything about his life, probably because he felt too embarrassed to share his failures. But Zeke doesn't have time to wait around. Galleon starts going crazy because of his existential crisis, but Zeke snaps him out of it. The insecure guy apologizes for his disrespectful behavior, but Zeke assures him it's nothing and demands to see the weapons he failed to properly forge. While the blacksmith guides him to the back, the protagonist realizes he has no other choice but to help the depressed guy find the right path. As they reach the backyard, Galleon apologizes for the mess, but Zeke assures him not to worry, as it looks cool. Galleon thanks him, so Zeke begins looking around. While he observes the swords, Galleon warns him to be careful because they're all still sharp. Our boy continues checking around and finds out they're not failures at all, but have the same quality as what he used to forge when he was called the best in the entire continent. Zeke's dragon eyes help him see through everything. He notices something and asks the guy if he has any issues with his brazier. Galleon is surprised he knew, but Zeke orders him to just answer. He even points out that the guy goes through smelting using his own methods. He's able to see Galleon mixes multiple kinds of metals to create a lighter but stronger material. But Zeke easily breaks one of his failed swords and calls the durability pathetic. He explains that in such cases, the real issue is that many impurities haven't been properly removed while forging the sword. Galleon feels shocked to see Zeke didn't just see through his whole forging method instantly. He even called out all the major issues and causes with no effort. Galleon gets an idea and calls Zeke. He's sure it might come out as weird, but he wants to make a request. Inside the shop, Zeke asks what he's up to. The blacksmith shows him a blueprint and reveals all the secrets without hesitation. Zeke remembers it's the same blueprint the guy revealed in his past life, known as the blueprint of the magic brazier. Galleon didn't want to hide his secrets from someone who saved his life, so he revealed the blueprint. He does the same this time. Zeke believes the smelting method will become flawless with this. Galleon expected our boy to recognize it, but Zeke wonders why he's not working on it even though he has the blueprint. Galleon explains he's still missing the most important part, but the Magic Tower's commission fee is 10,000 gold coins. Even a normal family only spends 10 golds monthly. It's 10 times more than that. Our boy finally understands why it took him a good 10 years to become successful. He admits the price is totally insane. Galleon knows this is going to sound pretty absurd, but since the protagonist is a Draker and a pure-blooded awakener, he hopes Zeke can help him get his hands on the brazier. In return, he's willing to do any and all commissions for free as long as he is alive. Zeke contemplates and finds the request almost impossible because he's not the family's guardian knight, so there's no way he can gather an absurd amount like that, even as a pure blood. He needs Graham, the Sword of Radiance, so he thinks of a solution. Zeke knows it's an issue regarding the mana energy laws, so all of a sudden, he gets an amazing idea and accepts the request. Zeke takes the blueprint, but Galleon still finds it hard to believe. So, our boy assures him he knows a mage who's willing to help, so he will let Graham know if something works. Before leaving, Zeke orders him to stop drinking, but the guy gets down on his knees and grabs our boy's leg. He bursts into tears and promises to serve the protagonist for his entire life if this works. He continues to show his gratitude while Zeke tries leaving the workshop. At the Draker Academy's professorial research building, Zeke finds it absurd and wonders why the Mage Tower scumbags have the fee so high, even though the task itself looks fairly easy. He remembers Phantom's major was related to this, so he tries recalling the guy's research lab. As he continues to look for it, he notices something happening in an alley. A kid gets his ass wrecked by a few bullies. He tries apologizing with tears in his eyes. The protagonist suddenly recalls the same thing used to happen in his past life. He grits his teeth in frustration and decides to check the alley. Leon calls the poor kid complete trash and continues beating him up. He lets out the frustration and anger he has for Zeke on the poor victim instead. Leon doesn't admit his defeat and calls it all bullshit while he stomps his victim's head onto the ground. Leon thinks his defeat couldn't be helped because of the surprise attack, but he calls it pure luck and doesn't believe Zeke has the right to be called a pure-blooded awakener for it. As soon as Zeke appears and speaks up, Leon's expression instantly changes. The protagonist arrogantly smiles but suddenly becomes serious, and with terrifyingly cold eyes, he orders the bullies to get on their knees if they love their life. Leon calls him out for his arrogance and doubts he actually went through any real pureblood awakening, but the protagonist shuts him up and terrifyingly orders him to bow down, or else he's done. His words send chills down Leon's spine. He becomes scared and starts sweating anxiously, but the bully wonders why he's feeling such insane pressure, even though Zeke was completely insignificant just a few months ago. Leon grits his teeth in anger and frustratingly calls him an inferior guy. He orders his goons to rush and attack the protagonist at once, but Zeke remains unfazed despite seeing a punch coming. He warns them once more and easily dodges the punch. Our boy wrecks the first guy, moves forward, and defeats another. Zeke grabs the kid flying at him and throws him back. With ease, he destroys the whole gang instantly. While watching the whole shit show, Leon sweats anxiously, and it's hard for him to believe this is the same Zeke he knew. The protagonist approaches him and arrogantly assures the wimpy guy not to worry, as it's going to hurt just for a second. Leon pulls out his sword in fear and orders the protagonist to stay away, or else he's going to get injured. Zeke reminds him what it means to pull out a weapon in the training area. The wimp sweats anxiously and becomes speechless, just to save himself from the murderous intent of Leon, who pulled out his sword outside the holy training ground. Zeke announces that he's going to fight back in the name of honor. He pulls out his sword as well and makes it clear that their battle will only end once one of them finally dies. Whoever drew his sword first takes the responsibility for whatever's going to happen, and the opponent is not going to be at fault despite the outcome. Zeke turns Liam, the beat-up goon, into their witness and then starts the fight, but the wimpy bully stops him and apologizes. Leon pisses his pants as well and begs the protagonist to let him go this once. Our boy recalls what happened in his past life, so he calls Leon a trashy scumbag and, in a flash, cuts the bully's ear as payment for what he did. Leon starts screaming in pain, but the merciless protagonist warns him to never attach it back, or else he's going to get his head chopped off the next time they encounter each other. The victim calls Zeke and asks why he went out of his way to save the guy. Our boy brushes it off since he wasn't helping anyone. He was just helping himself. While leaving, he wonders if Galleon made him change, as he almost said something embarrassing. He finally finds the professor and asks if it's doable. Phantom gives him a straightforward answer and reveals it's possible. Zeke leaves it up to him, but the guy stops our boy and requests him to properly listen to what he has to say. Phantom explains the overall composition is not hard, but the real issue is its core that's required for power output. The core is said to be the heart of the machine, but since this circuit has a lot of weird restrictions, it might look small but needs a lot of energy. They also have to manipulate the output on time. Zeke understands everything and asks if there's a way to make it. The professor explains they have two options. He can maybe make a few changes in the design because of the core's condition, but he disappointingly mentions such a task is going to take a whole decade or maybe 15 years. Zeke is shocked by this, but the professor repeats it's going to take an insane amount of time. He continues and explains the second method will help them completely avoid redoing the core's design by just using a different material. He admits this method will help them save so much time, but the material they need for it is a high-compression mana stone. Zeke finds it absurd and gets up as soon as he hears about it. He remembers it's an insanely rare ancient artifact that no one can replicate even with modern technology. Phantom calls him correct and reminds him finding such materials in a ruin is even harder. To get their hands on a stone that will work with their original design, it's going to cost them 3,000 gold. Zeke becomes speechless at first. His frustration is expected, as he might get kicked out if someone catches on and learns he's not an aura user. 15 years is just too long, but he scratches his head and admits he can't manage 3,000 gold coins either. It's hard for him to admit defeat and just forget about the blacksmith. Almost everyone believes he's capable of using aura because of the event during the blessing rite, but the truth is, it was just a fake reaction he was able to show using his ether and healing abilities. He still can't change the fact that he's not capable of using aura. Ether is a power normal humans can't control. Besides the skill Spirit of the Soul, he can't use any sword skills that involve aura, but even with that skill, the only thing he can manage is reinforcing the sword and swinging it around. Compared to Ether, aura is a lot easier to use, so he has to somehow get his hands on Gram, the Sword of Radiance. Zeke remains frustrated and keeps thinking about the Mana Stone to somehow find a solution. Phantom expresses his astonishment and believes whoever came up with the blueprints is probably incredible. He calls it an efficient design and believes even among the Golden Age relics, it's rare for someone to create this. Zeke listens to his words and suddenly gets an idea. He gets up and orders the professor to handle the design until he comes back. The confused professor asks if Zeke wants him to redo the design and spend 15 years of his life, but Zeke clarifies he's going to bring one. He confidently shares he knows how to get his hands on a high-compression mana stone. The Golden Age, the Liberation War began so humanity could finally escape the rule of dragons. It ended once the evil dragon Bahamut died by the hands of Terrakin Draker. Humanity finally got peace for a whole century, but during that time, the ancient relics discovered inside the dragon's lair became the remnants of the Age of the Hero King, the prime age of magic. All of these relics surpassed whatever humans could create. Among them was the high-compression mana stone. It had enough energy to sustain a whole village's mana needs easily, a relic from the hero's era. Our boy reaches the Draker Academy Central Library. Even though no one uses it anymore, the Central Library is still being maintained because everyone believes the hero Terrakin Draker established it himself. Decades ago, when the record rooms were being expanded, multiple relics from the Golden Age were discovered. The Magic Tower and the Archmage of Nirvana didn't waste any time getting involved. During those months, many relics from the hero's era were found, and rumors about them spread through the whole continent instantly. Zeke remembers that's what happened in his past life. He enters the library and believes the relics still haven't been discovered by anyone. He can try all day but doubts he'll find them so easily, so he uses his dragon eyes and roams through the whole library. He finally notices a weird tile, so he taps it to confirm if something's behind it or not. He enables the soul of the spirit and remembers it's the only use for ether his master taught him. Ether is capable of materializing, so the user can apply any kind of properties like cut to use it in different situations. It still has a lot of cons and drawbacks. Ether can't be used unless the user expends a large amount of it to do anything at all. He starts feeling fatigued right after using the technique, but without wasting any time, he enters through the tile. Inside a cave, he lights a fire and remembers the news in his past life never mentioned it was this deep. He suddenly hears something, even though he remembers the ruins were discovered at least a decade later. He wonders if someone already uncovered it, but he takes a peek and notices skeletons with shovels and pickaxes in their hands. He uses his dragon eye to confirm they're not made by a lich, so he decides to enable critical strike and instantly moves forward to destroy them. He receives 2 karma points for defeating them. Zeke smiles and guesses he completely forgot about karma points because he was too focused on getting his hands on the artifact. He suddenly makes a wicked face and believes it is the perfect opportunity to farm karma points. He continues moving forward and wrecks 20 more skeletons for karma points. The system shows all the options he has, so he decides to look through whatever he can buy. After seeing the karma point requirements, he learns that besides a mini-map, nothing's affordable right now, so he quickly buys it. The system shows him his exact location. He finds it similar to a magic map. Something catches his attention, so he wonders what it is. The mini-map becomes 3D instantly. Zeke is amazed by it, but finds out only a single room has a different color. The system shows it's a storage room, so if he says yes, it'll provide directions for it. Zeke is shocked as he remembers the search party took multiple days to find the storage room, but he was able to discover it without any effort. The system gives him the best route for it, which is hard for Zeke to believe, as there's no way he will get lost with such a useful skill. He finally reaches his destination but finds a huge door in front of him. He wonders what he's supposed to do now since the door is not going to open up with just a simple push. He tries it anyway, but a weird magic repels his hand. He guesses this is why the Archmage of Nirvana and the Magic Tower were involved. He looks at his burning glove and believes he would have lost a hand back there. He doubts he can open it, so he asks the system. It replies and connects with the security device because of his request. The system tries but fails, so it activates the manual device instead. Zeke gets shocked and asks to confirm if it really just replied back. The system answers positively, which leaves him stunned. He decides to use it and demands an answer for why he got regressed. The system has nothing to say, so he questions the administrator system. The system has no answer again, so he throws another question and asks who developed the system. He gets no answer once more, so he becomes frustrated and gives up. Zeke orders it to just open the door, so the system confirms his request and opens the door of the Dragonslayer's storage room. Zeke feels astonished as soon as he lays eyes on the chests inside the room. Just like what happened in his past life, all the chests are filled with valuable relics and treasures. Obtaining any of them in ruins is nothing more than a miracle. He goes through all the chests and finally finds the compression mana stones. He finds 4, so he uses a karma point to expand his inventory and keep one. He doesn't have enough storage, so Zeke decides to someday return once he can take everything with him. He thinks it's enough, but as soon as he's about to leave, our protagonist gets a weird, ominous feeling. So he looks back and, out of nowhere, multiple magic circles appear around him and teleport him somewhere else. The magic circle that suddenly surrounded Zeke Draker's body made him falter. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that his surroundings had changed. So he hurriedly asked the system where he was. It promptly replied that he was currently in the home of the Dragonslayer. In his past life, he had never heard of such a room filled with coffins in the newsletter. Opening the minimap, he discovered that he was not far from the previous room he was in. But no matter how he looks at it, there isn't any path connecting to the home of the Dragonslayer. If that's the case, there's a strong possibility that this is a hidden area that's never been discovered or documented before. Deciding to make the most of the bizarre situation, he ran to one of the coffins and opened its concrete lid. Lying inside was a medieval armor laid to rest. According to the system, it's a Dragonslayer exclusive equipment. Zeke grabbed the armor and noticed the wear and tear all over its surface. Upon closer inspection, he determined that this Dragonslayer equipment is different from armors hailing from the Golden Age. On its back, he found some sort of circular hole. Connecting the dots, he reckoned that this hole must be connected to the loot he just retrieved a minute ago. Zeke accessed his storage and summoned one of the high-compression mana stones. He can't afford to let such an interesting opportunity pass by. As soon as he inserted the ancient relic, the system notified him of the successful installation of the mana battery in the Dragonslayer equipment. The entire armor set lit up as it activates. Seeing this, Zeke smiled in anticipation. This discovery could be huge. A second later, the armor started tweaking out like a crackhead. His optimistic anticipation quickly turned to frightened surprise. The whole armor set exploded, filling the room with smoke. According to the system, an overload caused an equipment failure, stopping the activation. It even warned him of the imminent explosion, but the warning was a tad bit too slow. The system apologized for the late notice. Thankfully, it didn't cause much harm. At least he had confirmed that the high-compression mana stones were the energy source for these ancient armors. He could not help but wonder just what sort of features this armor had to require such a large-capacity energy source. Zeke made a mental note to ask Professor Fannin about the matter as soon as he got out. For now, he decided to roam around the strange room to keep searching. Aside from the room filled with strange coffins, the other rooms were empty. Eventually, he reached the last room. Like the ones that he searched for beforehand, it was a huge and empty space. That was until he saw a glass cube situated in the middle of the room. A system prompt appeared before his eyes, and his eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. He started sweating. All he can think of is how batshit crazy Tarakan Draker really was. The cube in the last room was none other than the Founder's legacy. It is the heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut. Who would have thought that his ancestor would leave the heart of the dragon he had slain as a dying gift to his descendants? This certainly explains the ominous feeling Zeke felt when he entered the storage room. But compared to the dark presence from before, the heart of Bahamut is emitting something different. As soon as the system informed him that the heart of the cursed light dragon was reacting to his presence, Zeke felt the dark presence surround him. He heard a voice inside his head, a voice filled with vitriol telling him that he had no other choice. A voice screaming that he should kill them all. Before his mind was totally consumed by the dark presence, his indomitable mental defense kicked in. Snapping out of the brief trance, he felt a sharp pain in his head. For a brief moment, something overtook his mind. Its presence still lingered in his body, turning one of his eyes pitch black. Feeling the gravity of the situation, he felt fearful of the cube housing the dragon's heart. Still reeling from almost getting possessed, the system gave him an urgent quest called Tarakan Draker's Test. He must defeat the strong curse ingrained in Bahamut's heart. The dark presence flared up once more, and when his indomitable mental defense tried to cleanse the effects, the reliable class skills activation failed for the first time. With that, the overpowering murderous thoughts consumed his brain. The voice telling him to kill them all became louder and more powerful than ever. Both of his eyes turned black as the voice demanded to be accepted. If he does accept, it promises that he will be free. Through sheer willpower, Zeke regained a semblance of control and smashed his head against the glass cube as hard as he could. The pain allowed him to clear his mind. He smiled as blood dripped all over his face. Zeke is not a fan of that annoying and murderous mumbling at all. This dumbass voice swore to give him freedom, but he firmly believes that freedom is not given. Freedom is won. The glass cube shattered into a million pieces as he successfully overcomes the Light Dragon's curse, completing the urgent quest. As a reward, he has been granted ownership over Tarakan Draker's dying gift. The mental fatigue quickly caught up with him. If he didn't have the willpower after his skill failed, the situation could have been a lot worse. His body sensed the damage and triggered his healing factor and infinite stamina to recover. With that, the absorption process for the heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut, has started. He looked up to see the heart shining with vigorous light as it floated over to his chest. A domineering power filled his flesh and bones, causing unimaginable agony. As far as he can tell, a pure and dense source of mana he had never encountered before is starting to flow into every cell in his body. This is bad news for someone like him who doesn't have a single circle to properly accept such an intense torrent of mana. Without a place to be stored, All that mana is overwhelming and destroying his body in the most unbearable manner. Zeke knows he has to do something, anything, or this process could be his end. With a skillful sleight of hand, he summoned the purple ether. Using the spirit of the soul, he created a mini black hole to seal the unimaginable quantity of mana. With an extremely limited array of skills in his arsenal, he reckoned that using ether was his only hope. Zeke gritted his teeth as he poured all of his concentration to maintain the ether hole seal in his hands. This eventually caused a massive explosion of magic. With him as the epicenter, the entire room was filled with thundering smoke. The explosion opened a massive crater. Fortunately, Zeke is still in one piece. All the nerve endings in his body are screaming with torturous pain. As soon as the pain started subsiding, he sighed in relief. It was tough, but he managed to make it out alive. His uniform was torn up, and on his chest appeared the mark of Bahamut. The heart inside the shattered glass cube had vanished. Bahamut's mana was no joke. It's a miracle that he survived, thanks to his quick thinking. From the shattered remains of the cube, he saw the reflection of the mark on his chest. It seems like the sealing of Bahamut's rampaging mana yielded some surprising results. Finally, the system notified him of the successful absorption of the cursed light dragon's heart. The absorbed mana has drastically changed his body. His constitution has been changed from ordinary to divine. Upon detection of a power that he can't control as of yet, the system compressed and sealed 95% of its force. As the inheritor of the ancestors' legacy, he has obtained the right to open Terrakin Draker's secure library. The beginner quest book has been unlocked, along with the tutorial for the low-level administrator. Zeke scratched his head. A divine body, Terrakin's library, some sort of tutorial. He has no clue what the hell all these things are. Still confused, he dismissed all the prompts except for one. It looks like the first Dragonslayer was feeling generous in his deathbed all those centuries ago. A prompt asking him if he would like to open Terrakin Draker's other dying gift appeared before his eyes. Just when he thought he couldn't be more surprised, Zeke finally laid his eyes upon Terrakin's second gift. Upon finishing his brush with death in that forsaken room, Zeke made his way back to the Platinum Mansion. He stored the treasures he looted in a secure spot while his eyes were fixated on the system prompt in front of him. His title has changed to the one who received the blessing of the ancient dragon, the inheritor of Terrakin Draker. He gained the authority of dragon control and the divine body constitution. Among the new additions in his arsenal, he was most curious about the draconian skill called incantation. This locked skill will fill his words with power. He gained a lot after that close call with the afterlife, but he's still too weak to fully utilize some of the rewards. Draconic control gives him control over Dragonkin. Dragons under his control can be summoned and will follow his orders unconditionally. As for the divine body, it will allow him to perform at the highest level. His rate of learning for combat and the transfer rate of ether within his body have increased. The descriptions aren't really helping him grasp the whole picture, so maybe some practical tests would. Aside from the ancestor's second dying gift, there's another window related to Terrakin. While he has been granted access to Terrakin Draker's secure library, an information update is still needed. As helpful as ever, the system offered to mark the location where he could obtain the update on his minimap. Zeke is not happy with the extra work, but it can't be helped. Much to his surprise, he recognized the location marked on his minimap. From the appearance of the layout, it looked like Valhalla. You see, Valhalla is the most prestigious knight training institution out there. Individuals other than administrators are unable to view, let alone enter, that area. As he is right now, even Zeke would have trouble entering such a place. To make matters worse, he wasn't even planning on joining the institution in this life. But if something related to Terrakin's dying gift can be found there, it might be worth adjusting his plans. It seems like fate is pushing him to keep being a part of this damned family. The next thing he parsed through is the beginner quest book. The tutorial for low-level administrators will soon start. Upon completion, he will be given a quest to boost his growth. With quests come rewards. Zeke likened this quest system to the missions from an adventurer's guild or mercenary assignments. Curious, he asked the system what the tutorial entailed. Without giving him any time to respond, the start of the quest was automatically triggered. His surroundings started to shift. It was as if reality itself was changing before his eyes. A few seconds later, he found himself in what appeared to be a separate dimension. Grid lines appeared below his feet, and endless darkness surrounded him. The young man remained calm. He looked around to get an idea of where he was. It seems like he has been teleported like before. Being transported against his will twice in a day is crazy. But it feels a little different this time. Instead of a physical plane, it feels like the entire area has shifted. It's like he was rendered in a completely different dimension. Without warning, he felt a hostile presence charging from behind. Turning around, he saw orcs lunging at him with their spiked clubs. Finally, the system explained that for the tutorial quest, he must defeat the monsters within 60 minutes using 2 or more different skills. Upon completion, he will be rewarded with points and system store unlock. While still in thought, his battle senses kicked in, and a sword materialized in his hand. It seems like this tutorial is creating situations where he can take advantage of the system. It would have been nice if he had this feature before. As 3 orcs swung at him from 3 different angles, Zeke vanished in an instant. The attacks caused the entire tutorial area to ripple. With quick succession, he activated swift steps and continuous slash to evade and counter appropriately. These types of monsters are no longer a threat to him. He can simply dice their body up without exerting much effort. He noticed that the claymore he'd been using felt light as a feather. This boost in raw strength must be one of the effects of having a divine body constitution. He reckoned that with a stronger physical form, he should be able to easily defeat a purple knight now. After one-shotting the tutorial orcs, he returned to where he was before as the separate dimension dissipated. He wondered if that was just an illusion, even though it felt incredibly real. Aside from the completion of the tutorial, he gained a critical bonus and a time bonus. All in all, his quest reward amounted to an easy 40-point gain and access to the shop category. He was extremely pleased to find out that he can now buy items through the system. Zeke hurriedly opened the shop tab and saw a bunch of amazing items for sale. Among the wares were the giant's flesh, the breath of a flame giant, and many more. Every item listed is a rare relic that costs a fortune to buy in the market. Maybe he can use this tab to make a killing by reselling the items. Aside from buying, he can also sell items in his possession within the inventory. His training claymore can't be sold, but the elven dagger is priced at 4 points. By the looks of it, the shop only accepts ancient relics. His elven dagger can be sold for an easy 100 gold pieces in an auction, yet it's only worth 4 points for the system. He decided to not sell anything unless he's really desperate for points. With that, he exited his personal training room to call it a day. A lot has happened within the past 24 hours, so it looks like he'll get a good night's sleep tonight. The very next day, Zeke headed for the Draker Academy's research center to meet Professor Fannin. The magic professor couldn't believe that this kid really managed to find a high-compression mana stone within a single day. When asked how he obtained the stone, Zeke refused to explain as it would be too complicated to do so. He hadn't even finished the tea in his cup, and Professor Fannin had already finished tweaking the power source. The magic nerd really is incredible at his job. Even if the professor tried to hide it, Zeke could sense that he was feeling suspicious. Every time a high-compression mana stone is found within the continent, they are registered in a variety of ancient texts. It's used to keep track and manage the ownership of such expensive mana stones. By checking the registration number, the current owner and the location where it was found can be determined. However, the mana stones in Zeke's possession are unregistered. No matter how hard you look, it won't be listed on the Central Continent's registration encyclopedia. Professor Fannin's valid skepticism instead of blind belief is valuable. His judgment and skill are the real deal. Zeke reckoned that such a talented person should not rot in a place where he won't be recognized. Finally, the professor tried activating the design, leading us back to Papnir's breath. Upon completing the design, they handed the apparatus to the blacksmith of the soul, Galleon Halbert. Zeke and Professor Fannin watched the master blacksmith at work. His workshop shined with various intricately constructed magic circles. The look of pure joy on Galleon's face now that he can finally realize his dream of making weapons up to his standards has come true is infectious. Zeke and Fannin are witnessing history in the making. After the successful demonstration, Professor Fannin bade them farewell to attend a lecture. Galleon is filled with gratitude for Zeke's help. He thought he would never get to see a completed magic brazier in his lifetime, but making a deal with the young man was the best thing he had ever done. Since Zeke lived up to his part of the agreement, it's time for Galleon to do the same for him. Of course, the blacksmith is eager to return the favor. Zeke pulled a material out of his bag and presented it to Galleon. One look and the blacksmith immediately knew what he was holding. Inside the lavish case was a dragon's fang. Among the many rewards of inheriting Tarakan's will is Bahamut's sharpest fang. The blacksmithing maniac salivated at the sight of such a big dragon's fang in pristine condition. Tarakan Draker's second dying gift really was the perfect reward. From the heart to the fangs, that ancestor of his must have really loved collecting priceless stuff. Suddenly, Galleon started trembling. Tears and snot flowed down his face, confusing Zeke. He made the magic brazier a reality, and now he's giving this humble craftsman a chance to forge a weapon made with dragon's fang. Galleon vowed to thank him by making a weapon that would exceed his every expectation. The blacksmith of the soul swore upon his name to create a blade worthy of Zeke, even if it cost his life. Those words were oddly familiar. It was the same vow he had sworn upon in the previous life. Even at Zeke's second chance in life, Galleon is still the same sincere idiot. That fact made Zeke a little emotional inside. Exiting Papnir's breath and leaving the crafting to the expert, Zeke looked forward to what blade Galleon would forge for him. With the best blacksmith in the continent cooking, he'll surely get something out of this world. After the trip at the forge, Zeke headed straight to his room in the Platinum Mansion. He went through a lot just to secure a weapon, and now he can finally chill. It had been a week since his duel with Duke when he received the note saying he should swing by again for round 2. Just as he was thinking that the unhinged gardener would inevitably do something sooner or later, he felt a familiar presence sneak into his room. Standing behind him was Duke Draker, and he looked pissed that Zeke did not take up his invitation. The eccentric knight looked at him with rage, asking for an explanation while emanating blatant bloodlust. By the looks of it, he really wants to kill Zeke right now. Deciding to play with the old knight's emotions, he insisted that he had no intentions of challenging him again. Duke Draker closed the distance between the two of them in a split second and demanded to hear the truth. Zeke struggled to free himself from Duke's grasp. Before he could make a move, the crazy bastard threw him out of the open window. Caught off guard, Zeke felt his body falling victim to gravity. His room is situated on the higher floors of the mansion, so falling was undoubtedly dangerous. At this height, he might just die before his passive heal could kick in. Panicking, he tried to grab onto the edge of the balcony. Before he could grab hold of the ledge, Duke's hand gripped him by the throat with excessive force. The old knight refuses to believe that the kid does not know what he really meant by that letter. Zeke kept on avoiding him on purpose. First in the treatment room, and this time too. It's almost as if he's deliberately irritating Duke. When he was done with his games, Duke gave him 5 seconds to spill the beans and tell the truth instead of horsing around. Zeke smiled and argued that Duke hadn't even revealed his true identity to him, still insisting that he was just a gardener. Yet here he is, demanding honesty. As soon as he saw the absence of fear in the young man's eyes despite the countdown, Gardenkeeper Dexter loosened his grip and smiled. The old knight threw him back inside the room like a rag doll bouncing on the floor. It wrecked the room, but Zeke's sturdy body didn't sustain any serious damage. Gardenkeeper Dexter admitted that Zeke had a point. He offered his hand to help the young man get back up and confessed that he was once a Black Knight of Draker. Zeke feigned surprise even though he already knew the man's identity from putting together the information he had been previously given. He started acting his ass off and wholeheartedly apologized for disrespecting an esteemed member of the family and an honorable Black Knight. Still skeptical, Duke asked if this was Zeke's plan all along. The young man continued to shamelessly play dumb. Taking advantage of this rare chance, Zeke asked why Lord Duke calls himself a former Black Knight. Refusing to elaborate, the old knight just asserted that he no longer carries the title. While it's common knowledge that one can rise through the ranks, Zeke didn't know that one could drop down too. Still refusing to play along with his incessant questions, Duke put his foot down and changed the topic. Zeke noticed the old knight's trembling hand and dropped his personal inquiries. Since Lord Duke was honest enough to reveal his real identity, Zeke decided to also share the truth. He got on his knees and confessed that he already knew of Duke's identity, and that he was deliberately trying to bother Duke to become an official apprentice. Surprisingly, the old knight smiled, seemingly amused by the young man's boldness. For that, the Gale Knight finally decided to accept him as an official apprentice. Zeke was shocked that securing a powerful teacher would be that easy. He thought he would have to go through more hoops. He reckoned that he better accept the offer before this fickle old man changes his mind. Resolutely bowing before Duke Draker, he formally stated his intention to become an apprentice to the Knight of Knights. He swore to bring honor upon his master's name, to follow his master's orders to gain wisdom and power. Duke was quite surprised that the kid knew of the apprentice's vow, which most of the new generation had forgotten. Zeke added that culture is a necessary virtue of a knight. However, he wanted to ask his new master one more thing. Duke is not comfortable being called a master, but he honored the kid's request. Zeke then asked what made Duke accept him as an apprentice when he was notorious for not accepting any students. Only Andre, the genius of the century, became this old man's apprentice after years of asking and pleading. Though Zeke has a general idea of why, he still wants to hear it through Duke's own words. He reckoned that the old knight must have seen a potential that surpassed that of Andre during their duel. Duke smiled and asked him to take a guess. Zeke candidly answered that he was accepted for being a genius of the family. Duke just laughed at his confidently wrong answer. If he was picking an apprentice based on raw potential, Duke would have chosen that girl from the Tarun family. But he picked Zeke purely based on his tenacity. Talent is not the only thing a person needs to reach the level of red or even black knights. In reality, talented individuals rarely face any serious issues in their lives. As a result, most of them easily fall in the face of adversity, snuffing out their talent and life in the process. After living through a whole lifetime of hard work and adversity, Zeke could not agree more. Most praised geniuses who were projected to reach the level of a red knight not only fail to reach the expectations put on them, but most of them get stuck at the level of blue knights. After answering, Duke stood up and put a stop to their chit-chat. Right now, he wants to take his new apprentice for his first lesson. The two made their way to the empty Western Greenhouse gymnasium. Zeke didn't even know that there was a gym underneath the greenhouse. Duke simply ordered him to run around the track, and he's been racking his brain to figure out what his new master has been planning ever since. 3 hours have elapsed since he started, and Duke just continues to observe him wordlessly. Finally, Duke yelled at him to stop and threw him a question. Zeke gladly stopped his jog and asked what his master wanted to know. Before he could react, Duke's hulking body had already appeared behind him. The old knight's hand aimed for Zeke's arm, and the young man instinctively reacted to parry the grab. His battle sense kicked in, and every fiber of his being made him retreat to a safe distance. Duke failed to grab hold of his hands and arm, but the brief moment of contact nearly ruined his special glove. The old knight asked his student if he had a problem with pulse checking. Zeke knew damn well that this sly old bat wasn't just planning to check his pulse. Duke knew something was off with this kid right from the very start. When they fought in the infirmary, when they dueled in the greenhouse, and even after running around the track for 500 laps, Duke did not sense a single drop of aura from the boy's body. He even reacted suspiciously as soon as Duke got close to his wrist. So, the former Black Knight outrightly asked Zeke if he was incapable of using aura. The question prodding at his biggest secret shook Zeke to the bone. Duke had done his research. He saw the bronze statue. He was also aware of the uproar over the never-before-seen golden light that Zeke triggered. If he was wrong in his assumption, then he demanded that Zeke let him examine his pulse. He looked his master in the eye and did not see malicious suspicion, just simple and raw curiosity. Despite the serious scandal that might erupt at the news of a Draker who can't use aura, it seems like Duke's curiosity comes first. Zeke is lucky that Duke is an eccentric bastard. He's still banking on getting his hands on his blade gram to avoid any suspicions about his aura. This is a wake-up call, and he must be more cautious until then. He steeled his resolve. There's no need for him spin lies. Unlike his past life, where he was the first failed awakener in his family, things are different now. Zeke carefully removed the special gloves, stripping the symbol of a pure-blood awakener. He demonstrated his mana reflection, proof that his pure-blooded nature is legitimate. But for unknown reasons, he just can't use aura. Zeke is hoping that sharing truths will cover up his other lies. Still, he apologized to Duke. If it's discovered that a Draker cannot use aura, he's afraid that he'll be chased out of the family. Bro can make himself cry on command and look like a scared little puppy. Give this man an award. Zeke then offered his pulse to be examined, and Duke went ahead and carefully spread his aura inside his apprentice's body. Seeing Zeke cry and look frightened, Duke reckoned that a child is still a child even if this child is holding malak unbefitting of his age. Just as he expected, not a single drop of aura can be detected in the boy's entire body, despite awakening successfully. Duke was stumped. He racked his brain for an answer that wouldn't come. Zeke already expected skepticism even after the pulse examination. That's how absolute the results of the blessing rite are for a Draker. Even if it's true that he cannot awaken to aura, Duke will undoubtedly find a reason to explain the phenomenon, to rationalize, and to deny the evidence in front of him. The old knight labeled him an irregular. Of course, that's his conclusion. People who are not aware of the concept of classes tend to think that way. Still, he played along and asked Duke what an irregular is. His master explained that it refers to people with anomalous abilities. For example, some people have the ability to use aura and mana together. There are also irrational abilities, such as peering into the future. As such, irregulars are not treated very well at all, so it would be better if they kept this secret between master and apprentice. As for his irregular ability, Duke posited that it's his insane stamina and recovery. However, light the damage, healing from an internal would take time. However, that immutable concept does not apply to Zeke. He recovered from serious damages almost instantly before. Duke reckoned that such a fast recovery must have consumed an unspeakable amount of energy. That energy is aura. The old knight hypothesized that because Zeke's aura is being constantly consumed in exchange for stamina and regeneration, there's barely any left to sense and use. Zeke was surprised that this old man churned out a plausible explanation. Keeping up the act, he innocently asked if he would never be able to use aura, afraid that he'd fail to meet his master's expectations. Duke just laughed at such a sentiment and told him not to worry. That's because his Gale Arts is a special and potent art that does not use aura at all. He elaborated that a special art is a special technique personally developed by a knight after reaching the peak. Normally, it's an application or specialization of dragon-slaying arts, thus requiring proper use of aura. But as Gale Arts place paramount importance in training the body, Duke wanted to give his students a demonstration, so he asked Zeke to watch closely. Suddenly, the floor he was standing on cracked under the force of a simple jump. Zeke tried his best to keep track of Duke's insane speed. In a span of a few seconds, the Gale Knight roamed around the arena, and with how fast he was going, even his afterimages were invisible to the naked eye. He then casually landed back at the spot where he started. He didn't even break a sweat. When asked if he saw the movements, Zeke asked if it would be okay if he tried it himself. Taken aback, Duke asked the kid if he didn't want to see it again. The eccentric old man laughed and praised Zeke's confidence reminiscent of a black knight and allowed the kid to give it a go. Zeke stepped up and assumed the position. He visualized and replayed the movement that his master had demonstrated just now. His first step left a crater right on top of the Black Knight's footprint. After seeing the technique demonstrated once, he perfectly recreated Duke's movement pattern by following the prints. Now that he's directly mimicking his master's movements and trajectory, he's starting to see things he couldn't before. It's clear that these steps were taken as if he was sparring against someone. Some patterns indicated attacking, dodging, closing distance, and creating distance. Each and every step has their specific purpose. With the final position filled, Zeke steadily decelerated. Duke could not believe his eyes. He knew that the kid was gifted a week ago, but he wasn't nearly this good. What the hell could have possibly happened in the span of a week for such a huge jump in potential? The difference is like heaven and earth. Duke had never seen anything like it. He had never encountered such a perfect prospect. But Zeke had to turn around and ruin it by acting arrogantly. If he could just keep that in check, he would be perfect. Duke playfully grabbed him in a headlock and teased him for crying his eyes out, then busting out a near-perfect replication of such a difficult technique. Time passed since Duke started training him. Today, Zeke can be seen in the academy dining hall. On his plate was a hodgepodge of meat, seafood, bread, and everything he could get his hands on. It's been a month since he became the Gale Knight's apprentice. With his continuous training, his appetite just keeps on increasing. Today, his lunch was interrupted by instructor Andre himself asking if he could spare some time to talk. Because he has a packed schedule, he asked Andre to just get on with what he wanted to talk about right here and right now. Andre had a simple question for him. He wanted to know how Zeke convinced Sir Dexter. Since Andre hasn't become Duke's official disciple yet at this point in time, the news that Zeke has been accepted as one likely made him a bit anxious. Continuing to stuff his face with food, Zeke answered that he didn't really do anything special, that Sir Dexter just picked him out on his own. Andre was obviously irritated by such an answer. Andre looked at him with unconcealed disgust and hatred. He jumped to the conclusion that Zeke was picked to be a disciple based on the sole merit that he's a pureblood awakener. Our boy did not like the sound of that allegation at all. He finished his meal and gave the genius of the century a stinging reality check. Zeke pointed out Andre's severe inferiority complex, which the instructor did not like at all. His arms started trembling out of anger. He referred to Zeke as a cadet, hoping to put him in place, but the young man is not done spitting his piece yet. He asked Andre if he believed that Sir Dexter was the type of man who would pick a disciple for such a simplistic reason. Zeke asserted that the fact that he was able to leverage his bloodline as a foundation to become a disciple is a testament to his own abilities. He then gave Andre some valuable advice. Instead of wasting his time patting his ego with that severe inferiority complex, perhaps he should put in some effort in order to be chosen too. As incensed as he was, Andre knew that there were some merits to the cadet's sobering words. Later that day, in the Western Greenhouse Arena, there were 3 people instead of the usual 2. Someone arrived before Zeke and Duke and is running around the track like his life depended on it. Zeke asks his master what's going on, but the Gale Knight is confused too. He doesn't know what got into instructor Andre, but he came begging him, saying he's fine with being a servant if it means he can stay by Duke's side to learn. The old knight jokingly agreed to take him in if he could run 300 laps without aura, which is how poor Andre ended up like this. Duke was surprised at Andre's newfound tenacity. Similarly, Zeke was pleasantly amazed to see that this guy wasn't just some self-righteous nerd. As it turns out, the genius of the century has quite the backbone on him. Every student of the academy has been summoned to show up and line up on the field. Today is a special day. It's the day of the Patriarch's visit. The strong strides of stallions rumbled outside the campus. A lavish carriage carrying the Draker family's insignia enters. The lookout hurriedly informed everyone of the Patriarch's arrival. The fat-ass dean of the academy, Howard Draker, tasked his men to get ready to receive their supreme leader. He waited in front of the gate, making sure that he was the first one that the VIP would see. As soon as the Patriarch got out of the carriage, Howard's pudgy face greeted him. With a deep bow, the dean paid his respects to the master of the Drakers. The knights followed suit, raising their blades and kneeling on their knees according to rank to demonstrate respect. The Patriarch arrived at precisely 12 noon, and the Academy's bell rang louder for today's rare occasion. Master Draker walked with unmatched aura and drip. His mere presence commanded obedience from everyone else. He held Howard's shoulder, towering over the dean, and praised him for his hard work. This absolute giga-chad is Arthur Draker, 3rd Transcendent Household's leader, the Dragonslayer Draker's patriarch. Howard proposed that they go inside right away given how harsh the sun is today, but Arthur prefers to move at his own pace. Some of the students near the gate caught a glimpse of the patriarch's silhouette near the gates and were awestruck. Finally, Arthur Draker stepped into the light, showing his face to the students of the academy. He addressed the young Dragonslayers lined up before him, the hope and future of his clan. He urged them to train hard and train more for their development, which will be the family's development. Inspired by his encouraging words and domineering presence, the students committed his simple speech to their hearts and replied with their whole chests. As the sun beamed down brighter, Arthur turned around and ordered Howard to escort him in. Behind closed doors, Zeke was called to greet the leader of all knights, the guardian of the Dragonslayer's name, and his father. Arthur laughed at his overly grand and old-fashioned greeting, a rare occurrence nowadays. After fetching 2 cups of tea, Arthur asked his son to have a seat. He heard that his son likes tea, so he prepared something rare, hoping it would be to Zeke's liking. While this seems like a sweet gesture of a father, Zeke only saw it as his every move down to his preferences being reported back to the higher-ups. There is a saying that there may be things that the Emperor doesn't know, but there will never be anything that a Draker does not. Zeke can feel the truth of that saying right now. Arthur admitted that he called for Zeke after hearing that Duke took him in as a disciple. As expected, the patriarch is not one to dilly-dally. He prefers getting straight to the point. Zeke downplayed the whole thing, insisting that Duke is doing him a great favor. While Arthur is not sure of his son's goal, continuing to follow Duke's teachings should paint a bright future. Zeke cut his father off and asserted that his goal was to become the strongest man on the continent. Hearing such a lofty goal sparked some sharpness in Arthur's eyes. Zeke added that he will become stronger than everyone else so that he can live just as freely. That is his goal, and he will do everything to get there. He looked at his father's face, unable to interpret how the patriarch was feeling. Arthur deliberately leaked some of his aura and bloodlust. If his youngest plans to become the strongest, that means he is aiming to surpass even his father. Zeke realized that he might have made a mistake. He was way too enthusiastic to blurt out such sentiments. He felt a palpable chill running down his spine. Swirling around the room is the presence of Astral Sword. It is said to give the user power over all living beings within its effective radius. It is widely regarded as the pinnacle of aura usage that only full-on Black Knights can reach. Arthur looked at his youngest son, a hint of amusement visible in his eyes. Zeke chose to stand on his ground and doubled down on his goal. He admitted that he plans to surpass even his all-powerful father while trying his best to resist the Astral Sword. Hearing his resolve, the patriarch seemed pleased with his will. Arthur quietly dispelled his Astral Sword while calmly sipping his tea, lifting the pressure from Zeke's body. He admitted that what Zeke said just now was the most interesting thing he had heard in ages. Arthur actually came to this place to support both the academy and his youngest son. But now that he's seen how much Zeke had grown, maybe that won't be enough. He rummaged inside his intricate suit to retrieve something. Zeke thought that other Black Knights like Duke were already at the pinnacle, someone impossibly strong. But his father was on a whole other level. Arthur slid a black card across the table. The card bears the Draker insignia. This is Arthur's gift to Zeke for becoming Duke's disciple. Seeing a black card in person made Zeke uneasy, making him stumble on his words. By his reaction, Arthur can see that he already knows what a black card means. You see, this thing is a credit card only given to a very select few. Zeke never would have thought that he would get to see one in person at all. Just having one gives you incredible benefits wherever you go, not to mention its non-existent credit limit. It's basically an infinite money glitch. Arthur happily explained that the card would be under both of their names, so Zeke could use it freely. Still feeling overwhelmed by the possibilities, Zeke swore to use it only when necessary. While his dad is making it seem like he's being nice, the veiled intentions behind such a valuable gift are too obvious. Since using a credit card leaves a record, this is just another method to keep track of what he's doing. But if this is Arthur's way of keeping tabs on him instead of assigning a black martial squad to tail him, that means the patriarch doesn't see him as a threat yet. With this, Arthur kindly dismissed his son and urged him to continue training and work hard to become the strongest in the continent. Zeke bowed one last time and thanked the master of the Drakers once more. He wordlessly walked out of the room, his mind reeling with unknown thoughts. Similarly, Arthur Draker closed his eyes and thought of his youngest son's words. Suddenly Duke showed up, calling Arthur a sickening old man. The patriarch just asked Duke why he was so angry. Thankfully, Duke is the only one with the balls and the strength to call Arthur out on his bullshit. This guy is suddenly playing father for the kid after a lifetime of neglect. Arthur argued that he had no choice. This is the price of being the head of the household. Furthermore, what Duke just said counts as defamation of the patriarch's character. Duke sat his ass down on the couch and dared Arthur to cuff him and take him away if he could. The master of Drakers smiled and dropped all pretenses. Out of anyone on the continent, Duke is the only one he can truly talk to without worries. He retrieved another thing from his lavish suit, a bottle of prized alcohol known as Dragon Breath. Being offered a drink to go with their conversation, Duke's mood lit up as he praises Arthur's taste when it comes to drinks. The patriarch brought up the strange atmosphere enveloping the continent, and Duke played dumb, insisting that he was just minding his own business inside the academy. But Arthur knows more than anyone else that Duke has eyes and ears all over the map. Duke then asked why Arthur would ask a question that he already knows the answer to. The Emperor has gone crazy over the idea of immortality and is scouring the entire continent for anything he can latch on. In Duke's perspective, such a thing is an impossibility. While magic can make someone look young, immortality has never been and never will be possible. The Patriarch shares the same opinion. However, he's worried that the Emperor is looking for a relic related to the Elder Dragon. That possibility definitely changes things. Patriarch Arthur Draker continued drinking and discussing the minutiae of immortality and endless youthfulness with Duke Draker. Unbeknownst to them, Zeke had been listening in from the next room. Leaning against the wall with hands in his pockets, this boy is aura farming like crazy. Using soul manifestation, he heard the conversation loud and clear. The Patriarch surmised that the Emperor was looking for a relic related to the Elder Dragon. Duke thought about it and agreed with such a possibility. When asked if it was possible that the Emperor had already located the relic, Arthur reckoned that it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility. His personal squad, the Order of Black Knights, had reported that the most likely location of this mysterious relic was the northern continent. Sipping his drink, Duke's interest was piqued as soon as he heard the northern continent mentioned. It seems like this valuable information had not been acquired by the Empire's spies. Knowing how competent they are, it will only be a matter of time before they do. This crusade for immortality reminded Duke of the past. That crazy Emperor bastard started a war to unite the entire continent the moment he ascended to the throne. Only after taking over half of the central continent did he finally stop the brutal war. At that time, Duke figured that the crazy monarch would eventually give up on such a decrepit and absurd dream, but he was dead wrong. If that bastard really gets a hold of an artifact that can grant immortality, then the continent will undoubtedly suffer in a sea of flames under a war bigger than anyone had ever witnessed. Given the importance of this matter, Arthur Draker had agreed to take matters into his own hands and head to the north himself. Hearing that the Patriarch will be leaving his seat in the central empty freaked Duke out. If Arthur leaves, that bastard of an emperor would certainly run amok without anyone keeping him in check. But that is precisely why Arthur visited today. Aside from giving a half-assed speech to the trainees, he came to clue Duke into his plans. Knowing that he had no other choice but to agree, Duke sighed and shared a toast with his buddy. The grumpy old garden keeper grumbled in annoyance, but Arthur knew he could count on him to hold the fort. In the next room, Zeke was starting to overstrain himself from listening in for too long. Finally, the pain and fatigue caught up to him, knocking him down to the floor. With bloodshot eyes, he suffered the side effects of using soul manifestation for far too long. Even after absorbing the heart of Bahamut, the drawbacks of such a taxing technique are inescapable. Nevertheless, he gained some interesting and valuable intel from eavesdropping. Now, he is certain that the statue he got his hands on before he regressed was the Elder Dragon's artifact. From that voice he heard before he breathed his last breath to the system messages he saw after waking up in his younger body, all of it makes a little bit of sense now. Unbeknownst to the disgraced version of Zeke, he stole the artifact that the crazed emperor had been salivating for. That dictator even went as far as mobilizing the unit under his direct orders, the hunting dogs, to chase after him to the ends of the world. At that time, Zeke is so obsessed with his revenge that he does not know or care about the reason why he is being hunted. Still, listening in on his father and master's conversation gave him a concrete clue with regard to his regression. The administrator system that sent him back to the past was the real function of the Elder Dragon's artifact. That leaves the question of who would make such a thing, how powerful are they, and why? Taking a deep breath while sitting on the floor, Zeke tried to regain his composure. After getting little crumbs of answers, he ended up with even more pertinent questions. Finally, the top dogs of the Draker family bid their goodbyes after sharing a drink. Duke assured Arthur that he would make his move soon, and the Patriarch entrusted him to get shit done. 3 steps into leaving, Arthur suddenly paused, shifting the energy of the hallway. He looked at the closed doors of the room where Zeke was hiding as if he had X-ray vision. While he was glancing at the door with suspicion, his son was busy solving the mystery of immortality and time travel. If he really snatched away the Emperor's artifact, what could have possibly made them think that it was related to immortality? Finally, hearing heavy footsteps getting dangerously close to the entrance, every fiber of his being told him to run. Arthur Draker swung the door open with his game face on. But the room was empty. Thankfully, Zeke reacted fast enough before Daddy caught him snooping. Arthur lets his guard down while his boy uses the window to escape. Later that day, the ever-so-diligent young lord got his training reps in the Western Greenhouse Arena. Going against his orders to not bother Zeke while in the middle of training, Old Decker apologized to his young master. It's just that a fellow student has come looking for Zeke. Confused, Zeke wondered who would go out of their way to visit him when he did not have any friends in the academy. His curiosity got the best of him and allowed Decker to let the fellow student in. Zeke was not expecting Liam Stone to come through the door and bow his head in complete submission. Just as Zeke was wondering what this dude's deal could possibly be, Liam wholeheartedly pleaded for the young lord to take him in. Annoyed, Zeke regrettably thought that he should have ignored this big oaf while he was teaching the boss a lesson. When asked if he was willing to become a subordinate, Liam sincerely dropped his head even lower and pledged his allegiance to the rising star. Zeke asked what happened with his servitude under Jaken, and Liam exhibited some signs of anger. He answered that he had been abandoned. Without a talented Draker backing him up, he wouldn't be able to enter Valhalla as a trainee. As far as Zeke can remember, Liam was like this in his past life too. He never really found out why Big Liam was so obsessed with Valhalla though. He'd even go as far as begging just to be taken in. Calling him stupid, Zeke suggested that Liam should just go to Turun or Zimmons instead. He waved at the brute goodbye while emphasizing that he is not a support family to cling to. As such, he won't even be able to help Liam enter Valhalla. Besides, there is not a single reason for him to believe a word coming out of Liam's mouth. For all Zeke knows, this brute might just be a spy sent by Jaken to plot his revenge. Hearing the rightful distrust in the young lord's voice, Liam swiftly drew a knife from his waistband. He raised the blade, exuding his overbearing aura. Instead of charging at Zeke, the fool aimed his knife at his own left ear. In one swift slash, he cut his own ear off, staining the arena with blood. Liam admitted that it is reasonably natural for Zeke to doubt his intentions. But he is willing to do whatever it takes to prove himself to the young lord. If Zeke wishes for him to become mute, he will gladly cut his own tongue out. If Zeke wishes for him to become a cripple, he will cut off his own foot. Plopping his bloody severed ear on the ground, Liam Stone looked like a crazed maniac. It was a powerful show of resolve. If Zeke can just take him under his wings, Liam will place his life and soul in the hands of the young lord. Seeing Liam go as far as hurting himself just to get his attention, Zeke remembered the last time he saw a severed ear. It was not a fun time, to say the least. Drooling and gritting his teeth through the pain of his bleeding wound, Liam begged Zeke to take him in once more. Seeing the big oaf push himself to the limits in hopes of aligning with someone, Zeke remembered the night when he begged his past life master to make him stronger than anyone else in the world. At that time, he was a battle-worn and scarred veteran with hate-filled eyes. Liam's voice trembled as he repeatedly asked for a chance to become Zeke's underling. In response to his desperate pleading, Zeke threw a training sword in his direction. The young lord urged him to pick it up and try to withstand one strike. If Liam managed to withstand a single attack from Zeke, the young lord promised to take him in. Feeling delirious from the pain and blood loss, Liam smiled. Hope flickered in his eyes as he thanked Zeke for such an opportunity. For the sake of fairness, the young lord gave him some time to get some immediate treatment for his stupid ear wound. In his mind, Liam was thinking that enduring one strike would be easy, given that he too possesses the Draker aura to a certain extent. But when he looked at the young lord's stance and presence, it felt like gazing into the eyes of a monster. He wondered if they could even be considered peers. Before Zeke made a single move, Liam already felt suffocated by the intimidating aura alone. The big oaf tried his best to remain calm, but his breathing became ragged and his vision blurred. He could barely hold the sword in his hand. When Zeke finally made his move, his speed exploded as his compact muscles containing overwhelming strength contracted. Moving according to his instincts, Liam raised his blade and fought through the tension. The young lord unleashed a straightforward stab, and Liam tried to slash it away with a downward swing. The collision scraped the training swords as sparks flew in the air. Eventually, one of the blades flew and spun into the air, escaping the user's grasp. As expected, Liam Stone was thoroughly overpowered, his weapon knocked away from his hand. If this was a real battle, he would have died by now. With a hint of disappointment in his voice, the young lord asked if this was the extent of Liam's ability. Looking at the big fool sitting flat on his ass, even Zeke felt pity at such a miserable sight. Even though Liam fell in one swing, Zeke can tell that the big man is really determined. So he advised that he should just give up on Valhalla and carve his own path. Still, Liam refused to give up. It is likely true that he was cast aside by Jaken after Zeke gave that spoiled brat the beating of his life. Liam has descended from such a distant branch family that, if he weren't Jaken's attendant, he would not have been able to enter the cradle in the first place. Considering that this academy had the juice to expel a direct Draker descendant like Zeke in his past life, they won't bat an eye for a trainee from a distant family branch. While Zeke walks away thinking that the matter is settled, he feels Liam's big-ass arms clinging to his leg. He could not help but wonder why the kid would be in such a desperate state. In the first timeline, Liam was expelled from the academy, and the order he worked for fell into ruin. But in the end, through grit and experience, he made his way up to the level of a Red Knight and became known throughout the continent as the Mercenary King. With tears streaming down his face, Liam continued to beg for another chance to prove his worth. Seeing how hard-headed the big oaf was, the young lord is starting to get really annoyed now. So, as a test, he agreed to give him one last chance. Zeke will accept him under his wing under one condition. Since the oaf claimed that he would cut his tongue if Zeke wanted him to be mute, and would cut his feet if being a cripple is what it takes, the young lord gave him a nearly impossible task. Gripping Liam's shoulder, Zeke grimly asked him to cut off his right arm. Hearing such an extreme condition made Liam's blood run cold. Zeke continued to egg him on, asking him if he valued his right arm more than the idea of serving under the young lord. Zeke knows what he's demanding from Liam. He's basically telling the kid to give up on becoming a competent swordsman. He thought that Liam would chicken out if he was sane. With that being said, Zeke turned around to continue his training and dismissed the big oaf. While Zeke assumed his training stance, Liam stood up with a blank look on his face. Zeke doesn't know why he's so desperate to enter Valhalla. Knowing what Zeke knows, it won't be too big of a deal if Liam gets expelled right now. Even if he doesn't make it to Draker's prestigious institution, he'll become a prominent figure in the future as a Red Knight regardless. But Liam was not heading for the door. He was walking towards the sword. Alarmed by what this meant, Zeke watched as the desperate Liam raised the blade and aimed at his own right arm. Halfway through the swing of the crazy bastard, Zeke pushed his legs to the limit and closed the distance between them with gritted teeth. Thankfully, he made it in time before the future mercenary king ended his promising career as a swordsman. Zeke slashed Liam's blade in half. The sound of metal bouncing off the floor filled the arena. Liam, the crazy fool, was really going to do it. He stared at his right hand, confused that it was still attached. Pissed off at Liam for doing such an insane thing, Zeke grabbed him by the collar and lifted his big body off the ground. Irate, he asked if the fool had finally lost his goddamn mind. Even though he gave an unreasonable condition, it's not an ironclad agreement. What if he was an asshole that goes back on his word? Liam would have lost everything right then and there. But Liam only dared to do such a crazy thing because if he did not, he might lose something more important than his arm. Zeke dropped him back on his feet and asserted that if Liam ever did something so foolish again, he'd be tossed out no matter how loyal he might be. He must keep that in mind now that he'll be working under the young lord. The perpetual pain and anguish in the big oaf's face vanished upon hearing Zeke's strongly worded instruction. Also, they need to hurry and get to the infirmary. What would people think if his subordinate is a one-eared freak? After getting his ear situation fixed, Liam was brought up to Zeke's personal banquet hall to share a meal. Liam stroked his reattached ear, still in awe of how it was fixed so quickly. As it turns out, Zeke shelled out one of his healing potions to help with restoring the ear. Liam felt bad that his new lord had to expend such a valuable potion on him right from the get-go. Zeke claimed that he is simply investing in his new employee, so there's nothing to worry about. Now that things have calmed down, Zeke confronted the big oaf about his reasoning. He asked what Liam values more than his right arm. No, more than life itself. Liam's answer was short and simple, and it made a ton of sense. He was pushed to the brink of desperation because of his mother. A few days after he was abandoned by Jaqen, he received news that his mother had collapsed from an unnaturally high fever back home. Fortunately, the fever soon broke, but that was just the start of her suffering. Her entire body became covered with rose-like patterns, causing her to grow weaker and weaker by the day. Hearing these bizarre symptoms, Zeke was disturbed. Hearing about his mom's condition made Liam take drastic measures. The village healers don't even know the name of the disease, let alone the cure for it. The only answer he could come up with is to join Valhalla. The students of the prestigious institution and their families are offered the greatest medical treatments available on the continent. Zeke sighed. He now understands why Liam would go to such extreme lengths. He grabbed his pen and dipped it into his inkwell. Curiously, the young lord started scribbling on a piece of paper, repeating the symptoms that Liam listed. Rose-like red spots appear all over the body and periodically high fevers. Zeke is all too familiar with this illness. 5 years from now, the entire central continent will be plagued by the rose disease. It is a highly contagious illness with a sky-high fatality rate. Countless people will lose their lives, succumbing to this loathsome plague. But a radical treatment will be invented, and the rose disease will be eradicated. Finishing his scribbles, Zeke handed the piece of paper to Liam. Written down is the method for producing the medicine to treat his mother's illness. It's not very difficult to make, and the ingredients should not be hard to find. Even village healers should be able to brew it. Confused, Liam gladly accepted the paper. If the healers who dedicated their lives to medicine were stumped, how could a young swordsman whip out the cure in just a few seconds? In the future, the genius alchemist brothers, Al and Jeff, will invent the treatment for the disease rampaging through the central continent. The greedy Alchemist Association will take advantage of this discovery, making a profit by taking advantage of desperate people's lives. Upon learning about this disgusting practice, the brothers would publicly reveal the method of production. It quickly spread across the entire disease-ridden continent to the point that even a warrior like Zeke would come to know the formula. Nonetheless, he can't say all that to poor Liam, so he simply answered that he knew a very good alchemist. Since he has the treatment method in his hands, Zeke basically solved Liam's problem in one sitting. He does not need to go to Valhalla or become a young lord's subordinate anymore. Hearing such insinuation made Liam stand up from his seat. He is a man of his word, and he vowed to dedicate his life to serving Zeke in any way he can. With a clenched fist and a stalwart pose, Liam bent his knee and swore his lifelong loyalty to Zeke Draker. Even though he tried to push the big oaf away so many times, hearing the future mercenary king recite an oath of loyalty felt quite reassuring for Zeke. Accepting the pledge, the young lord asserted that Liam should not lag behind, or he'll be abandoned. Before the day ended, an interesting discussion happened inside Dean Howard Draker's office. Cadet Owen Zimmons sought the fat-ass Dean out to discuss an important thing. He came to Howard with a proposal. He suggested that they should raise the difficulty of the examinations for the coming semester. The dean was surprised. This was definitely unconventional for a cadet. Owen politely apologized for sounding arrogant, then claimed that the first years are quite skilled this year. The stars have aligned, and most of the great families had their own candidates in this batch, not to mention the appearance of 2 pure-blood awakeners. Owen simply thinks that if the examination has the same difficulty as the previous year, it may end up being a poor assessment for the young talents. Dean Howard briefly considered the idea and admitted that what the Zimmons child proposed made sense. With a polite bow, Owen exited the office. The fat-ass Dean looked out his window, lost in thought. He reckoned that the apples really don't fall far from the tree. Owen Zimmons thinks so similarly to his old man. He is already considering any future problems and making moves to nip them in the bud. Days passed, and the semester exam day for dungeon exploration commenced. All freshmen gathered outside of the ruins. This semestral evaluation performed only at Draker Academy pairs 2 to work together and escape a dungeon within a given time limit. There are a multitude of difficulties with these dungeons. Each group is assigned one at random. Of course, Zeke and Liam came as a pair. Even though they are packed and ready to go, the big baby can't help but feel a little nervous. So, his lord assured him that being nervous is natural, but he cautioned him of being too anxious and making a mistake. The same goes for going in too lax and becoming arrogant. One must maintain a suitable amount of tension and nerve to stay sharp. Some students happily chatted, and some waited for the proctor with bated breath. Suddenly, one of the guards yelled Zeke Draker and Liam Stone's names. Without further ado, the freshly paired duo walked towards the nearest ruined door from where they were standing. That was until a black-gloved individual barred them from entry, ordering them to wait. An armed guard working under the academy then pointed at another door on the other side of the room, insisting that Zeke and Liam had been assigned to that one. Zeke shot a quick glance at the guard, immediately sussing out that something fishy was definitely going on here. With a forceful yet stoic expression, the guard urged the duo to hurry up and listen to his instructions. Zeke sighed and accepted the bullshit that's about to unfold, confident that he'll be fine. And so, he and Liam headed for the opposite door that reeks of plotting and trapping. Although difficulty varies between dungeons, these ruins are still specialized exam-exclusive dungeons under the management of Drakers. There should not be much danger. Furthermore, escaping within the time limit is the primary goal. Each group is given a timer that automatically activates upon entry. Everyone is given 96 hours to get out. Time is the enemy. As an added layer of scoring, basic battle abilities are observed and graded as well. One can earn extra points by bringing the heads of monsters subjugated within the time frame. Extra points are nice, but the most important part is leaving the dungeon. Failing to escape within the time limit will automatically yield a failing grade. After a frankly peaceful first part of the journey, Liam and Zeke had just finished filling their bellies up, and it was about time to nap. Since the young lord set up the camp and prepared the meal by himself, Liam, the supposed subordinate, urged his boss to sleep first. Zeke assured his new employee that there was no need to worry. With his current constitution, he'll be fine even if he doesn't get a wink of sleep for 4 days straight. He's just like me, for real. Although a bit shameless, Liam knew better than to argue with his lord. He lugged his huge body inside the tent and reluctantly got some rest. With Liam retired, Zeke was left to his own thoughts, sitting beside the bonfire. It has been 16 hours since they entered the dungeon. He had been training for 3 days straight beforehand. Currently, he's been awake for about 90 hours. While his infinite stamina recovers physical fatigue like a charm, it does not apply the same recovery ability to mental fatigue. Within a dungeon, where everything is uncertain, and you never know what will come from the shadows, Zeke must minimize as many risk factors as possible. The slow crawl of the night and the eerie silence of the dungeon are starting to get into his head. Feeling mental fatigue catching up, Zeke wanted so badly to switch out with Liam. And then, Zeke made the gravest mistake one can make inside these dungeon walls. He dozed off. His dreams brought him back to the icy plains of the northern region, the land where the Emperor's imposing red flag symbolizes cruelty and tyranny. Zeke's mind painted the picture of a woman's corpse, blood pooling all around her body as they seep into the snow-covered ground. He opened his eyes back to reality, panting and sweating as if he just saw a ghost. Well, he might as well have. Thankfully, those few nightmarish minutes of dozing off did not get them into trouble. Zeke is still sitting in front of the bonfire. Nothing sneaked up. Still, he would rather fight a fearsome monster than dream that dream of death again. Zeke immediately locked in. He's convinced that he was woken up by the sound of one of his bell traps getting tripped. Just as he expected, something was coming at him from the door behind. He hurriedly grabbed a water canister and dashed the flame of the bonfire to lower visibility in the dark. Zeke then yelled at Liam to wake the hell up. Zeke plans to check out the situation first while Liam follows. Hugging the wall near where the disturbance came from, Zeke contemplated his plan of action. Using his dragon eyes during a 4-day exam is too risky. Letting his eyes adjust to the darkness would be better for now. As he waited and waited, a strange smell wafted over, kissing his nostrils. It was the scent of sulfur. His thoughts immediately jumped to a creature that reeks of sulfur, a monster that hunts in packs. A beast with a danger level of rank 3, the dog from hell, the hellhound. In his past life, during this year's semester exam, Reyna, the frontrunner, hunted an orc. Zeke had never heard of a dungeon room containing hellhounds. Zeke waited a few more seconds. The grand entrance of the hellish monster did not come. He then started noticing another odd thing. An alpha of a hellhound pack should weigh at most several hundred kilograms. But judging from the echoes bouncing off the cavernous walls, the enemy coming sounds like it weighs several tons at least. Maybe it's a freaking mutant. Using his blade as a mirror to look around the corner, Zeke held his breath in anticipation. Thanks to his creativity, he spotted the speeding freight train of a beast in the nick of time as it crashed through the door and walls by sheer force. Zeke was sent flying by the impact, but quickly regained his stance with a perfect landing. Liam hurried to his boss's side. Zeke cursed the Zimmons. Outside, he got a quick peek at the guard's uniform, where a curious trinket connected to the Zimmons was tucked away. He never would have expected that they would have the clout and enmity big enough to warrant such a dirty play. This is not only a battle for survival. This is a battle to uncover his enemy's plans. The hellhound Zeke was expecting has been freshly decapitated, its fearsome and lifeless head displayed by the merciless butcher. It has green skin, a white beard, and a stout body, and it is violently mad. Whoever planned this skipped on hellhounds and jumped right into using trolls as assassins. One look at the gigantic beast made Liam freeze out of fear. Zeke, on the other hand, is furiously assessing the situation. You see, trolls are rank 1 monsters. They are dangerous enough to casually munch on hellhounds and orcs as snacks. Their blood is a popular raw material for most healing medicines. They have incredible regenerative abilities that befit that. After composing himself, Liam finally acted like a real loyal sword and stepped ahead of his young lord. Drawing his sword, he decided to be a decoy so Zeke could take that opportunity to flee. Zeke silently smiled and tapped his subordinate away. He urged Liam to never say something so depressing and martyr-like again. Besides, he is not the kind of lord who would abandon a subordinate when it matters most. Dropping some hints of wisdom in the face of adversity, Zeke advised Liam not to believe in the boss but in his own efforts instead. For he is not weak. As a trial, Zeke decided to take on a more supportive role, letting Liam do as he'd like. With a smile as if a huge burden had just been lifted off of his shoulders, Liam locked onto the troll and thanked the young lord. Moving in sync, the duo ran in from opposing angles to maximize their coverage. As a result, they left the troll standing like an idiot, open to being sliced and diced mercilessly. Zeke had been holding himself back, matching Liam's tempo and seeing a lot of potential in the future mercenary king. It's already impressive that the gentle giant managed to wound the troll despite the unreasonably tough skin. What's more impressive is Liam's targeting. He's aiming precisely at the monster's joints. That means he's been studying monsters and their anatomies in his spare time as well. Zeke could not ask for a more productive underling. However, there are things that Liam still lacks. One of those things led to him being within inches of becoming meat paste under the troll's spiked club. Thankfully, Zeke can turn on his engine and close the gap in an instant to parry the filthy casual. Showing a bit of his real capabilities, he sliced the troll's weapon in half without even looking at it. This kid is an S-rank aura farmer. Liam apologized for needing to be bailed out, but Zeke praised him for doing so well in his first real life and death battle. While the troll is getting red with madness, Zeke gives his buddy some constructive criticisms. While it was a good decision to target the monster's joints, overlooking the troll's regenerative ability is a death wish. One must keep in mind that a troll will heal small cuts like they are nothing. If your attack power cannot exceed their regeneration, you're done. Without a weapon in hand, the monster raised its arms, seemingly motioning to fight barehanded. Seeing as the situation was getting a little too much for Liam, Zeke raised his blade and declared it was time to wrap this shit up. With a blisteringly fast flurry of offense, Zeke killed the giant troll, leaving a bloodied and mangled monster corpse. Subjugating the troll earned him a hefty reward of 30 karma points. Aside from karma, This kill should net the duo with plenty of extra points for the exam. It's up to Liam to pick up the loot. While the gentle giant dismantles the troll, Zeke checks on a new prompt the system provides. It was a sudden quest to hunt 100 monsters of 10 different species within 72 hours. Upon completion, he'll earn double karma points for every kill and 2 random boxes. Seeing the word double made his eyes shine with greed. There are approximately 79 hours left until the exam ends. By Zeke's estimation, killing 100 monsters within that time won't be a problem. But the issue is having to hunt 10 different species. However large a dungeon may be, an exam-use dungeon typically won't exceed 4 different species. However, since it is obvious that those Zimmons bastards have set a trap, there should be 10 species of high-class monsters here if Zeke looks thoroughly enough. Finishing this urgent quest on top of escaping and being mindful of the exam is a lot to juggle, but the young lord can probably pull it off. Just in time, Liam finished dismantling the troll corpse. For the test, they were provided with head collection bags alongside their timers. While it's inferior to a subspace pocket, it's good enough to carry monster drops. With their first enemy felled, it's about time to move on deeper to the dungeon. Time ticked by quickly. The duo came upon a pack of burning wolves and easily wiped them out with 56 hours left on the clock. Halfway through the exam, they encountered goblins, quickly racking up the kill count by quite a bit. Their loot bag is also getting heavier and heavier. With 39 hours left on the timer, they encountered a giant bat adept at using sonic attacks. It was a tough opponent, but the duo was tougher. Their routine has been killing, camping, and resting for 2 days straight. On the last day, they've hunted plenty of monsters to secure a really good score for the exam. Zeke asked Liam if he'd gotten used to real combat after hunting non-stop. Humble as ever, Liam claimed that he was not sure of his progress yet, which is normal considering how hard it is to get used to real bloodshed. Zeke is starting to stress out the timer. With less than an hour to complete his sudden quest, he subjugated 99 monsters from 9 different species. He's been looking everywhere for that final kill to fill his quota to no avail. He even targeted leeches and bugs the size of a finger, but they're not moving the needle. He couldn't help but curse those Zimmons for being useless. Those guys are trying to sabotage him by cramming powerful monsters in an exam dungeon, but they can't even do it right. Suddenly, a chill crawled up Zeke's spine. His instincts warned him of upcoming mortal danger. The ground shook, surprising Liam sitting near the campfire. The rocky floor continued to tremble, eventually cracking and forming fissures. Zeke drew his sword and ran towards Liam while yelling at his buddy to drop the bag of loot and move. Unfortunately, the big oaf was a bit too slow to heed his young master's call. Zeke had to bail him out, pushing his big body out of the way. Blood spurted everywhere. The sudden attack caked the floor with crimson. Seeing the effects of his slow reaction, Liam felt a jolt in his brain. The sleeve of Zeke's uniform had been torn to shreds. His left arm looked mangled with blood. Liam worriedly ran to the young lord's side. Zeke assured him that he was fine. The blood in his arms is monster blood. As sudden as the attack was, Zeke had the presence of mind to push his boy to safety and deliver a fierce attack. This time he advised Liam to just stand by and watch. With a gargantuan, disgusting beast hellbent on tasting their flesh, it will be hard for Zeke to pay attention to an inexperienced ally. One look was all it took to identify the monster as a dungeon worm. It's an incredibly dangerous breed of monster that normally requires 8 well-trained purple knights specialized in subjugation to eliminate. As it turns out, those damn Zimmons are hiding one more troublesome trap card for the final hour. Liam watched helplessly on the sidelines as the dungeon worm blitzed through the cavern like a burrowing freight train. As much as he wanted to help, he knew that he would just be a massive liability right now. Still, that did not discourage him from rummaging through their supply bag for anything that could help. Meanwhile, Zeke is trying his best to fend off hundreds of dungeon worm fangs intent on mutilating his body. This time, his skills and veteran-level experience shone brightly with every slash of the sword. He estimated that even a blue knight would want to avoid encountering a dungeon worm in such a disadvantageous location. You see, these things voraciously consume the earth to move underground. That means Zeke is on a narrow time limit. If he takes too long to subjugate the beast, he and Liam will likely be buried alive or chewed to shreds. As the worm surfaces once more, Zeke locks the fuck in. He dodged the straightforward mad dash of the beast, ducking inches away from its body. Gaining enough space to prepare for his next move, the young lord raised his blade. As soon as the window to attack presented itself, he lunged and planted his blade deep into the bug's disgusting abdomen. The stab worked, but that's not nearly enough. He gritted his teeth and slashed through the monster's flesh. Purple bile and blood spurted from the worm's mouth. It's starting to take a lot of damage, which is only natural when you're getting gutted alive. As monster blood flew all over the place, Zeke's killing intent reached its peak. He is fully intent on cutting this worm in half if that's what it takes. Unluckily, he stepped into an area hollowed out underneath, causing Zeke's stance to waver. The ground completely gave in, giving the dungeon worm a bit of breathing room while Zeke dangles by his sword. The overgrown bug did not miss its chance to turn the tables. It pulled out its massive body from the ground below. With one swift motion, the sinuous body coiled around the young lord's body, crushing him with sheer strength. The coil continued to tighten, making Zeke throw up a hefty amount of blood as his body and organs got smushed. That's when a certain desperate underling swallowed his fear, drew his sword, and stabbed the worm to get its attention. Liam disobeyed his lord's orders to stand by and watch. He joined the fray in his own way. The stab might have just saved Zeke as it caused the worm's attention to waver, reducing the crushing pressure he was trapped in. His automatic healing also came in a clutch to recover from internal injuries in a flash. He quickly freed himself from the worm's deadly embrace, parkouring his way into safety. Zeke asked Liam what he did to cause such a drastic reaction from the worm. Liam explained that he added anesthetic to his sword in hopes of landing a significant blow to the monster. Zeke understood what that meant immediately. The main ingredient of the anesthetic is belladonna. For humans, it simply weakens one's senses. But for a worm, no matter how gigantic, belladonna might as well be a deadly poison. In an urgent and supremely stressful situation, Liam managed to recall the worm's incompatibility and adapted by using the anesthetic as a substitute. His snappy judgment and adaptability certainly reflect Liam's potential. At such a young age, he's already showing signs of the mercenary king in Zeke's past life. Taking Liam in is one of the best decisions he's made recently. Acknowledging Liam's contribution, Zeke included him in the following plan of attack. Completely recovered from the crushing injuries, Zeke pushed his speed to the limit and traversed the worm's body expertly. Upon reaching his sword, he pulled it out of the monster's open wound. Blade in hand and ready to strike, he gave Liam the signal to do a coordinated attack. The gentle giant gritted his teeth as his 3-day non-stop hunting experience culminated in a desperate stab. Another dose of belladonna wrecked its system and made the worm crash out. While the poison considerably slows the beast down, the real monster in the cavern activates soul manifestation, covering his blade with a hazy purple light. Just like he promised, Zeke gave the worm one smooth, straight, and silky slash, lacerating the gigantic body and cutting that bitch in half. With that, the worm fell down to its demise. Zeke landed back on the ground to look cool and aura farm. Notifications ring in his head. The sudden quest has been completed successfully. As promised, the karma points he had earned thus far have been doubled as a reward, not to mention the 2 random boxes to open as he pleases. That brings his karma points up to a whopping 790 in the bank. While Zeke is basking in the crap ton of karma points that he just earned, the dungeon exterior is bustling with exiting cadets to be evaluated. Standing in front of the line to be graded was Reyna Tarun and her group. The base grade for a safe exit is 30 points. She also brought out 20 goblin heads, 2 hobgoblin corpses, and an orc carcass. In total, she netted 180 points. She scored close to Sir Abel's record of 200 points, making the other cadets gasped in awe at the power level of someone with pure blood. The passing grade is set at 130 points, and she has handily surpassed that. Next in line was none other than the conniving son of a gun, Owen Zimmons. He netted a total of 120 points. Normal cadets only need to reach 70 points, so he did pretty well. Still, it pales in comparison to Reyna's grade. Mr. Inferiority Complex felt a burning jealousy towards Reyna. If need be, he'll just devise another devious plan to take her out of the picture, so she won't be able to overshadow him in the future. Owen is already cooking up a scheme to take care of her like he did with Zeke. Speaking of the devil, Owen's ears grated upon hearing that familiar, confident voice coming out of the dungeon. He turned around and saw Zeke Draker leisurely strolling past everyone. His attendant, Liam, is carrying a gigantic corpse of a dungeon worm. Everyone made way for them as hushed murmurs about the worm spread. As far as everyone knew, orcs were supposed to be the highest-ranked monster inside. Liam threw the worm's head down to the ground. It made a loud crash from its sheer mass. Zeke stood next to Owen and asked why he looked so surprised. Knowing that this dipshit was responsible for the worm trap, Zeke shot him a knowing glance and a sarcastic question. All Owen could do was bite his tongue. Having a ton of fun teasing the conniving bastard, Zeke goaded Owen to put his usual poker face back on. On second thought, the deathly grimace on Owen's face suits him a lot better. Unable to take the goading any longer, Owen walked out like an angry child. This only served to fuel his hate for purebloods even more. He silently swore to make Zeke pay for looking down on him. Zeke was quite pleased with the dipshit's reaction. With that out of the way, the instructor who was assigned to evaluate Zeke and Liam pulled out a score sheet. It was Instructor Andre. With a stoic look, he started the scoring process. Zeke was actually a bit worried since this worm was the only survival proof of kill that they had, but Andre was not the type who would carelessly gloss over things. This worm, who ate the bag holding the heads of nearly 100 dead monsters, really messed with Zeke's game. Still, Instructor Andre dug into the gruesome head without hesitation. Watching such a scene is not for the faint of heart. Zeke thanked his lucky stars for having Andre as his evaluator. While he lost the bag to this bug, he could not afford to receive a failing grade, so he gambled on just bringing the worm's head as proof. Andre might be the only instructor in this place who would examine the flesh and skin stuck between the worm's fangs. After a thorough post-mortem examination, Andre threw the blood-stained gloves away. He firmly confirmed the fleshy remnants of gremlins, goblins, hobgoblins, hellhounds, orcs, and a troll in the worm's disgusting maw. Trolls weren't even on the list of existing monsters in the dungeon. Furthermore, taking the amount of blood and gore into account, Andre assessed that the beast munched on dozens of heads. However, counting everything without definitive proof would be unfair. He decided to just count one of each species. Since the troll and dungeon worm are not supposed to be included in the exam criteria, Andre referred to records stating that a troll is 3 orcs strong and a dungeon worm is equivalent to 6, that is 90 and 180 points, respectively. This brings Zeke's total up to 368 points, an easy pass. Even other instructors were taken aback. Back in their day, hellhounds weren't even included in the criteria. Other bitter cadets protested that this was an unfair evaluation given that Zeke only had definitive proof for a single dungeon worm's head. They're really trying to tear Zeke down when not a single one of them could have survived a tryst with such a troll, let alone the worm. Taking that into consideration, it's fair to assume that Zeke Draker is simply built different. Zeke doesn't like the silent whispers around, but it sure feels different from how it was when they used to just mock him. However, he's worried that he might have done something to stand out a little too brightly. Owen Zimmons should not have the clout to manipulate the exam use dungeon on his own. That brat would not dare to mess with the Academy's system. It could be that the whole Zimmons clan is behind this deadly stunt. There are more eyes on Zeke than he initially thought. Hiding his strength now could be counterproductive. All he can do is try to be more flexible with his future decisions, while keeping a close eye on the situation. As he was about to make his exit, Reyna stopped him on the way out. With a determined look in her eyes, she conceded that today was her loss. He didn't even know what that girl was talking about. He's never really paid close attention to that child. Later that day, Zeke found himself deep in thought in the Western Greenhouse arena. With his stockpile of 780 karma points, he's considering splurging a little bit on skills. The Draconian level 1 skill includes Gluttony for 50 points. He's been ignoring such a useless-sounding skill, but he can easily invest 50 points without hurting his bankroll. So, he accessed the system prompt and confirmed the purchase. As soon as he did, the skill description retroactively changed. Gluttony will now grant him the ability to eat and digest anything to be converted into energy. In addition, consuming monsters with bloodline abilities will grant him those skills. He felt a pang of regret for not buying this skill before the exam. To test this new skill, he pulled out a piece of meat to get a feel for the energy conversion effect. Upon Gluttony's activation, Zeke was taken aback when a black light skewered the meat out of his hand. He looked at his shadow, which had expanded like a void absorbing the meat. The jerky was swallowed up by the pure dark bog with a single thought. Upon complete absorption, he felt the effects of energy conversion right away. His light migraine completely vanished, as if he had just taken a nice nap. Even if only lightly, he feels as though his mental fatigue has been reduced. He felt rejuvenated as his mental and physical exhaustion was alleviated. Even his ether was replenished. From this little test, he can tell that Gluttony is definitely worth 50 points. With this skill, he can significantly reduce various risk factors. Combined with his infinite stamina, Zeke might have just discovered a broken combo. Now he will be able to train for 24 hours straight without the need for sleep or traditional food. Just as he was about to start on a new diabolical training routine, Decker interrupted with a knock at the door of the training hall. The butler apologized as he had come to inform the young master of some important news. You see, Zeke's new sword has been completed. Hearing that lifted his spirits. So, he went straight to Galleon's workshop to take a look at his new weapon. In his past life, Galleon gave him something made of mithril and pure iron. The Sword of Radiance Graham served Zeke until his dying breath. It had become a famous blade that any competent fighter would recognize with just a glance. This time, he gave Galleon the fang of a dragon to work with. He thought a single additional material would produce something similar to Graham's appearance, but that doesn't seem to be the case. In front of him, lying inside a sword box, was a pure black greatsword surrounded by suffocating dark air, the complete opposite of the Sword of Radiance he was expecting. He grabbed the handle and lifted the blade with one hand. Judging by its appearance alone, Zeke would be the first to admit that it's not a very pretty sword. He asked Galleon if the lack of sharpening was on purpose. The future legendary blacksmith explained that it's supposed to be rugged. Even though Zeke has his doubts, he trusts Galleon's judgment when it comes to blades. If the man says it's the sword that suits him best, he'll take it as the absolute truth. Thankfully, it seems like Galleon hit the nail on the head when it comes to the sword's properties. The truth is the blade doesn't have a name yet. Galleon racked his brain for one, but he couldn't find the right fit, no matter how hard he tried. So, the honor of naming this new creation falls on Zeke's shoulders. Graham, the Sword of Radiance, was named by Galleon himself. It seems like the addition of the Dragon's Fang really changed the trajectory of history. Wordlessly, Zeke summoned a dagger and cut his wrist open. The sudden violent action scared and confused Galleon. After wounding himself, Zeke tried to deactivate his passive healing factor to continue the bleeding. Fortunately, he got it working on his first try. With his blood flowing free, he closed his eyes and dripped the crimson drops onto the sword's surface. Galleon finally understood what Zeke was trying to do. This is the Lost Sword naming ritual. It's a traditional dwarven rite in which one grants a weapon its fated name. The owner would infuse their blood with their aura and mana before staining the blade to initiate the ritual. Once the ritual begins, the initiator enters the depths of their subconscious mind. They will spend however long inside until they find the perfect name. This ancient dwarven rite had been lost to time, forgotten by even modern dwarves because of how dangerous it can be. Inside Zeke's subconscious, he fell deeper and deeper, establishing a connection with his new weapon and floating amongst an endless sea of scriptures. Of the infinite names whirling around him, he must pick the fated one. He opened his eyes and bravely dove down untold depths for the sake of his blade. After what felt like forever, the chaos of scriptures vanished. He grasped a single droplet in an infinite ocean. He felt the presence of a dragon roaming his mind palace, the Stygian blade Bahamut. With that, his new weapon had been registered and bestowed an awe-inspiring name. Zeke opened his eyes as the rain of blades singled out Bahamut. His subconscious settled on the name of an evil dragon. Once he woke up, Galleon sang him praises for knowing a traditional rite that was supposedly lost in time. After wrapping his wrist up and losing a ton of blood, he explained that he had just come across the idea while studying dwarven history. With an expectant smile, Galleon asked Zeke to stay a bit longer while he retrieved something to gift the young master. Today Zeke gained a new beastly weapon, and he found out that he could suppress the activation of his passive skills. That means he'll be able to prevent stronger people from peering into his hidden abilities like that time with Duke. This would be huge for keeping his cards close to his chest. For now, he'll have to keep the bandages on even though he's already healed underneath. More importantly, his evaluation of his new weapon just went through the roof. The Stygian blade, Bahamut, has an indestructible property and the ability to convert aura. In addition, some of its features have been sealed and will be released based on its growth. Even in his past life, Zeke had never encountered a weapon like this before. The indestructible property must have come from the Dragon's Fang. Right now, he's over the moon at the prospect of aura conversion. The reason he overexerts himself to create magic circuits for Galleon when commissioning this sword is partly because of this broken ability. Graham's core ability made Zeke a beast. Like the ability dictates, his mana, ether, or any other kind of energy can now be converted into aura. As someone born without the ability to use such an integral power for warriors, aura conversion allowed him to reach the level of Black Knights. Finally, Galleon apologetically comes out of his workshop after rummaging through his stuff. When he looked at Zeke holding his new blade and emanating a fearsome force, he almost dropped the box he was carrying. He could clearly see the rich and clear aura wrapped around the sword. That is a feat that even Purple Knights struggle to achieve. More importantly, in Galleon's hands is something that could elevate the blade to an even higher level. Zeke looked at Galleon's gift. It was a black and gold sheath. It is personally crafted by Galleon's master. Zeke had never heard of the legendary blacksmith's master in his past life. When he looked at the markings on the sheath, Zeke nearly stumbled in shock. It clearly spelled the name of Gollin Jobert, the man who was widely regarded as the pinnacle of blacksmithing. Gollin is the undisputed goat on this continent, unrivaled even among dwarves. His creations were all crafted to perfection, and all of them have special abilities. Collectors would gladly pay ungodly amounts of wealth to get their hands on such pieces. It makes sense that Galleon was taught by the best of the best. If it's the Gollin they talk about in legends, then there's no way that this gift is just a simple sheath. Galleon demonstrated that by using a dial located by the opening of the sheath, it can transform into an impenetrable shield. This thing is made with mithril and wyvern bones, so it's guaranteed to withstand a good deal of abuse. Galleon happily offered the legendary item to Zeke as a form of giving back for all the grace the young master had given him. In truth, Galleon could have just sold this thing to make a furnace while he was struggling, but the man couldn't bear to sell his master's work to just anyone. When Zeke told him the estimated value of the market, Galleon was quite shocked. Regardless, Zeke accepted the gift with glee. However, the sheath looks too small for Bahamut. But if it's Gollin Jobert's handiwork, then size should not be an issue. Just as he expected, the sheath immediately resonated with Bahamut and reformatted itself to perfectly fit the great sword. With the legendary sheath on, the look of Zeke's new weapon far exceeded his expectations. He thanked Galleon for the stellar service, and the humble blacksmith was glad that Zeke liked his creation. Afterward, the young master went back to his base camp. This time he's gawking at the meteoric iron gauntlet he has equipped. Unfortunately, its complete properties will only be activated upon equipping a full meteoric iron set. He received the gauntlet from one of the 2 random boxes he was awarded from the sudden quest. Satisfied with his first pull, Zeke turned his attention to the second random box. Upon opening, a look of utter confusion appeared on his face. He retrieved the item, a piece of dilapidated paper, and rolled it up, revealing a tattered map. The system prompted that this thing was an incomplete map containing traces of Grandmaster Kaiser. Zeke knows of only one person who bears that title, the Hero King Kaiser. The biography of the Hero King and the Knights of the Clock Tower is widely known across the continent. Along with his knights, Kaiser founded the brilliant Kingdom of Kronos. However, the stories were deemed so overtly absurd, and without any historical records backing up the claims, the tales have never been proven. With the passage of time, those grand stories have been considered nothing more than a work of fiction. On Zeke's hands is a definitive proof that the Hero King really did exist. To add to his glee, his system activated its ability to restore and analyze the damaged parts of the map. Upon completion, the final position has been marked on the mini-map. Zooming into the blotted spots, Zeke identified the topography of the giant mountains near a barbarian territory. If this is the place, venturing out would be easier than he thought. Upon claiming all his rewards, the system prompted that the tutorial period would now be concluded. The completed map was classified as a potential quest item. An achievement quest had begun for Hero King Kaiser's secret technique. Without a time limit, acquiring Kaiser's inheritance at the ruins of the Old Kingdom will upgrade his system to the intermediate administrator level. With the tutorial period finished, quests to develop administrator access will start appearing from now on. The training wheels are off. The real game is about to start. With higher administrator levels, the rewards should become more impressive too. Zeke Draker is just itching to claim everything the system has to offer. First, he decided to use up the points he'd been saving. For 50 points, he unlocked level 2 Draconian skills. Gated behind the upgrade were 2 domineering abilities, Dragon Scale Armor and Dragon Claw. Just as the name implies, Dragon Scale Armor gives the user draconic scales that provide high magic resistance for a price of 80 karma points. On the other hand, the Dragon Claw will allow him to summon a powerful Dragon Claw to strike down enemies in a single strike. Like the armor, it costs 80 karma points to unlock. Right now, he can afford to buy both abilities. However, it's unclear when he'll be able to amass points in one go again, so being a bit frugal would be wise. Eager for a power-up, he bought the skills along with a few more things and saved 400 points for the future. Without wasting another second, he tried using the Dragon Claw, summoning a projection made of pure energy. With one efficient sweeping motion, the floor of his training arena was torn asunder. Looking at the damage done, Zeke was elated. The destructive power was way better than he expected. To test the Dragon Scale Armor, he grabbed the Stygian blade, Bahamut, and raised it for a wild swing as he coated his arm with dense dragon scales. Without holding back, he tried to cut his armored arm, but Bahamut rebounded instead. He didn't use aura, but he struck with the intent to cut through. Using dragon scales is no different from having a full plate of armor on, even when he's completely unarmed. Dragon Claw is used for offense, and Dragon Scale Armor is used for defense. It's simple, intuitive, and effective. The next few days passed with Zeke completely engrossed in his training until the semester exam finally arrived. Students lined up inside the Draker Academy Central Training Hall as they listened to the instructor's explanation of rules. For this exam, they will be going up against training dummies specially crafted to withstand physical force. The only way to damage these things is by pouring aura into their weapons. Forget about destroying these dummies. Those who fail to make even a dent will fail. All the following assessments will be considered null, and failures will be forced to start over from the basics. Without giving the cadets any time to process the weight of this exam, the instructor rattled off names one by one. Those who were called first were visibly flustered. Owen Zimmons watched his incompetent peers with disdain. He's been training with these dummies at home. He's got plenty of aura training. This is only possible because the Academy's aura education was established by his family. He's confident that even pureblood awakeners won't be able to match him when it comes to aura control. When his name was called up, Owen smirked and confidently unsheathed his sword. Taking up position in the middle of the dummies, he shocked his fellow cadets by showing off his sword resonance. Even some instructors were impressed that he was already adept at such an advanced skill at such a young age. With swift and practiced footwork paired with textbook swordsmanship, Owen left fatal slashes wherever he went. He was precise and sharp as the dummies were torn one by one. No other cadets that have gone up could match up to such a dominant display of skill. Once he was done, Owen stood in the middle of the stage to aura farm while his cloak fluttered. The instructors were hyped, praising the Zimmons kid. Some even lauded that it's only a matter of time before he surpasses Sir Abel at this rate. If there's anything Owen hates, it's being compared to those purebloods. As he walked away after throwing a childish tantrum, the instructors were confused. After Owen's turn, it seemed like the cadets felt more pressured to perform, resulting in increasingly poor performance. It's evident that they were intimidated by the kids' stellar performance. Even so, there hasn't been a single failing student. Every cadet has been able to pour aura into their swords, no matter how little. This much is to be expected for the special class. However, even in a place filled with geniuses, the real prodigies will always stand above the rest. Reina Tarun stepped up to the stage and gave a polite bow. Before starting, she turned to the instructor with a request. With a strong-willed gaze, she asked to be graded according to her dragon-slaying arts. She is fully aware that these are the grading criteria for higher-ranked cadets. In the crowd, Owen scoffed at Reina's arrogance just because she'd been hailed as a pureblood awakener. Pouring aura into a blade and being able to use dragon-slaying arts are two entirely different feats. The mere act of maintaining an aura blade already requires an incredible degree of concentration. In the case of dragon-slaying arts, fine adjustments must be made for each and every movement, making it exponentially harder. Owen reckons that the best she can do is make a swing or two before her aura completely dissipates. He's already praying for her downfall, thinking that Reina is just trying to one-up him. The instructor made it clear that the condition for failure in this criterion is much harsher, but she still wished to proceed. Finally, she raised her slim sword and coated it with aura. All eyes were on her. With a sword in hand, her demeanor only became fiercer. When she moved for the first attack, the nearest dummy was sliced in half, shattering into pieces. The second, third, and eventually the last dummy suffered the same fragmented fate. When she reached the last target, Reina's aura was still going strong, a testament to her control and power. From just a single glance, anyone could tell that this display makes Owen's performance look like child's play. The cadets picked up on this. Owen and Reina aren't even in the same league at this point. Owen's pride and his aura control don't even compare to Reina's. The dipshit couldn't even lift his head up to look at the stage. He bit his lip so hard it was almost torn. After such a high-handed display of skill, Reina turned to the lineup of cadets and raised her sword to point at someone. Owen, ever the narcissist, thought that Reina was mocking him. Then he realized that he didn't even register in her eyes. He's just a nobody. Reina was looking at the young man standing all the way at the back of the queue. She had no interest in competing against delusional and irrelevant side characters. She's trying to go up against the main character himself. Zeke, on the other hand, scratched his head from the hassle this brings. He can't just pretend to ignore Reina when she's publicly challenging him with a death glare. Since that's the case, he'll just try to match the expectations. Raising his hand, he asked the instructor to be graded according to the criteria of the dragon-slaying arts as well. A junior instructor was pissed. He thought the young man was just trying to show off after seeing Cadet Reina accomplish it so easily. Fortunately, the lead instructor stepped in and did not give Zeke any more grief, granting him the approval. With a sly grin, Zeke made his way onto the stage. The junior instructor wanted to reprimand Zeke because he'd never seen the kid attend class even once. He must not have been informed that this cadet won a bet against Instructor Andre, exempting him from all required lectures. Furthermore, Zeke Draker is a generational talent, a golden light pure blood awakener. More recently, he even broke Sir Abel's unprecedented record in the dungeon escape exam. Zeke Draker is more than qualified for some special treatment. Stimulating his ether, the Stygian blade Bahamut activated aura conversion. Now that he's doing it seriously, Zeke noticed that harnessing his full strength was extremely difficult. Once he reached critical mass, he held the black blade with poise. Upon raising his sword to initiate his move, Reina's eyes widened in recognition. This is a move that belongs to the first chapter and first verse of Dragon-slaying arts. The Sky Slice stance. Reina can recognize the degree of perfection that Zeke was exhibiting. His form far surpasses her own. It's even comparable to Instructor Andre's mastery. This is only natural considering how many hours Zeke spent thoroughly imprinting dragon-slaying arts into his body before he regressed. His sword and movements are flawless. His positioning and footwork are swift and precise. Even the minuscule changes in the flow of aura have been ingrained into his body to the point of not requiring conscious thought. He can do this shit in his sleep. In his past life, he came to the point of growing bored of dragon-slaying arts. But starting over from the basics doesn't feel too bad. After cleaving his way through the dummies with ease, he sheathed his sword and walked away. He overheard the shocked discussions about how he effortlessly wrapped his huge sword in aura. Zeke might have overdone it and shown off a bit too much. Unlike Reina's wild demonstration, his form of destruction was clean, precise, and overwhelmingly lethal. He wanted to be evaluated on a similar level to Reina, but he ended up overshadowing everyone again. Even the instructors could tell that he had the combat level of a purple knight. In the crowd, Owen Zimmons was utterly defeated. He really tried to mess with such a monstrous cadet. Reina, on the other hand, felt as though a fire was lit on her underside. After that performance, Zeke was called up to the dean's office. His results have reached all the way to the top brass. He tried to be humble while being praised, but everyone knows that reaching the level of a purple knight at his age cannot be attributed merely to luck. So, the dean asked if he would be open to taking the grade advancement exam. Depending on how he performs, he could skip one or more grades. It's a system designed for remarkable students like himself. This would expedite his plans immensely. So, with a confident grin, he accepted the dean's proposal and made his exit. Since it looks like the fat fuck already has something planned, it would be best to keep playing along while staying vigilant. Back in the dean's office, the lumpy leader passed down the orders to one of his people to take special measures. Reina and Zeke Draker, both pure-blood awakeners, have decided to take the exam. Things are starting to get interesting. A few days later, the top 2 freshman cadets were called to the Draker Academy's upper-class Aura training hall. Zeke and Reina awkwardly stood next to each other while waiting for the exam to start. He could feel her eyes peering into him, not even trying to hide her competitive spirit. Finally, the examiner for the grade advancement exam had arrived. He's one of the main family's upper-class knights, the man known as Sir Owl Draker. Upon seeing Owl, his eyes widened in surprise. He only knew this man as Diebackblade. In his past life, he once saw this man carry dead civilians in the middle of a battlefield. At that time, simply seeing the Draker uniform would cause Zeke to raise his guard. Just as he was about to challenge the damned dog of the Empire, he sensed not a single iota of hostility, only grief and desolation. The man didn't come here to kill or conquer. He came here to make graves for the victims of war. In fact, the dirt caking his uniform and the plethora of graves littering the land is a testament to the man's feelings. Zeke grabbed a pair of shovels and offered to help. Even if the man refuses, he'll just help anyway, so they might as well work together. He introduced himself as Zeke Murray, a member of the Northern Allied Forces. When asked if he's a Draker, the man vehemently said no. He had decided to abandon that accursed last name. Zeke and the man have that in common. That day, Owl Draker decided to take the moniker Diebackblade. Now young Zeke is seeing that man, but only now does he know that Dieback's name is Owl. It suits his curt character perfectly. The 2 cadets bowed and respectfully extended their greetings. Zeke didn't expect that an upper-class knight would conduct their advancement exam. In reality, these knights are the supporting pillars of the Draker clan. They hold a high-ranking position and wield a ton of power. Another instructor explained that the exam format would be simple, a swordsmanship battle. The fight will continue so long as the cadets have not lost consciousness or have given up. Reina grabbed her slim sword and offered to go first, only to be reprimanded by Owl. There is no need to go separately. Owl wants these 2 to come at him together. He wants all the smoke. Reina felt insulted, but Zeke calmed him down with logic. She should be aware that there's a giant chasm in skill level between them and Owl. On top of that, the test had already begun the moment the knight spoke. Reina would have lost a lot of points if she failed to control her emotions and rushed in. With a deep breath, she composed herself. Swallowing her pride, she asked Zeke how they should tackle this exam together. As expected of a combat genius, Reina can set aside their rivalry with quick judgment for the sake of a win. It just so happens that Zeke has already figured out a perfect strategy for this sort of situation. All they need to do is land one good strike. After giving Reina a rundown of the plan, she took her position behind Owl. Zeke paid attention to Owl's blade, an odd sword with a single edge hailing from the Eastern Empire, the Huando. It's the same type of weapon that Diebackblade used before the regression. It's evident that Reina's pride has been bruised a little, but the weak cannot afford honor and pride. She must learn to cast her feelings aside and focus on the winning strategy. After giving the signal, Zeke and Reina launched themselves toward Owl at the same exact time. Even with the numbers advantage, they can't seem to land a clean hit against the knight's experienced and precise defense. Judging by how easily he's thwarting Reina's flank attacks, one would assume that the man has eyes behind his back. He wasn't just blocking either. He's even parrying some strikes like a pro. After the first bout, the cadets failed to connect with even a single attack. Reina was quickly humbled upon experiencing how skillful an upper-class knight really is firsthand. She's sticking with Zeke's plan to focus her attacks on Owl's blind spots. Even though she's moving with textbook perfection, she can't seem to pierce through an ironclad defense. Growing increasingly impatient, she pulled out the Dragon-Slaying Arts Chapter 3, Verse 1, and charged in with the intent to kill. Pushing her speed to the limit, she performed the half-moon swing and missed. The big movement left her open for a counter, and Owl mercilessly kicked her in the throat. She was forcefully sent flying towards the wall, kicking up a storm of dust and worrying her attendants nearby. Still, she took that kick like a champ and quickly got back up after losing consciousness for a moment. Meanwhile, Zeke was saddled with dealing with the knight on his own. With Reina's current skills, creating an opening is practically out of reach. But for Zeke, who was going toe-to-toe with an upper-class knight with a smile on his face, it seemed possible. Before they executed the plan, Reyna protested that she was not one to participate in such shameful strategies. She wanted an honorable duel, but Zeke gave her a reality check. Honor would never put food on the table. They didn't come here for a match between knights. They came here to pass an exam, and the academy was testing their ability to kill. Even though it's against her principles, she eventually bit her tongue and accepted her role. Even though the chance of victory is slim, they'll just have to force a situation where they can get the dub. Zeke asked her what she lacked back in the cradle when he easily defeated her with a rock throw. Reyna admitted that she didn't expect such an unorthodox fighting style. Most nobles commit that blunder. They just have to push Owl to make the same mistake. All Zeke needs is a small opening, and the rest will be easy. Finally, he turned up the heat and activated Gale Arts, shadowless steps, creating multiple after images to surround Owl. The upper-class knight was taken aback. He recognized Sir Duke's technique. After a few seconds of tricky movements, Zeke attacked, forcing Owl to get a lot more serious with his blocks. Afterward, the light fixtures in the entire arena went out all at once, plunging the Aura training hall into darkness. Reyna used her Pure Blood Awakener trait, Mana Interference, to mess with the lights, limiting vision. The only source of light was the sparks of blades colliding against one another. Owl chose to stand his ground and limit big movements to focus on Zeke's seemingly relentless barrage. The knight found this trickery a bit childish. They should know that simply obstructing the vision of someone of his level won't provide an opening at all. But his conceit might cost him a ton. He felt like a prey being hunted by an invisible predator. While Owl relies on his other senses, Zeke seemingly moves without any visual obstruction in pitch darkness. In fact, he is attacking as if his vision is clearer than ever. Zeke has been waiting for a chance to try his new draconian skill in combat, and this should be a good time to do so. Sheathing his blade and starting from a safe distance, his hand turned into a vicious claw. Since Owl isn't the type to yap about a foe's capabilities, using a secret tech shouldn't hurt. Zeke activated Dragon Claw, lighting up the training hall with pure energy as Owl raised his Huando to deflect. He simply couldn't believe that this was a first-year cadet's sword strike. It doesn't feel like a sword strike at all. Owl felt the oppressive force of a mythical beast weighing him down. Regardless, it's safe to say that Zeke Drake had already long surpassed the level of a cadet altogether. Since Reyna doesn't seem to have the same freedom of movement in the dark, Owl focuses solely on the young man. Still, disregarding unnecessary forces for restriction only works against an opponent of a similar level. And that is not the case in this battle at all. Eventually, Owl Draker pinpointed Zeke's location and went on the offensive. They clashed dozens of times in a matter of a few seconds. Surprisingly enough, Zeke kept up with his stoic intensity. However, Zeke could tell that Owl was starting to acclimate to the darkness. He's moving like his vision is not impaired anymore. With both hands gripping his Huando, Owl struck a decisive blow. But he hit nothing but air. Zeke had vanished, leaving only a hazy figure of a shadow. He felt the young man reappear behind him and struck once again without hesitation. With a second swing and a miss, the knight realized that the lights were being tampered with again. They started falling from the ceiling to the floor, one by one. Zeke used extraneous noises to cover up traces of his movement. While Owl was tunnel-visioned on locating Zeke in the ceiling, he almost got sliced by an out-of-tempo attack. Capitalizing on the knight's brief disorientation, Zeke gave Reyna the signal to pounce. In addition, the young man threw something in the air. He got it from his buddy at the magic department. The structure and ingredients are simple. It's a single-use item that can store a spell. Locked inside the canister is a replica of explosion magic with only the flash of light and deafening sound included. Zeke closed his eyes and covered his ears, leaving Reyna with the most important job. Unable to account for such a disruptive trick, Owl Draker was caught in the noisy explosion. He felt stupid for falling for such an underhanded trick. The upper-class knight also admitted that disregarding Reyna altogether was a massive error in his judgment. In his most vulnerable state, the two cadets pushed forth with the intent of grabbing the victory. Since he simply can't afford to lose to kids, Owl Draker unleashed the 4th chapter and 1st verse of the dragon-slaying arts, a full moon slash, blindly performed to push the cadets away. The mere fact that he was forced to use a serious technique against these brats made Owl Draker feel like a scumbag. When the test concluded, both cadets were put on stretchers to be treated. Despite the last bit of the test, Owl Draker did a good job. While the upper-class knight was settling the last bit of the test, he heard a familiar gruff voice. He bowed and politely greeted Duke, the Knight of the Gale, who came by to tease Owl. When asked how Zeke did on the test, Owl fell deep in thought. At the final moment of the showdown, he could tell that the kid intentionally abandoned his sword and raised his guard instead when he could have launched a counterattack. Owl reckoned that the clever young master wasn't aiming for a complete victory, he just wanted to advance. He only revealed his abilities to the extent that he felt was necessary. So, he answered Duke's question with honesty. Evaluating Zeke Draker is far behind his capacity. Later that day, the result of the test was discussed by the higher-ups in the Academy Grade Advancement meeting. By the looks of it, they've already come to a mutual agreement regarding the decision. The next day, it was announced that Reina and Zeke would advance to 3rd and 5th grade respectively. From that point on, Zeke lived as quietly as possible. He continued learning all the Gale arts from Duke, and Andre continued working hard. He maintained a good relationship with Professor Fanon until he was chosen by the Royal Magic Lab in Delphoa. Zeke actively avoided getting involved with the heirs of the great families. Another interesting thing was that Owl came to see him every quarter to request a duel, which he accommodated. After a few sessions, Owl must have awakened to a sudden realization, handed a leave of absence, and isolated himself for close training. Just like that, 2 years have passed, and Zeke graduated from the academy. Today, Decker is in good spirits. His young master had just become the youngest person to have been admitted into Valhalla after all. The old butler believes that the patriarch would be elated with how much the 15-year-old Zeke had grown. The dean even personally wrote a letter of recommendation for Zeke. Being bestowed the title of the youngest prodigy admitted to Valhalla effectively rendered his 2 years of low-key living null and void. The entrance ceremony will take place in 3 months. Zeke wants Decker to go back to the family estate while he allegedly rests quietly by himself. When the young master claimed that he didn't want to be disturbed by anyone, Decker immediately knew what he was implying. In truth, Zeke is itching to head to the giant mountains where Kaiser's remains lay. He'll use this 3-month vacation as an excuse to explore the lands of Argos Kingdom through the Adventurers Guild. Zeke wanted to err on the side of caution and conceal his identity when venturing into a foreign land. Before going, he wanted to see another person, his loyal attendant Liam. In the past 2 years, he kept on telling the big guy to ease up, but he still preferred to be formal with Zeke. Zeke heard that Liam had been transferred to the special class after standing out. As the boss, he can't just stand by and do nothing to celebrate such an achievement. So, he went ahead and organized everything that Liam would ever need during his time in the academy. Exam materials, training manuals, and essential items have been prepared for his use. All Liam has to do is claim all the required items in Fafnir's breath. Also, the big guy will need a personal weapon in his 4th year. So Zeke had already arranged for that with Galleon. Everything has been paid for, so there's no need to worry. After all, he truly has faith that Liam will follow after him in Valhalla sooner rather than later. Hearing everything his boss had done to set him up for success moved the gentle giant to tears. With determination, he kneeled down and assured his liege that he would live up to those expectations no matter what. With Liam set up, Zeke turned his attention back to Argos Kingdom, a powerhouse that lies at the northernmost edge of the central continent. It is one of the 4 central powers alongside Delphoa, Thebia, and Alencia. All sorts of dungeons litter the giant mountains that divide the continent. These dungeons draw an adventurer hoping to try their luck. The first king of Argos realized this opportunity and tied the kingdom's central business to dungeons and adventurers. Under the support of the royal family, the giant mountains have been divided into hundreds of regions with unique shipping routes and bases. Eventually, the Argos Adventurers Guild spread all across the continent. Right now, our boy is inside one of its many branches. He took on his pre-regression name, Zeke Murray, to register and donned a very convincing disguise. Zeke got some heavy-duty brown wig and green magic lenses. He wants to operate in peace, and hiding his identity as an adventurer is practically a requirement. The mere mention of the Draker name would undoubtedly make him stand out. Now that he's back in the outside world, it's time to stretch his legs and go on a treasure hunt. He boarded one of the many caravans heading for the giant mountains. It's a relief he managed to share one, given that it's currently peak season for adventurers. Inside the caravan, some plucky adventurers tried to make conversation, asking if he was a first-timer. Their leader, a particularly pushy blonde, tried to recruit Zeke with a smile. He bragged that they were veterans who knew their way around the mountains and warned Zeke of the dangers of going solo and ending up as Monster Chow. One glance was all it took to peer through their real intentions. These garbage people are evil. They love taking in new adventurers to use as monster bait or sell them off to slave traders. So Zeke didn't bother replying to their advances. Then, he noticed something odd, told the blondie to shut the hell up, and walked over to the caravan coach. He warned the coach that there were monsters tailing them from 500 meters to the left. Judging by their presence, it seems to be a mob of orcs. The coach insisted that they were on a secure route, so they should be safe. Overhearing Zeke's warning, the blondie called him a nervous rookie. Everyone knows that routes managed by the Adventurers Guild are completely secure. Forget monsters. Not even wild animals would dare to get inside the safe zone. If that's the case, then what the hell is that thing behind Blondie? The caravan was absolutely clobbered by the mob of orcs. The monsters were swift and decisive with their ambush. They killed the horses pulling the carriage and absolutely demolished the entire thing. The orcs killed the passengers one by one. While his crew was being massacred, the blonde adventurer was pinned down by the remains of the caravan. When an orc heard him screaming in terror, he joined his garbage crew in their bloody graves. Meanwhile, Zeke had already bounced out of that supposedly safe route. The presence of roaming orcs around the safe zone means that the base isn't operating properly. With his decades of experience in tracking, it didn't take Zeke long to find the kingdom's base. He was greeted by the sight of blood and gore. Corpses of knights littered the place. Judging by the size of the base and the manpower concentrated in this place, most monsters would not have stood a chance. So Zeke examined the corpses a little more meticulously. He could tell that these people weren't butchered by a monster. They were slaughtered by a human. Whoever's the culprit intentionally left massive lacerations on the corpses to disguise it as a vicious monster attack. However, a monster can't possibly leave cuts this clean. On top of that, there are almost no traces of resistance. These soldiers must have been killed by a wicked ambush from someone at the Purple Knight level. If Zeke stays any longer, he might even be implicated with such a heinous crime. Right now, he can't afford distractions. Finding traces of Kaiser is his top priority. Venturing deeper into the woods, he started seeing more and more symbols that mark barbarian territory. According to the mini-map, he should be close to his destination. However, the Empire's hunting dogs are sniffing around and are trying to tail him, thinking he would not notice. These dogs have been recruited from the greatest talents among knight trainees. As a unit under the direct orders of the Emperor, they are trained in tracking and assassination. Currently, only those in the highest positions of the Empire are aware of their existence, but the dogs will make a grand display in the public eye when the Continental War starts. While Zeke is heading deeper into the woods, he's been watching their movements. The tracking techniques they are using are painfully familiar. This is precisely what they used to take his life before regressing. From Duke's conversation with his dad, Zeke finds out that the Emperor is obsessed with immortality and is willing to turn the continent inside out to find it. Even in his past life, the Mad Emperor was obsessed with all sorts of rare artifacts. That man wanted to unify the world and rule over it for eternity. With that in mind, there's a possibility that the Empire is also targeting Hero King Kaiser's ruins. Zeke will have to confirm it himself. Suddenly, he bolted out of the hunting dog's vicinity. Just as one of them was about to shoot a flare up into the air, Zeke cut the man's hand off with a single strike. The one holding the gold emergency flare should be this group's leader. While the leader bleeds out, Zeke asks if they're the perimeter guard team since a standard team should consist of 12 men instead of just 3. Hearing that the young man figured them out so quickly, the dogs barked. To shut them up, Zeke beheaded the leader to make them understand the situation better. He's not the prey, he's the fucking hunter. All he can see is 2 mouths that can talk. They had better start doing that before the number reached 0. After a lot of convincing, Zeke found the location of the dog's temporary base. Inside a cavern, dozens of Imperial hunting dogs have gathered. They're probably responsible for the massacre of the Argos Kingdom base camp from earlier. Since they're taking such drastic measures, it's possible that they really found Kaiser's ruins. Before checking out the hunting dog base, Zeke arranged the corpses of his victims neatly and scribbled some sinister symbols on a tree using their blood. Even though it's just a temporary base, the hunting dogs sure know how to make decent accommodations. Still, most of the dogs are deathly bored of guard duty. Since they're inside barbarian territory, no one in their right mind would dare to intrude. The guards went from deathly bored to just plain dead. One by one, they were sniped by an unstoppable force. The kills were so discreet that the dogs inside barely noticed. Before they knew it, their death sentence had already infiltrated their little base. Zeke was brutal, meticulous, and decisive. All his kills were done in one strike. When one of the dogs tried to warn his fellow puppies, Zeke shoved his whole hand on the guy's mouth and slit the dipshit's throat. Holding a dagger stained with the Empire's blood reminded Zeke of old times. He felt nostalgic for the days when he acted as the blade who stifled a 5-year-long power struggle. Once he was ordered by his boss to raid the Pabella cartel. Of course, the hunting dogs spotted and encircled him eventually. The one in charge recognized Zeke's style as the knifemanship of a southern hitman. The only ones who practiced such a brutal style were the McCains and Pabellas. Either way, they need to deal with this masked assassin. With a single glance, Zeke evaluated the battalion's leader as nothing more than a low-quality blue knight at most, far weaker compared to the standard of hunting dogs in his past life. Zeke stirred the pot even further, insulting the survivors after slaughtering their comrades. Finally, he burst into action and took on dozens of hunting dogs at once. No matter what they tried, they couldn't get past Zeke's infallible knife. As the fight continued, he found it odd just how weak these dogs were. Are they too weak, or did Zeke just get too strong? Right now, it doesn't matter. To expedite the carnage, Zeke used his mana reflection skill to kill the lights. The leader correctly suspected that this was the Dragonslayer's mana interference, but the intruder didn't fight with a sword and didn't use aura either. The power outage must be a coincidence. Mr. Leader tried to rouse his men up, assuring them that power would be restored soon. All they have to do is focus on defense. A few seconds later, the power did come back. The lights exposed dozens of hunting dog corpses neatly lined up on the ground. The only one left was the dumbass leader, and Zeke's already got his eyes on the man. When he mentioned Kaiser's ruins, the leader unconsciously reached for his sword with his trembling hands. Zeke is not expecting to extract any valuable intel from this man. It's better to just find the ruins on his own. The leader tried insisting that they're not here for some ruins, but that doesn't really matter. With one more slash, the hunting dogs were completely annihilated. Thanks to the blade he used to kill everyone and the symbols he left, all of the events that occurred here will be blamed on the McCains. In his previous life, Zeke poured blood, sweat, and tears into that criminal organization based in the South. After the Cusco kingdom fell due to a civil war, the McCain cartel divided the resulting land in two and took power. Zeke could have easily covered his tracks had he used his draconian skills, but intentionally using southern knife techniques and pinning it on the cartel was more fun. The Empire would simply blame the criminal organization. If the Emperor launches a crusade to eliminate McCain, Zeke also stands to benefit. Anyway, after searching the base, Zeke found a letter that proved just how crazy the Emperor had become. His only command was to find any kind of ancient ruins. The most shocking thing was the enclosed operation map. Checking every nook and cranny of the central continent is a given, but the dogs are even searching the eastern regions in the middle of a ceasefire agreement. Every hunting dog has been mobilized, extending past the dark seas. They are scouring every place suspected of housing ancient ruins. This would mean that the hunting dogs are already operating on a massive scale. Thankfully, they haven't encroached on Kaiser's ruins. Nevertheless, it would be best if Zeke hurried up since bad news was coming. Looking up to the sky, a red flare shined. The hunting dogs used this special flare to signal a disaster. Zeke immediately pulled up his mask and made a run for it. No matter how swift and tricky he was, the hunting dogs had nearly caught up. The 5-part red flare they shot is an absolute snare. They are under orders to kill the hazard no matter what. Using the flare as the center, they will search, secure, ensnare, and kill. This is their archetypal assassination method, and is synonymous with a death sentence. When Zeke stole the artifact that the Emperor was after, even he fell victim to the absolute snare. But things are different now that he has the system. With a sneak attack, Zeke was boxed in by the dogs. Their swords were fast and sharp, all of them aiming for a kill shot. But Zeke didn't panic. Even with just a knife, he's confident that he can take them on. After waltzing his way out of a disadvantaged position, Zeke assessed his assailants. These guys are definitely on a different level from the noobs in the cave. He tried to keep some distance, but more and more dogs kept on coming out of the woodwork. Surrounded by dozens of the Empire's best and brightest, this simple excursion has turned into a real hassle. Based on these people's skill levels, Zeke can still escape, but that would mean tearing down his attempts to frame McCain. He still has one more trump card that he really didn't want to use, though. Zeke pulled out a tiny horn and put it in his mouth. He blew on it, and the thing produced a guttural sound that blanketed the entire forest. The dogs stopped their advance and observed the situation. Taking advantage of their confusion, Zeke threw some smoke bombs to limit their vision. They tried to close in on him, thinking that the sound was just a distraction, and failed. Still, while the absolute snare is in effect, not a single soul can outrun the dogs. The leader quickly adapted and ordered his men to start tracking for suspicious movements. Zeke seemed to be traceless, but it would only be a matter of time before these dogs picked his scent back up. While the leader was deep in thought, his men started dying off. Coming out of the woods were throngs of barbarians thirsty for blood, even though the dogs tried their best not to provoke these savages. While they can take a few of them, going up against an entire army is just asking to be wiped out. Some of the dogs tried to stand their ground, but their aura blades couldn't even tear through barbarian skin. In contrast, a single punch from a barbarian can crush a man's head. The leader of the dogs had never seen these savages so enraged. At this rate, they'll all die. So he pulled out a flare and shot the signal to withdraw, canceling the absolute snare. As they retreated with their tails tucked between their legs, the barbarians continued to chase. When the coast was finally clear, Zeke dug himself out of his hiding spot and breathed a sigh of relief. That horn was far more effective than he expected. A barbarian's horn is used for efficient communication during the chaos of battle. It's a tool of war. In his past life, Zeke developed a friendly relationship with the Mohawken tribe, and they taught him how to make and use the horn. The signal he sent the savages was a message about outsiders intruding upon their sacred land. Sure, barbarians are considered to be simplistic and uncivilized, but they have clear cultures and traditions and live under their own set of principles. The replica that Zeke crafted only held up for one use, but it was a massive help. With the dogs off his back, he can finally continue his quest. He arrived at the entrance of the ancient ruins rather quickly. Here, he encountered yet another obstacle to his plan. It's just one thing after another today. He had discovered a 9-headed fallen dragonborn corrupted by contaminated energy. Zeke doesn't even know what a fallen dragonborn is. According to the minimap, the door leading to the ruins is directly behind the best. First, he tried to open the door remotely using the system, and it worked. He successfully opened the home of the Hero King, Kaiser. However, this prompted the fallen dragonborn to go on an aggressive rampage. Zeke can't cheese the beast and walk past it now. Since he's being forced to fight, he immediately uses his dragon-slaying arts and closes the gap between him and the monstrosity. In order to dodge 9 attacks all at once, Zeke tapped into his Gale arts and used Shadowless Steps. His plan was to interfere with the monster's vision using Shadowless Steps and sneak into the entrance quickly. For a second, it looks like the bold plan is going to work. Just a bit further, and he would have pulled off the scam, but the fangs of the Dragonborn stopped him from doing so. Alas, he was forced to pull out the Stygian blade, Bahamut. He immediately used Dragon-Slaying Arts Chapter 7, Verse 1, Dragonhead Severance, to the fullest degree. Upon severing one of 9 heads, Zeke discovered that the fallen Dragonborn's blood had a corrosive property. Thankfully, his healing factor kicked in before his skin was peeled off. After the initial clash, Zeke finally remembered what this monster was. His master from his past life barely subjugated such a formidable beast. The 9-headed dragon Hydra. He felt his blood pumping with excitement, eager to test himself against such an opponent. The battle raged on, with Zeke using Bahamut as Hydra's toothpick. While he was dealing with one head, the other ones continued to wreak havoc. He's starting to doubt his clan's naming scheme for the so-called dragon-slaying arts at this point. In this age where dragons are extinct, dragonborn monsters are the closest life forms to them. Still, it seems like none of his attacks are working against the beast. No matter how much he cuts, the Hydra just heals back up. Taking such a monster down might be a bit too much for him currently. The monster is positioned about 30 meters away from the door. For now, Zeke wanted to try something, so he asked the system to close the entrance. His request has been confirmed, and the door has been shut. Zeke took his position with a determination to give it another go. He compounded applied dragon-slaying arts and the 5th form of Gale arts together. Charging forward, he unleashed the Wind Splitter. The burst of speed should give him enough velocity to get through the door. The Hydra eyed him and sent 3 heads coiling to block his path. Zeke made it closer to the entrance than he ever had, but the Hydra was quick enough to stifle his progress with a vicious bite on one of his arms to drag him away. He thought he could outsmart and trick the beast, but it's clearly hell-bent on fulfilling its guard duty. Since the beast wants his arm so badly, Zeke gladly ceded his limb. Using his blade, he cut his own arm to escape from the Dragonborn's clutches. A severed arm is not that big of a deal, considering Zeke's inhuman regeneration. Incensed by his reckless fighting style, the beast showed another new attack. It spewed out a poison fog that quickly enveloped him. The Hydra's poison quickly seeped into Zeke's body. He countered with a spiteful attack of his own. With soul manifestation, laceration tore through multiple heads at once. Now, most of the Hydra's head has been cut off, causing it to crash on the ground. The dragon and the Dragonslayer stared at each other, both of them on their last legs. The beast initiates the final clash as Zeke lifts his sword to deal with the only remaining head. Unconsciously, his draconian skill, Dragon's Dignity, kicked in. In the Hydra's eyes, Zeke had transformed into the specter of a real dragon. His threatening words to kill and crush the beast utterly intimidated the fallen Dragonborn. A fear that resonated deep, thrummed from within its genes, and stunned the monster. Its aggressive demeanor completely dissolved, becoming more like an obedient dog in front of Zeke. It slowly cowered away to tend to its wounds while sweating bullets. Zeke finally took a breather. His regenerated arm is still raw, and the poison is still coursing through his bloodstream. If he knew that the dragon's dignity worked against the Dragonborn, he would have used it a lot sooner. For the first time in a while, he felt tired when infinite stamina was supposed to be permanently active. Fiddling with his system, he was prompted with the option to activate Draconic Control to subjugate the Dragonborn target with his authority. Who would have thought that he could strike fear in the heart of a monster that nearly devoured him whole? Whatever the reason, this presents a pretty exciting possibility. He might be able to subjugate monsters. He wanted to give it a shot, but the system prompted that he lacked the required administrator level to subjugate the fallen Dragonborn. Zeke felt that this was fair. It would be weirder if such a broken ability didn't have restrictions. He slowly stood up and felt a painful throbbing inside his body. The Hydra's poison wrecking his body has surpassed dangerous levels. His passive healing was not working. Desperate for relief, he thought of Gluttony's other effect. He can consume bloodline abilities. Since Hydra has such a potent poison, it's safe to assume that it has a bloodline ability to resist such toxin. While he writhes in pain, Zeke's shadow extends as Gluttony descends. He devoured one of the Dragonborn's freshly severed heads, melting and pulling it into the void. Doing so upgraded his Gluttony skill from beginner to expert. He completely recovered his energy, and most importantly, He rolled the much-needed bloodline ability, an incomplete constitution for poison resistance. As his shadow retreated, Zeke forced himself to stand back up. His poison resistance constitution completely neutralized the painful throbbing coursing through his body. Before entering the ruins, he gave his status window a quick check. Everything seems to be in order, and the poison resistance constitution might unlock some new possibilities for him in the future. On top of that, gluttony, which has been stuck at the beginner level, had finally gone up. Overall, he got some hefty upgrades. Now Zeke can start moving without some pesky nine-headed worm holding him back. Hero King Kaiser was a legendary figure by every metric. He was born from a wise human sage's and the fairy monarch's love. Like any archetypical hero, Kaiser's life was wrought with difficulty from the day he was born. He was separated from his parents due to an evil mage's schemes and abandoned in a forest filled with beasts. In there, a sacred wolf took in the young, lone, and crying baby Kaiser and raised him like a cub. Thanks to that, the Hero King grew up safely and fiercely. He eventually saved the oppressed humans and created the Kingdom of Human Liberation in the central continent, Kronos. Every single person on the continent knows of Kaiser's legend. They've heard it in bedtime stories. However, solid proof substantiating the tall tales is non-existent. Right now, Zeke is standing in the ruins that would prove Kaiser and Kronos Kingdom's existence. The tower that housed the Hero King is right in front of him. It's far smaller in scale than what the storybooks depicted. Zeke didn't expect that the ruins he was trying to get into would be the Kronos Kingdom itself. Looking at the tower's gate, he could see the similarities between Kronos and the home of the Dragonslayer. The gate opened and Zeke promptly entered. In the middle of the room was a singular piece of blue glowing ore. If he's not mistaken, this thing should contain the Hero King's secret technique. Upon touching the ore, the quest linked to the secret technique has automatically begun. The system warned Zeke that he could not leave the limited area until the linked quest's completion. The ornate gates closed, trapping him inside. He must acquire Kaiser's wisdom from the remnants of his presence left in the ruins to gain the fairy monarch's tears. As far as Zeke knows, the fairy monarch's tears came from Kaiser's mother. She was an existence that granted the wishes of men. Getting that as a reward would be game-changing. While he doesn't know how to use it yet, the tear is surely a cheat-level treasure. Hovering his hand on the crystallized tear, he asked the system how to proceed, and it started extracting data from a magic recording device. The system opened entry 546 of Hero King Kaiser's magic video records. In total, there are 12 entries that correspond to Zeke's question, and the first one was automatically played. The language, Ancient Kornosian, has been dead for a long time, so the system kindly activated an automatic translation of the common Central Continent tongue. Suddenly, a projection depicting a man with a blade lit up the room. He was giving a lecture about swords. This is the man, the myth, the legend, Hero King Kaiser himself. According to this guy, a sword is a sword, no matter what. At least, that's the kind of nonsense that those senile old men spout. Suddenly, the recording device shook, and Kaiser yelled at someone called Shelturn to keep it together. This Shelturn guy would be known as Kaiser's most loyal knight. Seeing this clear recording of a mythical man felt like a revelation for Zeke. Behind the camera, Shelturn asked the king how to wield a sword well. Kaiser pulled out his blade and cited the need for practice and vigor. With a smirk, he brought his sword down in a single motion, and Zeke felt as though he was being cut cleanly in half. For a few seconds, he felt his body separating lengthwise. When he snapped out of the nightmare, he was sweating bullets. It was just a recording of a practice swing, yet the overwhelming spirit felt so real. This is the wisdom of the Hero King that he must inherit. Thinking about wielding a blade at that level pumped him up. So, he asked the system to replay the video from the beginning. After replaying the recording over and over and trying to mimic that intensity, 4 days have passed in the blink of an eye. There are 3 doors that can be opened from this locked room. The first one is food storage, which contains enough supplies to last for months on end. The second door leads to a resting area with a bed and a bath to manage one's condition. The final room contains a variety of books and weapons of war. This place is the most optimal training room meant to hone Kaiser's successor. With all his needs provided, Zeke was able to focus purely on training and swinging his sword. He was able to come as close as possible to Kaiser's form, but something was missing. After another day of endless practice, he finally acquired the basic form of the Hero King's wisdom, the elemental sword. Surpassing the basic level opened up the applied level. This triggered the summoning of Kaiser's soul. With the monarch's tear as the catalyst, the spirit took form. The king of the ancient Kronos kingdom, Hero King Kaiser, stepped into the corporeal world once more. Zeke was hyped. The soul of the legendary king renowned throughout the continent is standing right before his eyes. He quickly snapped out of his reverie when Kaiser reached for his sword. Thankfully, he's become proficient enough to predict the incoming attack and block it in time. Nevertheless, the power behind the sword strike sent him careening to the walls. Then, the king ordered him to stand back up. He felt a sensation he'd only ever felt once before when facing his master before regressing. The Hero King mocked his pathetic skills, deeming him unfit to learn the elemental sword. Kaiser was deeply unsatisfied. The knight of old would pound the ground and lament at the sight of how pitiful the current generation has become. Zeke reckoned that the king must be testing him right now. Not even giving him the chance to compose himself, Kaiser majestically closed the gap between them. He unleashed another monstrous slash that could have ended Zeke's life. These attacks are clearly lethal. This 1,000-year-old soul is trying to kill him. The hero that he looked up to looked more like an unreasonable monster right now. Clearing useless thoughts out of his mind, Zeke took a deep breath. He dropped the practice sword and steeled his determination to give this duel everything he had. Upon pulling out Bahamut, he immediately coated the Stygian blade with ether and converted it to aura. The Hero King was pleasantly surprised and asked Zeke if he was Shelturn's disciple or something. He vaguely remembers his loyal knight telling him about this power. Kaiser thinks it was called Aurora. Even when he's fighting at full force, Zeke is easily thwarted. It's evident that the king wasn't even taking him seriously. Regardless of what it was called, Kaiser doesn't care about lesser techniques. All that matters is how fun fighting is for him. At least when Zeke is going all out, they can exchange one-sided blows for a few seconds. Zeke already expected that he would be insignificant compared to the ancient ruler. But this was just too much. He didn't think that his abilities would only amount to this much against a real powerhouse. However, he's confident in his perseverance. All at once, he activated Critical Strike, High-Speed Movement, Continuous Slash, and Dragon Claw. The image of the dragon's limb looked a lot more material, and its power was more destructive than ever before. Even so, Zeke's strongest attack didn't even wrinkle the king's robe. All it did was confuse Kaiser. Despite not being a dragonoid, the kid can wield draconian powers. While Kaiser was lost in thought, Zeke pushed his ether to the max and tried a sneak attack from behind. The Hero King turned around with a curious gaze. He perceived that Zeke was using some so-called elemental force. With one fluid motion, the young lord unleashed his ultimate killing blow, Soul Manifestation, Lacerate. Kaiser expertly blocked the attack that mangled a dragonborn with a smile on his face. A few moments later, Zeke opened his eyes, feeling disoriented. The king had been waiting for the weakling to wake up. Kaiser admitted that he saw some glimpses of real talent in Zeke. The kid is capable of tapping into Shelturn's talent. He can use draconian powers and even hints of elemental force. Upon closer inspection, he also noticed that part of Zeke's soul was stuck in the spirit realm. All these words only served to confuse the young man. Kaiser elaborated that despite Zeke's human body, he somehow managed to overcome the wall of death. If so, then his ability to tap into the elemental force makes sense. Growing frustrated, Zeke confronted the king about all these unfamiliar terms and seemingly nonsensical topics. Kaiser smiled and dismissed such trivial matters. They have a much more important goal after all. This young man must now properly attempt to grasp the Hero King's wisdom and master the elemental sword. You see, the elemental force is the natural energy that makes up all things. Water, earth, fire, and wind. The long-lost elemental sword applies these four basic elements in one technique. To demonstrate visually, the king swung his sword and produced a roaring tempest with windfield. The source behind this technique must be the ether that the young man spoke of. The king's explanation, his raw power, and his application are a lot closer to magic rather than swordsmanship. Since elemental force is practically synonymous with ether, there must be some kind of secret involved in its conversion. When he raises the question of conversion, the king just looks at Zeke like he is an idiot. He set his sword on fire and awkwardly claimed that he could just do it innately, so he can't really explain the method. So Zeke was forced to observe and form his own explanations. It's not that he can't feel ether from the king. It's that he simply could not. This man's ether usage is so perfectly fine-tuned that it would take all of Zeke's focus just to barely feel the ether's movement. After condensing what he learned thus far, he attempted to use the elemental sword. Kaiser definitely called his soul manifestation earlier some kind of elemental force. If so, he just needs to tweak soul manifestation a little bit to come to his own interpretation. When he tried to get a feel of the conversion, the king was a little bit surprised. After a few moments of forcing his soul manifestation to change form, he managed to form a gale sword. Instead of praise for getting the hang of it so fast, Kaiser smacked him in the head instead. The king insisted that he must use real elemental force, not some inferior knockoff incantation. According to Kaiser, incantations are an exclusive domain for dragons. Dragonoids might be able to use them, but humans are out of the question. Whenever Zeke relies on that power, he'll just end up pushing past his limits, and that won't end well at all. There is a marked difference between human and dragon souls. The young man might be able to imitate it for a bit, but he'll never be able to use incantations to their fullest potential. Kaiser is disgusted with whoever developed such a pathetic and reckless imitation. Come to think of it, Zeke had seen mentions of incantation before. When he absorbed Bahamut's heart, he acquired the draconian skill of incantation, but was not able to use it yet due to a lack of administrator experience. If that's the case, he can actually unlock its full potential when he grows stronger. He might be able to use soul manifestation without its drawbacks too. The king impatiently demanded that he practice properly before getting bashed in the head once more. Naturally, application training took much longer than basic physical training. Through the effects of the divine body, Kaiser's expert demonstrations, and regular spars, Zeke eventually came to an understanding of the fundamental principles of the elemental sword. While magic is activated using mana as its driving force, elemental sword uses ether as fuel to drive the power of spirits. After understanding the underlying principles and the method of usage, Zeke quickly began using the technique. Now, he can actually utilize some of Kaiser's fearsome techniques. Even though he's come so far, he's only progressed enough to the entry level in Kaiser's eyes. Reaching the next realm will be incredibly harsh, so he better get plenty of rest. But while he rested, he wanted to ask the Hero King a few questions. As Kaiser lazily rested on his floating cloud, he entertained the young man's queries. Zeke asked why the king called him Sheltern's disciple upon seeing the aura. Now, the king finally remembered what that power was called. Aura. Back then, Sheltern claimed that humans couldn't use elemental swords, so he created his own technique. That damned knight of his, Sheltern Draker, must have ignored the king's technique altogether and only passed down his own creation. Zeke was taken aback. He just casually found out that the right hand of the Hero King and the inventor of Aura was a freaking Draker. That means the original progenitor of his family was not Tarakan, but an even more ancient fighter in the form of Sheltern. Putting all follow-up questions aside, Zeke asked the king what the spirit realm was. Now that he's somewhat proficient with the elemental sword, he still can't grasp the concept of the realm. Kaiser nonchalantly raised his hand and caused a fissure to appear beside him. That fissure was made by the windfield pressure. He doesn't even need to use the sword to conjure such a thing. Kaiser explained that the spirit realm is basically the afterlife, but not quite. Once someone leaves their corporeal body in this current realm and their souls enter the spirit realm, one can never return. An impenetrable wall stands between these two planes of existence. However, Kaiser also mentioned that part of Zeke's soul was trapped in the spirit realm, and Kaiser himself is freely roaming the real world as a soul. Admittedly, this is the first time the Hero King has seen such a bizarre existence as Zeke. In reality, there are a couple of ways to cross between planes. In Kaiser's case, he enlisted the help of a dragon to cross over. Zeke was flabbergasted. He thought that there was no way such a haughty existence would help a human. The king was confused. Back in his day, dragons were life forms that cherished humans. This is news to Zeke, who only perceives dragons as apocalyptic beasts. If dragons cherished humans, then why did the evil dragon Bahamut try to destroy the world? Zeke's worldview is shattering. He doesn't even know what to believe anymore. Kaiser asserted that Zeke himself is a living testament to the dragon's care for humanity. His heart and the fang to create his sword were clearly gifted by Bahamut. Kaiser had some run-ins with that old dragon back in his heyday. Although Bahamut's character is questionable, that old bag of scales also has a cute side and cannot refuse a sincere request. It sounds like the Hero King and the evil dragon were on friendly terms. Keeping the fact that Bahamut was subjugated and killed by humans a secret would probably be best for now. So Zeke played along and claimed that his heart and sword were gifted to him by Lord Bahamut. Kaiser laughed heartily, clearly reminiscing about the dragon's kindness. He even mentioned that Bahamut regularly feuds with Kronos because of his fiery temper. The Hero King cleared up that Kronos was the guardian dragon of his kingdom, and Kaiser was his contractor. While the king was racking his brain over the name of the kingdom, Kronos was leisurely drinking tea beside him, so he named the kingdom after the dragon. Even so, Kronos didn't react much, as though he'd already expected it to happen. In truth, Kaiser wanted the dragon's name to be known by future generations. If that's the case, thousands of years ago in Kaiser's era, dragons and humans must have truly lived in harmony. However, in the case that an incredibly powerful dragon helped a human without a contract, the balance of the world must have collapsed, endangering the realm as a whole. These human-loving dragons must have suppressed their strength, polymorphed into their human forms, and helped humanity through contracts. Kaiser is one of those dragon contractors. So, the reason why so many ancient figures were unfathomably powerful was because they were receiving help from contracts. The mystery still remains. What the hell happened that caused a rift between two harmonious factions? Zeke thinks he can solve this question when he hears the entire story from his new eccentric master. Finally, resting time is over, and the two prepare for another clash. By this time, they've developed a playful rapport with each other. The final course of this training camp is a real duel against the Hero King. However, Such a simplistic format would not be any different from what they've already been doing. So, Kaiser added another rule. From now on, eating and sleeping will be forbidden, and the duel will continue until he says stop. Also, Zeke will be limited to using the same element as whatever Kaiser is using. Without waiting for another second, the room was set ablaze with a roaring flame field. A fiery dance waltzed. Kaiser claimed that Zeke was free to break the rules. If he has more than one life, he's free to try. The first form of the elemental sword is found on the element of fire. Meeting the king's sword with his own flame, the flame field sparked. The clashing blades spread a great amount of heat, boasting overwhelming destructive power. Right now, Zeke is capable of standing toe-to-toe when it comes to cooking with fire. His eyes constricted upon sensing that the next phase was about to begin. The second form is founded on the element of earth, steel field. Kaiser jumped into the air, springing into action. Steel field focuses on weight, specializing in subduing and defending. It allows the user to freely control solidity and mass. Zeke gritted his teeth and endured the mass to the best of his abilities. He managed to deflect the king away from his effective range. He thought he did pretty well until he felt a wound on his cheek. Kaiser is on to the third phase, a power founded on the element of wind, wind field. In a span of a few seconds, he must defend against hundreds of wind blades trying to cut him up to pieces. Compared to the flame field, it admittedly lacks in power. But when it comes to attack speed, movement, and sword aura, it stands above and beyond. The last phase is a form founded on the element of water, the water field. Water flexes between both attack and defense. It also excels in suppression and support. Dealing with crushing waves is a supremely difficult thing to do. The form is as variable as water itself, possessing a versatile and well-balanced strength. Sandwiched in between two tsunamis, Zeke went on a free fall. He's bleeding from multiple painful wounds, unable to even threaten the king in return. Both his power, range, and even master should be greater than when he started, but Kaiser is just built differently. The skill gap between the master and the student seemed insurmountable. As soon as he got the chance to retaliate, Zeke swung big. He thought he finally got a clean hit in before feeling a gentle tap of the sword on his head. Kaiser criticized him for harnessing the power of a waterfall, not of pure water. He thought he was free to improv as long as he unleashed the right attribute. The king admitted that he could freestyle all he wanted with other fields, wielding the element with force. However, he must learn that the water field is all about fluidity. Fluidity is not just about raw power, and it will always trump brute strength. With that, their first bout ended in Zeke's loss via technicality. Honestly, he's starting to feel frustrated with Kaiser's standards. He sees strength as the thing that trumps all. In his previous life, he submitted to defeat because he lacked the strength to fight back. As a result, he lost what was precious to him. Without strength, he couldn't protect those that are most important to him. In order to survive and adhere to his convictions, he sought nothing but strength his entire life, in both of his lives for that matter. So, when Kaiser insists that fluidity will win over strength, the king is basically challenging the very core of his being. While he was nodding off and silently ranting in the middle of the duel, Kaiser mercilessly attacked. Zeke managed to raise his water sword in the nick of time, but he was knocked off balance. In reality, he stopped trying to keep track of the days after the 15th day of non-stop fighting. By his estimation, it should have been at least a month since they started clanging swords without stopping for food or rest. Thanks to that, he realized that his infinite stamina wasn't all that powerful. In front of his monster, his broken skill seemed lackluster. Day by day, Kaiser increased the intensity of their tryst. Lately, they have been focusing on mastering fluidity in the water field. At this point, Zeke is having a hard time putting any strength into his exhausted arms. To make matters worse, the floor has gotten too slippery, messing with footwork. With Kaiser's next attack, his knees finally buckled. Without a stable foothold and being subjected to ungodly forces, it was only a matter of time. Instead of despairing, Zeke smiled. After days of opposing the ideology in his mind, he finally understood what Hero King Kaiser kept on telling him. Fluidity will trump strength. The strength to grip one's sword and the strength to remain standing. Once he was stripped of these things he had prided himself on, and casting it all aside, he finally gleaned the wisdom behind his eccentric master's words. The methods he learned to control a blade's arc and strike trajectory are nothing but chains that bind his freedom. Once he cuts away these unnecessary shackles, he can flow with the freedom of water. From above to below, he can carve his own path. Regaining the passion in his eyes, Zeke initiated the next exchange instead of being stuck in defense. Thinking about it, Zeke actually felt this liberation in his past life. It's a state where the line between his sword and his body blurred. The sensation of being one with the world around him. Just like the waves at times, violent and at times refined. His ever-changing movement and aggression finally made the king smile. After what seemed like months of endless duel, the master and the student looked as though they were having the time of their life. The room's floor had long since flooded while torrential rain poured. Zeke assumed an unorthodox position, the Stygian blade Bahamut streaming with water. Kaiser raised his blade above his head, expertly manipulating the fourth element. At the exact same time, they let loose their unhinged elemental swords. Their respective water's edge formed a perfect horizon of sharpness. Finally, the rain stopped, and a warm light filled the damp room. Hero King Kaiser looked at his disciple with a satisfied smile. With such a magnificent display of growth, the mythical figure officially accepted the young man known as Zeke Draker as the sole successor of his teachings. In the next scene, we see Zeke wake up. He was surprised to see that he passed out. This was his second time losing consciousness. The first time it happened was during his duel with Duke. At the time, the system informed him that the excessive use of his skills has resulted in fatigue that surpasses the allowed amount. The system forcefully shut down his consciousness for his own sake. However, it was different this time. This was the first time Zeke passed out because he reached his body's physical limit. He pushed himself up and called out to Kaiser. He turned around to see that the stone that summoned his master was broken. He realized that his master has returned to the spirit realm. Our boy wondered about what happened to the quest. He felt like he managed to decently use the water field before passing out. While he was thinking, several messages popped up out of nowhere. Zeke was shocked to see the amount of messages that appeared in front of him. The system informed him that he has completed the linked quest. It told him that his reward will be increased due to the time bonus. Zeke was happy to see this. He believed that he deserved the reward since he worked himself to the bone to complete the quest. He received the Fairy Monarch's Tears, 500 karma points, and 3 random skill cards. The system informed him that he has completed the achievement quest. It told him that his reward will increase due to the time bonus. It elevated Zeke's administrator rights and gave him 500 karma points, as well as 3 random boxes. Due to the fact that he was elevated to an intermediate administrator, certain system functions were to be unlocked. Zeke's elementary level quest book changed into an intermediate level quest book. An item hotkey slot was unlocked. The minimap portal transportation function was also unlocked. The system informed Zeke that his soul has seen some growth. Due to the growth in his soul, the seal on Bahamut's heart was partially unlocked. 90% of Bahamut's power was still sealed off. The messages were quite much. Zeke believed that reading through them will be a lot of work. Our boy decided to first check the seal percentage. He recalled that the seal was at 95% when he first absorbed Bahamut's heart. At that time, Zeke tried to unlock the seal immediately, but the system blocked him. Since he had directly faced the power, he knew that it was something that he couldn't handle. He realized that he can only handle 10% of the power now. Zeke understood that incantation, which he couldn't unlock with points alone, and dragonic control must be related to the seal percentage. He decided to keep an eye on it. He opened the system and unlocked the random boxes he got as a reward. He got some boots created from meteoric iron and a lower body armor that was also created from meteoric iron. The system told him that the property of the items will be activated once he equips a full set of meteoric iron. The third item he got were some earrings that were delicately made from crystals. The earrings grant the user 15% improvement in their mana recovery speed. They also look nice when paired with a red dress. Zeke knew that he could sell the earrings to a mage for a good price. He could not believe that he managed to get the boots and the lower body armor to match with the gauntlet he got from before. Our boy knew that it won't be long before he gets the full set. He decided to check his random skill cards next. When he opened the cards, he saw that he got a C-rank skill known as Static Discharge. The skill allows him to generate electricity to give a target an electric shock through touch. He got another C-rank skill called Flashbang. The skill allows him to shoot condense energy, which then explodes and generates a bright light that disables a person's vision. The third skill Zeke received was a C-rank skill called Dissonance. It allows him to create an unpleasant sound to interfere with a target's hearing. Zeke did not expect all the skills to be C-rank. He realized that there would be no point to all his hard work if the system just gave him high-ranked skills. Our boy took out a dagger and applied his static discharge to it. It caused a huge spark. Zeke could not believe that this was a C-rank skill. The power was very good. He realized that he could use it in different ways. He believed that he will be able to produce something that surpasses the effect of the artifact he used during the Great Advancement exam if he uses Flashbang and Dissonance together. Zeke opened his messages. He recalled that he unlocked more system functions by raising his administrator level. He clicked on the item hotkey slot. This function allows him to use items in the slot like a skill. Our boy believed that the function would be useful in an emergency. He wondered about what he should keep in the slots. Since he had healing factor and infinite stamina, he didn't need any healing potions. While looking through the system, Zeke realized something important. The skills that he thought would be all-powerful. Each had their own disadvantages. However unlikely it may be, there is no guarantee that he will never encounter another skilled opponent like Kaiser that can't be managed with infinite stamina. He realized that he hasn't been able to confirm the limits of his healing factor yet. He did not want to take any chances. He bought a top-grade healing potion known as Salvation. He bought it for 350 karma points. He registered the potion in the item hotkey slot. Salvation is the masterpiece of Javir Hassan. It is a top-grade healing potion that will instantly recover any mortal wound and stamina because of its incredible performance. Anyone who has taken it before will not be affected by it again. It also possesses an unknown effect. Although it was an unexpected expense, Zeke was not mad about it. He knew that he had to get a potion that would work as a replacement for infinite stamina or healing factor. Zeke decided to check the most important reward. He took out the fairy monarch's tears. It was in a glass bottle. The tears were said to be spilled after falling to the grief of losing the hero King Kaiser to an evil mage's conspiracy. It can be used as a medium to summon the fairy monarch from the spirit world. It can only be used once. Zeke was shocked to see the description of the item. He recalled that the fairy monarch appears in legends as an existence that grants human wishes. Zeke wondered if summoning the fairy monarch would lead to a wish being granted. He realized that it can only be used once. He decided not to test it now. He kept the bottle in his inventory. He stood up and told himself that a time will come when he will be able to use the item. After saying this, he walked out of the building. In the next scene, we are taken to an outpost. We see Zeke appear in the outpost out of nowhere. When he looked around, he realized that he was at an adventurer's outpost. He could not believe that he was actually transported there. He was able to do this with the new system portal function. He jumped out of the outpost. The system asked him if he will like to use the portal transportation function. It asked him to pick a destination to be transported to. He was currently at the Argos Kingdom's 8th adventurer outpost. As long as Zeke picks a destination from the minimap, he will be able to move there immediately. Other than the fact that the required points increase with distance, there are no restrictions. As long as Zeke has the points, he can travel freely within the continent. This makes traveling easy, and it also helps him to conceal his whereabouts. This ability was very useful to our boy's plans. While he was looking at his map, Zeke noticed that there was a lot of flowers around him. He wondered why flowers would be there in winter. Zeke quickly realized that he messed up. The scene shifts and we are taken to the central continent's top night nurturing facility. The place is known as Valhalla. We see different students wearing white clothes. At the facility, we are taken to the dean's office. We see him trimming his plant. Zeke was in the office with him. He told our boy that he has never seen a case like his in his 10 years as a dean. He had never heard of a freshman that comes to school a month after the entrance ceremony. Zeke did not expect that he would be locked in Kaiser's home for a whole month. In the entrance guide he was given, alongside a letter of recommendation, there was a clause stating that the dean has authority over the entrance into the school if a student fails to participate in the entrance ceremony. Entering next year was too late for Zeke. He needed to get into Tarakan's secret library. He decided to use any excuse to convince the dean. Zeke explained to the dean that he completely lost himself in a state of unity while training in order to make up for what he lacks. He told him that he lost consciousness for a long period of time. The dean, whose name is Flaubert Borges, stopped trimming his plant when he heard this, with a serious look on his face. He asked Zeke if this is all he could come up with in order to make up for missing the entrance ceremony. Flaubert Borges is a knight renowned across the entire continent, hailing from the kingdom of Thebea as a member of the Royal Guard. The story of how Arthur Draker went to meet Flaubert 3 times to ask him to become the dean is so famous that it is still spoken of 10 years after it happened. Zeke knew that this man is someone who highly values honor and order. He knew that things won't go well for him if he tries to make an emotional argument. He bowed his head and told Flaubert that he has no excuses for his absence. Flaubert did not expect this. He knew that unity isn't something that is easily achieved. If it was any other cadet, he would have dismissed it as a lie. He revealed to Zeke that he received a letter of recommendation from the academy's dean. He told our boy that he will arrange a place for him. Zeke was shocked to hear this. Flaubert explained to him that he will permit his enrollment if his month-long training is determined to have been worth more than a month in Valhalla. Zeke did not like the fact that Howard helped him in this situation, but he didn't have a lot of choices. He thanked Flaubert for giving him a chance. Flaubert pressed a bell. An assistant quickly entered his office. The dean asked the man to reserve an empty training room immediately. He asked him to tell the professors of each department that there will be an extra entrance exam, so they need to gather there. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the cadet individual training room. We see Zeke standing on the stage. Our boy looked around the room. He realized that all the professors here are renowned knights that he has seen in the continent's news at least once. Since everyone had gathered there, Flaubert ordered Zeke to show them the fruits of the training he claims to have undertaken. Zeke grabbed his sword. He wondered about what he should show this instructors. He knew that he couldn't show them his elemental sword. He took out his sword and took a stance. He could feel the intense pressure of the instructors who were staring at him. Our boy was aware that this were the people training the greatest knights on the continent. He knew that they wouldn't even blink if he showed them some old technique. Zeke decided to show them a little bit of what he is capable of. He released a large amount of energy in the hall. He focused his energy on his sword. The instructors were shocked to see Zeke's aura shining brightly. They could not believe that they were looking at an aura blade. The instructors could not comprehend the fact that Zeke has already reached the level of a Blue Knight at age 15. They recalled that Abel was the one who held the record of the youngest Blue Knight. He became a Blue Knight at age 19. The instructors believed that our boy was able to achieve this because he is a golden awakener. Zeke realized that he messed up. He recalled asking Kaiser about what he thinks of aura. The Hero King said that it is a petty trick used by the weak. After facing Kaiser for a while, our boy completely forgot how to hold back his aura. When he saw how the instructors were arguing, he became relieved. He was relieved that they only think of him as a warrior at the level of a blue knight. Before meeting Kaiser, Zeke's aura was at the level of a blue knight, however. After he learned the elemental sword, his aura broke through to a whole new level and he managed to reach the level of a red knight. The key difference between the two lies in the usage of aura blade. Aura blade is a technique that allows one to wrap their sword in a thin and sharp layer of aura to optimize deadliness. A blue knight is only capable of manifesting and maintaining it. A red knight, however, would be capable of changing its form freely while maintaining its deadliness. Zeke was relieved that he stopped after merely using the aura blade. He knew that things would have gotten stressful if he continued. While he was looking at the instructors, someone screamed that he was incredible. Zeke was startled when he heard the person scream. The person turned out to be Flaubert. With a smile on his face, the dean told Zeke that he has shown results that are incomparable to spending 1 month in Valhalla. He told our boy that he could have taken several years off if it was for his awakening. Zeke put away his sword. He was surprised to see Flaubert acting like a completely different person. Zeke bowed his head and told the dean that he apologizes for missing the entrance ceremony. He said that it was due to his own incompetence. Flaubert laughed and asked him not to worry about it. He turned to the instructors and asked them if there is anyone opposed to Zeke's entrance. The instructors realized that the dean is really indulgent towards talented students. The instructors told him that they are not against our boy's entrance. One of them said that such a clear manifestation of aura blade is rare even among active knights. He said that they don't need to see anything else. Flaubert agreed with them. He congratulated Zeke on his enrollment. Middleland Atlas is a great city that is the size of a kingdom in the center of Middleland. It is where the training facility of the greatest knights on the continent is located at. Valhalla and the Drakers' Four Seasons Fortress are located here, since the Four Seasons Fortress is a place where the Patriarch of the Drakers and several key figures reside. It is known as the true castle of the Drakers. In the next scene, we see Zeke arrive at the entrance of a mansion. This ridiculously huge mansion is Zeke's personal house. Even our boy felt like it was too much for him. As he slowly opened the door, we see 2 people waiting for him inside. The moment Zeke stepped in, someone popped a confetti and congratulated him on his entrance into Valhalla. The person turned out to be Duke. Andre was with him. The 2 men wore silly clown costumes. Zeke was surprised to see his master. Duke tapped his disciple on his shoulder and told him that he is amazing. He said that it is his first time seeing someone miss the Valhalla entrance ceremony. He told our boy that they need to get started since he has arrived. Zeke did not understand what his master was talking about. It turns out that Duke and Andre prepared a surprise enrollment party for him after they arrived at Atlas. Our boy wondered why people who should be in the academy were in Atlas. It turns out that Duke has been called back to the Four Seasons Fortress by the Patriarch. It has been a month since Duke decided on his own to become our boy's housekeeper at his mansion. Andre revealed to Zeke that he became an assistant professor at Valhalla. He apologized to Zeke for imposing on him. Our boy felt like Andre followed him there. He did not like this people disturbing his peaceful life. He was annoyed that they decided everything without even informing the owner of the mansion. After drinking several bottles of liquor, Duke and Andre passed out. It was already late in the night. The scene shifts and we are taken to a bar. We see someone place a coin on the bartender's table and ask for a beer. The bartender was shocked to see the symbol of the Drakers on the man's gloves. The person turned out to be Zeke. Our boy told the bartender that he also wants to meet Kay. The bar became quiet the moment our boy said this. Everyone turned to him and took out their weapons. Our boy smiled when he saw this. He raised his hand and asked the men if they want to have a go at it. The men were terrified to see the Draker's symbol on his gloves. They all quickly sat down and continued drinking like nothing happened. With a nervous look on his face, the bartender apologized to Zeke. He said that he should have stopped the men. He raised his hand and pulled a bottle to open a secret door. He told Zeke that he will guide him to the branch manager. While walking inside a tunnel, Zeke noticed that the tunnel has a 2nd and 3rd layer security magic. He knew that only Kay would do this. Before Zeke's regression, there were 2 groups that could have been called the greatest intelligence organization on the continent, the Drakers' Order of the Black Knights and the Rome Empire's Intelligence Bureau. However, there is another organization that is not well known among people. This is the Syndicate. At first, it was simply a gathering of smugglers, but after Kay joined the organization, she used their smuggling network as the foundation to form an intelligence network. Around this time in Zeke's past life, he would have been chased out of the academy and would have ended up with the McCain. Our boy did everything he could to survive and clawed his way up as one of their hitmen. Kay, who was the branch leader at that time, went to look for our boy with a commission to clean up an important transportation route. At the time, she wanted to expand the transportation routes they had already secured in order to grow the Syndicate into an intelligence organization that won't fall behind the Black Order or the Information Bureau. Through her talent and tenacity, she managed to turn the Syndicate into her own. After Zeke lost everything to the Empire, Kay went to visit him and presented him with information on the artifact that the Emperor is after. She told Zeke that it won't be easy. She advised him to be careful. Kay actively cooperated with Zeke for his revenge. She said that it was simply her way of paying him back for helping her grow the syndicate into what it was. Zeke knew that he would have never gotten the artifact if it wasn't for her. He would have never gotten the chance to be there. Our boy knew that information is a weapon. Since he didn't know how the future could change, he believed that it would be better that he stays informed. The bartender knocked a door and opened it for our boy. Zeke believed that it will be beneficial for him to maintain a relationship with Kay through this deal. The moment our boy stepped inside, he saw someone sitting in the dark room. The person lit a matchstick and used it to add fire to their cigarette. Zeke realized that Kay was still the same. A mana lamp got turned on in the room. Kay asked our boy to tell her why he wants to meet with her. Kay turned out to be a beautiful red hair woman with big boobs. She asked Zeke not to beat around the bush. She asked him to give her only the key points. Our boy revealed to her that he wants to open up a trade with the syndicate. Kay asked Zeke to tell her the reason why a prodigy who has reached the level of Blue Knight at age 15 and is a noble, pure-blooded awakened of the Draker family wants to make a deal with a criminal organization. Zeke was impressed that she was already aware of what happened at Valhalla. He put his hand into his coat. He realized that she was playing games with him because she is not open to the idea. He took out something from the coat and placed it on the table. He asked Kay to make a decision after seeing what he has. Kay saw some earrings on the table. Zeke revealed to her that it is actually an artifact. He asked her to try it on. He told her that she will be surprised. Kay asked him if the earrings enhance mana recovery. She decided to try them on. She told our boy that mana recovery artifacts are common. The moment she said this, her cigarette fell out of her mouth. She was shocked to feel the power of the artifact. She realized that her mana recovery rate improved by 15%. Kay was shocked because most artifacts have a mana recovery improvement of 1%. Even the impressive ones are only at 3%. Kay couldn't believe that our boy gave her something 5 times better. She knew that there would be no way she wouldn't know about the artifact if it was on the market. She realized that Zeke must have either gotten it from a route she doesn't know about, or he managed to get it on his own. Kay became suspicious. With a smile on his face, Zeke asked her if she is ready to talk. Kay wondered about who Zeke truly was. In the next scene, we see Zeke explaining things to Kay. He told her that she can open up a new account with the sealed personal statement she got. He told her that he has already requested for a representative. He told Kay that the only thing she needs to do is go to the Atlas Northern Bank and take care of the item. Kay knew that Zeke wanted to sell the earrings, but she did not expect him to want to work with her to sell unknown artifacts on his behalf. Zeke wrote that she can take 10% for each item sold and an additional bonus for every 10,000 that they sell. Everything Zeke wrote was what Kay had in mind. It was the upper limit of the deal that she wanted to make. Kay realized that Zeke has access to information. This is because he was already aware that she is a magician. Kay stood up and picked up the contract. She told Zeke that she accepts his terms. She told him that she hopes they both get good luck. Before she could leave, our boy stopped her and told her that he has one question that he wants to ask. With a smile on his face, Zeke asked Kay if her ghost ship is okay. The woman glared at him. Several men appeared behind our boy. They were all holding daggers. With a scary tone in her voice, Kay asked Zeke to tell her where he heard about this from. Zeke laughed and said that he was just asking a question. He asked her to tell him why she is so on the edge. He told Kay that she can actually threaten him. He released his dragon fear and asked her if she can handle the aftermath of her actions. Zeke's energy covered Kay. The woman felt like she was looking a monster in the eye. She began to tremble. The men in the room were also shaking. Kay realized that she doesn't have enough information. She wondered if the entire syndicate will stand a chance if they attack Zeke all at once. She wasn't sure about what to do. Our boy called out to his new partner and told her that they should change locations. The scene shifts and we are taken to the office of the branch manager of the Atlas branch of the syndicate. We see Kay sitting on her chair. Our boy was standing in front of her. He looked at something called a contract of oath. He recalled that it was a common item for a magician to use. A contract of oath is a way of sealing deals that is commonly used by magicians to ensure the integrity of the deal. To sign the contract, a person uses their own blood as ink. Although it is a simple method, its effects are undeniable. Once the contract is signed, each side of the contract will have a seal appear on their arms. If someone were to harm the other party, they would lose their life. Of course, the seal would disappear if methods such as assassinations and betrayal were used. However, it will cause an unending restriction. This will make things difficult. Kay asked our boy to sign it since he knows about it. She told him that it is natural for her to want some insurance in case something happens. She told Zeke that there is no way of knowing when he will change his mind and simply kill her. Our boy smiled and told her that she is right. He used the pen to cut himself and used his blood to sign. The moment he did this, a magic circle appeared above him. He told Kay that he is willing to sign as many contracts as she wants if he can earn her trust. Immediately he said this. Their signatures got engraved on their arms. Zeke sat down on the chair and told her that they can continue their conversation now that they are partners. He asked her if the person using her ghost ship is using it to distribute Soma to the Marcan. Kay let out a sigh. She did not know how Zeke got this information. She told him that he is right. She said that she is using it to distribute Soma to the Marcan. Soma is a drug of sorts that is currently banned. With the fall of the kingdom after the Civil War, the southern part of the continent was turned into a breeding ground for Soma. Zeke realized that it must be because of the message from the Transcendent household. Kay told him that he is right. She told him that her customers would like to avoid conflict with the Transcendent household. The only land route that connects the central and the southern regions of the continent is the desert. The desert region is controlled by the Transcendent household known as Ishtar. However, just a few years ago, Ishtar denied all outsiders from entering. Thanks to this, trade with the south has been completely restricted. Since the land routes were closed and most of the sea routes were under the control of the Pabella, our boy was able to deduce that Kay decided to take advantage of the syndicate's sea routes. The woman said that she is fortunate that they have a client that is willing to pay. Marcan and Pabella are two criminal organizations that control the lawless southern regions. They use the central forest as a delineation. The northern part is controlled by Marcan, while the southern part is controlled by Pabella. Marcan took advantage of the land routes to distribute Soma. Since they had no access to land routes, the Pabella had no choice but to develop sea routes. However, with Ishtar closing their doors, Marcan had no choice but to look for new sea routes. Unfortunately for them, the Pabella already had full control of the seas. Kay told Zeke that the story is not important. She asked him to tell her how he found out about her ghost ship. The syndicate decided to cast an invisibility spell on an entire ship to avoid unwanted eyes. Since they are able to hide from both pirates and the navy, the ghost ship has become a key part of the syndicate's money. It is a resource they try to keep secret to this day. Zeke couldn't tell Kay that he learned about it in his past life. He asked her if an information broker like herself is asking for information. He asked her if she shouldn't be focused on the Pabella's offer. Kay was shocked to hear this. She realized that there was no point in hiding it from Zeke. She told him that he is right. She said that the Pabella offered double of what the Marcan is offering them. They promised to give them double for cutting off trade relations with the Marcan. Kay told our boy that they are still looking into things. Zeke advised her to reject the offer. He explained to her that the syndicate can use this to slow down the Pabella and Marcan. He asked her to think about the offer carefully. He told her that once she cuts ties with the Marcan, she will lose an important client. For Soma, Zeke revealed to Kay that the Pabella are pirates defeated by the Knight of White Silver. The woman was shocked to hear this. She stood up and told our boy that this is impossible. She said that the Pabella is known for keeping true to their principles. She told Zeke that they are different from the stupid pirates. Zeke told her that it is all for show. With a serious look on his face, he revealed to Kay that the Pabella is trying to find her hidden treasure, which is the syndicate's hidden sea route. Unlike the Marcan who want to keep the goose that lays golden eggs alive, the Pabella will attack the syndicate once they learn about their ghost ship. Kay told Zeke that he is wrong. She said that the southern pirates and the Pabella are two different entities. Zeke hit the table and told Kay that she needs to pay for the information she got. He told her that he simply wants to meet Don Juan, the boss of Marcan. He told Kay that he will make her the boss of the syndicate if she can do this. Kay was shocked to hear this. After saying this to her, Zeke stepped out of the building. Although Kay's network of information is impressive, it is still not enough. In the past, the fastest way of gaining access to the syndicate's information was to even the playing field and absorb any organization along the way. Zeke hoped that the small fire he started today will grow in intensity and eventually consume Don Juan. The scene shifts and we are taken to Valhalla. We see Zeke looking around. He could tell that this place was completely different from the cradle and the academy. It has a very free vibe. While looking around, Zeke wondered about when the guide the dean assigned to him will arrive. The moment he thought of this, someone called out to him. The person asked him if he is the guy the dean mentioned. The boy with a face tattoo smiled at Zeke and raised his hand to give him a fist bump. Our boy didn't do anything. He didn't know why the boy was acting friendly. The boy tapped him on his shoulder and told him that he has a long way to go for the academy blood to get out of his system. Zeke pushed his hand away and asked him if he is the guide that the dean sent. The boy imitated Zeke and showed him how he asked the question. He smiled and asked Zeke to tell him why he is using such a serious tone. The boy gave Zeke a rock and roll sign and asked him not to be so stuck up. He advised him to relax. He told our boy that he is the guide that the dean personally assigned the duty of showing him every nook and cranny of Valhalla. Zeke could tell that this boy talks a lot. While talking, the boy realized that he forgot to introduce himself. He told Zeke that his name is Diego. Our boy was shocked to hear this. Diego introduced himself as the evangelist of New Age fusion music of Southern traditional percussion and central melodies. Diego Villa let out his tongue and told Zeke that he hopes to get along with him. Our boy turned around and told him that he hopes for that too. Diego did not expect Zeke to say this. He moved close to him and asked him if he is already warming up to him. Zeke told him that this depends on his mood. Our boy did not expect to meet Diego Villa, the person who will later be known as the Metered Knight. Zeke did not think that he will meet a man destined to be known as one of the 5 Divine Knights. The 5 Divine Knights are 5 knights that played key roles in the Continental War. The first among them is Bishop Kastek, who is also known as the Silent Knight. The second is Jeffrick Solma, who is known as the Haze Knight. The next person is Asta Eladolf, who is known as the Illusory Knight. The fourth person is Reyna Draker, the Lightning Knight. The fifth knight is Diego Villa, the Metered Knight. While thinking, our boy recalled that people said that all 5 Divine Knights were Valhalla alumni. He decided to confirm if this is true or not. If things go according to his plan, he will be able to strengthen his influence quickly. Diego told Zeke that he is a little hungry because they walked around. He asked our boy if he will like to try some southern cuisine. Zeke told him that he doesn't have any good memories of southern food. Diego told him that he hasn't had proper southern food. In the next scene, we see Zeke take a bite out of a taco. He told Diego that it is pretty good. The boy smiled and told him that it must be. He explained to him that this Valhalla-only shark dragon food is something that even a southern native like him acknowledges. Our boy said that it is better than what anyone will find in the south. Diego asked him if he has been to the south. Zeke told him that he has heard about it. After finishing their food, the boys got some tea. Zeke asked Diego about how a southern native like him ended up coming to Valhalla. Diego told him that it is a really long story. He revealed to Zeke that his father and mother are rulers of a small kingdom in the south. Our boy did not expect him to be royalty. The southern continent is a coalition of smaller kingdoms with the Cuzco kingdom at the center. The majority of the residents immigrated to the central continent when the Cuzco kingdom collapsed after a civil war. Diego raised his cup and told Zeke that he is a prince. He said that he is an important person. Our boy could not believe that he was really a prince. He couldn't believe that royalty this undignified exists. Diego explained to Zeke that there are some really stuck-up old people that insists the royal family's traditional twin swordsmanship must be carried on. Since Diego was such a genius with the twin swords, he ended up getting sent to Valhalla. With a bright smile on his face, Diego told our boy that he doesn't care about swordsmanship. He said that he is going to pursue his music. Zeke wondered about what he will do about the people expecting great things from him. Diego asked our boy if he wants to join the Southern Fusion New Age Music Research Club. Zeke quickly declined his offer. In the next scene, we are taken to a lecture hall. Zeke asked Diego if it is okay to enter the upperclassmen lectures like this. Diego advised our boy to stop acting like he is in the academy. He explained to him that Valhalla is all about freedom. Anything and everything is allowed if it is for the sake of learning. He told Zeke that he can go to listen to any lecture he wants if he wants to. He revealed to him that today's special lecture isn't common. He said that he heard rumors that the school has prepared something huge. Zeke wondered if the boy ever gets tired of moving his lips around. While he was thinking, he heard some people talking about him. They referred to him as the youngest person to ever enroll in Valhalla. The students talked about how our boy is a direct descendant and how he is a prodigy that beat up an instructor. Diego was surprised to hear this. He asked Zeke if he is a Draker. Our boy could not believe what he was hearing. He raised his glove to show the boy and asked him about what he thought the gloves are. Diego asked our boy to tell him what the glove is. Zeke called him an idiot and revealed to him that he is wearing pureblood gloves. He told him that they are a mark of a pureblood Draker Awakener. Diego was shocked to hear this. He recalled that Zeke didn't take off the gloves while they were eating. He told our boy that he simply thought that he was a real badass for sticking to his guns. He told him that he had no clue that he was wearing pureblood gloves. Zeke found it funny that the boy came all the way to Valhalla without knowing about the pureblood gloves. He noticed that Diego was panicking. He felt like this was the normal reaction a person would have when encountering a pureblood awakener. Zeke was quite relieved to see that Diego stopped talking. The moment he thought of this, Diego told him that he now understands why he is so stuck up. Zeke was annoyed to hear his voice. He did not know what to even say to him. Diego put his arm around his neck and told him that he should have paid for the meal since he is a Draker. He laughed and told him that he is just kidding. Everyone turned to them when they heard Diego's voice. Zeke could not believe that the boy was becoming rowdier. While he was talking, the dean clapped his hands and asked everyone to pay attention. The students immediately became quiet. Zeke wondered why there were so many people in a lecture hall. He believed that they came because of the special lecture being held by the dean. Upon seeing the amount of student there, Flaubert said that he can tell that they are looking forward to the lecture. Diego took out a book and showed it to Zeke. He asked him about what he thinks about the lyrics. He asked him if the rhyme scheme is crazy. Zeke reminded him that he said that they should listen to the lecture. He asked Diego to pretend to listen. The dean decided to skip the formalities and go straight to the main event. He told the students that he had a really hard time getting this person. He introduced the person as a Black Knight of the Drakers who is returning from the field. Zeke smiled when he saw the person. He recalled that the person returned to the Four Seasons Fortress. He wondered if the man will begin international activities now. The person turned out to be Duke Draker. The students were shocked to see the Gale Knight. They did not expect to see the Black Knight that disappeared. They recalled that rumors were going around that Duke was recently sighted around the Four Seasons Fortress. The students did not expect it to be true. Duke told them that it is an honor for him that they all remember him after he stepped back from the front lines. He advised the students to engrave the lecture in their hearts and soul. He revealed to the students that he became a Black Knight after being part of the normal class in the academy. The content of Duke's lecture was much better than our boy expected. The students did their best to focus on Duke's long lecture. After a while, they began to fall asleep. Diego didn't even listen to him. He was focused on his lyrics. Zeke could not believe that Duke has been bragging for 2 hours straight. He wondered if his master was ever going to stop. Immediately he thought of this. The dean grabbed the mic and said that he feels bad for students who were listening intently. He said that they are out of time. Zeke was relieved to hear this. The dean took a look at his watch and announced that the second speaker is someone they all know. He told them that introductions won't be necessary. He explained to the students that even though the woman is incredibly busy as a guardian knight, she took time out of her schedule to come there. Zeke was surprised to hear this. Within the Draker family, knights are classified as normal knights, intermediate knights, advanced knights, and guardian knights. Because of this, there aren't even 10 guardian knights in the family. Our boy was certain that the second speaker will be a prominent figure. Flaubert took a look at his watch. He wondered why the guardian knight was taking so long. A woman with platinum blonde hair stepped into the hall. Zeke carefully looked at her. Although the woman had platinum blonde hair and a white full-plate armor that stood out, our boy still didn't recognize her. The students were quite happy to see the woman. One of them said that he is so happy he came to Valhalla. He said that he did not expect to see the white silver knight in person. Zeke was shocked to hear this. He quickly turned to the woman. He immediately realized that he was looking at the first of the Draker's direct descendants. He was looking at Carly Draker, the woman known as the White Silver Knight. The port town of Asan is an important hub when it comes to sea travel in the central continent. Currently, it is a city with excellent geographical value due to how it can secure trade routes to not only the trade city of the Dolta Republic and the southern continent, it also has access to the eastern continent as well. However, the situation in Asan was completely different just a few decades ago. At that time, southern pirates had occupied the town, and it was a lawless land where all kinds of felonies were being committed. After she became a proper knight of the Draker family, Carly Draker began cleaning up the pirates. 5 years after embarking on this endeavor, no pirate could be found within Asan. After this, Asan became the greatest port city under the Draker's protection. The surviving pirates hid themselves in the deathly water to the south of the Dolta Republic. Carly's achievement of securing trade routes in Asan was acknowledged, and she became the youngest guardian knight. This is a feat that even Abel, who had everything in his hands, was never able to achieve. In the present, Zeke stared at his sister. He knew that the guest would be an important figure, but he didn't expect it to be his eldest sister. He recalled that Carly is currently engaged in a battle of succession against Abel. It was natural for Zeke not to recognize his sister. This is because something happened to her even before his regression. Carly let out a sigh and tapped her finger on the podium. She yelled and ordered everyone to keep shut. The students immediately kept quiet. They became scared. Zeke was not surprised to see that everyone trembled in fear. He knew that this was the natural reaction people would have when a guardian knight yells. Carly told the students that their attitude and behavior of not keeping quiet when a speaker has presented themselves is different from the disciplined Valhalla that she graduated from. She told them that their forefathers would click their tongues if they saw how they are. She asked them if they think that the peace they are enjoying now was granted to them at no cost. She told them that it was gotten through the blood, sweat, and tears of those who came before them. The students did not know how to react to this. Carly told them that it is not important if they just know this. She said that it is only when they reflect this in their actions that this knowledge truly has meaning. Zeke did not expect his sister to be like this. Carly told the students that it is only through rigorous training and a strict adherence to rules that one can grow a healthy mindset as a knight and become a true knight. Zeke realized that his sister is a young boomer. As they walked out of the hall, the students spoke about how awful Carly's talk was. They wished they had listened to Duke more. Zeke knew that his sister gave meaningful advice, but it did not seem to have any effect on the students. While walking, he remembered what Diego told him. With a bright smile on his face, Diego apologized to our boy. He told him that the 5 hours of composition lit a fire in his soul. He said that he has finished the Valhalla tour. He told Zeke that he will be leaving now. Our boy was happy that Diego left. He planned to hunt for talents and live his life in Valhalla. He believed that it will be better for him to search for Tarakan's secret library during times like this. Before our boy could take another step, someone called out to him. When Zeke turned around, he saw his elder sister. Carly asked him if he could spare her some time. In the next scene, we are taken to the Valhalla public training room. We see Carly take out a glowing sword. Zeke realized that this is the mithril sword that the Holy Kingdom gave his sister. The Holy Kingdom was originally bordering Asan, so the pirate problem was a big issue for them too. As a show of goodwill to the benefits they gained from the pirates being cleared out, the Holy Kingdom gifted Carly a 100% purity mithril sword and armor. She got the title of White Silver Knight because of her appearance when she wore this gear. Carly told her brother that she wants him to show her his abilities without hiding anything. Zeke locked his fingers together and carefully stretched his arms. He wondered why his sister came to meet him. He did not think that she would challenge him to a duel. He realized that Carly must have heard the rumor of him reaching the level of Blue Knight. Our boy placed his sword sheath on the ground and drew his sword. He recalled that she said that she wanted to see his abilities without hiding anything. He told Carly that he will do as she wishes. Of course, Zeke knew that he couldn't show the full extent of his abilities. He was well aware that his sister wasn't the only one curious about the extent of his abilities. He could not see a reason why he would put himself at a disadvantage like that. The founding principle of the Draker family is the law of the jungle. Reaching the level of a Blue Knight is already an unprecedented display of growth. If word gets out that Zeke is at the level of a Red Knight, the Simmons family, who is in the middle of the battle for succession, will end up using any method they can to kill Zeke. The patriarch will do whatever he can to place Zeke under his control. Our boy believed that showing all his cards is something he should do after he surpasses his father. He knew that what he needed now was the background of being from a transcendent family. Zeke does not plan on following his family's will. Immediately he thought of this. He and his sister charged at each other. When their swords clashed, some sparks flew between them. Carly used her sword to push our boy's sword down. She quickly swung her sword at his head. Zeke was able to dodge the attack, but Carly landed a cut on his face. He quickly ordered his system to temporarily pause his healing factor. Since his opponent is a guardian knight, our boy knew that she might notice his healing factor. He didn't want to make the same mistake he made with Duke. Carly made her attacks faster and used her sword to push her brother back. She moved close to Zeke and gave him an attack that sent him flying. She landed a cut on his shoulder with her attack. Zeke wondered if he had to go to the red level. Limiting himself to the blue level doesn't let him put up a fight. Carly jumped and charged at Zeke from above. She raised her sword and swung it at him when she got close to him. Zeke was able to block the attack with his sword. The impact of the attack caused a huge explosion. When the dust cleared up, we see Carly pressing her brother down with her sword. She told Zeke that most swords would have split into two by now. She told him that he is using an excellent sword. While struggling to hold on, our boy smiled. He pushed Carly back and put some distance between himself and her. He carefully cleaned his face. He realized that a full-on battle against a red-level knight while limiting himself to the level of Blue Knight is suicidal. Carly asked her brother if he is letting his guard down just because he created this much distance between them. Zeke did not know why his sister said this. He quickly turned to the side. He realized that he messed up. Before acquiring the title of White Silver Knight, Carly Draker had another famous title, because the aura blade she swung around resembled that of a giant's sword. Carly was called the Giant's Blade. When Zeke turned to the side, he saw his sister's aura blade about to tear him apart. He grit his teeth to withstand the attack, but he was still sent flying. Our boy crashed into a wall. His sword was stuck to the ground. Carly's attack destroyed everything it touched. The woman became worried. She wondered if she did not hold back enough. The moment she thought of this, she noticed something. She saw her brother walking out of the rubble. Zeke placed his hand on a wall and smiled. He was certain that he managed to put on a convincing act. He hoped that his sister liked it. Carly put her sword away and told her brother that he's amazing. She could not believe that he blocked her strike. She told him that he exceeded her expectations. She let out a sigh and told Zeke that she has something to discuss with him. The moment she said this, Zeke fell to the ground. Carly was surprised to see this. She quickly ran to her brother. When she picked him up, she noticed that his internal injuries were quite serious. She wondered if Zeke used his aura excessively. She took out something from her pocket and poured it into Zeke's mouth. She told him that this is their family's highest tier recovery potion. She asked him to drink it slowly. Immediately, our boy swallowed the potion. His body began to glow. Zeke asked his system to temporarily activate his healing factor. Our boy believed that it won't be suspicious if he uses something like this now. Everything Zeke is doing is an act. He was attempting to hide his strength by disguising himself as someone who has reached the level of Blue Knight. When the giant's blade got close to him, he received it with a bare minimum defense to allow himself get hit by it. Right before the attack touched Zeke, he noticed that the smallest of openings appeared. He did not know why this happened. Our boy received Carly's aura with his body. Because his constitution does not allow the use of aura, Zeke naturally ended up resisting it. Since Carly believed that he was capable of using aura, she ended up believing that his internal injuries were a result of Zeke pushing himself past his limits. Zeke raised his head up and touched it as if he had a headache. Carly asked him if he is feeling better. Zeke smiled and referred to her as Dame Carly. He thanked her for what she did. Carly stood up and asked him to call her sister. Our boy didn't expect this. The scene shifts and we are taken to the outskirts of Atlas. We see a carriage moving around. Inside the carriage, we see Carly offer Zeke some tea. She told him that she prepared it for him because she heard that he enjoys it. She revealed to him that it was shipped by air from the eastern continent. Zeke thanked her for the tea. He recalled that his father said something similar the last time they met. He wondered about how far the tale that he likes tea has spread. Our boy was surprised to see that they were sitting inside a carriage. He told his sister that he would have never imagined that the inside would look like this when he saw it from the outside. Carly revealed to him that she used camouflage magic on the carriage. She said that a guardian knight's carriage stands out too much. Zeke found it odd that his sister dragged him from a training room to the city outskirts by carriage. He asked Carly if the subject is something that would cause other people trouble if they should hear about it. Carly told him that it is about the butchering knight. She revealed to her brother that she needs more power in order to stop Abel. Zeke asked her about what she means. He asked her if she is talking about the second son of the household. Carly told him that she will explain from the beginning. She revealed to our boy that one of their family's tenets is the oath of neutrality. She said that Abel has broken the creed to not get involved in national disputes. He is currently siding with the Rome Empire against Alencia in their dispute. Zeke realized that Abel has been making his moves from an early point in time. He asked his sister if the Four Seasons Fortress is unaware of this. Carly revealed to him that the fortress is overlooking the issue. She explained to Zeke that the Four Seasons Fortress is currently divided. This is because supporters of the Empire have appeared in the Elders' Assembly that Abel is receiving support from. Zeke asked her if all the Elders are on the Empire side. Carly revealed to him that some of them are maintaining neutrality. Our boy could not believe that the stuck-up assembly of elders was merely maintaining neutrality instead of showing dissent. He told his sister that it is only a matter of time before all the elders join the Empire's side. Carly told him that it will be appropriate to view the situation like this. She explained to her brother that she is trying to find a method she can use to stop Abel. She said that she can't just wait for him to get caught. She told him that if they leave Abel alone, this will devolve into a great war. Zeke knew that Carly's predictions were correct. It has already been 3 years since our boy regressed. 7 years from now, the Drakers and the Rome Empire under Abel's command will launch a continental war. Countless people will die or get ruined. The skies will go dark, and the land will be drenched in blood. Carly revealed to her brother that she has resolved herself to acquire enough power to stop Abel. She explained to him that Abel is currently controlling the higher-ups of the family. He believes that those lower down will naturally follow him. However, Carly believes that true knights do not bow to power, they follow justice and a greater cause. While being true to her beliefs, Carly plans to rally the normal knights in the vicinity of the Four Seasons Fortress. She told Zeke that she does not plan to force him to support her. She told him that he is still young and his future is guaranteed as a pure-blood awakener. Zeke took a sip of his tea and stared at his sister. He now understood the kind of person she was. Although she possesses an iron will, she is prepared to act as flexible as needed if it is for the sake of justice. She is a righteous and pure person. Zeke realized that the reason an opening appeared in her giant's blade was because she was concerned about him. Although she appears as steadfast and as strong as a Draker, she is also a gentle soul. Carly told her brother that he could be branded as a traitor if things go wrong. She asked him to think about it carefully. Zeke thanked her for her concern. He placed his cup on the table and went on his knees. He told Carly that he has made his decision. He told her that he wishes to join her on her path of chivalry, even though he is inexperienced. Carly was shocked to hear this. She gently smiled and thanked her brother. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Valhalla Research Facility. We see Zeke looking at his status window. In his past life, our boy was able to acquire up-to-date information about his family through K. He never expected that this corruption was already in his family even before the Continental War. The reason Zeke intended to leave his family early was because he wanted to avoid Abel's interference while gathering enough forces to prepare for the Continental War. However, now that there is someone sharing the same goals as our boy, it is not necessary for him to leave the family. Zeke actually liked this situation. Remaining in the family would make it easier for him to keep tabs on Abel's actions. With Carly at the forefront, Zeke wouldn't have to face the brunt of any retaliation in order to achieve his goal. Zeke needed to officially become a knight and turn public opinion on Carly's side. Even if Carly is firstborn and a guardian knight, she is neither a pure-blood awakener nor is she from one of the great families in our boy's past life. Carly was pushed back by Abel's forces and failed to take the family for herself. However, if a pure-blood awakener like Zeke becomes an official knight and gives Carly his support, the scale would be balanced. Zeke could not believe that he had to act like a knight even though it didn't suit him in any way. While thinking, our boy looked at the map. He saw that he was almost at his destination. He entered the Great Central Library in Valhalla. He went inside to check for the main reason he came to Valhalla. He went to check for Tarakon's secret library. Inside the humongous library, our boy walked into a closed section. The system informed him that he has arrived at his destination. Zeke could not believe that this was the secret library. He felt kind of disappointed when he looked around. He didn't see anything special or meaningful there, since it was a place the system guided him to. Zeke expected to find something like Bahamut's heart or fangs. He wondered if he ended up coming there in vain. Immediately he thought of this. He took another step. The system informed him that it has detected a data storage point. Immediately it said this. A huge shelf appeared in front of our boy. Zeke was shocked to see the shelf. He was more shocked by what he saw on the system. The system informed our boy that the secret library of the administrator known as Tarakan Draker has been found. Zeke could not believe that Tarakan was a user of the same system. Since this was a bookshelf that only appears in reaction to the system, our boy understood why no one has ever discovered it. The system informed him that the information within Administrator Tarakan's library has been linked and updated in his own system. It explained to Zeke that he will now always have access to Tarakan's secret library. The system provided categories in order to allow Zeke access the information easily. It created 4 categories. The first was the Organization Management Manual. The second was the Dragon Slaying Manual version 5.21. The third was the reference materials, and the last was the collections of proverbs to improve growth. Zeke decided to check the categories later. He asked the system to find him something that will help his growth the most right now. The system confirmed his request and informed him that a book matching his request has been found. Zeke noticed that the book was glowing on the shelf. The book appeared in his hand. Its title is The Secret Technique of the True Dragon's Swordplay. Zeke was certain that he had never heard about this technique. He checked the back to see who the author is. He was shocked to see the name of the author. It was the close advisor to the hero King Kaiser, the man known as Sheltern Draker. In the next scene, we see Sheltern Draker writing in his study. Sheltern wrote that he wants to elaborate on why he felt the need to create the True Dragon's Swordplay. According to him, the relationship between dragons and humans began with the great hero King. It is because of him that even mere humans are able to form contracts with supreme beings like dragons. However, dragons cannot help humans without any special reasons to do so. They simply took pity on the weak humans because they lack the special traits that other races possess. Thanks to Kaiser, the number of contractors greatly increased. They spread across the continent to create civilizations. However, it is because of this incredible rate of development that Sheltern is worried. Sheltern fears the dragons. If such transcendent beings helped humans because they were driven by feelings as shallow as pity, then they could also easily turn against humans. Sheltern believed that if his concern ever comes true, humanity will not be able to resist in the slightest. They will find themselves completely annihilated over the course of a day. Due to his fears, Sheltern decided to find a way to fight dragons. The first thing that came to his mind was magic. However, magic was the very first gift that dragons granted humans. It is because dragons inscribed circles into the hearts of humans that they are able to cast spells. Their own hearts were incapable of generating mana on its own. Attempting to combat dragons with magic would be a fool's errand. Sheltern's next thought was the elemental sword wielded by the hero king. This was a power that even the dragons feared. Unfortunately, this is a power granted only to Kaiser, who has inherited the blood of the fairy monarch. Since he didn't have a lot of options left, Sheltern immersed himself in research in order to discover a new power which only humans could wield. He tested the primitive swordsmanship of the north and the mysterious powers of the east. There was nothing that Sheltern did not try in order to transcend the limits of his own humanity. When he was at a dead end in his research, Sheltern received help from someone he never thought would help him. It was the contracted dragon of Kaiser. The dragon's name is Kronos. Kronos claimed to help Sheltern because he found his research intriguing. However, the man could feel a strange determination from the dragon. His determination was too strong for Sheltern to simply accept his given answer as the truth. Sheltern could not refuse the dragon's help. He continued his research. He and Kronos happened to stumble upon aura. It was neither elemental force nor mana. It was a power that only humans were able to wield. Having finally discovered a clue after Kaiser left for the spirit realm, Sheltern continued his research on aura. Not long after this time, Sheltern's research bore fruit. The man walked out the theory and application of aura, as well as a style of swordsmanship for utilizing it. Sheltern wrote and distributed the True Dragon's Swordplay. However, things did not go as he wanted. In a world where people could quickly and easily grow powerful through the use of dragon-made artifacts, the True Dragon's Swordplay, which required one to put in efforts in order to grow stronger, was cast aside and neglected. As he wrote his book, Sheltern said that he is relieved to see that his concerns have been unfounded and dragons have not betrayed humanity. Sheltern wrote that he still believes that a day will come when this swordsmanship will be necessary. He hoped that the person who finds the book understands his will and works hard to learn the techniques. While Zeke was looking at the book, he received a message. The quest is titled Successor of Sheltern. Zeke was asked to learn the secret techniques of Sheltern Draker. He was given 3 months to learn the technique. The quest reward would be the coordinates to the Kronos Kingdom's treasury. Our boy put the book back in the shelf. He was happy to see the reward. He was certain that the treasury would be filled to the brim with incomparably powerful artifacts. The problem Zeke had was that the time limit was 3 months. He wondered if this technique was much harder to learn than the elemental sword. He decided to focus on learning the True Dragon's Swordplay for now. Zeke found it funny that Sheltern was right in the end. Just as he predicted, the dragons later betrayed mankind, and the Liberation War took place because of this. Zeke asked his system if there is no more useful information in the secret library. He asked it if it has something like Tarakan's journal. The system confirmed his request and found one record matching his request. It informed him that a magic video record will be played. The library slowly began to fade away. Our boy was surprised to see this. He recalled that this was the same thing that happened when the tutorial began. Zeke was taken to a desert. He wondered about where he was. The place felt like a space that the system created. When Zeke turned around, he saw something horrifying. Our boy couldn't move. The thing raised its head and body out of the ground. Zeke's indomitable mental defense skill quickly got activated. Even though the skill was activated, our boy was still shaking. The monster in front of him felt too real. Zeke could not believe that he was looking at the being once known as the king of all creations. He was standing in front of a dragon. While he was shaking in fear, someone called out to the dragon known as Bahamut. Our boy could not believe that he was looking at the evil dragon. He quickly turned to the person behind him. Zeke could not believe that he wasn't able to sense the presence of the man behind him until he opened his mouth. He could tell that this man was ridiculously powerful. He was basically a monster. The man with the blurry image passed through Zeke. Our boy was surprised to see this. He quickly understood that he was literally inside the recording. Zeke wondered if this scenario recorded in Tarakan's journal is the decisive battle between Bahamut and Tarakan Draker from the legend of the Dragonslayer. When Bahamut raised his enormous hand, Zeke smiled. He was quite excited to witness the battle that was passed down only through legends. To our boy's surprise, Bahamut used his claw to hit the ground. Tarakan did not seem fazed by what the dragon did. Bahamut asked Tarakan to tell him why he is hesitating. Tarakan did not say anything. Bahamut referred to him as his contractor and told him that he disappoints him. Zeke was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that Tarakan was Bahamut's contractor, just like Kaiser and Kronos. Zeke could not comprehend what was happening. He did not understand how the legend of the Dragonslayer came to be and how Tarakan subjugated Bahamut. While thinking, Zeke noticed something odd. The world of the recording began to glitch. Our boy did not understand what was happening. While he was looking around, he noticed that Tarakan told Bahamut something. Unfortunately, he couldn't hear what they were saying. Zeke called out to his system and asked it if it can do anything about the glitch. The system could not accept his request. Zeke did not like this. While thinking, he turned around to see Tarakan. Zeke remembered asking Kaiser if a contracted dragon could kill its contractor. Kaiser laughed and told our boy that he spouts a lot of nonsense. The Hero King said that a dragon can never betray a human. It is more likely for the betrayal to come from the human. The moment our boy remembered this, he saw Tarakan take out his sword from Bahamut's head. Our boy saw Bahamut's corpse slowly getting reduced to ashes and disappearing. He could not believe his eyes. After Bahamut's corpse completely faded away, Zeke saw something in front of Tarakan. He saw the heart and fang of Bahamut that he received at the home of the Dragonslayer. Zeke wondered if a dragon always leaves behind a part of itself and turn into dust. He recalled that the pureblood gloves in his hands are made from dragon leather. He believed that Bahamut might be a special case. While he was thinking, he saw a huge glitch appear in the cloud. Zeke got dragged back to reality. He wondered if the video ended there. He sat on the ground to put himself together. He could not understand what was happening. He decided to head back home. Zeke found out that Tarakan's secret library got connected to the system so that he could access the records wherever and whenever he wanted. Our boy quickly tried to replay the record again. However, there was still so much noise in the part where Bahamut and Tarakan spoke. Zeke couldn't hear their final conversation. Fortunately, our boy was able to gain something from it. Thanks to him consistently looking through the secret library, he was able to discover something new. Zeke found out that the dragon-slaying arts originated from the true dragon swordplay. Tarakan simplified the complex true dragon swordplay and refined it to create the dragon-slaying arts. Because the techniques got simplified, the power behind it also went down. Unlike its name, it became a technique that was unable to deal a fatal blow to even a dragonborn. However, by applying one's innate traits to the technique, it will be possible to land an effective blow. While the technique dropped in raw power, Tarakan succeeded in improving its practicality. The one thing that bothered Zeke the most was the big difference between the legend of the Dragonslayer known across the world and the contents of Tarakan's journal. The current legend of the Dragonslayer says that Tarakan slayed Bahamut and ushered in a golden era of prosperity. It is not much different from any other story of a hero that is told across ages. Although the big picture doesn't differ much from Tarakan's journal, the fact that the two were contracted is not mentioned anywhere. This wasn't the kind of information that could have been easily omitted. The scene shifts and we see Zeke outside. He took a letter from a messenger pigeon. It was a letter from Kay. The magician told Zeke that she investigated every variation of the legend of the Dragonslayer across the continent just like he asked. She did not understand why Zeke suddenly gained interest in folktales. She revealed to Zeke that she even checked versions that weren't translated into the common tongue. Kay wrote that she didn't find any information about contracts between humans and dragons, or the dragons that Tarakan and Kaiser were contracted with. After digging for a while, Kay noticed something strange. She found it weird that all the sources she found were using the exact same words to describe the event. It was almost as if there was some kind of conspiracy at play. As she dug a little deeper, Kay received a warning message directly from the Great Draker family. Due to this, the syndicate decided to back out of the investigation. They did not plan to have any friction with the Drakers. Zeke became worried when he saw what Kay wrote. He quickly burnt the letter and turned around. Zeke became certain that his family is censoring information regarding Tarakan. He didn't understand why they would do this. The Draker family, which is currently one of the 3 transcendent families, made its name off Tarakan, the man who is praised far and wide for being the first Dragonslayer. It did not make sense to Zeke that the very same Draker family was restricting information regarding Tarakan and Bahamut. Regardless of their reason, Zeke was certain that there was more at play. He believed that he might have missed something. He decided to go through the secret library again. When Zeke opened the front door, he called out to the system before he could issue a command. Our boy sensed something. He carefully closed the door and looked around his house. He recalled that all employees, including Decker, are off today. Duke and Andre will both be late because they have business to attend to. As Zeke walked up his stairs, he wondered about the identity of the man watching him from the dark. Our boy quickly asked his system to turn on the minimap in his head. The system confirmed his order. It showed him the location of his intruders. Our boy confirmed that there are 2 presents in this place. One person is inside and the other is outside. Zeke wondered if the hunting dogs from the giant mountains tracked him here. He quickly removed this idea from his head. He didn't use the dragon-slaying arts or even a long sword. Even if the hunting dogs are good, it is impossible for them to draw any connection to him and what happened there. Zeke realized that he needed to find out who ordered the men to target him. He already had a suspect in mind. The man inside his house watched him as he went into his room. While the man was looking at the door, Zeke appeared in a window behind the man like Spider-Man and asked him if he was sent by Abel. The man was surprised to hear our boy's voice. He quickly turned around. Zeke believed that Abel sent an assassin to kill him because he found out about the alliance he and Carly made. He was certain that this was the only plausible explanation of what is happening. Zeke moved to the ground and took out a blade from his inventory. He told the man that he doesn't have to answer the question if he doesn't want to. Immediately he said this. He appeared in front of the man and swung his dagger at him. The man was able to quickly block the attack before the dagger reached his neck. Zeke told the man that he has a lot of ways to get the truth out of him. As Zeke and the man clashed, their swords released sparks. Zeke did not have any trouble pushing the man back. He swung his dagger at the man multiple times, but the man was able to block it with his dagger. Our boy tried to push the man down by swinging his dagger with a lot of pressure. The man was able to block the attack. He quickly pushed Zeke back. Our boy used his leg to hit the ceiling and push himself back. He was able to safely land on the ground. After crossing blades with him, Zeke was able to gain a rough idea of his identity. Even if a person masks their appearance, it is still difficult to hide their swordsmanship style in battle. This style of swordsmanship is from the Gorka Kingdom, which is in the northern regions of the continent. The Gorka Kingdom's rangers are known to be the strongest of rangers. They are known as the northern continent's guardians. They wield a kukri. This is a dagger which bears a distinct shape thanks to their outstanding skill. They are highly valued in the central continent and are used as special forces who are assigned important missions. Since it was a Gorka ranger, Zeke realized that this wasn't Abel's doing. He swung his sword and wondered why the ranger was doing this. The Gorka rangers don't take on requests like assassination because it creates grudges. Zeke pointed his sword at the ranger. He quickly raised his sword and took a stance. Our boy noticed that the man was far too defensive for a ranger. Despite the fact that he purposely showed some openings in their fight, the ranger didn't show any intentions of exploiting them. Even though the man is definitely skilled enough to be able to react to the openings, he didn't intend on pressuring Zeke at all. Our boy was able to deduce that the goal of the rangers was to secure him and not to eliminate him. Immediately he thought of this. Zeke turned to the side. He saw a ball enter the hallway through his window. Our boy realized that the other person outside has begun to move. He knew that the ball contained a sedative meant to subdue him. When Zeke struck the ball with his sword, it released a large amount of gas in the air. Our boy immediately recognized the scent of the sedative. It had the characteristic earthy scent of mandragora rootlets. This was a common ingredient used in sedatives. Zeke let go of his dagger. He decided to play along. When the system detected compounds from mandragora's rootlets, it activated our boy's poison resistance skill. Zeke fell to the ground and acted as if he lost consciousness. The ranger walked up to him and picked him up. His partner came into the building through the window. As the man slowly carried him away, our boy wondered about who kidnapped him. He did not know why someone would do this. He wanted to see how the situation would play out. The scene shifts and we are taken to the outskirts of Atlas. We see Zeke tied up in iron chains in one of the houses. He was surrounded by rangers. Our boy smiled when he saw the person sitting in front of him. He said that he never expected his kidnapper to be an outsider. He referred to the man as Cliff Lionheart. This man is the Reinhardt merchant group leader. Since Zeke knew who he was, Cliff believed that their conversation would go smoothly. Our boy was also acquainted with this man in his past life. The Reinhardt Merchant Group is one of the 10 great merchant groups. It acts with the Alencia Kingdom at its center. Of course, if things follow the expected trajectory, the continental war that Abel and the Empire will start will end up razing the merchant group and the Alencia Kingdom to the ground. At the time of the war, both Zeke and Cliff belonged to the side that fiercely opposed the Empire, however, for one reason or another, after passing secret information that could be fatal to the Empire to Zeke, Cliff returned to the Alencia Kingdom during its collapse. Our boy never saw the man again. Even after going through so much to escape the kingdom, the man still returned there. Zeke did not know if Cliff was trying to be patriotic. He found the man's decision to be foolish. Cliff apologized to Zeke for using an inevitably rough method to get him there. He used his hand to signal someone. The ranger that kidnapped our boy moved close to him and removed his chains. Cliff assured Zeke that he will receive an apology from his merchant group for this discourtesy. He told him that he wants to take his time to have a discussion with him. Zeke carefully moved his wrist. He asked the man to go straight to the point. With a serious look on his face, our boy asked Cliff to tell him what he wants. The man did not expect a young boy to have this kind of response. He realized that a Draker is still a Draker regardless of how young he is. He knew that even the most experienced knights wouldn't be able to help being guarded and anxious in a situation like this, but Zeke didn't falter at all. Although Cliff set the stage in order to take the initiative in their conversation, our boy managed to take back control. Cliff asked Zeke to take a look at the documents in front of him before they start talking. Our boy took out the documents. Cliff explained to him that it is a record of those infected by the new pandemic that recently spread across the southern regions of the central continent. Zeke asked the man about why he wants him to see this. The moment our boy asked this question, he saw a document that caught his eye. Cliff noticed that Zeke found something. It was a document about a woman called Elena Stone. This is the mother of Liam Stone. She was suffering from the rose disease, however. Because our boy gave Liam instructions on how to create the cure, Elena is now doing better. Zeke threw the document on the table and asked Cliff to tell him what this is about. The man said that the new disease is known as the rose disease. He said that it is a torturous disease with a fatality rate of 100%. Cliff told our boy that Elena Stone did not die from the disease. She even recovered. He said that he questioned the physician in charge of the woman. They refused to talk about the case. With a serious look on his face, Cliff asked Zeke if he knows anything about this. Zeke smiled when he heard this. He knew that the man already caught a whiff of the circumstances from the very beginning, and yet he still insisted on picking at him like this. Our boy wondered if the man did this because he is a merchant. He assumed that Cliff's goal is to gain a monopoly over the cure of the rose disease. Considering the fatality rate of the disease, this is an entirely plausible motive. The worth of the cure is so unimaginable that a person could rob the entire continent of its wealth and it would still pale in comparison. However, Zeke knew Cliff quite well. He is a reasonable man who can see past his own self-interests. There is no way a man like Cliff would lose himself to greed and take on the risk of kidnapping a descendant of one of the transcendent households. This means that the man has another goal. Zeke told the merchant that he was the one who gave the woman the cure. Cliff was happy to hear this. He jumped out of his chair and asked our boy to sell the cure to him. He told him that he will pay him any amount he wants. Zeke raised his hand and smiled when he heard this. He asked the man to tell him why he is excited. He told him that he is not acting like a merchant. Cliff was annoyed to hear this. Our boy became certain that Cliff's goal is not money. He wants to save someone's life. With a smile on his face, Zeke told the man that they need to make a deal. The man sat down back. Zeke told him that he has to fulfill 3 simple requests in exchange for receiving the production method for the cure. Cliff asked him if he can tell him his request. Our boy said that he doesn't know yet. He told the man that he will call in these favors when he needs them. He assured him that he won't ask for anything a merchant group can't handle. He asked him not to worry too much. Cliff was still quite worried. He asked Zeke if they can come to terms on the things that they can't handle. Our boy smiled when he heard this. After some time, Zeke wrote the production method on a paper and stretched his hand out to give it to Cliff. He asked the man to follow the instructions on the paper to make the cure. Cliff quickly stretched out his hand to receive the paper. Zeke moved his hand back. He told the man that there is something he is personally curious about. He asked Cliff to tell him the person in need of the medicine. The man froze in fear, with a nervous look on his face. He told Zeke that he simply intends to procure a product with immense worth as a merchant. Our boy explained to him that he got the Northern Rangers to kidnap someone from a transcendent family, and he also reacted with an explosive emotion, as if he forgot what the word composure meant. Zeke told Cliff that this isn't how the Great Reinhardt Merchant Group should present itself. Cliff realized that our boy had caught on to him. He sat down and said that the cure is for a member of the royal family of the Kingdom of Alencia. Zeke did not expect to hear this. He asked the man to tell him which member of the royal family it is for. Cliff told him that he can't share this with him. Our boy did not understand why he would say this. He asked the man if he knows how many royals are in Alencia. The moment he said this, our boy noticed something different about Cliff's eyes. He remembered the man telling him that he is returning to the Alencia kingdom in the past. Zeke asked the man to put himself together. He told him that both the kingdom and the Reinhardt Merchant Group are done for. He told him that he will die if he goes back there. Zeke advised Cliff to seek asylum in the north. Cliff thanked him for his suggestion. He told our boy that he is very tired now. With a look of sadness and emptiness in his eyes, Cliff said that he wants to face his end in Alencia. The Cliff of the present apologized to Zeke and told him that he can't share any more information with him. Our boy realized that the look in his eyes is completely different from the look he had in his past life. He wondered if this sick person was someone precious to him. Zeke recalled that his sister told him that Abel is supporting the Empire in their fight against the Alencia Kingdom. Apart from this, the kingdom is already in a chaotic state due to disputes regarding the administration of various races' ghetto. There is also the weak power of the royal family. Internal power disputes have led to a considerably difficult situation. Since there was still time before the Continental War breaks out, Zeke decided to get a connection to the Alencian royalty. He believed that this connection will pay off in the future. He stretched out his hand to give Cliff the paper. He told the man that it is fine if he doesn't want to tell him. When Cliff accepted the paper, Zeke told him that the contract has been established. Cliff's hands were shaking. He couldn't believe that the cure was in his hands. He held the paper close to his chest like a man that has found hope. Our boy called out to him. He apologized for disturbing him while he is wallowing in his emotions. He asked Cliff if he is okay with him making his first request now. Cliff put away the paper and told Zeke that he can ask for whatever he wants as long as it is something that his merchant group can handle. With a smile on his face, Zeke told the man that he wants his merchant group to hire him. Cliff did not expect to hear a request like this. He asked Zeke if he is planning to start a business. Zeke explained to him that he needs a fake identity for temporary use. Cliff believed that Zeke could easily get something like this if he wanted. He told our boy that he wouldn't need his help if this is all he needs. He asked him about what he really wants. Our boy explained to him that he plans to use the identity in the southern continent. Since it is a crime-ridden territory, Zeke couldn't afford to take any half-hearted measures. However, the Reinhardt merchant group has built up enough trust in that part of the continent that they can even make use of the cartels there. Cliff told Zeke that he is correct. He said that he is not very proud of what they have done. He told Zeke that he understands the situation. He told him that he can use his cousin's name. The cartels won't be able to outwardly suspect him if he does this. Zeke was happy to hear this. He asked Cliff to provide regular transportation to the south and a house to stay in. He revealed to him that he will be storing his cargo in the house. He asked him to make sure it is on the larger end. He told the merchant that this is the end of his first request since the men kidnapped and brought him there. Zeke asked them if they have prepared a way for him to return. Cliff forced himself to smile. He was annoyed to see that our boy was just making difficult requests. He wondered if Zeke didn't have a conscience. He accepted our boy's first request and told him that he will contact him when everything is ready. He told him that the Rangers will provide a horse for him to return on. Zeke was surprised to see that Cliff accepted the deal calmly. He realized that this person must be extremely important to the man. Cliff got up and left with his guards. The red-haired man and his partner moved close to Zeke. The red-haired man asked Zeke to follow them. They took him outside and showed him a horse. Our boy told them that it is a pretty good horse. He walked past them and took something off them at a crazy speed. He stored the thing in his inventory. When Zeke got on the horse, the ranger told him that their business is over. He said that they will be leaving. Zeke asked the man if this also means that their contract with Cliff is over. The Rangers were surprised to hear this. The red-haired ranger turned around and told our boy that he didn't know that he knows how to speak Gorkhali. He asked him if the Drakers even learn things like this. Zeke smiled and told the man that it is his own hobby. He revealed to him that he wants to hire them for something. Zeke informed him that he wants to rescue someone imprisoned by McCain. The man turned to his partner. His partner shook his head. Zeke asked them if the reward is too small. The man said that the money is not the problem. He knew that they would gain a good profit since it is the same condition as the one they were given by the Reinhardt merchant group. He told Zeke that the problem lies in his identity. He explained to him that their king does not make deals with the transcendent households. Zeke was shocked to hear this. He couldn't believe that this was what they were thinking so hard about. He reminded him that Cliff is going to prepare a fake identity for him. The commission request they will be sending to Gorka will be written under this name. The man told him that it is fine as long as he doesn't get caught. Zeke told him that they need to settle something before they move on. The man didn't know what he was talking about. Our boy threw 2 kukris to the ground. The 2 rangers were shocked to see the kukris. The kukri is no simple weapon for the rangers of the Gorka kingdom. It is a weapon granted to them when they are recognized as full-fledged warriors. It bears equal weight to the ranger's life itself. It is their soulmate. The fact that something bearing equal weight to their lives was stolen from them while they were completely unaware means that their lives were easily taken from them by someone of overwhelmingly greater skills. Zeke told the men that this is his way of saying thank you for kidnapping him. The men didn't know what to say. The red-haired ranger called our boy a monster. With a smile on his face, Zeke told the man that he is quite good at speaking in the common language. He told him that he hopes they meet again. After meeting with Cliff, Zeke began to properly search for comrades. His targets were the heroes that distinguished themselves during the Continental War and gained the title of 5 Divine Knights. Our boy wanted to get closer to them now and win them over to his side later. He was certain that this people will become great assets. Fortunately for him, he received the Dean's incredible support. He was able to find out that all 5 heroes are graduates of Valhalla. The problem he had was the timing. The Silent Knights, whose name is Bishop Kastek, has already graduated and joined the Knight Order of the Thabia Kingdom. The Haze Knight, whose name is Jeffrick Solma, is in the graduating class and he is currently participating in an on-site training. Asta Eladolf is currently on leave and is refusing to return to Valhalla due to his severe insomnia. Zeke knew that Reyna will be enrolling next year. Since she is a blood relative, he has many opportunities to see her. In the end, the only person our boy has access to now is Diego. In the next scene, we see Zeke playing the drum for Diego and his band. Zeke didn't know how he got there. He remembered going to Diego's club in order to win him over. Diego put his hand around his neck and told him that he came at the perfect time. He told him that they are in need of a drummer. Zeke didn't understand what he was talking about. Diego told him that he understands that he wants to jam. He made him sit on the drummer's chair and congratulated him for joining the Southern Fusion New Age Music Research Club. Our boy didn't know what to say. He began to hit the drum and follow the band's rhythm. He decided to just have fun with them. In the next scene, we see Zeke looking drained and tired. He had a difficult time catching up to Diego's pace. When he stepped into his mansion, his butler bowed his head and welcomed him. Zeke informed the man that he is going to train. He asked him to tell the servants not to disturb him. Inside his training room, Zeke pushed his sword into the ground and sat down to read the True Dragon's swordplay. He saw that he was supposed to concentrate the flow of aura to pierce through his blood vessels. This will take him from the microcosmic orbit to the macrocosmic orbit. Zeke did not know what this meant. He had never heard of this terminologies before. After seeing the book for himself, our boy understood why Tarakan reformed it into the dragon-slaying arts. This is because all the techniques in the True Dragon swordplay require an incredible amount of compression and decompression of aura. This swordsmanship is not meant to be used against men. It was created to solely fight against dragons. Because of this, its lethality can be compared to that of an elemental sword. Zeke stood up and took out his sword. He took a stance and released some energy. He tried to focus on creating a sword art that was much more powerful than the dragon-slaying arts that he is familiar with. He needed to compress his aura until it is so dense that it cannot possibly be compressed further. This was done so that he could slice through a great dragon with a single slash. Zeke followed the instructions and swung his sword. Decker stepped into the training ground. He watched his master swing his sword at a crazy speed from above. Zeke smiled as he swung his sword. He found his divine body to be amazing. His divine body allows him to naturally perform at the highest level, and the rate at which he learns combat and transfer ether within his body is incredibly fast. The divine body showed Zeke images of the steps he should take. It was as if a map was being spread out in front of him, and it was showing him the optimal and completed form of the technique in order for him to know where to go. Zeke followed the path placed in front of him. The more he repeated the movements, the faster he was able to learn them. Our boy raised his sword and made a clean and swift strike. It was basically a perfect strike. The moment he did this, he felt something. Zeke just recently surpassed his former wall and became a red knight. However, he was already reaching the next wall. He was getting closer to becoming a black knight. Normally, our boy wouldn't pursue a hasty growth because he believes that it will hinder him later. However, the heart of Bahamut residing in his ether hall is resonating with the True Dragon's swordplay and crying out. This made Zeke continue swinging his sword. He wanted to hold on to this sensation. He wanted to get a hold of what he was feeling. While he was swinging his sword, a symbol and some letters appeared in front of his chest. Zeke was surprised to see this. Before he could do anything, a mysterious energy took over his body. His eyes became black. Zeke could not comprehend what was happening. The system informed him that Bahamut's heart has reacted to Sheltern Draker's True Dragon swordplay. It told him that it will now show him the memories engraved within Bahamut's heart. Zeke was surprised to hear that he will be seeing Bahamut's memories. His consciousness got transported somewhere. The place was quite dark. Our boy couldn't see anything. Suddenly, he heard someone coming. When he looked down, he saw a dragon. He saw someone call out to the dragon known as the Lord of Dusk. This dragon is Bahamut. The man told Bahamut that he has a request to make. Bahamut opened his eyes when he heard this. The mysterious man took out a book and told Bahamut that he would like him to hold on to the True Dragon swordplay that he created. This man is Sheltern Draker. Bahamut stood up and told Sheltern that he always knew that he was detestable, but he didn't know that he was mad. Our boy realized that the man in front of him was Sheltern. Bahamut asked the man if he truly plans to entrust a dragon-killing technique to a dragon. Sheltern revealed to him that Kronos has already agreed to it. Bahamut slammed his hand on the ground when he heard this. He gathered his energy inside the cave and created some huge weapons in the air with his energy. He said that Kronos has been led astray by humans, and he has lost his sense as a mediator. Upon seeing that Bahamut wasn't ready to listen to him, Sheltern placed his hand on his sword. Bahamut created more spears in the air. While screaming at the top of his voice, he told the man that he doesn't believe in Kronos' rambling prophecies. The moment he said this, he fired his spears at Sheltern. Sheltern quickly drew his sword. He used it to block the huge spear that came close to him. He easily pushed it away. Unfortunately for him, there were still many more spears. Sheltern wasn't fazed by them. He stood his ground and blocked the ones that came close to him. Each one of the spears had enough power to destroy the cave. Bahamut continued attacking the man with his spears. Sheltern used his sword to skillfully brush them aside. Zeke watched in awe. This was his first time seeing the pinnacle of all creation. It was his first time witnessing dragonic magic. The sheer force of the spears was ridiculous. Our boy knew that he was only capable of knocking down 1 or 2 spears. He couldn't believe that Sheltern took all the attacks head on. Zeke realized that his ancestor is a different kind of monster. Bahamut asked Sheltern to get out of his lair. He told him that his next attack will be directed at the Kronos Kingdom if he doesn't leave. Sheltern asked him if he is really fine with doing this. He explained to him that he will also be subjected to the karmic sanction if he does this. The moment he said this, the spears began to slowly fade away. Bahamut told him that the karmic sanction is a joke. He gathered the energy he used in creating the spears. He raised his hand and sucked the energy in the cave. He asked Sheltern to tell him what a human like him knows to talk about karmic sanction. He said that such sanctions will never apply to him no matter how many maggots he crushes under his feet. Sheltern pushed his sword into the ground. He said that things played out exactly as Kronos predicted. He took out a luxurious pocket watch. Bahamut seemed surprised to see the watch. He spread his wings and turned the huge energy ball into a ridiculously huge sword. He asked Sheltern if he believes that he can do something to him just because he wields Kronos' power. He fired the sword at Sheltern. Sheltern raised the pocket watch and pressed it. Immediately he did this. A huge magic circle in the shape of a clock appeared beneath him. This magic circle stopped Bahamut's attack in the air. Zeke could not believe his eyes. He couldn't believe that the magic circle actually stopped Bahamut's attack. He quickly noticed something else. He saw that the magic circle was also underneath and above Bahamut. It was restraining him. The magic circle held him in place. Zeke realized that this unbelievable magic was the power of the watch. He recalled that Bahamut asked Sheltern if he thinks that he can defeat him because he wields Kronos' power. He realized that the watch is an artifact containing Kronos' power. While our boy was staring at the watch, Bahamut raised his head and screamed. Zeke had to cover his ears to block out the thunderous voice. He wondered if the dragon broke the spell. Bahamut slammed his hand on the ground and used his head to destroy the magic circle beneath him. While drooling, he asked Sheltern about the vision he just showed him. Sheltern informed him that it is Kronos' prophecy. He asked him if he now understands why he is entrusting the true dragon swordplay to him. Bahamut said that the very concept of dragons forming contracts with humans was wrong to begin with. Sheltern agreed with him. He said that humans should rise up with their own power. Bahamut opened his scary mouth and revealed his fangs to let out a sigh. He asked Sheltern to hand the book over to him. He asked him to give him the technique to kill dragons. Bahamut used his magic to scroll through the pages at a crazy speed. When he was done, he closed the book. He commended Sheltern on what he wrote. The man said that he did it in order to protect the world. Bahamut found this funny. He glared at Sheltern and told him that his desire is to protect mankind, not the world. Sheltern couldn't argue with the dragon. Bahamut touched the book with his claw and made it disappear. He told the man that he will be taking care of the book. He explained to him that the book will never see the light of day if the prophecy doesn't come true. Sheltern turned around when he heard this. He said that it doesn't matter because humans will eventually learn how to use aura. Bahamut told him that he will personally exterminate all humans if this happens. He believed that insignificant beings like humans cannot control this power. Sheltern smiled when he heard this. He explained to Bahamut that he created the true dragon swordplay out of fear of the dragons. However, he trusts him and Kronos. Bahamut didn't expect to hear this. Before leaving, Sheltern revealed to him that Kronos always said that he will eventually find someone that he can open his heart to. He will find a contractor. After saying this, Sheltern left. Bahamut laid back down. He found it funny that Kronos thought that he would find a contractor that he can open his heart to. He said that such a thing will never come to pass. He closed his eyes after saying this. Zeke got sent back to reality. He sat on the ground and looked at his ceiling, even though he couldn't understand a single thing that they spoke about. The one thing he was sure of is that Bahamut is incredibly distrustful of human beings. Due to the fact that Bahamut's heart was in his body, Zeke could empathize with him. Despite his hatred, Bahamut still ended up making a contract with Terrakin. Zeke wondered about what made the dragon change his mind. After seeing Bahamut's memories, our boy continued to carry out research on the war that took place. He wanted to satisfy his curiosity. All history related to Terrakin was being manipulated by the Drakers. In this current era, Terrakin's contracted dragon is an evil dragon. It was impossible to find any useful document. While searching for clues and training in the true dragon's swordplay, Zeke received a message from Cliff which informed him that the preparations for the first request is complete. Our boy requested for an identity that would allow him to completely avoid suspicion. He didn't think that he would end up being the deputy manager of the Reinhardt Merchant Group's southern branch. Zeke believed that this was a bit too grandiose. While he was reading his letter, Zeke noticed something. He saw a bird pecking on his window. Our boy smiled when he saw the messenger pigeon. He realized that Kay has resolved herself. In the next scene, we are taken to the Syndicate Atlas Branch jurisdiction. The place is known as the Secret Garden Hotel. Inside the hotel, we are taken to the top floor. We see Zeke enter a room. Kay was waiting for him in the room. Our boy was wearing his disguise. Kay referred to him as partner and welcomed him into the VIP lounge. Zeke smiled and sat down. He found it funny that she was now calling him partner. Before he could say anything, he turned to the transparent glass to look outside. Kay did not understand why he was looking outside. Although our boy has been in Atlas for a while, he had never gotten a view like this before. The city looked quite beautiful. Our boy was captivated by its beauty because the view he was used to seeing were ruins caused by the Continental War. He put himself together and turned to Kay. He told her that he didn't know that there was a place like this in Atlas. The woman was surprised to see that our boy actually got absorbed by the scenery. She revealed to him that the hotel is one of the Syndicate's side businesses. They wanted a place where those working underground could speak in secret. Kay poured a drink for herself and Zeke. Our boy pushed the drink forward. He told the woman that he doesn't drink liquor. Kay found this funny. She asked him if he is refusing to drink because he is underage. She told Zeke that he has a cute side to him. Zeke did not know why she was making a stupid assumption. He explained to her that he doesn't drink because he can't feel anything from it. Zeke took a drink when he got caught up in the atmosphere of his entrance celebration party. He learned that his poison resistance skill considers alcohol a poison and detoxifies it on its own. Before his regression, Zeke would occasionally drink because he wanted to get drunk, but now he can't do that anymore. Due to this, Zeke prefers to drink tea, which is something he actually enjoys. Kay told our boy that she understands that he doesn't like alcohol. She said that they can leave the small talk aside. She told him that she has something to show him. Our boy realized that Kay doesn't really care if he drinks or not. The magician took out a report and some pictures. She told Zeke that the Pabella are truly involved in piracy. Immediately, she started looking into it. The evidence kept coming out. She found it shocking that her organization hadn't noticed anything until now. The decisive evidence was the fact that there was a period of intense growth for Pabella after they disappeared as a result of being cleaned up by the White Silver Knight. On top of this, there were undocumented profits made by the Pabella. Kay pointed at a man in a picture. The man's name is Joaquin Fernandez. He is also known as El Mencho. Despite being the second in command for McCain, he still has dealings with Pabella. Kay explained to Zeke that she hasn't reported anything to her superiors because the information is quite shocking. She knew that it would cause chaos within the syndicate. She said that ignorance can be bliss. The woman wanted to mention something about the artifact that Zeke asked her to find a buyer for. However, something shocking caught her attention. Zeke thanked Kay for doing him a big favor, with a horrifying smile on his face. Zeke told the magician that he will now tell her how he plans to make her the boss of the organization. Kay was terrified by our boy's smile. In the next scene, we see rain falling in a town. We see trains moving in that town. Zeke appeared in an alley with an umbrella in his hand. He opened his system to check something. The system informed him that he opened a portal at a specified location. Zeke teleported here with the Minimap's portal function. Using this function consumes a significant amount of karma points. However, the function helps make sure that no one suspects our boy. Even in the Nirvana, which is one of the 3 transcendent families that is skilled in magic, there are a very limited number of individuals that can use teleportation magic. In fact, moving between cities would require a magic tower's large-scale portal to begin with. Thanks to his portal function, Zeke can mask this plan as a simple accident. He smiled when he thought about how some old geezers would react to what he is about to do. He couldn't wait for night to fall. Later in the night, we see a building on fire. The people were shocked to see the building burning. Someone said that they need to call the firefighting mages. Another person asked if someone has contacted the owner of the building. While everyone was panicking, Zeke mixed with the crowd and carefully walked away from the scene. In the next scene, we see Kay smoking on her balcony. While smoking, she thought about Zeke. She always believed that our boy was bold because he is a Draker. She now understood that he was more than that. She realized that Zeke is completely insane. She recalled the conversation that she had with him earlier. Zeke informed her that he was going to set fire to all the Soma warehouses belonging to the McCain within the central continent. Kay quickly stood up when she heard this. Our boy explained to her that he wants her to give him the location of the warehouses. Kay revealed to him that this kind of information is something that only the McCain and the executives of the syndicate have access to. She warned him that he will be caught if he does something like this. Zeke told her that this is fine. He said that he has no intention of keeping things under the wraps. He revealed to her that he plans on pinning all the blame on El Mencho. He said that it is better if they have a specific suspect. He asked her if the syndicate isn't yet aware of the fact that the Pabella are pirates. Kay told him that she hasn't reported it yet. The moment she said this, she understood Zeke's intentions. Our boy told her that she catches on really fast. He pushed the glasses and the drinks off the table and explained to Kay that they don't even have to put in any real efforts. With a horrifying smile on his face, Zeke asked the mage to wrap up all the syndicate executives weighing up McCain and Pabella with a neat little bow. He asked her to report all of them to Don Juan. Kay was shocked to hear this. She was horrified to hear our boy's plan. She asked Zeke if he knows what he is saying. Our boy assured her that he does. Kay told him that his plan is preposterous. While trembling in fear, Kay asked Zeke if he knows what will happen to the traitors of the organization. Zeke picked up a bottle of wine and slammed it on the table. Kay was startled by the sound. While screaming at the top of his voice, Zeke asked Kay to tell him why any of this is important when all the executives will be wiped out clean. He asked her if she plans to live as a low-ranked dog of the organization forever. He reminded her that she agreed to his plan to become the boss of the organization. With a serious look on his face, Zeke told the mage that she is no longer allowed to fold. He told her that she can only call or raise. He asked Kay to choose her future. Kay was shocked to hear this. She knew that Zeke was right. She reminded herself that she didn't join the organization to do other people's dirty work. The person in front of her is a phenomenal genius that managed to figure out the Pabella's true identity when no one else had. In addition to this, Zeke managed to find still undiscovered ancient ruins, and he was able to perfectly recover countless high-quality artifacts. What Kay felt after witnessing this unbelievable abilities was a determination to ride or die with him. She realized that she can't get scared and back out after hearing his plans. She dragged the wine from Zeke and chugged it down her throat. Our boy was surprised to see this. Kay told him that she has to bet everything because she will be dead if she fails. She cleaned her mouth and said that she is all in. Zeke was happy to see that she was fired up. He assured her that he will make sure that she doesn't regret making this bet. The moment she remembered this, Kay's hand began to shake. She quickly used her other hand to hold herself. She said that she will believe in Zeke and place everything on the line. Inside her office, we see a newspaper lying on her table. The newspaper spoke about how there is a serial fire in the central continent. People wondered if it is a coincidence or if it is planned. The fires occurred at the same time across the central continent. The investigation agencies from the affected nations have said that it will be difficult to consider it a planned arson. The fires were concluded to be a result of negligence. The scene shifts and we are taken to a mansion. We see a man in his office. The man had the same newspaper as Kay on his table. The man held a drink in his hand and promised to make the person who burnt down the warehouses suffer a painful death. This man is the head of the McCain cartel. He is Don Juan. In the next scene, we are taken to Zeke's mansion. We see our boy nervously tapping his hand on his table. The semester was almost over, and it has been half a year since he revealed that he has reached the Blue Knight level. Zeke knew that something would be coming for him soon, but he did not expect it to happen now. He did not expect to receive the promotion. Celebration banquet invitation. Our boy was quite nervous to see the invitation. The banquet is done when young Drakers have crossed the barrier from yellow swordsman to proper knight. Even among Drakers, reaching the purple or blue knight level usually happens around 20. This is known as a Draker-style debutante. Zeke recalled that it has almost been 3 years since he met the Patriarch. He hoped that things would go peacefully. The scene shifts and we are taken to the central banquet hall of the Four Seasons Fortress. We see the Patriarch dressed in white clothes. He was chatting with some guest. While he was talking to the guest, someone walked up to him and greeted him. The Patriarch welcomed Abel. The boy smiled and asked the Patriarch if he has been well. Abel told his father that this is his first time seeing so many important figures at a promotion celebration banquet. His father agreed with him. He said that everyone must be focused on Zeke because he is now the youngest in the continent to reach the level of Blue Knight. Abel knew that the Patriarch purposely said this because he knew that he was the youngest to reach the Blue Knight level before Zeke. Arthur told his son that he has to prepare for the rite because Zeke will be arriving soon. He apologized to him for not being able to talk longer after meeting him again for the first time in a long time. Abel bowed his head and asked his father not to worry about it. With a smile on his face, the Patriarch asked the boy to enjoy himself. Abel watched his father walk away. He glared at him with eyes filled with hatred. Outside the banquet hall, we see Zeke walking with Duke. He was wearing his official Draker attire and his master was wearing a suit. Zeke told his master that he barely sees him at home. Duke asked our boy not to even bring it up. He revealed to him that the Patriarch is working a retired man to the bone. He said that he doesn't even have time to come home. Duke was annoyed to see that the Patriarch made him play the role of Zeke's escort even though he is already quite busy thanks to him. He told our boy that his father said some shit about how it is important for a master to escort his disciple. Zeke had been wondering why his master looked grumpy. He realized that it was because he was working overtime. He asked Duke if he is headed to the Spring Garden. The man said that he is. He reminded Zeke that it is the only place where outsiders are allowed in the Four Seasons Fortress. Our boy recalled that the Four Seasons Fortress is split into 4 main facilities. The only place where outsiders are allowed and the place where most ceremonies take place is the Spring Garden. The Summer Lock is the office where most businesses involving the Drakers are handled. The Autumn Fell is the hall in which internal ceremonies and rites take place. Ceremonies like the knighting ceremony for those affiliated with the household takes place there. The last facility is the Winter Keep, where all sorts of rare artifacts spanning over 1,000 years are stored. Zeke had only ever heard of this facilities. This was his first time coming to the Four Seasons Fortress. In his past life, he had already been chased out of the academy at this point. When they arrived at the entrance of the hall, Duke told his disciple that he will have to go on by himself. He said that only the main character is allowed to go through this door. He placed his hand on Zeke's shoulder and explained to him that he won't be able to attend the event because he has some business to take care of. He advised his disciple to stand strong and do his best. Zeke smiled when he heard this. He felt happy to see that someone was worried about him like this. He laughed and told his master that he worries too much. Duke also laughed and told his disciple that he will be happy if he doesn't cause a scene. Before our boy stepped into the hall, a group began to play trumpets for him. Someone announced that the star of the banquet is entering. Everyone turned their eyes to the entrance. The group put away their trumpets and lined up next to the entrance to welcome Zeke. Our boy stepped into the hall and walked down the stairs. The guests could not believe their eyes. They could not believe that someone reached the level of a Blue Knight at age 15. They all believed that this was the ability of the Golden Light Pureblood Awakener. Someone said that they never expected him to actually break Abel's record of being the youngest Blue Knight. A man next to the person informed him that Zeke has also surpassed all of Abel's academy achievements. Zeke knelt in front of his father. Arthur announced that, "Our boy has taken his first step as a knight." He tapped his sword on his son's shoulders. He asked his son to go forth as an honorable knight and bring glory to their name. He said that there is more. Zeke was surprised to hear this. Arthur announced that Zeke is now a formal knight of the Drakers. Our boy was shocked to hear this. Arthur said that our boy will be given the rank of knight. Everyone in the hall couldn't believe what they were hearing. They had never heard of someone becoming a formal knight at age 15. They felt like this was too much for Zeke. The only way to attain the formal rank of knight is through real achievements. The Drakers are blessed by aura, so they awaken quickly. Due to this, it is almost expected that they reach the level of purple or blue knight. Instead of focusing on a person's level of proficiency in aura, they focus on real achievements. Even Abel, who was the youngest Blue Knight before Zeke, had to gather achievements for 3 months before he gained the rank of formal knight. This shows how important real achievements are in the Draker household. Arthur's declaration at this moment is a clear violation of the way things have been done until now. However, no one can protest against it because only the patriarch has the authority to confer ranks. Zeke couldn't comprehend his father's actions. He didn't know why he would do something like this. Arthur said that he is very happy that he has been given the opportunity to introduce his son to everyone. He announced that his son got a golden light awakening unlike any other, and he has become the youngest person ever to reach the level of a Blue Knight. He said that he believes Zeke will become a knight that far surpasses him in future. Arthur said that he will stop talking now so that he doesn't sound like a coddling parent. Everyone laughed when they heard this. Arthur picked up a glass of wine. He raised the glass up and prayed that his son's future will be blessed. He also prayed for the continent's peace and welfare. He ended his prayer by saying that it is all for the Drakers. Everyone raised their glass and said the same thing as him. Arthur drank his wine after giving his speech. Everyone else also did the same. Zeke glared at Arthur. He wasn't impressed with his act. He remembered how his father acted indifferent when he got exiled. He could not believe that Arthur was now acting like a proud father, while he was staring at him. Arthur called out to him. Zeke quickly bowed his head. The patriarch suggested that they go somewhere else. He told him that he wants them to speak privately as father and son. After Zeke left with the patriarch, a man wearing glasses asked Abel to change his expression a bit. The man saw that Abel was looking at his father and his brother with a terrifying look on his face. The man told Abel that an older brother shouldn't have this expression when congratulating his youngest brother. Abel put himself together and asked the man about the prince. The man revealed to him that the prince said that he will show up after the trifling rite is over. He said that the prince will be there soon. Abel suggested that they leave. The man agreed with him. In the next scene, we see Zeke step out of his father's office. He stepped out with a token in his hand. The token can be exchanged for one of the family's treasures. Zeke wondered why the patriarch gave him something like this. Since it wasn't a bad thing, our boy decided not to think too much about it. He didn't understand his father at all. He moved close to the guests and looked around. He recalled that this banquet will last for several days. He wondered how he was going to get through it. He did not know how he was going to last several days in this place while keeping his expression under control. He told himself that being a noble isn't for everyone. While he was thinking, someone called out to him. When our boy turned around, he saw a beautiful girl with blue hair. The girl introduced herself as the first princess of the Alencia kingdom. Her name is Melissa Alencia. Zeke recalled that Princess Melissa is the one who will rise to power as the next monarch of the Alencia kingdom. In contrast to the current and ineffective king, Melissa will set groundbreaking policies that would prioritize the people. This will allow her to gain the overwhelming support of the people of her kingdom. Due to this, she would often clash with the Alencia aristocrats. However, if she was to ascend to the throne officially, it would only be a matter of time before they began to try to curry favors from her. Before Zeke's regression, this promising princess ceased all international activities and went missing. Articles speculating her assassination at the hands of the Empire were spread across the continent. Since the Alencia kingdom fell to ruin during the war, the truth was forever lost. Even in this life, there wasn't a lot of news about Melissa's activities. Since she was able to attend the banquet, Zeke believed that nothing much has happened. The moment he thought of this, our boy remembered something. He remembered that Cliff said that the person taking the cure belongs to the Alencia royal family. Our boy believed that it was impossible for the person to be Melissa. He bowed his head and greeted the princess. He told her that he has heard a lot about her. He told her that it is a great honor to have her at his promotion celebration banquet. The princess was surprised to see that Zeke knew her. She asked him if he really knows her. Zeke assured her that he does. He told her that he has been very interested in the policies she makes for commoners. Melissa did not expect to hear this. Zeke told her that some say that her policies are just for show and they don't have any real meaning. With a smile on his face, he told her that he is aware that she is thinking about the finances and budgeting needed to carry out the policies. Melissa was surprised to hear this. She gently smiled. She realized that Zeke was really different from the other knights. Zeke did not know why she smiled. He asked her if he offended her in some way. Melissa explained to him that she didn't expect anyone to sympathize with her grievances. She said that she was a little delighted. She turned to the side and told Zeke that she has to excuse herself. She told him that it was a pleasure to meet him. Our boy asked her about why she is leaving already. Melissa explained to him that she would like to talk longer with him, but she cannot monopolize the guest of honor. Zeke turned to the side when he heard this. He knew that she was right. He knew that it was natural for Melissa to feel burdened by the obvious glares of the people around them. The princess asked him not to be disappointed. She smiled and told him that a better opportunity would present itself. After the princess left, other nobles greeted Zeke too. Our boy spoke and exchanged pleasantries with this nobles. A while later, we see two nobles leaving after Zeke spoke to them. He forcefully smiled as he watched them walk towards the door. He was relieved to see that he was almost done with the greetings. He could finally breathe now. Our boy didn't like events like this. He preferred training with Kaiser than mingling with this nobles. While he was thinking, Zeke heard something odd. He quickly turned to the side. He heard the dull clanking of an armor. He wondered about why someone would wear an armor to a banquet like this. A man with golden hair and a golden armor walked into the hall with his guards. The man said that he has finally found our boy. He referred to him as the guest of honor of the banquet and the youngest Blue Knight in history. This man is the fourth imperial prince of the Rome Empire. His name is Karis. This is the man who joined hands with Abel to start the Continental War. The man stretched out his hand to our boy and introduced himself as Karis Nerva Constantinus. Zeke didn't shake the prince. He bowed his head and offered his first greeting to the prince. He thanked him for attending his promotion celebration banquet. Karis turned to his hand and glared at it. He realized that Zeke didn't shake him on purpose. He smiled and placed his hand around our boy's neck. He asked him not to worry about such formalities. He asked our boy to have a drink with him. Zeke was surprised to hear this. Karis called out to someone and asked him to bring them a drink. He said that the most refined man on the continent and the man destined to be the greatest knight on the continent will celebrate their historic first encounter with only the best drink. Karis got a glass and poured Zeke a drink. He told him that this is a drink poured by an imperial prince. He asked him to drink it without leaving anything behind. Zeke forced himself to laugh at the prince's joke. He drank the wine in one go. The nobles at the banquet were surprised to see that Zeke was taking Karis's words seriously. They believed that Zeke was still a child, even though he is a Blue Knight. Some of them said that the prince is behaving poorly. They expected him to refrain from acting like this since he was well aware of how influential the Drakers are. Karis told Zeke that he did well. He told him that he likes him. He asked him to drink with him until they empty the bottle. Before he could do anything, Abel walked up to him and bowed his head. He referred to him as the new rising sun of the empire. Karis asked Abel if he will be joining them. Abel thanked him for his offer and told him that he has something important to discuss with him. Karis placed his hand on his shoulder and asked him to tell him what it is. Abel told him that there are too many listening ears around them. He suggested that they move somewhere else for their conversation. Karis told him that he understands. He apologized to Zeke and told him that he has to take his leave. He told him that they will bask in the beauty of the moonlight the next time they drink together. He said that they will speak about the great epics of the legend of the Dragonslayer. After saying this, Karis and his guards walked forward with Abel. Everyone stood nervously and let them walk out of the hall. After they left, the nobles began to speak. Someone said that he cannot believe that someone like that is a prince. Another person said that this is a testament to the lack of legitimacy behind the empire. A man said that he did not expect Abel to handle the situation. He said that he now understands why Abel has such a strong reputation. Zeke was not surprised to see that they were praising Abel. He knew that anyone who doesn't know Abel will think that he is an older brother giving his bewildered younger brother a helping hand. Our boy didn't really care about this. He was more bothered by the fact that the fourth prince and Abel already knew each other in this life. According to the information Kay gave him in his past life, the two men shouldn't be acquainted yet. Due to the way Karis treated Abel, our boy could tell that they were very close. He realized that the Continental War may start sooner than he expected. The scene shifts and we see Zeke walking somewhere. He was holding the token his father gave him. The token can be exchanged for one item in the Draker's treasury. While looking at the item, Zeke remembered the conversation he had with his father. Arthur asked him about how his plan to become the continent's strongest is going. He told his son that he can tell his plan is going smoothly since he was able to become the guest of honor at this banquet. Zeke told him that it is going well. He told the patriarch that it is all thanks to him. Arthur asked his son not to call him patriarch. He told him that it is too formal. He asked Zeke to feel at ease and call him father. Our boy was shocked to hear this. He knew that someone had said this words to him before. This were the same words that Carly said to him. Zeke finally understood why he felt uncomfortable before. Abel has been making different bold moves, and he is even bringing the elders to his side. It is to the point where Carly has noticed. It makes no sense to believe that the head of the family has not taken notice to Abel's actions. This means that Arthur is turning a blind eye even though he is aware of Abel's schemes. Zeke wondered if his father's reference to his conversation with Carly is a way to apply pressure on him or if it is just a mere coincidence. Zeke decided to just assume that his father is on Abel's side from now on. He called Arthur father and told him that he understands. Arthur told him that it is nice to hear him say this. He told Zeke that he wants to give him a gift to motivate him to continue marching towards his goal. He placed the token on the table and explained to his son that it can be exchanged for a treasure stored at the Winter Keep. Zeke was happy to receive the token. He recalled that the Winter Keep is a place known across the continent to be packed to the brim with incredibly rare artifacts. Arthur explained to his son that there are a lot of valuable treasures in the treasury, but there are also useless things that merely glitter inside. After walking for a while, Zeke arrived at the humongous gates of the Winter Keep. He didn't understand why his father gave him this token, but he planned to use everything in his arsenal to become stronger. The attendant at the gate told Zeke that she has been waiting for him. She asked him to move closer. She told him that she wants to provide a brief explanation of the storage facility. She revealed to Zeke that the Draker treasury currently stores roughly 17,000 rare artifacts. The artifacts can be gotten by exchanging a token. Although there is no limit to how much time a person may spend inside, once a person exits the facility, they will not be allowed to re-enter. The attendant asked our boy to remember this. Zeke told her that he doesn't see any guards around even though rare artifacts are stored there. The woman told him that guards are not necessary. Our boy did not expect to hear this. The attendant explained to him that the security magic cast here is equivalent to what was cast on the patriarch's study. On top of this, the artifacts in the storage are tracked with magic. It would be impossible to steal anything. Zeke did not think this place would have that kind of security. The attendant pointed at a hole and asked Zeke to place his token inside. Our boy shoved his token in the hole. The moment he did this, he felt the entire room shake. The room shook because of the opening of the giant gates. Zeke was shocked to see how large the storage was. The treasures were placed on ridiculously huge shelves. Our boy did not expect it to be on this level. When he stepped in, he realized that the inside is much bigger than he thought. He was not surprised to see that his family would build something like this. The attendant told him that she will take her leave. After she left, Zeke raised his head up and looked around. He knew that it would take him ages to identify the function of each relic. He asked the system if it is able to organize the relics there according to his desired criteria. The system acknowledged his request and informed him that this function has been linked to his dragon eyes. It asked him to select a target item using his dragon eyes. Zeke was surprised to hear this. He smiled and activated his dragon eyes. He said that he now understands it. The dragon eyes can now also display information regarding the detected object according to the administrator's requests. Zeke activated the shadowless steps of the Gale Arts and used it to run around the storage in an instant. Numerous status windows appeared in front of him. They were displaying the functions of the items Zeke saw with his dragon eyes. After running around for a while, Zeke stopped moving. The system informed him that the selected items will be displayed on the mini-map. It displayed the map of the treasury and told our boy that he selected 17,138 items. Zeke did not expect it to be this much. He asked the system to exclude non-artifacts like normal items and consumable items. The system removed the selected items and informed Zeke that there are 9,832 items left. This was still way too much for Zeke. He asked the system to exclude all swords inferior to the Stygian blade. Every single sword was removed. Zeke smiled when he saw this. He realized that his Stygian blade is much better than this artifact's. While looking through the item list, Zeke noticed something odd. There was an item without any information. Our boy decided to check it out. He went to the location of the item. The system informed him that he has arrived at his specified coordinate. When Zeke raised his head up, he saw a bracelet. Our boy didn't understand why the item's information wasn't displayed when the item looked so normal. While he was looking at the bracelet, a status window popped up. Our boy was shocked to see what was written on it. The system told him that the item has reacted to him being the heir of Terrakin Draker. Zeke picked it up. He realized that the item must have belonged to Terrakin since it reacted to his title while he was looking at the bracelet. The system displayed its information. The item is known as the Sacred Guardian Stone. It is a bracelet with a guardian stone embedded in it. It allows a person to call a summon. It calls a summon that matches the user's soul. The guardian stone bears the fairy monarch's blessing. The system told him that the Sacred Guardian Stone is now in his possession. It told him that he can now call forth a summon that is suitable to his soul. The moment it said this, the guardian stone disappeared from Zeke's hand and moved to his wrist. Our boy was shocked to see this. He asked the system if he can't remove the item from his possession. The system explained to him that the item has entered his possession due to his status as heir to Terrakin Draker. It told him that the item cannot be removed. Zeke became nervous. He hadn't looked through all the items. This bracelet could ruin his plans. He calmed himself and said that the bracelet is probably better than most artifacts, since it is Terrakan's legacy. He asked the system to activate the bracelet's properties. The system accepted his request and began to search for a summon suitable for his soul. The bracelet began to glow. A huge magic circle appeared in front of Zeke. The system informed our boy that higher-tier summons like holy beasts will be included in the search thanks to the fairy monarch's blessing. Our boy was surprised to hear this. Immediately the system said this. It informed him that it has found a suitable holy beast. It said that it will summon the holy beast. The magic circle released a bright blue light. The light reached the top of the storage. It could be seen from any part of the room. Something majestic stepped out of the light. It was a huge blue horse with beautiful blue hair. This horse had horns. The holy beast is known as the dragonic steed. Zeke stepped back a bit. He had never seen a holy beast before. Its presence was overwhelming. He took a look at his hand. He couldn't believe that he got Bahamut's heart and fang, and now he got an item that can summon a holy beast. He wondered about how many things Terrakan possessed. The dragonic steed moved close to him and touched his head with its mouth. Zeke now understood what it meant for the beast to be suitable to his soul. He placed his hand on the dragonic steed and moved his head closer to it. The holy beast also did the same. Although this was their first time meeting, Zeke felt like he was reuniting with an old friend. He could feel a sense of familiarity from the dragonic steed. While he was hugging the holy beast, a status window popped up in front of him. The system informed him that he will be able to summon the holy beast at any time if he gives it a name. Our boy decided to name the holy beast Bucephalus. The holy beast proudly raised its head up when it heard its name. Zeke was happy to see that it liked the name. The system informed him that Bucephalus is a dragonic steed with holy presence. Its two horns can call forth the power of thunder. Bucephalus is also the king of the dragonic steeds. Even though the monster was the king of the dragonic steeds, Zeke didn't know what it meant. It was his first time seeing a dragonic steed. Bucephalus moved close to him and grabbed him with his mouth. Our boy was shocked to see this. He asked his steed to tell him what is wrong. Bucephalus placed our boy on his back. Zeke asked him if he wants to give him a ride. The beast nodded his head. Zeke gently touched the beast's mane. He could not believe that Bucephalus understood his desire to confirm his abilities and placed him on his back. He asked his steed to run like the wind. Bucephalus raised his head and gathered some energy when it heard this command. It ran forward in an instant. Only a blue light was seen in the storage. Zeke held on tightly to the beast. He realized that he couldn't hear its hooves hitting the ground even though it was running this fast. He wondered if he has gotten his hands on something crazy. When he looked down, he saw something shocking. There were magic circles beneath the beast's hooves. Magic circles appeared in the places the beast placed his hooves. Zeke was amazed. He told Bucephalus that it is the best. The scene shifts and we see our boy in a carriage. Before he left the Winter Keep, the attendant asked him if he will really choose the bracelet. Our boy was not surprised to see her reaction. He believed that it was natural. While thinking, he remembered his father's warning. He realized that this item would be one of the useless items his father was referring to. He understood why anyone would think it was trash. The item responded to his title. Even the system was unable to show any information on it. It makes sense that no one has ever discovered the true value of the bracelet. Zeke always believed that he would only be able to discover Terrakin's legacy through dungeons that the system led him to. He didn't think that he would stumble into it like this. He was happy to see that he managed to get his hands on something incredible today. He decided to head back home to relax. When Zeke arrived at his mansion, he let out a sigh because he saw someone he didn't expect to see. The person referred to him as Sir Zeke and congratulated him on becoming a proper knight. Our boy asked the man about why he is being so formal. He told him that he is creeping him out. The man turned out to be Cliff. He told Zeke that he needs to speak in a reserved way in the presence of a formal knight of the Draker. Our boy sat down and told him that he will appreciate it if he doesn't come looking for him out of nowhere. He explained to him that his future plans could be jeopardized if his relationship with him is discovered. Cliff apologized to Zeke. He pointed at someone on the chair and said that the person demanded to meet him. He said that his hands were forced. The person took off her hood and told Zeke that she will like to extend her greetings again. She introduced herself as the owner of the Reinhardt Merchant Group. The person turned out to be Princess Melissa. Zeke was not surprised by her shocking reveal. He told her that he did not expect her to be the true owner of the Reinhardt Merchant Group. Melissa smiled when she heard this. She could tell that Zeke already knew. Princess Melissa recently decreased her public appearances, and yet she appeared at Zeke's promotion celebration banquet. At this point in time, the Rose disease patient who Cliff got the cure for would have been completely cured. Only an idiot wouldn't have figured out that Melissa is the patient. The princess raised her hand to signal Cliff and said that she will go straight to the point. Cliff placed some documents and thumbtacks on the table. He also placed a map on the table. Melissa told our boy that she wanted to see him to get his assistance. Zeke asked her about the type of assistance she is referring to. Melissa asked him to take a look at the documents before they start discussing. Our boy picked up the documents. The princess revealed to him that the rose disease has recently been spotted in the borders of her kingdom. She said that the documents contain the results of the rose disease analysis done by the Nirvana Transcendent family. Zeke carefully looked through the documents. He was shocked to see what was inside. He asked Melissa if what is written there is true. He asked her if the rose disease is really a pathogen created with magic. Melissa explained to him that the analysis was done by the Nirvana family. It is the Transcendent family that is most proficient in magic. The princess assured him that the analysis is true. Zeke could not believe that the rose disease was man-made. He realized that the disease is spreading faster than it did before in his past life. He wondered if his regression changed something. Melissa told Zeke that this is not all. She took out some thumbtacks and placed them at different points in the map. She explained to Zeke that the disease was first spotted in a village on the border of the Rome Empire and the Alencia Kingdom, however. The disease isn't spreading towards the Rome Empire. It is actually only heading for the Alencia Kingdom. Zeke was shocked to see this. He understood what the princess was saying. Melissa told him that the Rome Empire created the disease and they are spreading it to Alencia on purpose. This made perfect sense to Zeke. In his past life, the reason why the Alencia Kingdom was so easily defeated by the Rome Empire was because of this disease. Our boy now understood why the princess needs his help. He asked her if she wants the rights to mass produce and distribute the treatment for the rose disease. Melissa told him that he is correct. She explained to him that Cliff only acquired the right to produce it in the previous contract. She said that an additional contract needs to be created for the kingdom to distribute it. She told Zeke that he wrote an interesting condition in the contract. Our boy told her that he doesn't plan to annul the contract even if she says this. Melissa told him that she would also not annul it if she was in his position. As a businesswoman, the princess was aware that those who reveal their motives are the ones with the shortest straw. She told Zeke that she revealed her motives in order to strike a deal with him. She said that she doesn't want to leave without getting something. Zeke smiled when he heard this. He was impressed that the princess understood the situation. He became certain that the Reinhardt Merchant Group did not join the top 10 merchant groups category out of luck. Melissa placed a document on the table. She explained to Zeke that she is planning to distribute the cure as relief supplies to the citizens. She asked him not to worry about the production and distribution of the cure. She revealed to him that she will compensate him by giving him 20% of their merchant group's shares. Zeke was shocked to hear this. The Reinhardt Group is currently part of the top 10 merchant groups. The merchant group will still continue to grow if they don't follow along with Alencia in the Continental War. Right now, the value of 20% of their shares amounts to millions of gold. If Zeke is able to stop the war and allow the merchant group to grow even more, this shares would be worth billions. Although her offer was tempting, Zeke still wanted to confirm some things. He told Melissa that he needs to ask her some questions before he can decide. He asked her about why she is openly sharing this information and why she is offering him 20% of her merchant group's shares when she doesn't know if he is with the Empire. He told her that he cannot comprehend her actions. Melissa smiled when she heard this. She told Zeke that she is certain that he is not with the Empire. She explained to him that she has honed her perception by growing her merchant group. She revealed to him that she actually observed him from afar. After their conversation ended, she noticed that his actions towards those who were affiliated with the Empire were quite cold. Aside from this, she saw when Zeke declined a handshake from the fourth prince. Although it seemed like Zeke was showing him respect by bowing his head instead of shaking his hand, Melissa could tell that this was an instinctive rejection of disgust. She told Zeke that he looked like he wanted to avoid the prince. She said that this is how she knows he is not on the Empire's side. Our boy did not expect her to make an accurate deduction of his relationship with the Empire. The princess told him that she doesn't have any long explanations to answer his second question. She said that she is willing to give up 20% of her merchant group's shares if it allows her to save her people. Zeke did not expect to hear this. He remembered calling out to someone known as Alicia. He asked her to retreat. He reminded the woman that she is the queen. He told her that it will be meaningless if they stop the Empire and their queen is dead. Alicia told Zeke that he is correct. She said that it will be smart for them to retreat if they want to plan for what's to come. Our boy asked her about why she doesn't just come with them if she is aware of this. The blonde woman turned around and told Zeke that she will gladly give up her life if she can buy her people time and allow them to escape. Our boy placed his hand on his head when he remembered this. He had been doing his best not to think about this. He did not expect Melissa to say something that Alicia said. He put himself together and told the princess that he accepts the deal. The princess was surprised to hear this. She assured Zeke that he won't regret it. Our boy asked her to make sure that his identity isn't revealed. Melissa asked him not to worry about this. 2 weeks later, we are taken to the training hall in the basement. We see Zeke swinging his sword at a crazy speed. Each strike was clean and precise. While swinging his sword, Zeke took a stance and tightened his grip on his sword. When he swung his sword, it was as if he created a tornado in the hall. The room looked like it was going to collapse. Zeke calmed himself after swinging his sword while he was trying to catch his breath. A status window popped up. The system informed our boy that he has successfully learned the True Dragon swordplay. Zeke could not believe that he was able to do it within a month. The system told him that the conditions for the achievement quest has been met. It told him that he has successfully completed the achievement quest. Our boy was given Kronos Kingdom's report radar. He was given the title of Sword Saint Successor. He was also given 500 karma points and 2 random boxes. Zeke currently had 1,095 karma points. He was happy that he got 2 random boxes, and he got some points to make up for the points he used to burn McCain's storeroom. He put away his sword. He decided to see the rewards. He took out the Kronos Kingdom's report radar. The thing turned out to be a small object. While Zeke was looking at it, a red status window appeared in front of him. The system told him that it cannot read the corresponding coordinates. Our boy was shocked to see this. It was his first time seeing a red status window. The system asked Zeke to find the seal that can activate the coordinates. It explained to him that he can activate the radar after he has found the scattered seals. It told him that the locations of the seals are linked and visible on the minimap. Zeke quickly opened the minimap. He saw where the seals were. There were 2 in the middle. The other 2 were each in the south and north. Zeke knew that it was going to take a while for him to gather the seals due to the distance between each seal. While he was looking at the minimap, a status window popped up. Zeke smiled when he saw what was on it. He said that he has been wondering why it didn't pop up. Our boy was given a new quest known as the Treasure from the Legendary Kingdom. He was asked to find the scattered seals of the Kronos Kingdom and restore them to their original state. His reward for completing this quest is a title known as Kronos Kingdom's Successor. Cain took out his sword after he confirmed that he had taken out Zeke. He turned around and said that Zeke was a worthy opponent, even though he was his enemy. He said that he hasn't met an opponent like him in a long time. Immediately, he said this. A dagger flew towards his neck. Cain bent his head to dodge the dagger, but it still left a cut on his neck. The man quickly turned to Zeke. He saw that our boy was no longer lying on the ground. He didn't understand what was happening. Zeke appeared behind him with his huge sword in his hand. His system informed him that he used his top-grade healing potion known as Salvation. The potion instantly recovered his stamina and wounds. Zeke used his opportunity to cut off Cain's head with a single slash. The moment he did this, he fell to his knees and coughed out loud. He realized that he would have died if he hadn't placed the healing potion in the shortcut slot. Salvation is the masterpiece of Javan. It is a top-grade healing potion that can instantly recover mortal wounds and stamina due to its special ability. Anyone who has taken it before will not be able to use it again. The item also possesses an unknown effect. Zeke used his sword to hold himself up. He noticed that the potion couldn't recover the Orin-inflicted internal injuries. His system informed him that he has used his skills excessively. Due to this excessive use, his fatigue has surpassed its critical point. The system informed him that it is shutting down his consciousness for his safety. Zeke let go of his sword when he heard this. His body didn't have enough stamina. He knew that he shouldn't be collapsing in his enemy's territory. He wanted to recover immediately. As he slowly fell to the ground, he took a look at the bottle of salvation that was next to Cain's body. He also looked at the man's body. He thought about recovering through any means. Before his head touched the ground, Zeke activated a draconian skill known as gluttony. His body released an odd and unusual energy. The energy began to devour Cain's body. The system informed Zeke that he has consumed a miasma-corrupted demonic human. His stamina, mental power, and mana began to fill up. The skill took in Cain's blood and completely covered his body. The system informed its master that he has consumed the demonic human's bloodline ability. It changed his C-rank skill known as Static Discharge into an A-rank skill known as Lightning. After completely devouring Cain, the skill disappeared. Zeke opened his eyes immediately. He raised his body and placed his hand on his head. He thought that he was going to die. He was happy to see that he thought of using gluttony. When he looked in front of him, he saw Cain's armor floating in the air. The system told him that he has obtained the unknown armor. It asked him if he would like to register himself as the user. Zeke found it odd that the armor's name didn't pop up. He decided to accept the system's suggestion. The moment he got registered as the user, the armor got equipped on him. The system informed Zeke that the armor's form can be decided according to his will. It also told him that there are currently 3 magic circles that can be activated from the 28 great magic circles engraved on the armor. Our boy was surprised to see how light the armor was. He couldn't believe that the armor's functions were this good. He decided to take the armor off because he knew that he would get caught by the Empire if he wore it around. He planned to use it later when he changed its form. He decided to leave the place. The moment he had this thought, he smelled something. It was the smell of blood and corpses. It was coming from somewhere inside this ruin. Zeke followed the scent and arrived at a lab where he saw a bunch of mages performing human experiments. He grit his teeth out of anger. He couldn't believe that the Empire would do something like this. When the mages saw Zeke, they quickly released a gaseous substance at him. The system told him that it detects magically formulated poison. This poison suppressed his poison resistance effect, and it allowed him to be poisoned. Zeke quickly took out a potion and used it. He told the mages that they must be prepared to give up their lives since they have been experimenting on other people. He easily tore them apart and destroyed their lab. He also collected the lab's research materials. He believed that there might be some things in the documents that are related to the rose disease. While he was looking at the documents, someone appeared behind him and asked him if he did this. The old mage asked Zeke if he was the one who turned his lab into this mess. Our boy quickly covered his sword with his aura and charged at the man. The mage was shocked to see an aura blade. He realized that Zeke was a blue knight. He quickly raised his hand and activated a magic circle. Zeke tore his body apart before he could do anything. Oddly enough, the man's body turned into sand. It reappeared in front of Zeke due to his crest and magic. Zeke was able to tell that the mage belongs to the Desert Scorpion clan. They are practitioners of forbidden magic. Our boy noticed that the man was an executive level 6 circle mage. He knew that the man was going to be annoying to deal with. He didn't expect the Empire to collaborate with bastards like this. He activated his mana reflection skill to remove the mana in the room. The mage was shocked to see that he could not create a magic circle. He asked Zeke if he is a pure-blooded Draker. He quickly took out a scroll and tore it. Sand gathered behind him. A huge monster with a unique body was created with the sand. It had very different body parts. Zeke immediately knew that he was looking at a synthetic chimera. The mage laughed and said that this is his greatest masterpiece. He said that even a Draker wouldn't be able to face his chimera. The chimera swung its claw at our boy. Zeke was able to block it, but he got pushed back. The monster swung its other claw at him. Our boy pushed it aside. He covered his leg with his ether and moved at a crazy speed before the monster could squash him. He climbed the monster's body and appeared above it. He was able to do this with the shadowless steps of the Gale arts. The chimera quickly raised its head when it sensed Zeke. It thrust its stingers at him. Zeke was able to tear them apart. He noticed that the chimera had no blind spots. He landed in front of it. He didn't want to waste time with this chimera. He charged at the chimera and swung his blade at its head. The monster easily blocked the attack with its claws. Zeke got pushed back. He realized that reinforcement will arrive soon if this fight goes on. The moment he thought of this, the system informed him that Draionic control can be activated. It asked him if he would like to subjugate the Draionic target. Zeke didn't think that Dragonic control would work on this monster. He activated his dragon's dignity and ordered the chimera to submit to him. The chimera became scared when it felt the energy Zeke was exuding. The system informed our boy that he has instilled fear in the trivial dragon. The effect of his Draionic control increased due to the fact that dragon's dignity and Dragonic control worked on the chimera. Zeke deduced that the mage must have partially included some dragon traits when making the chimera. The system asked him if he would like to activate Draionic control to subjugate the target. Our boy accepted the offer. A magic circle appeared below the chimera. It released some chains that held the monster down. The system informed Zeke that he has subjugated the trivial dragon. Our boy gently pat the chimera on his head when the chains disappeared. The chimera was quite happy with this. Zeke did not expect him to be so gentle. The mage was quite shocked. He didn't understand what was happening. He didn't know why his chimera wasn't listening to his command. Zeke turned to him and ordered the chimera to bite him. The chimera took out the defenseless mage with a single bite. Zeke patted his head and looked through the man's belongings. He saw that this man was Gurav al-Rahmani. He recalled that this was the name of the second in command of the Scorpion clan. While he was looking at the man's file, the chimera gently hit his head. Zeke turned to it. He asked the chimera about why it keeps interrupting him. Immediately, he asked this question. His system popped up and asked him if he would like to name the subjugated dragon. It explained to him that named dragons can be summoned by their master whenever they call. Zeke realized that the chimera wanted to be named. He decided to name the chimera Gurav. The monster was surprised to hear his new name. The system registered him as Gurav. Zeke asked him if he doesn't like his name. He told him that it is too late. In the next scene, we see someone clapping his hands. The person clapped for Zeke. Our boy was wearing some new clothes and his body had fully healed. The person in front of Zeke was Don Juan. The Don sat down and told our boy that he heard he truly eliminated cowardly Paulo. Zeke nodded his head and told the Don that he keeps his promises. Don Juan told Zeke that he has to believe him now that he has proved himself. He said that valiant warriors have the right to be respected. He told Zeke that he treasures strong warriors as if they are his own children. He told him that he wishes to treat him the same way. Zeke remembered how he suffered under Don Juan in his past life. He wondered if the man saw children as beings he can freely use as tools. He was annoyed to see that the Don said this to his face. He promised to kill him with his own 2 hands. Don Juan stood up and pointed at some boxes behind him. He told Zeke that this is a present he prepared for him. Zeke was shocked to see the boxes. Don Juan reminded him that he said he wanted to be his business partner. He said that this is a proof of trust to match his claim. When Zeke picked up one of the boxes, he felt what was inside. He knew that only one thing would have the size and weight. When he opened the box, he saw the head of a syndicate executive. The other boxes contained the heads of the other executives. Don Juan asked Zeke if he likes his present. Our boy smiled and told him that he does. He was happy to see that everything was going as planned. Now that the executives of the syndicate are dead, all our boy needs to do is to put K at the top. The Don moved close to his chair and said that there is still one more issue. Zeke asked him about what it is. The Don informed him that the Pabella has found out that they were the ones who attacked them. He said that the Pabella believes they attacked them with knights and mages. Zeke smirked when he heard this. He knew that the average person would think that the place was attacked by knights and mages. Don Juan said that he wants to properly warn the pirate bastards and teach them that the master of the southern continent is the McCain. Zeke realized that the Don wanted him to attack the Pabella. He told him that he will do it. Don Juan was surprised to hear this. Zeke clenched his fist and told him that he will go to the Pabella and let them know his will. He said that he wants a favor in return. He asked Don Juan to give Kay some power so that she can become the new core of the syndicate. The Don gently rubbed his head. He put his cigar back in his mouth and accepted Zeke's request. He told him that he will take responsibility as her backer. He snapped his fingers and told Zeke that he will assign the cartel's greatest hitman and his squad to him. The moment he said this, different hitmen appeared in the room. Zeke turned around to see the person behind him. He saw a man with blonde hair. The man also had an eye patch. The Don assured him that the man and his squad will be helpful to him. The scene shifts and we are taken to Paulo Santos's territory. We see two people walking in the ruins. The people turned out to be Abel and his friend. The man informed Abel that the investigation is already over. He told him that the Imperial Intelligence Bureau has already gone through the place. He assured him that he won't find anything there. He reminded him that he has already received the results. According to the result, the place was attacked by one squad of mages and knights. Abel ignored the man and bent down to look at the ground. He used his finger to pull out some energy from the ground. He told the man that this place was attacked by only one person. The man was shocked to hear this. He asked Abel about what he means. He told him that there are traces of magic and swords. Abel told him that the attacker was at least a red knight. He said that the attacker dealt with everyone there. The man didn't understand how Abel came to this conclusion. As the energy in his finger dissipated, Abel informed the man that there are traces that the Intelligence Bureau dealt with this in a hurry. He told him that there is something the Intelligence Bureau doesn't want them to know. He walked forward and said that he needs to know what the Empire is hiding. The man called out to him and asked him if he is going to look into the Intelligence Bureau. He asked him about what he will do if a problem arises later. Abel turned to the man known as William and told him that there is something here that he can't miss. He said that his instincts are telling him to look around. With a creepy smile on his face, Abel asked William if he doesn't know that he wants to make the Drakers and the Empire his own. In the next scene, we are taken to the Pabella cartel port. Someone at the port saw a boat coming towards their port. He asked the people inside the boat about who they are with. Zeke drew his dagger and got up. He jumped out of the boat and moved up. He tore the man apart at a crazy speed. He threw the guard's body down before the man's body could reach the water and make a huge splash. The eye patch man took out his sword and threw it at the guard. The sword hit the guard in his chest and pinned his body to the wall. Zeke realized that the man dealt with the body in order to stop it from making noise when it drops into the water. He called out to the man known as Simon and asked him to come up. The hitman nodded his head at him. Simon Zapatero is the man who taught Zeke the Southern-style martial arts and assassination techniques. Even within the McCain cartel, where everything was terrible, Simon was the only person Zeke could trust. Even after our boy regressed, him and Simon still possess an incredible battle synergy. Zeke wanted to bring Simon to his side. After Simon and his subordinates got to the top, they went into the city. Simon informed Zeke that the Pabella has forces in all parts of the city. He asked him if there is a way to infiltrate the central area. Zeke told him that there is. He reminded him that this land originally belonged to the Holy Empire. Due to this, underground paths must exist there. Simon found it weird that Zeke wanted to go underground. He told him that it doesn't make any sense. He asked him about how he plans to find his way through the maze-like underground paths. Zeke asked him to simply watch. He assured him that there is a way. In the next scene, we see Zeke running through the underground paths. He used his mini-map guide function to search for a way to reach Mateo's room from the underground path. Thanks to his mini-map, Zeke is able to easily find his way in this maze. While running, Zeke noticed that there were some forces in front of them. He decided to follow another path. He was trying to be careful. He recalled that red knights and knights above them do not get marked on the mini-map. This is why he ran into Cain in the ruins. He told the assassins that they are almost there. He told them that they need to split up from there. He ordered them to set up bombs in many places as possible. He said that he is going after Mateo. The men accepted his order and split up. Zeke went to the waterways of the city. He saw 3 paths meant to carry water. The paths were covered with iron bars. He moved to the entrance with no water and removed the bars. Zeke knew that the Pabella boss will be furious if he kills Mateo. This will lead to a war between the McCain and the Pabella. As he went into the waterway, he wondered if Don Juan really sent him there to start a war, someone who is so cautious that he would even kill his subordinate to prevent unrest in his organization. There is no way someone like Don Juan would do something like this. He probably hopes that everyone he sent here ends up dead. This ambush probably serves as a warning to the Pabella. Don Juan will be able to show that he doesn't care about a sacrifice on this scale. Zeke smiled when he thought of the Don's plan. He didn't have any intentions of letting things go as the Don wished. This is because he intends to kill Mateo. He kicked open the iron bars at the end of the waterway. The guards in the area were shocked to see the iron bars. Before they could do anything, Zeke jumped out of the waterway and tore them apart. He ran into the building. As he ran through the place, he recalled that the Empire and the Pabella were working together. He wondered why he hadn't seen any soldiers. Even his mini-map wasn't showing their location. The moment he thought of this, a bright light shined in his eyes. Zeke quickly used his hand to cover his eyes. He realized that this was where the soldiers were hiding. The leader of the squad said that they need to capture Zeke alive. The swordsman quickly charged at him. Zeke dodged the attack of the first person that charged at him. He used the man's shoulder to push himself up. He threw his dagger in the air and gave it a kick. The dagger went through the man's neck. Immediately, the leader saw this. He activated a magic circle and ordered his mage squad to activate their magic and fire. Zeke instantly activated his swift step. The moment his leg touched the ground, he was able to dodge the attacks of the mages. He charged at them. He took out another dagger and activated the wind field of the elemental sword. He used the technique to tear the soldiers apart. Zeke realized that these people were quite weak for Imperial soldiers. He wondered if the Empire sent this level of soldiers to brag that they deployed troops. He called out to the remaining soldiers and told them that he is going to give them one chance. He activated his dragon's dignity and asked them to leave now if they want to live. He told them that they can also come at him if they are prepared to die. The mages could feel the power of something dangerous. Some minutes later, we see Zeke looking at the soldiers' bodies. He wondered what the Empire was trying to do by coming all the way to the south. Immediately, he thought of this. He felt a dark energy coming towards him. He quickly raised his head up. He saw a mage above him. The mage said that one roach is interrupting their great plan. Zeke was surprised to see the man. He wondered about when the man arrived. He wasn't able to sense him until now. He asked the mage about who he is. The man raised his hand and released some dark energy from his ring. His energy touched the bodies of the soldiers. The dead men got turned into zombies. The mage ordered them to capture Zeke. He told our boy that he will pull out his soul by himself because he interrupted the great plan. Zeke was surprised to see that the man was able to raise this much zombies in one go. He realized that the man is a high-level black mage. He knew that most black mages on this level are from the Scorpion clan. He wondered why he couldn't see the man's affiliation and magic circle. He decided to take care of the zombies. He swung his sword and beheaded some of them with a clean strike. His system informed him that he has eliminated miasma-corrupted zombie knights. He was granted 10 karma points for this. Zeke was surprised to see this. He smiled brightly when he realized that he could gain karma points. His system notified him several times that he had obtained 10 karma points. After he took out the last zombie, he got his last notification. Zeke turned to the mage. He expected him to make a move. To his surprise, the mage turned himself into his dark energy and left the place. Zeke ignored him and walked forward. He decided to turn the man into points later. As he walked through a hallway, Zeke realized that he will soon reach Mateo's office if he keeps walking. He knew that someone will be appearing soon. The moment he thought of this, someone appeared and pointed a dagger at his neck. Zeke told the man that he has been waiting for him. The man turned out to be Simon. Simon leveled his dagger at him and coldly remarked that he had not expected Zeke to actually come all that way. Zeke tilted his head back slightly and replied with calm indifference that it must have been Don Juan who had ordered Simon to eliminate him before matters escalated. Hearing that, Simon's hand gripping the dagger paused for a brief moment. Immediately after, he lunged forward decisively, pressing the blade close to Zeke's neck and stating grimly that the boss intended to destroy the Pabella cartel and that there would be no place there for a mid-sized bastard like Zeke. Zeke calmly questioned whether they truly believed they would not lose the distribution network to Pabella without him. Simon answered bluntly that they would use the syndicate through K instead, asserting that everything would be fine, even without Zeke. The instant those words left his mouth, Zeke swiftly thrust his arm forward. At the same time, a system notification announced that the administrator's request had been confirmed and that the passive ability of the class skill healing factor would be temporarily suspended. Upon hearing this, Zeke openly taunted Simon, asking what he was waiting for and why he was not killing him already, mockingly addressing him as the shadowless ghost. Simon cried out in shock, demanding to know how Zeke knew his previous name. Zeke continued in the same unhurried tone, stating Simon Zapatero's full name and declaring that he knew about Simon's past and the reason he was under Don Juan's command. Simon shouted in disbelief, asking what Zeke was talking about. Before he could finish, Zeke cut him off by saying that Simon had wanted to protect the last bloodline of the Cuzco kingdom. At those words, Simon froze as if struck by lightning, stammering in denial. Moments later, he roared in rage, demanding to know how Zeke could possibly know that. At the same time, Zeke subtly shifted his heel backward and thought to himself that it was coming. Allowing his neck to be nicked slightly, he raised his hand and summoned his sword, gripping it tightly before swinging it down from above and striking directly against Simon's dagger. Zeke stared at his opponent with cold, emotionless eyes. Straining to block the blow, Simon cursed furiously and demanded to know just how much Zeke knew and who he truly was. Zeke forcefully pressed him back and replied in a mocking tone, asking if Simon really wanted to know. He then stated emphatically that he was one of Draker's direct descendants and identified himself as Zeke Draker. Hearing that name, Simon broke out in a cold sweat and murmured it in shock. Recalling earlier rumors, he questioned in disbelief whether Zeke might be the rumored youngest Blue Knight, adding that if the Draker family became involved, it would affect the entire southern continent. Immediately, Zeke cut in to clarify that the matter had nothing to do with his family and that he was acting entirely of his own volition, adding mockingly that Simon did not need to worry about it. Simon, growing suspicious, asked why Zeke had revealed his name when he could have concealed it until the very end. As soon as he finished speaking, Zeke reversed his sword and swung it with great force, knocking Simon's weapon away. He then shouted in a grave tone, calling Simon by name and urging him to ally himself with Zeke rather than Don Juan. He declared that he would protect the Cuzco bloodline and even help rebuild the kingdom. At that, Simon stared at him in shock, unable to comprehend what he was hearing. Pressing forward, Zeke continued, saying that he knew it was difficult to believe at that moment, but that Simon must already be aware that remaining with McCain was utterly hopeless. Urging Simon to consider Don Juan's nature, Zeke questioned what would happen if Simon killed him there under Don Juan's orders, what the approaching Fabella forces would do, and whether Don Juan had ever sent reinforcements for Simon or his subordinates. After thinking for a moment, Simon hesitated and quietly admitted that the answer was no, explaining that they had always been forced to save themselves. Zeke went on to explain that after the Cuzco kingdom collapsed, it was the cartels that seized its land, which meant that Don Juan wanted the former royal knights to disappear altogether. He added that the princess left behind would eventually be sold at a high price to the Cuzco rebels. Recalling the past, Zeke recounted that when the Cuzco kingdom fell 10 years earlier, Simon had taken the newborn princess and fled to the border, becoming an outlaw in order to grow stronger. He had done so because he intended to one day defeat the rebels and restore the princess to her rightful position, and that was precisely why he had become a hitman under Don Juan. However, Don Juan had already known about Simon's past. In Zeke's previous life, Simon had ultimately been disposed of as an unstable factor, and the princess had been sold to the rebel forces. Before his death, Simon had asked Zeke to take care of the princess, but by the time Zeke found her, everything around had already been consumed by a sea of flames, and nothing remained. As his awareness returned to the present, Zeke thought to himself that this was the reason he wanted Simon to leave McCain. After a brief moment of contemplation, he told Simon that there was not much time left, and that he would not ask how Simon had come to know all of this. Lifting his gaze, Simon finally spoke in a heavy tone, admitting that even McCain, whom he had believed would remain stable forever, was now beginning to shake. Observing Zeke's demeanor, Simon coldly criticized him, stating that everything was happening because of Zeke and that from the boss's birthday to the involvement with Pabella, the situation was only becoming more bizarre before demanding to know Zeke Draker's true objective. In response, Zeke replied indifferently that Simon himself had previously claimed there was no place for a mid-sized bastard like him, but that for now he wanted the two cartels to start tearing into each other. After a brief pause, he arrogantly declared that once it was over, he would go after McCain. Hearing this, Simon was horrified as he realized that Zeke's real target had been Don Juan. Zeke then spoke seriously, saying that he was sincere and truly wanted Simon to join him as well. He hesitated briefly before asking Simon to promise him two things. Simon responded resolutely, insisting that Zeke aid not only him, but also his subordinates, and that he honor his promise to protect the Cuzco bloodline and rebuild the kingdom. Stirred by that powerful declaration, Zeke struck his chest and firmly swore on his honor as a knight. Immediately afterward, he knelt solemnly and formally declared that Cuzco's guard commander, Simon Zapatero, was greeting his master, Zeke Draker. Seeing this, Zeke stepped aside and told Simon that the formalities were enough and that he should get up, adding that he would explain the details on the way out. He then asked where Simon's subordinates were, stating that they would activate the exploding scrolls and rendezvous to escape once he gave the signal, and instructed Simon to send it immediately and call all subordinates to the underground path entrance. Simon acknowledged the order and reported that he had already restrained the target, Mateo, from the inside. The two then split up to carry out their tasks, and Simon encouraged Zeke by saying that it was great and that he would see him later. Shortly afterward, a horrific scream echoed through the area. Mateo, beaten and tied up, continued to curse loudly, shouting that Zeke was a bastard and questioning whether McCain would truly be safe. Zeke leaned in close with amusement and taunted him, saying that there was no way anyone would be safe if war broke out between the two factions, and that it was all thanks to Mateo. Stuffing a piece of paper into Mateo's mouth, Zeke coldly stated that those who wielded their swords against McCain would rest for eternity. Immediately after, pitiful groans rang out along with the spray of blood. Once everything was dealt with, Zeke walked out. Looking at the slip of paper in his hand, Zeke thought to himself that he had taken Pabella's secret ledgers as well, and that it was finally time. Suddenly, Simon rushed over and reported urgently that he had sent the signal to his subordinates. Noticing something flashing behind Simon, Zeke was utterly shocked. He quickly drew his weapon, pulled Simon behind him, and shouted for Simon to get behind him. At once, a barrage of arrows flew toward them, but Zeke blocked them with his shield. The attackers shouted loudly that there were intruders and ordered them to be captured. Seeing this, Zeke rapidly infused energy into his sword. With a sharp gaze, he unleashed an elemental sword technique known as Blaze Field, then charged toward the enemies. Events unfolded swiftly before finally settling back into calm. Several hours later, a voice echoed through a tunnel, announcing that everyone was to greet their new boss. Zeke and Simon stepped forward, and the remaining men lined up on both sides and loudly declared their allegiance to their new master. Zeke decisively stated that they would talk more later and should move for now, warning that they would soon be tracked. Accepting the order, the group quickly departed. Glancing back, Zeke worriedly thought that they had already been caught up to. He stopped and ordered everyone to halt, then commanded that they split up there. He said he would lure the pursuers away and instructed Simon to take his subordinates and escape, adding that once they left, Simon was to join up with Kay from the syndicate, who would understand if given Zeke's name. Simon frowned and exclaimed in concern that the princess was still with the McCain cartel. Zeke replied coldly, asking whether Simon truly thought he would not have predicted that far ahead. Recalling the past, Zeke remembered asking whether the plan enclosed in the commission had been memorized, to which the young man had confidently replied that, of course he had, explaining that amid the chaos of the operation day, they were to rescue the confined girl from McCain. Zeke had praised him, saying he had memorized it well. Because of that, Zeke was now confident as he stated that she had already been saved. At Don Juan's mansion on the southern continent, Don Juan's furious voice suddenly rang out as he angrily demanded to know whether any of this made sense. In his rage, he slammed his fist hard against the table and shouted that it had already been a month since they struck the Pabella cartel. And yet, even within that single month alone, the situation had spiraled out of control. Seeing his outburst, the subordinates' expressions immediately darkened. Don Juan, his eyes blazing, continued to berate them, questioning how many times they had been struck by those bastards' attacks and shouting that half of McCain's executives were already dead, half of them. Hearing this, everyone seated below fell completely silent. Don Juan then slumped down in his chair, covering his face in frustration and muttering a curse under his breath. As the images of Simon and Zeke surfaced in his mind, he reflected wearily that those two were far too dangerous. He reasoned that he had tried to seize the opportunity to get rid of them by forcing them into a reckless mission, but contrary to his expectations, they had still managed to carry out their provocation and had ended up enraging Pabella far too much. At that moment, one man spoke up, addressing him as the boss. Don Juan glared at him and demanded to know what it was. The man then suggested that Don Juan distance himself from McCain for a while. Don Juan immediately snapped back, accusing him of telling him to run away like a coward. The man firmly denied it, explaining that those crazy pirates were blinded by revenge and would soon charge straight at McCain without even knowing their place, and that this recklessness could be turned against them. Don Juan questioned whether he meant luring them there and trying to wipe them out in one fell swoop. The man calmly confirmed that this was exactly the plan, adding that Don Juan could issue his commands from his villa in Tawani. Hearing this, Don Juan nodded in approval, remarking that it sounded good. He then crossed his legs and spoke in a friendlier tone, reminding everyone that crisis had always made them stronger, and declaring that this time would be no different, asking if that wasn't right. As soon as he finished, everyone stood up and shouted in unison that it was indeed so, addressing him as boss. After the meeting ended, the group quickly dispersed. The man who had spoken earlier pushed his chair back and stood up as well, and at that very moment, Zeke suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Zeke seized him by the neck and coldly remarked that he really did talk well. Shocked, the man stammered desperately, gasping as he explained that he had only done what he was told and that Zeke himself had instructed him to lure the boss over to Tawani, begging to be spared. Before he could finish speaking, Zeke killed him with a single strike. Indifferently, Zeke commented that he had done well, then added coldly that thanks to him, he could finally enjoy the main dish. Elsewhere, at Don Juan's villa in Tawani, a carriage came to a halt in front of the nearby estate. Don Juan stepped down with his coat slung over his shoulder, planting his hands on his hips as he cursed under his breath, thinking bitterly that they had actually managed to drag him all the way there, and vowing that he would wipe out those damned pirates to the last man. As time passed and night fell, the moon rose high in the sky. Don Juan sat inside his room, staring pensively out the window. Just then, the door behind him opened, and he irritably stated that he had not summoned any servants and ordered whoever it was to leave. When no response came, he hurriedly turned around and shouted again for them to leave. At that moment, Zeke loomed silently as he approached Don Juan. Removing his mask, Zeke mocked him, asking whether he was enjoying a nice, relaxing vacation, even though the situation had become quite ugly. Seeing who it was, Don Juan blurted out Zeke Draker's name in shock. After a brief silence, Don Juan picked up a bottle of liquor and retorted that Zeke should not think he had climbed to his current position without ever facing threats like this, dismissing it all as childish nonsense before slowly pouring the liquor into a glass. However, Zeke suddenly drove his knife forward and severed it cleanly. He gave a cold laugh and remarked that this outcome was perfect, adding that he had been worried Don Juan might beg for his life in tears, which, from the perspective of someone seeking revenge, would have been unbearably boring. Enraged, Don Juan sprang to his feet and shouted furiously, hurling insults at Zeke and demanding that the guards be summoned at once to force him to kneel immediately. Zeke mocked him by calmly stating that no one would be coming. Don Juan reacted in shock and demanded to know what he meant. Zeke replied coldly that he had already killed them all. As light filtered in from outside, Zeke continued, saying that in his previous life he had never had enough time to make Don Juan truly suffer, and that this regret had haunted him ever since. He tapped the knife lightly and added that even now, he often dreamed of those days, of crawling like a dog beneath Don Juan's authority, and of the countless people he had been forced to kill under Don Juan's orders. Don Juan's face turned ashen as he stammered in disbelief, accusing Zeke of spouting nonsense and insisting that he had never ordered such things. Before he could finish, Zeke interrupted him and asked whether he knew what those people said to him in those dreams. Zeke then struck Don Juan violently, slamming him against the glass door, and continued recounting how those voices had begged desperately to be spared. Seeing Zeke's frenzied state, Don Juan screamed in terror, begging for mercy and pleading for his life, while accusing Zeke of being the one who enjoyed wealth and glory while standing atop the blood of others. With bloodshot eyes, Zeke raised his knife and roared that this was exactly how Don Juan had begged, desperately, countless times before. With his throat tightly restrained, Don Juan groaned in agony and attempted to justify himself, proclaiming that he was a savior chosen by God and claiming that everything he had done was for the poor. Hearing this, Zeke angrily ordered him to be silent. Immediately afterward, Zeke sliced off Don Juan's ear. Don Juan screamed in unbearable pain. When it was over, Zeke stood there, breathing heavily. He wiped the blood from his face and declared that Don Juan would now feel the same pain as his victims had and that he would die slowly. Several hours later, the sun began to rise, illuminating numerous footprints along the corridor. Zeke removed his outer coat and descended the stairs. Seeing him, Kay and Simon asked whether it was finished. Zeke replied calmly that it was, then asked how matters had gone on the syndicate's side. Kay reacted with surprise and asked whether he was referring to the matter she had reported earlier. After recalling the details, she explained that everything had unfolded exactly as Zeke had predicted. She reported that the executives who had attempted to side with Pabella were now officially being treated as though they had been killed by Don Juan, and since she herself had been in charge of field operations, the entire affair had concluded without any real punishment. Zeke then gestured toward a stack of documents and instructed that the syndicate would handle everything from that point onward. Kay immediately took the papers, flipped through a few pages, and asked what the documents were, noting in particular a contract related to Reinhardt, a merchant group. He removed the wig and explained that he had heard the merchant group was planning to establish a pharmaceutical company, and that they intended to produce high-quality soma and distribute it through that group. He added that if soma were refined properly, it could be turned into all kinds of medicine, and that they planned to entrust transportation to them. She stared at him in shock and questioned how that was even possible, asking where the production would take place, who would run it, and pointing out that with their name attached, there was no way they could move it openly while staying on the right side of the law. Zeke stepped outside and said that after they helped the Cusco kingdom, they would obtain cultivation permits there. He mentioned that he already had plans for everything else as well, but then added in a playful tone that he did not have the time to explain them all and told them he would see them later. Seeing this, Kay shouted after him helplessly, calling him his partner. Sometime later, on a mountain, Zeke walked through the forest deep in thought, telling himself that it was time to start the cleanup. He reached into his pocket, took out a letter, and thought to himself that he had received a personal invitation from Prince Callus Nerva Constantinus. Recalling what he had heard before, Zeke remembered Decker mentioning that the prince had not returned since the banquet and was planning to continue staying in Atlas. He pondered seriously that traveling from there to the central continent would still take at least a few days, and that if he arrived late, the prince or someone by his side might grow suspicious and conveniently start speculating about the reason for his delay. They might suspect that Zeke Draker had been involved in McCain's destruction, or perhaps they already suspected him, which was why they had summoned him in the first place. He concluded that it was only a possibility, but there was no harm in being careful. Looking at the system interface, Zeke calculated silently that he would simply build an alibi by making use of it. At the same time, he revealed a sinister smile and activated his magic. The system prompted him to choose the location he wished to move to, designating the Atlas Ruins area as the destination and stating that the required cost was 600 points. It then confirmed that 600 points had been used, and Zeke vanished instantly. At the Atlas Hotel Sky Lounge, the moment he stepped inside, people began cheering and shouting excitedly, calling out that Zeke was there and beckoning him over. Glancing to the side and seeing Callus waving at him, Zeke thought to himself that Callus was there as expected. Just then, Abel also looked up and greeted him with a smile, saying that Zeke had arrived. Upon seeing him, Zeke was inwardly astonished, realizing that it was Abel Draker. Zeke immediately bent forward and spoke with solemn respect, introducing himself as Zeke Draker and stating that he had answered the summons of His Highness before politely asking for the reason Prince Karras wished to meet him. Callus replied in a relaxed manner that he had summoned Zeke because there was a matter of great importance, though he trailed off before explaining further. He then draped an arm over Zeke's shoulder, held up a bottle of liquor, and cheerfully declared that this was the reason. Recalling the sight of Zeke downing a glass of alcohol, Callus explained in a playful tone that William and Abel were skilled individuals but weak when it came to drinking, whereas Zeke knew how to drink properly, and that was precisely why he had been called over. After hearing this, Zeke turned his face away helplessly, remarking that it seemed that impression had firmly stuck. Glancing at William and Abel, he thought to himself that, in essence, the three of them, Prince Karras, Abel, and William Zimmons, were together, and that he could roughly guess what they had been discussing. Noticing the sharp look in Abel's eyes, Zeke further reflected that Abel also seemed to want to say something to him in private. Callus eagerly pushed a glass of liquor towards Zeke and urged him not to be shy and to drink together. Zeke responded reluctantly that he would do so if Callus insisted. After that, the two of them clinked their glasses and loudly toasted to having a good time, calling for another round. Not long afterward, Callus became so drunk that he staggered and had to be supported as he was taken away. On Zeke's side, the system issued a notification indicating that alcohol had been detected and that the effective immunity to all poisons had neutralized the detected toxin. Looking at the two of them, Zeke felt inwardly apologetic, thinking that he felt uncomfortable because he was the only one who remained perfectly fine. At that moment, Abel approached and apologized, saying that he had heard Zeke was isolating himself for training and that he had not intended to disturb him. Zeke replied calmly that it was no problem, adding that he was frustrated anyway because there had been no progress. Seeing this, Abel picked up a bottle of liquor and, with relief, suggested that Zeke sit beside him so they could drink together. As Zeke looked at the surface of the glass reflecting his own face, he thought to himself that Abel was deliberately creating an atmosphere like this, something that rarely happened. With the mood now strangely subdued, Zeke surmised that, judging by the way things were unfolding, Abel was certainly about to tell him something important. Abel suddenly called out to Zeke, addressing him by name. Zeke responded with mild confusion, indicating that he was listening. Abel then asked what Zeke thought about the Draker family. The question caught Zeke slightly off guard. Abel continued, calmly yet ominously stating that one day he planned to completely annihilate the Draker family, his expression filled with undisguised killing intent as he spoke. Zeke sprang to his feet in shock, but Abel remained unperturbed. Abel remarked that Zeke carried the same scent as himself, the stench of blood, battle, death, and victory, likening it to the image of someone crossing snow-covered mountains while leaving the weak behind. Abel asserted that these were qualities a Dragonslayer possessed from birth, claiming that Zeke embodied all of them, bearing the unmistakable aura of a predator. As one predator to another, Abel said he believed Zeke would understand what he meant. Upon hearing this, Zeke frowned and cursed inwardly, irritated that Abel was once again obsessing over bloodlines. Watching Abel drain his glass of wine, Zeke wondered aloud whether Abel's alliance with the Empire was part of his plan to destroy the Draker family. Abel forcefully set his glass down and stated that many people called Atlas the greatest city on the continent, but he firmly disagreed. He asserted that to truly be great, one could not remain confined to a single city. One had to grow stronger and broader in influence. Gesturing with his hand, Abel used the Roman Empire as an example, explaining that Rome never ceased its expansion, north, south, and even into the eastern continent, until roads, culture, and resources all flowed back to Rome. Clenching his fist, he declared with conviction that only then would the world become a better place, a united utopia. Zeke replied thoughtfully that such words sounded like those of an emperor. As his mind drifted to the figure of Cain, he reflected on the name Cain Zimiz Constantinus, realizing that the middle name, Zimiz, belonged to Abel's maternal family, one that supported him. After piecing everything together, Zeke arrived at a single conclusion. Abel, the Zimiz family, and the Empire were all deeply connected. After a brief silence, Abel spoke again, addressing Zeke as his brother. He attempted to persuade him by expressing his belief that exceptional talent deserved proper recognition. Abel claimed that for Zeke, he could offer the most precious treasure he would one day possess and urged him to join his cause. Zeke did not respond immediately. Instead, he silently clenched his fist and finally questioned whether Abel intended to make him his right-hand man. After that, Zeke calmly bent forward and stated that he felt honored by the offer, but that he had already made his choice and therefore could not accept it. Once he finished speaking, he swiftly turned around and left. Abel pressed him again, asking whether he would not regret this decision, to which Zeke answered firmly that he would not. After stepping outside, Zeke immediately clenched his teeth, seething inwardly as he angrily thought that Abel truly believed he would become a murderer like him. A short while later, William pushed the door open and walked in. He looked around in confusion and asked why Abel was alone and where Zeke had gone. Hearing this, Abel's expression darkened. Burning with rage, he declared that his beloved younger brother had chosen a different path, and that in that case, he believed he should trample that budding shoot much earlier. He added that he had already given Zeke his final chance. William's face stiffened upon hearing this. Time passed quickly. Outside the office of the head of Valhalla Academy, Zeke stood with his hands on his hips, lost in thought. He reflected that he was currently 17 years old and a second-year student at Valhalla, but that this did not mean he intended to stay until the 5th year. He considered submitting an application for early graduation, reasoning that after obtaining the title of knight, he wished to devote himself to his family as soon as possible. However, he also acknowledged that as a student it was difficult to act openly, and that this situation caused him considerable pain. For that reason, he resolved to humbly request the approval of the respected head of the academy. Thinking this far, Zeke clenched his fist with satisfaction, convinced that this would allow him to secure an early graduation interview and that it was time to set things in motion. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, casually greeting him and asking whether he had also come to see the head of the academy. Upon seeing who it was, Zeke exclaimed in surprise that it was Diego, and then hesitated upon noticing another person beside him. He studied the unfamiliar figure with curiosity, thinking that he did not recall ever seeing this person before and wondering who he might be. At that moment, Aster let out a weary yawn. When they entered the office, Flaubert calmly remarked that it was good to see everyone present, Zeke, Diego, and Aster, and then noted that it had been almost a week already, hadn't it, Aster? Hearing this, Zeke was stunned into silence. In his mind, he exclaimed in disbelief, wondering if this Aster was truly Aster Aladov, the Illusion's Knight, one of the 5-star knights from before his regression. He was shocked that there had been absolutely no known information about such a figure, and never imagined that he would encounter a legend like that here. Aster weakly apologized to the head of the academy, explaining that his insomnia had become so severe that he could barely attend classes. Observing this, Zeke inwardly questioned whether Aster's condition was really that serious. Diego leaned in close and casually suggested that he could play a lullaby to help, claiming it was extremely effective. Aster frowned, rubbing his head as he apologized, but stated that his head was throbbing and asked Diego to be quiet. Zeke stared at Aster, recalling that in his previous life, Aster had sided with the Empire. Narrowing his eyes, he carefully considered that perhaps this time he could bring Aster over to his own side, just as he had done with Diego. Flaubert then handed each of them a sheet of paper and explained that the reason he had called them all there was because they had submitted applications for early graduation at the same time. Since the other professors had confirmed that they met the requirements, he had gathered them together to evaluate them through this mission. After glancing at the information, Zeke was confused and silently wondered why there was a notice of cooperation from Delphoa. Flaubert then asked whether any of them had ever heard of the Dark Knight demon. Zeke responded gravely, describing the figure as a villain designated a continental-level threat, someone deemed by the entire continent to be too dangerous to be left alive. He added that the Dark Knight demon was one such threat and had recently been sighted in Delphoa. The head of the academy further explained that their mission was to assist the Knights of Delphoa in hunting down the Dark Knight demon. Flaubert then manifested an illustrative image and elaborated that those criminals awakened their aura solely for the purpose of killing, and that their fighting style fundamentally differed from that of knights. Because of this, Delphoa had specifically requested the dispatch of Violet Knights. Extending his hand, Flaubert emphasized that this would be a difficult mission, and stated that if anyone wished to withdraw, they should speak up now. Diego quickly raised a question, asking how many rounds this examination would have. Flaubert replied with amusement that there would be 3 rounds, and that this mission was the first. Diego immediately accepted this, stating decisively that 3 rounds were fine. Flaubert then asked if there were any other questions. When no one responded, he smiled brightly and declared that he would assume everyone was participating. He instructed them to prepare thoroughly and report back once they were ready to move out. After the meeting ended, Astor walked across the lawn while complaining about his headache. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and called out Astor Aladov's name. Astor turned around with a puzzled expression. Zeke approached him with concern and gently asked whether he needed anything to help with his insomnia. Astor reacted in shock, blurting out in disbelief that it was insomnia medicine. Zeke rummaged through his pocket with confidence and replied that it was, adding that he happened to have a really good one on him. Astor hesitated for a moment before awkwardly waving his hand away, saying that he appreciated the offer but was fine, explaining that he had already tried all the so-called good ones and that none of them had worked. Zeke enthusiastically held out the pouch and urged him to try it first, proposing that if he liked it, he could sign a contract with him and Zeke would continue supplying it. Astor replied warily that it would not work anyway. However, the moment he accidentally inhaled the scent drifting out from the pouch, his body jerked backward in sudden bliss and he collapsed onto the ground, instantly falling into a deep sleep and kicking up a cloud of dust. Several hours later, Astor woke up with his eyes shining brightly and excitedly, reported that he had used it all. Taking the paper from him, Zeke asked suspiciously whether he was really signing right away, pointing out that it was essentially a master-servant contract and asking if he had actually read it. Astor answered enthusiastically that as long as he could sleep well, he did not care at all. Hearing that, Zeke could only respond with an awkward smile, remarking that if that was the case, then so be it. Leaning back in satisfaction, Zeke silently thought that it was fortunate the system shop existed, noting how absurdly convenient it was. Recalling the system interface he had observed earlier, he reflected that with points, rare relics could be obtained with ease. He thought about how what he had given Astor was a powerful sleeping drug called Sandman's Sleep Dust, and concluded that with this, Astor would remain on his side even after graduation. He also worried that none of the 5-star knights seemed quite right in the head, though at least Reyna appeared normal. In the distance, Astor was completely immersed in joy, cheering loudly as he exclaimed that everything felt incredibly clear and wondered if this was Valhalla. Stroking his chin, Zeke pondered that something still felt lacking and wondered whether he should test Astor's skills while he was at it. He then called out to Astor. Astor responded quickly, first in confusion and then immediately correcting himself, acknowledging Zeke as his master. Zeke drew his sword and suggested that they see what Astor could do before the mission. A short while later, Astor planted the butt of his spear into the ground. With practiced ease, he lifted it and spun it through the air before thrusting it forward with sharp precision. Watching this, Zeke frowned slightly and thought that Astor's entire presence changed the moment he held a spear. He then seriously told him to come at him with full force and that he could use aura. Hearing this, Astor replied decisively that he would not hold back. In an instant, he gripped his spear and charged forward. Their weapons collided violently, sending sparks flying in every direction. Zeke observed carefully, thinking that a spear had a wide reaction range, and noting that Astor was blocking his sword remarkably well. He wondered if Astor focused more on defense than offense, and then decided to use Phantom Step. With a light smile, Zeke kicked off the ground and vanished from Astor's attack range, silently reappearing behind him with the intent to strike from the rear. Astor sensed it and froze in shock for a brief moment. At the same time, Zeke swung his sword downward toward Astor's back. In response, Astor subtly twisted the spear, quickly splitting it into 2 parts. With one hand, he knocked Zeke's sword aside, while with the other, he thrust forward decisively. Zeke was utterly astonished. Seizing the momentum, Aster pressed the attack relentlessly, swinging his spear without mercy. Zeke hurriedly drove the tip of his sword into the ground and used it as a pivot, flipping himself upside down to evade the strike. Stunned, he thought about how the spear had split apart, finding the move unpredictable and remarking that techniques like that were usually seen among outlaws, which he found interesting. With clear excitement, Zeke drew a dagger and swiftly threw it toward Aster. Aster reacted instantly, recalling the spear and swinging it up to knock the dagger away. At that moment, Zeke landed firmly on the ground and launched himself forward with a powerful kick. Aster hurriedly set the spear horizontally and twisted it back together into a single weapon. Seeing this, Zeke grew suspicious and noted internally that it was happening again. He then stabbed his sword straight into the ground and dragged it forward, tearing through the earth as he charged, thinking that this attack would not be blocked that way. Sensing the terrifying power radiating from Zeke, Aster pursed his lips in slight unease. Still, he lowered his spear, poured all his mana into it, and swung it forward to meet the attack head-on. The two strikes collided with such force that it felt as though the air itself might be torn apart. Moments later, Aster grabbed his trembling arm and complained in frustration, asking whether Zeke was some kind of monster. He then rubbed his head and lamented that he had been recognized as a certified genius by everyone's standards, questioning how Zeke could have defeated him so easily. Zeke replied calmly that living while being called a genius dulled the edge of one's spear. With a cruel smile, he added that Aster was still far from being good enough, and that he would train him thoroughly until the mission. Hearing this, Aster's face darkened in despair as he confessed that he had a very bad feeling about it. When they returned to the mansion, Decker respectfully announced that young Master Zeke had arrived, causing Zeke to call out in surprise upon seeing him. Decker then solemnly informed him that he had a guest. A short while later, Galleon walked down the hallway with wide eyes, marveling at how extravagant even Zeke's mansion was. Zeke raised a hand in greeting and remarked that it had been a long time since they last met, explaining that he had summoned Galleon because he wanted him to take a look at something. Galleon reacted in shock, asking if Zeke meant him and wondering whether something had happened to the black sword, noting that it had been forged using a magic furnace and should not have even been scratched. At that moment, Zeke recalled inwardly that Galleon must have become quite famous by now, thanks to the magic furnace he had created and that Zeke had used in his previous life. He reasoned that Galleon was likely producing excellent weapons much earlier than expected, and decided that he should soon make him his exclusive craftsman before someone else claimed him. Shaking his head, Zeke clarified aloud that there was no problem with Bahamut and that the real issue lay elsewhere. Immediately afterward, he manifested the armor, allowing it to cloak his body. Zeke explained in bewilderment that he had obtained something like this. Upon seeing it, Galleon stood frozen in shock, his mouth hanging open. After stammering for a moment, he exclaimed in disbelief, prompting Zeke to respond helplessly that he did not know what it was either. He explained that this uncertainty was precisely why he had called Galleon, since it was not something he wanted to investigate publicly. Handing it over, he asked whether Galleon could examine it carefully. Galleon hesitated briefly before agreeing to do so. A short while later, a voice echoed from within the room, apologizing respectfully. Galleon rubbed his forehead in frustration and admitted that there was nothing like it among the modern artifacts he knew. He then asked whether there were any features that might hint at the material used. Zeke remained silent, deep in thought, before recalling his battle with Cain. After some contemplation, he stated that the armor had deflected an aura blade. Hearing this, Galleon sprang to his feet in shock, exclaiming that such a feat was only possible with a single metal in the entire world. As images of the armor and the metal formed in his mind, he gravely identified it as the so-called Metal of the Gods, orichalcum. Still stunned, Galleon murmured that it was unbelievable, recalling that he had once glimpsed orichalcum while he was still alive. Zeke immediately questioned whether it was truly such a precious metal. Galleon replied with solemn intensity that precious was not enough to describe it, explaining that orichalcum was said to be the most perfect substance ever created by the gods. He continued seriously, stating that its mana conductivity far surpassed that of any other metal, allowing far more magical arrays to be engraved upon it. Zeke responded thoughtfully, acknowledging this, before asking how many large-scale magic circles could be carved into ordinary metal armor. Galleon answered cautiously that Zeke could not even engrave large-scale magic circles onto ordinary metal in the first place. Stroking his chin, Zeke admitted that he knew it was no ordinary item, but he had never imagined it was that extraordinary. He then asked whether the armor could be transformed into another form. At this, Galleon raised both hands in shock, declaring that altering orichalcum was absolutely impossible. He analyzed the armor carefully, explaining that although it was a god-made metal and technically workable, the problem was that the armor was already perfect. If they tampered with it carelessly and damaged the magical arrays, the armor might become unusable. He then added that, of course, his master might be capable of doing it. Hearing this, Zeke asked in surprise whether he meant Master Golrin. Looking at the dusk-lit scenery beyond the window, Galleon calmly confirmed that Gulrin would indeed be able to change its form without disrupting its functions. Zeke then asked where Gulrin was currently located. Galleon replied casually that, as usual, he should be in Himonas. Zeke's eyes widened in astonishment, prompting Galleon to continue gently, noting that Zeke might not know where Himonas was, and explaining that it was located far to the north. Immediately afterward, Zeke calmly continued by stating that the territory in question was under the control of the Northern Grand Duke. Upon hearing this, Galleon was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief, wondering how Zeke could possibly know such a thing, given that people from the Central Continent rarely had any knowledge of the Northern Grand Duke. Clenching his fist, he hesitated before awkwardly claiming that it was merely a coincidence. At that moment, the image of someone surfaced in Zeke's mind, and he resolutely remarked that he had only just learned of it himself. Rising to his feet, he gently expressed his gratitude to Galleon for everything and added that if Galleon wished to study the metal further, he was free to examine it while staying there. Hearing this, Galleon grew suspicious and let out a confused reaction before stammering his thanks respectfully. Soon after, Zeke left in silence. Left behind, Galleon remained bewildered, silently questioning why Zeke had suddenly taken such an interest. As Zeke walked away, he made a quiet, firm resolution to himself, thinking that there was still time regarding Himonas, that there was no need to rush, and that he should first focus on what truly mattered. He concluded inwardly that this was what he needed to do, at the Reinhardt Trading Company. Inside one of its rooms, Cliff spoke thoughtfully, stating that there should be no issue producing the medical supplies Zeke had mentioned. After a moment of consideration, he added that, at least on the Central Continent, it would be difficult to build a factory capable of processing soma. Zeke reflected briefly and replied that he was already aware of this, noting that if rumors spread about the princess supporting soma processing, her reputation would be severely damaged. He then asked curiously what would happen if the ingredients were already processed. Cliff answered calmly that in such a case the product would be classified as medicine, and as long as it passed safety inspections by the Mage Tower, there would be no problem. Hearing this, Zeke decisively stated that the matter was settled, declaring that they would build the factory on the southern continent, while Reinhardt would handle importing and distributing the products. Suddenly, Melissa interrupted, apologizing as she explained that the trading company lacked sufficient resources to construct a large factory overseas. She added that they were already struggling to establish even a single factory to produce red blossom fever medicine, and therefore suggested that they might need to consider an alternative construction plan. Zeke responded that such measures were unnecessary, stating that they would build the factory themselves and that Melissa only needed to secure the Mage Tower's approval for distribution. At this, Melissa widened her eyes in shock and questioned whether that was truly possible, cautiously asking whether the Draker family was involved. Zeke replied indifferently that the matter had nothing to do with any family and that all expenses would be covered by his personal funds. He then casually pushed an envelope forward and shifted the conversation, asking whether she could read the documents inside, as that was the main topic of the day. Melissa opened the envelope, and upon seeing its contents, she was horrified, gasping that the Empire had joined forces with the Scorpion clan to conduct live experiments using synthetic poison. Zeke frowned and remarked that if red blossom fever was an artificially created magical disease, then this could very well be clinical testing carried out by the Empire in Alencia. Hearing this, Melissa trembled with anger, admitting that she had suspected something but never imagined they would do such a thing to their own people. Zeke remained silent in response. After a moment, he spoke frankly to the princess, explaining that the reason he was sharing this information was because, for the time being, they needed to keep the Empire's crimes secret. Melissa could not believe what she was hearing. She stood up abruptly, slammed the table, and demanded to know what Zeke meant, insisting that they should expose the Empire's crimes as soon as possible so that they would never be able to commit such acts again. Zeke gently tried to reassure her, telling the princess that he understood her feelings, but that the evidence they currently possessed was far too weak to be used as a diplomatic weapon. Nevertheless, Melissa's face remained clouded with irritation. Propping himself up as he stood, Zeke proceeded to analyze the situation, explaining that the Empire had cleverly shifted responsibility onto the Scorpion clan. He pointed out that they were a prominent group of black mages, which meant that human experimentation conducted under their name would not cause widespread upheaval. Zeke then put forward a grave hypothesis, stating that the Empire could simply deny any involvement, issue a formal statement of regret, and consider the matter settled. He emphasized that, above all, it would be far more advantageous for them to keep this information hidden for the time being. Clenching her fists, Melissa pressed him for clarification, asking what he truly meant. In a serious tone, Zeke explained that the Empire was unaware that they knew about this affair, and that since experiments had been carried out on such a massive scale, there must be more direct evidence linking the Empire itself hidden somewhere. Melissa spoke in shock, asking if he was suggesting that they should seize that evidence as well in order to corner the Empire. Zeke answered firmly that this was exactly his intention, adding that the reason he had shown her this information first was so that they could properly prepare themselves. Still bewildered, Melissa asked what he meant by preparing themselves. After some consideration, Zeke explained that if the red blossom fever had been tested in the Alencia conflict zone, there was a strong possibility that other synthetic poisons were being tested there as well. Therefore, he concluded that they needed to develop antidotes for those poisons in advance. Melissa was stunned as she reflected inwardly that if those weapons were deployed in the conflict zone, the Alencian forces would be fighting without realizing they were being poisoned. Swallowing hard, she reasoned that if they prepared the antidotes beforehand, they could prevent heavy losses and strike the Empire from behind. She then made a firm decision, acknowledging to herself that she understood the situation and that her choice was not wrong. Looking at Zeke's resolute expression, she silently concluded that bringing Lord Zeke into the trading company had been the right decision after all. Finally, Zeke spoke calmly, informing her that he would not be able to attend meetings for a while, as his schedule in Valhalla was already extremely tight. Melissa responded with visible relief, saying that if there were an opportunity, she would like to invite him to Alencia someday. Hearing that name, he softly remarked that Alencia was a place known for its beautiful mountains and lakes. Surprised by his familiarity, she asked whether he had been there before. Zeke gave a faint smile and replied that he had only heard of it, adding that when he eventually visited, he wanted her to show him all the beautiful places there. Moved by his words, Melissa gently placed a hand over her chest and assured him that she would gladly do so, wishing him a safe journey. After that, she and Cliff respectfully saw him off. Meanwhile, Aster lay sprawled on the ground in exhaustion. Diego fell backward as well, panting heavily, complaining that he might die before the mission even began. Zeke casually hoisted his sword onto his shoulder and told him not to complain, remarking that if Diego still had the energy to grumble, he should swing his sword one more time instead. Enraged, Diego shouted back angrily, calling Zeke a devil and insisting that Draker blood was real, before charging forward with his sword in a fierce attack. As Zeke parried the blow, he curled his lips slightly, thinking to himself that, to be honest, they only became motivated once their pride was wounded. As time passed, Zeke quietly reflected that after training under him for a week, Aster and Diego had gradually begun to influence each other. He noted that Diego in particular had changed. Unlike his former joking self, he had become far more obedient after several training sessions together. While they were in the middle of training, someone suddenly approached and commented that all of them had worked hard. Diego turned around in surprise, letting out a confused reaction. Upon seeing that it was Andre, he immediately brightened and cheerfully greeted him, calling him Professor. Zeke, however, looked at the newcomer with suspicion and asked why Professor Andre had come all the way there. Andre calmly replied that he had something he wished to convey to the three of them. Curious, Zeke asked what exactly it was that needed to be conveyed. Andre then revealed that the three of them had been assigned to a mission to subjugate a continental-level threat, adding that they could not simply send students alone. As he spoke, his expression darkened slightly. Then, with firm resolve, Andre declared that he would be going with them. At that moment, the train sped along the rails as it cut through the forest. Inside one of the carriages, Andre sat with his arms crossed and calmly remarked that he had not expected them to accompany him on the Black Yaksha mission. He reiterated that, as he had said before, he could not send only students and that there were additional matters he needed to explain. With a serious expression, he then asked whether they knew what kind of place Delpoa was. Across from him, Zeke replied evenly that they had learned a little about it in class. He added with a slight frown that he had heard Delpoa was different from other places, in that mages held authority there. Andre nodded in affirmation, explaining that this was correct and that Delpoa had a very unique system. He elaborated that Delpoa's knights specialized in using shields, unlike those elsewhere, and that while the knights pushed enemies back with shields from the front, the mages unleashed their attacks from the rear. At that point, Aster raised his hand and questioned whether allies fighting at close range would not end up taking heavy damage. Andre praised him for asking a good question before explaining coolly that this was precisely why Delpoa's knights trained extensively while running with shields. He added that this was also the reason Delpoa knights were not popular among Valhalla graduates. Diego crossed his legs and complained irritably that it sounded like a knight order that existed solely for the sake of mages, implying that they did not care about knights like them at all. Andre gazed out the window and calmly responded that Diego had understood the situation well, advising him not to be too shocked once they arrived in Delpoa. As the silhouette of a castle came into view, Andre emphasized that the mages there were notoriously arrogant. The weather was pleasant when Andre formally introduced himself, stating that he was Andre Draker, an assistant professor from Valhalla. The man who greeted them shook his hand amiably and expressed his surprise and honor that the Draker household had sent someone directly. Smiling as he introduced himself, he said that he was Jorge Outer, the commander of Delpoa's 8th Night Order. Andre glanced at Diego, Zeke, and Aster before stating calmly that the cadets accompanying him were among the best even in Valhalla, assuring Jorge that there would be no issues with the mission. Jorge laughed politely and replied that hearing such words put him at ease, then gestured toward a carriage and explained that the commander was inside. Diego reacted with suspicion, wondering aloud whether the bearded man from earlier had not claimed to be the commander. Zeke, sounding indifferent, told him to stay quiet, remarking that this was Delpoa, so such things were to be expected. At that moment, the carriage door opened, revealing a cold-looking gentleman seated inside, his expression unmistakably displeased. Diego squinted and commented that the man looked extremely bad-tempered, while Zeke, resigned, reminded him that he had warned him to stay quiet. Zeke then reflected inwardly that this man must be Delpoa's mage commander, and he was struck by the fact that even the knight commander seemed flustered in comparison. On the other side, Jorge whispered something to the man, then hesitated before awkwardly explaining that the commander intended to travel separately and that they would need to take a different carriage. Diego stared in shock at the news. Watching the carriage depart, he shouted in outrage that they had been completely ignored and left behind. He angrily protested that this treatment was unacceptable, pointing out that they had come all that way for a joint mission. Before he could finish, Zeke kicked him sharply in the knee, causing him to cry out in pain. Collapsing to the ground and clutching his leg, Diego cursed Zeke, then turned his frustration toward Andre, demanding to know why the professor was not saying anything either. After a brief silence, Andre replied calmly that after graduation, cadets would frequently face situations like this in nightly life. Recalling the image of the man in the carriage, he advised them to remember well everything they experienced from that moment on. When night fell, a sigh echoed through the room as Zeke lay staring blankly upward and muttered that they truly were different. He reflected that their lodging looked completely worn out, as though it had been hastily prepared, while all the mage facilities they had passed were clearly lavishly funded. He conceded inwardly that it was not as though he had expected much to begin with. Sitting up with a weary expression, he said that he might step out for some air. As he walked down the corridor, Zeke thought quietly that he did not really care about being treated this way, since he had endured far worse in his previous life. Frowning, he reflected that what truly worried him was the Black Yaksha subjugation mission itself. He recalled how, during the strategy meeting, Commander Jorge and the other knights had merely stood there in silence, listening to the mages speak. He had expected as much, but not to such an extreme degree. Letting out a long sigh at the thought, he was suddenly approached by someone who asked him what he was doing there alone. Hearing this, he looked up in surprise, realizing that this person was the mage commander from earlier. The man spoke coldly, remarking that he had something to say anyway, and that the timing was good. The commander continued in an indifferent tone, stating that there was nothing for Valhalla to do there and warning him not to get dragged into magical nonsense, telling him to simply return quietly. Zeke felt irritated and thought to himself that if that was the case, he wondered why cooperation had even been requested in the first place, adding internally that he could not exactly punch the man either. When the commander noticed the emblem on Zeke's glove, he was visibly startled and wondered aloud if that glove could possibly be what he suspected. He then interrogated Zeke coldly, asking whether he was a pure-blood Draker Awakener. Zeke replied indifferently that it was correct and asked whether there was a problem. The commander frowned in anger and rebuked him for daring to act so insolently. Gritting his teeth, the commander added that it would be better for him not to take off that glove there. Afterward, he flicked his cloak and turned away, coldly stating that this was if Zeke wanted to finish the mission and return safely. Zeke fell silent in thought for a moment, while the commander inwardly remarked that he was extremely sensitive, acknowledging mentally that pure-blood awakeners indeed possessed mana-disrupting power. At that moment, someone suddenly called out, hesitantly asking whether it was Zeke. He turned around in confusion, uttering a small sound of surprise. Looking at the person before him, Zeke questioned whether it was Professor Feynman. Seeing his reaction, Feynman laughed and said that he had known it, then approached with concern, greeting him warmly and asking whether he had been well after such a long time. Zeke replied gently that he had been fine, but asked why Feynman was there. Feynman rubbed his head and explained that there was no better place to build a career as a mage, adding that research alone had not been enough for him, so he had volunteered. He then asked what had brought Zeke there. Zeke calmly answered that he had come because of the Black Yaksha mission. Upon hearing this, Feynman froze and exclaimed in shock, then urgently called Zeke over for a moment. Zeke responded, asking what this was about all of a sudden. After moving to another place, Zeke finally asked what Feynman had meant earlier when he said he had something to say. Feynman clenched his hands and hesitated before warning Zeke not to go out on tomorrow's mission. Zeke asked in disbelief what he meant by that. With a grave expression, Feynman explained that the mission was already destined to fail and emphasized that Zeke must never go. Hearing this, Zeke's eyes widened in shock. The full moon hung suspended in the night sky, its cold light washing over the silent house. Suddenly, a groan broke the stillness as Diego rubbed his aching head and complained that he felt as though he had not slept at all and was utterly exhausted. Zeke, sitting beside him, noticed this but remained silent. Recalling Fanon's expression from earlier, Zeke grew pensive and wondered to himself that Professor Feynman had said it would be difficult to tell him anything more. He questioned what it truly meant for the mission to be destined to fail, reasoning that there were only two possibilities he could think of. Either the higher-ups of the subjugation force were corrupt, or they had made some kind of deal with the target itself. Resting his elbows on his knees, he continued to reflect that even though Del Poa was a place where mages abused their power, it should not be so rotten that military corruption ran rampant. He then stood up abruptly, concluding that if corruption did exist, collusion with the target seemed far more likely, and therefore he should assume the second case. At an open clearing on the mountain's summit, the commander stood with his arms crossed and calmly instructed squads 1 through 3 to advance along the mountain's side. Pointing as he continued issuing orders, he added that squads 4 through 6 would advance from the front and asked Jorge if there were any objections. Jorge replied gently that there were none. As the commander moved on to address the remaining units, someone suddenly interrupted by saying that they had a question. Zeke frowned seriously and asked what they were supposed to do. The commander, angered by this, shouted that Zeke must not have heard him yesterday when he had been told to stay put, even after everything had been explained. Before he could finish, Zeke cut in coldly, stating that he was a blue knight, while Diego and Aster were purple knights. Fixing the commander with a sharp gaze, Zeke added that since such a force had been sent for cooperation, he had merely been asking whether they were being left unused. The commander stared back in shock and asked if Zeke truly was a blue knight. Those around them erupted into murmurs of disbelief, remarking that at such a young age he was already a blue knight, and that there were even 2 purple knights present, commenting that Valhalla truly was different. Gritting his teeth, the commander angrily ordered Jorge to assign them a scouting mission. Jorge, flustered, responded that he understood. At that moment, Andre stepped forward and asked Zeke why he had done that so suddenly, remarking that Zeke would not provoke the commander without reason. Rubbing his wrist, Zeke replied thoughtfully that there was something suspicious about the mission. Andre, puzzled, asked what he meant. Zeke then stated that he suspected collusion between the subjugation force and the Black Yaksha. As soon as he said this, Andre's expression tightened. Andre calmly acknowledged that he understood and remarked that if Zeke said so, he must have his reasons. He then waved his hand and announced that from that moment on, they would carry out a scouting mission to the Black Yaksha camp, ordering everyone to prepare. Casting a sideways glance, he added that the vanguard and unit command would be entrusted to Zeke Draker. Zeke silently accepted this decision. As time passed and night fell, rustling sounds echoed through the forest. A group of people moved deeper along a narrow path, led by a man holding a torch to light the way. Suddenly the man frowned and cautiously ordered the group to halt. Lowering his voice, he warned that there were trolls nearby and that they would pass quietly, urging everyone to be careful not to make any noise, as being noticed would lead to serious trouble. Suddenly, a sword was hurled at tremendous speed from the opposite side. He widened his eyes in shock, and in the next instant, upon seeing the blade deeply embedded in his thigh, he collapsed heavily to the ground, screaming in agony. Hearing the commotion, the monster lumbered toward him, letting out a low, guttural roar, causing him to freeze as he looked up in horror. Immediately afterward, the monsters began raining down heavy punches. Seeing this, the others panicked and fled in terror, shouting desperately for someone to save them. At that moment, 2 figures leapt into the air from the distance. Aster and Diego rushed forward at once and struck down all the monsters in a swift assault. As the creatures fell one by one onto the ground, the man clutched his shoulder and whimpered in sheer terror. Zeke landed nearby and calmly asked whether they were members of the Black Yaksha patrol. He then lifted his gaze coldly and stated that, if that was the case, they should tell him where the Black Yaksha were located. A short while later, the 3 of them hid in cover, staring intently at the distant fortress. Aster frowned with concern and remarked that the fortress was constructed from solid natural stone and did not appear easy to breach. Zeke glanced at Jorge and gently asked where the Mage Corps was, adding that it seemed difficult for their small group alone to handle the situation. Hearing this, Jorge hesitated and turned his face away, awkwardly explaining that after they cleared the area around the fortress, the Mage Corps would begin providing support fire from the rear. Upon hearing this, one of them exclaimed in disbelief, questioning what he had just heard. Zeke immediately raised his voice, demanding to know what Jorge meant by suggesting they clear the fortress with so few people, accusing him of trying to get everyone killed. At the same time, Diego looked up suspiciously before his eyes suddenly widened in horror. In a panic, Diego shouted that something was flying toward them. Zeke spun around in shock, wondering what it could be. As he saw the incoming objects, he froze, realizing in disbelief that they were shells. He urgently shouted for everyone to scatter and get as far away as possible. Moments later, a violent explosion erupted, flames tearing through the air amid screams of pain. Jorge stood motionless within the sea of fire, murmuring in stunned disbelief and asking in horror what on earth this was. Zeke grabbed Jorge by the collar and shouted at him to pull himself together, angrily questioning whether he was trying to get all his men killed. Jorge steadied himself and hurriedly denied it. Irritated, Zeke clicked his tongue inwardly and wondered how the enemy had even learned their position, becoming convinced that there truly was a spy among them. Suddenly, a noise rang out, snapping him back to his senses. Seeing a large group charging toward them with swords in hand, Zeke clenched his teeth and cursed under his breath, noting that they were rushing in like madmen. Abruptly, his eyes widened with suspicion as he questioned what was wrong with those people. On the opposite side, the attackers' eyes were bloodshot, and they appeared completely deranged. Zeke muttered blankly that the situation was a total mess, and after a brief moment of thought, he became certain of it. Judging from their crazed expressions, he concluded inwardly that they were all soma addicts. The soma distributed by the southern cartels to the central continent had eventually spread across the entire land. Mages tended to use it in moderation to gain a temporary boost in magical power, but the real problem lay with the mercenaries. They were the type who lived as if only today mattered, so they often consumed far more soma than they should have. When Zeke saw a group of people charging forward with swords in hand, he shouted a warning, identifying them as Black Yaksha's mercenaries and urging everyone not to fall into their ambush. Immediately, everyone did their best to block the incoming attacks. Diego cursed in frustration, remarking that they were dealing with a bunch of completely insane lunatics, while Aster shouted angrily that there were simply too many enemies. Zeke, remaining vigilant, called out to Diego and Aster, telling them to conserve their aura as much as possible and not to push themselves yet. Grinding his teeth, Zeke analyzed the situation inwardly, concluding that if the enemies were of this level, the Night Order alone would not be able to suppress them. He questioned whether, mission or not, they should simply wipe everything out all the way to the fortress. At that moment, his pupils instantly turned golden. Just then, an explosion erupted along with a piercing scream. Startled, Zeke hurriedly turned his head toward the sound, wondering if magic had been used and realizing that if that was the case, things had escalated further. When he noticed a group standing not far away, he felt a sense of relief and thought that the Delpoa Mage Corps had finally shown up. On the other side, the blonde-haired commander furrowed his brow tightly and amplified his magic even further. Upon seeing this, the frenzied attackers scattered and fled in all directions, while someone shouted joyfully that the Mage Corps had arrived and ordered everyone to fall back. Zeke glanced over coldly, thinking that although he disliked how late they had arrived, their power was undeniably impressive, and that if they pushed forward with this momentum, the battle could be turned around. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and ordered them to stop. Zeke looked back in shock, questioning whether they were really going to waste such a good opportunity. The commander's expression darkened as he stated that Zeke was indeed Zeke Draker, and then bitterly accused him of ruining the mission because of his actions. He angrily demanded to know whether Zeke even understood what he had done. Hearing this, Zeke felt so enraged that he nearly questioned reality itself. Clenching his teeth, he cursed inwardly, unable to comprehend what kind of nonsense the commander was spouting. The commander, visibly irritated, scolded him for provoking the enemy when he had been ordered to conduct only a scouting mission. Turning his head away in displeasure, he added that Zeke was to take the cadets and leave the site immediately, declaring that he would report everything directly to Valhalla. Zeke clenched his fists and coldly asked whether that meant their cooperation with Delpoa should now be considered over. The commander froze and stammered in disbelief, asking what Zeke had just said. Frowning, Zeke warned him that since they were no longer operating under an assigned role, they had no obligation to follow Delpoa's commands any longer, and that from that point on, they would carry out the mission on their own. Enraged, the commander shouted that this was Delpoa's territory and demanded to know who Zeke thought he was to act independently. At that moment, Andre calmly cut in, stating that the Black Yaksha were registered as enemies of the entire continent, which meant that he and Zeke, as official knights of the Draker household, were authorized to act independently under the principle of mission first, report later. Hearing this, the commander clicked his tongue in open irritation. He turned away angrily and shouted that they could do whatever they wanted, mission or not, but that they would bear full responsibility for everything that followed. Watching this, Jorge thought in shock that the Mage Corps was really leaving just like that, and he wondered what would happen to the subjugation effort now. At that moment, Zeke stepped forward and addressed him, saying that he had something to ask. Jorge, surprised, asked what it was. With a cautious frown, Zeke asked whether Jorge truly had the will to capture the Black Yaksha. Jorge responded resolutely that they were knights as well, and that no knight would ever choose to turn back when an evil enemy stood right in front of him. Zeke fell silent for a moment before calmly saying that he understood that feeling very well. After considering his words, he added that in that case, he would like to ask Jorge for one favor. Sometime later, the silent moonlit night enveloped the fortress. Hearing a noise from below, 2 guards standing atop the wall looked down suspiciously. In the distance, a large group surged forward, shouting as they charged toward the fortress. Amid the group, Jorge took the lead and shouted furiously, demanding that the cowards stop hiding, come out immediately, and settle the matter once and for all. Seeing this, 2 guards instantly raised their bows. The white-haired man froze in shock, muttering in disbelief that those people must be insane. In the next instant, 2 arrows were released simultaneously. At the sight of this, the soldiers on Jorge's side immediately lifted their shields to block the attack. Jorge braced himself and roared for them to hold the formation, declaring that they should show the enemy that their attacks meant nothing. Facing the tightly formed ranks bristling with drawn weapons ahead, the 2 men standing atop the city wall fell silent for a brief moment. The blond man sneered that the situation was completely messed up and that the act was utterly pointless. However, before he could finish his sentence, his face suddenly turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, a mocking voice rang out, questioning whether it truly was pointless. Nearby, Zeke and his companions spoke with open contempt, saying they would see about that. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed out with a piercing creak. Hearing it, Zeke shot a glance to the side. He noticed someone urgently spurring a horse forward and wondered to himself what was wrong with that person, questioning why anyone would ride out on horseback in such a situation. A dreadful realization struck him, and his pupils instantly turned golden. Fixing his gaze on the man's face, Zeke silently concluded that it was exactly as he had expected, as the man matched the description of the Black Yaksha perfectly. Stepping onto the edge of the wall, Zeke announced that he would chase that man down. He instructed the professor to cause chaos inside, open the main gate, and fire a signal flare. Hearing this, Andre promptly acknowledged the order and said that he understood. Immediately after, Zeke kicked off the cliff wall and plunged downward at high speed. In a cold voice, he called for Bucephalus to come forth. The moment the words left his mouth, a warhorse materialized instantly, accompanied by crackling bolts of lightning. Zeke calmly addressed the steed, asking if it could keep up with that man. In response, the horse surged forward at an astonishing speed. As Zeke rapidly closed the distance, the fleeing man cried out in panic, unable to believe such speed was possible. On Zeke's side, he curled his lips into a satisfied grin, remarking that it was good. Immediately afterward, he leapt from the horse's back. Seeing Zeke swing his sword down toward him, the man was utterly terrified. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted. The man hunched over and staggered backward. With shock written across his face, he watched as Zeke stepped forward and asked with clear amusement where he thought he was rushing off to at such a late hour. Zeke then added with a mocking laugh that he was, after all, addressing Mr. Black Yaksha. Upon hearing this, the Black Yaksha's face tightened with unmistakable tension. The 2 flashing techniques clashed repeatedly in mid-air. Black Yaksha decisively swung his blade forward, and Zeke, already holding his sword at the ready, immediately counterattacked. Black Yaksha frowned darkly and asked who Zeke was, remarking that Zeke did not look like someone from Delphoa. Zeke curled his lips into a mocking smile and retorted that knowing his identity would not change anything. Immediately afterward, the attacks of both sides collided, erupting in a violent flash of light. Black Yaksha then swung his sword again, releasing streams of green liquid. The system detected this and announced that desert scorpion poison had been detected, but also stated that the poison had no effect due to Zeke's poison immunity trait. Hearing this, Zeke pondered inwardly that it was desert scorpion poison, noting that it was just like an outlaw to rely on so many dirty tricks. Seeing that the poison had no effect at all, Black Yaksha irritably questioned where Zeke was from, asking whether he came from the desert or the southern border region. Zeke calmly remarked that Black Yaksha was rather curious. Black Yaksha leisurely stated that it did not really matter, and as he spoke, his hand tightened while steel spikes rose up, radiating a chilling coldness. He then charged forward with a sword in one hand while throwing the steel spikes with the other, shouting that Zeke was going to die there anyway. On the opposite side, Zeke swiftly swung his sword to deflect the spikes away, and at the same time, the system announced that the Dragonkin skill, Dragon Scale Armor, had been activated. Instantly, an invisible layer of dragon scales enveloped Zeke's arm. Zeke frowned slightly and thought to himself that the attack was quite impressive. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he realized something. Seeing Black Yaksha's sword begin to glow, Zeke exclaimed in astonishment that it was an aura blade, then angrily reflected that Black Yaksha had been hiding his true strength all along. At that moment, Black Yaksha rushed forward at full speed and casually declared that he would finish it, shouting for Zeke to die as he slashed horizontally across Zeke's chest. At that critical moment, Zeke spoke coldly, stating that from Black Yaksha's swordsmanship, it was clear that he was from the Empire's intelligence bureau. Upon hearing this, Black Yaksha froze in shock and blurted out how Zeke could possibly know that. Before he could say more, blue lightning surged around his body, and the explosive power caused his facial muscles to contort. He collapsed to his knees and screamed in agony. From behind him, Zeke walked forward calmly with his sword and said that now it was his turn. Placing the flat of the blade across Black Yaksha's chest, he coldly stated that he wanted to ask something, specifically why an Intelligence Bureau agent was causing trouble in Delphoa. Black Yaksha cast a panicked glance aside and thought desperately that he had to kill himself somehow. He immediately bit down on his own tongue. A large amount of green liquid was poured into his mouth, causing him to be utterly stunned. Zeke's indifferent voice followed, stating that it was useless. The system then announced that a healing potion had been used. Zeke continued pouring the green liquid down Black Yaksha's throat and remarked calmly that he knew very well how ruthless Imperial intelligence agents were. He raised an eyebrow with a cold, provocative expression and stated that if Black Yaksha told him something satisfying, he would allow him to die afterward. Hearing this, Black Yaksha became so furious that his face twisted. After a while, he sat on the ground, breathing heavily. Zeke held a dagger and asked coldly whether he felt like talking now. Black Yaksha closed his eyes in resignation and asked what Zeke wanted to know. Zeke answered firmly that he wanted Black Yaksha's identity and an explanation of what he had been doing there. Hesitating, Black Yaksha confessed that he was an agent from the Empire's Intelligence Bureau, Section 13. Zeke reacted in surprise, remarking that he had thought the Bureau only went up to Section 12, and commenting that there was indeed a section specifically for people like Black Yaksha. Hearing this, Black Yaksha was deeply shaken and asked how Zeke knew about Section 12. Zeke crouched down in front of him, holding the dagger threateningly, and stated that he was the one asking the questions, demanding again to know what Black Yaksha had been doing there. Sweat poured down Black Yaksha's face as he stammered that he had been conducting experiments on a stimulant. Upon hearing this, Zeke asked in astonishment whether he meant the mercenaries and whether they were not merely soma addicts. Black Yaksha replied somberly that it was true the stimulant had been made from soma. Under the full moon hanging high in the silent night sky, Zeke continued to question why Black Yaksha had created that stimulant. Black Yaksha answered decisively that it was to create warriors who felt no pain or fear. Zeke narrowed his eyes slightly and reflected grimly that this was yet another form of human experimentation by the Empire, which had been waging a war of attrition with Delphoa while observing the test subjects' combat behavior. Looking at Black Yaksha's expression, Zeke angrily concluded that the fact the Black Yaksha faction had held their fortress for 3 years and absorbed bandits and mercenaries to expand their forces was all possible because the Empire had been backing them. He cursed inwardly, wondering what those damned Imperial bastards were doing all across the continent. After that, Zeke spoke up and asked whether Black Yaksha knew that if things continued this way, the Empire would kill him first. Black Yaksha calmly replied that he did know, adding that he had answered everything and therefore wanted Zeke to kill him now. Zeke then suggested that there might be a way for him to live and asked what he would do if such a way existed. Black Yaksha responded anxiously that even so, there was no way to escape the Imperial Intelligence Bureau. Zeke abruptly cut him off by asking what would happen if the Draker family were to protect him. Hearing this, Black Yaksha immediately widened his eyes in shock and fear, wondering what Zeke meant by mentioning the Drakers. Zeke then raised his hand and cast magic that enveloped Black Yaksha's body. As Black Yaksha looked at the energy flowing from his own body, he froze in disbelief and asked whether Zeke was a pure-blood awakened Draker. Zeke calmly confirmed that this was indeed the case. Black Yaksha fell into a dazed contemplation, admitting that of course he did not want to die in a place like that either. After doing dirty work for so long, he felt that his sense of patriotism had almost disappeared, and he realized that even if he returned alive, he would be killed to silence him. For that reason, he concluded that becoming a witness under the Draker family's protection was the better choice. He then quietly asked whether Zeke could guarantee him a complete change of identity. Zeke responded frankly that there was an even better option, adding that he would also introduce him to a new job. Upon hearing this, Black Yaksha's face filled with extreme fear. With sharp eyes, Zeke decisively stated that for someone who came from the Imperial Intelligence Bureau, there were plenty of places that could make use of him. Sometime later, a shadow rushed through the forest like the wind. Zeke moved at an astonishing speed, thinking to himself that the fortress still had not fallen and that without Black Yaksha, Andre's group alone should have been able to take it. Frowning, he wondered whether something had gone wrong and decided that he should return to where the knights were. He then firmly stepped down onto the ground. Suddenly, Zeke reacted in surprise and questioned inwardly why all those mages were gathered in that place. On the other side, someone suddenly spotted Zeke and decisively aimed a staff straight at him. Seeing this, Zeke widened his eyes in astonishment and frowned in irritation, questioning what they were doing and why they were aiming at allies. At that moment, someone stepped forward and coldly interrupted, calling out Zeke Draker by name. The blonde commander's face darkened as he accused Zeke, saying that because of him, the Black Yaksha they had almost secured had escaped. He then angrily shouted that due to this serious failure, Zeke would be taken to the barracks immediately to be judged. Hearing this, Zeke's face darkened as he let out a breath, while inwardly raging that that bastard was causing trouble again. Zeke stood there, grinding his teeth as he sternly demanded to know what the other man meant, questioning whether he was being accused of letting the Dark Knight demon escape because of his own mistake. Seeing this, the blonde-haired commander arrogantly spoke up in criticism, asserting that it was obviously Zeke's fault because his plan had been immature, and declaring that if it had not been for him, the Dark Knight demon would never have gotten away. Hearing this, Zeke irritably cut him off and retorted that he wondered whether the commander had truly confirmed that the Dark Knight demon was no longer inside the fortress. He pointed out that, regardless of everything, the defenses there were still intact. Upon hearing that, the man hastily shouted for Zeke to shut his mouth, insisting that he had already checked and that someone had rushed out of the fortress. Zeke frowned and coldly questioned whether that person could simply have been a messenger sent to call for reinforcements, and asked how the commander could be so certain that the one who escaped was the Dark Knight demon. The blonde-haired commander, driven into a rage by this, ground his teeth and let out a low growl. Seeing his reaction, Zeke became firmly convinced inwardly that the truth was already clear. He concluded to himself that the bastard had informed the Dark Knight demon and ordered him to escape. Staring fixedly at his opponent, Zeke silently reflected that the man had committed betrayal for 3 whole years, colluding with the enemy, and that although he might not have realized his actions had aided the Empire's experiments, he was, in the end, nothing but trash. At that moment, the blonde-haired commander darkened his expression and declared that it was enough, ordering Zeke to follow him. Turning around to leave, he threatened loudly that he would report all of Zeke's crimes to their superiors. Seeing this, Zeke let out a sigh and thought to himself that the man could do whatever he pleased. In the quiet darkness of the night, Zeke and the others slowly advanced toward the towering stone gate, where flickering firelight cast long shadows on the ground and filled the atmosphere with gloom. Suddenly, Zeke stiffened and looked up in surprise, sensing that those people were there. Seeing them approach, the other party was momentarily taken aback as well. Zeke called out in disbelief, recognizing Jorge, while Jorge, his face smeared with grime, spoke in shock as he recognized Zeke as well. Zeke then turned toward the blonde-haired commander and angrily questioned what had happened and why those people were being detained. The commander responded with contempt, shouting at Zeke to be silent and stating that it was none of his business. Immediately after, Jorge lunged forward and desperately shouted that they did not regret helping Zeke and that they wished to remain honorable knights. Before he could finish speaking, a blazing surge of golden electricity pressed down on him. As it enveloped and attacked him, Jorge and his comrades screamed in agony. Witnessing this scene, Zeke was utterly horrified. He turned his head toward the blonde-haired commander and grimly stated that such treatment was excessive for allies, adding that not even prisoners were treated that way. Hearing this, the commander flew into a rage and once again ordered Zeke to shut his mouth. Glowering at him, he threatened that if Zeke uttered another word, he would be executed on the spot. Suddenly, not far away behind him, a loud explosion rang out. From within the smoke, a sword-wielding figure stepped forward and coldly introduced herself as Ingrid Hoxson, commander of the 8th Mage Division of Delphoa. Andre calmly stated that such a declaration could be interpreted as a death threat against Zeke Draker. He then frowned in displeasure and added that, from that moment on, the Draker family would consider Delphoa to be in a state of wartime readiness. Faced with the overwhelming presence of the three of them, Ingrid, standing opposite, froze in place. In panic, he thought to himself that out of so many people, a direct warning from the Draker family had been issued, and it had been directed at Delphoa as a whole. Hastily extending his hand, Ingrid protested that whatever this was, such a reaction was far too excessive, arguing that it was essentially a declaration of war and that the joke had gone too far. Andre indifferently interrupted him, telling Ingrid Hoxton to listen carefully. With a firm frown, he stated that the Draker family never spoke lightly. Hearing this, Ingrid grew flustered and hurriedly tried to explain that he had misspoken earlier, that he had been tense due to the battle, and asked them not to misunderstand, insisting that he had only intended to escort Zeke Draker to the barracks for investigation. At that moment, Zeke looked toward Andre and gave a slight nod as a signal. He then cautiously asked whether, before that, he could speak briefly with his companions. Hearing this, Ingrid was utterly shocked. Grinding his teeth in resentment, he shot Zeke a sideways glance before reluctantly agreeing to give him 20 minutes. A short while later, Zeke, Diego, Aster, and Andre gathered in silence inside a room. Zeke immediately spread out his palm, releasing a surge of red energy that spread throughout the air. Watching it gradually fade, he thought to himself that all magical devices in the vicinity should now have been deactivated. After that, Andre spoke up in confusion, asking whether there was something Zeke wanted to say. Zeke answered decisively that he had already captured the Dark Knight demon. Upon hearing this, Andre's eyes widened in astonishment. The full moon peeked through the clouds, its cold light pouring in through the window. Only then did Andre curiously ask whether Zeke meant that he had confronted the Dark Knight demon alone. Zeke replied with firm certainty that he had lured the Dark Knight demon into letting his guard down and subdued him before the battle could continue. Andre was struck with fear as he thought to himself that Zeke had managed to capture a continental-level threat on his own, something that even veteran knights would struggle to accomplish, and that this result was exactly what he had expected from him. Zeke then continued his analysis, explaining that based on the interrogation, the individual appeared to be closely connected to Commander Ingrid, to the point where the situation could become extremely complicated. Curious, Andre asked what Zeke's plan was now. Stepping forward, Zeke replied in a low voice that it would be best to let Delphoa handle Delphoa's own affairs. However, he added coldly that for the time being, he would do whatever he could. Elsewhere, two silver-armored knights stood guard with spears before a massive stone gate. Inside, Zeke sat silently beneath a window as cold blue light poured down over his body. He carefully thought that the time had finally come. At that moment, a sound echoed from the stone door. Fanon opened it and awkwardly peeked inside, calling Zeke's name. Seeing this, Zeke addressed him seriously, expressing his gratitude for his arrival. Fanon stepped forward and asked in confusion what had actually happened there. Sitting quietly, Zeke replied gloomily that this situation seemed to be the result of ignoring Fanon's earlier warnings. Hearing that, Fanon covered his face and lamented in despair. Zeke fell into silent contemplation, thinking that Fanon already knew about Commander Ingrid's corruption. Judging from Fanon's reaction, he further deduced that it was not only Fanon, but that most high-ranking mage officers likely knew as well. He reflected that in Delphoa, no mage could reach a high position without fulfilling mandatory military service, yet now he had no choice but to propose completely severing that path. Having reached this conclusion, Zeke spoke seriously, saying that there was something he wanted to tell Fanon. Hearing this, Fanon scratched his head and asked suspiciously what it was. Zeke then asked heavily whether Fanon knew anything about the Empire's Awakening Agent experiment. After that, the atmosphere grew visibly tense. Zeke thought to himself that he had already told Professor Fanon everything he knew about the Dark Knight demon, and that Fanon now had to consider two choices, either to expose the corruption he was aware of, or to turn a blind eye for the sake of his own safety. Interlacing his fingers, Zeke carefully began to speak again, saying that there was something he wished to ask. Seeing Fanon's bewildered expression, Zeke decisively proposed whether Fanon would stand by his side and help expose this corruption. In the silent darkness of the night, Ingrid and the group of mages were moving before they paused briefly. At that moment, someone called out to Commander Ingrid. Hearing this, he clasped his hands behind his back and turned around suspiciously. After observing the expressions of the group opposite him, Ingrid asked how it had gone. The other person replied calmly that Professor Paynon had rejected Zeke Draker's proposal. Ingrid then asked coldly whether that was true. He smiled smugly and thought that, as expected, one's own position mattered more than principles, and that persuasion like that would never work. Afterward, he turned to look toward the fortress wall and gently said that they should begin, explaining that they would launch a few loud attacks and then withdraw, merely making it look convincing. The mage behind him raised his staff and firmly replied in agreement. At the same time, 2 others also raised their staffs and focused their energy, while another man ordered everyone to prepare to attack and to fire. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying surge of magic shot forward, attacking the fortress wall directly. Observing the scene, Ingrid silently calculated that they would make Jorge take the blame for the lack of results. He suddenly frowned and thought that something felt strange. Looking at the chaotic scene ahead, Ingrid quietly wondered why they had not counterattacked yet, thinking that normally they should at least pretend to fight back and questioning what they were trying to do. At that moment, the fortress gate suddenly opened slightly, and Ingrid was shocked, thinking that opening the gate had not been part of the plan. Shortly afterward, someone stepped out from inside, which made him even more alarmed. He stammered in shock, demanding to know why that person was there. Hearing this, Zeke asked in a low voice what was wrong with Commander Ingrid. He placed his hands on his hips and mockingly asked whether Ingrid had seen something he should not have seen. As soon as he finished speaking, Diego, Aster, Fano, and Andre appeared one after another behind Zeke. Several hours earlier, Zeke had held out a scroll with a magic circle drawn on it and calmly stated that he had used a magic scroll that blocked eavesdropping, explaining that now no one could hear their conversation. He then glanced aside hesitantly before asking Fanon directly whether he had been serious about cooperating, addressing him as Professor Paynon. Fanon remained silent for a moment before firmly confirming that he was, explaining that he could not ignore the awakening drug experiments. Hearing this, Zeke cautiously remarked that if Fanon did this, his career in Delphoa would likely be over. Fanon calmly responded that it was fine, and declared firmly that rather than building a shameful career, he would rather give it up. Zeke expressed his gratitude and thanked the professor, then said that they should move quickly because they needed to strike that commander hard. Returning to the present, Ingrid's group and Zeke's group stood face to face. Ingrid angrily shouted at Paynon, calling him a useless fool and asking how he dared to betray them while questioning whether he thought he could get away with it. Before he could finish, Zeke glared and cut him off by addressing him as Ingrid Haxon. At the same time, several people calmly appeared behind Zeke, and he coldly and indifferently stated that, for Ingrid's collusion and communication with continental enemies, they had brought people to investigate his corruption, ordering him to surrender peacefully. Immediately afterward, the 3 inspectors stepped forward indifferently. Seeing them, Ingrid was startled and thought in confusion about who those people were. After examining their appearance more closely, he became certain and realized that they were Delphoa's inspection unit. He immediately spoke anxiously, claiming that it was a misunderstanding and insisting that he had never colluded with anyone, arguing that it must have been something fabricated to frame him. The brown-haired inspector responded indifferently that they had already secured all the evidence inside the fortress and told him not to even think about denying it. Hearing this, Ingrid ground his teeth unwillingly. He then lunged forward and shouted furiously, asking if they thought he would die alone, warning that if he spoke a single word, everyone would die, and claiming that he had connections, not just within the division, but across all of Delphoa, which would be shaken. In an instant, Zeke raised his fist and rushed forward, striking Ingrid directly in the face and sending him reeling backward in shock. Sitting on the ground, Ingrid angrily shouted that even after he had warned them, they still dared to act against him. Zeke heard that and disdainfully remarked that if they had connections, they should use them all they wanted. Oh. Seeing this, the other person immediately became stunned. Zeke then coldly added that he was a direct blood Draker and a pure blood Awakener, as well as the sole successor of Duke Draker, the former Black Knight. Locking his gaze on the opponent, he warned in a low, threatening tone that it might be fun to make a bet and suggested they see who had more connections. Seeing the situation, Ingrid hurriedly dropped to her knees and desperately admitted that she had been wrong and had truly messed up, pleading repeatedly for forgiveness. Zeke immediately lashed out angrily, telling her to beg forgiveness from the knights who had died because of her, not from him, and called her a piece of trash. At that moment, someone approached and addressed him as Sir Knight, causing Zeke to instantly turn toward the voice. Jorge placed a hand on his chest and solemnly expressed his deep gratitude, saying that thanks to Zeke, their injustice had been cleared. Zeke thought to himself that his testimony had excluded them from the inspection list, but if the 8th Magic Division disappeared, its Knight Order could not survive. Observing Jorge's sorrowful expression, he further reflected that if no other Magic Division took them in, the 8th Knight Order would be dissolved. After thinking this over, Zeke curiously asked whether Jorge regretted it. Jorge immediately and firmly replied that he did not. Lowering his eyes sadly, he explained that they simply felt sorry for their comrades who had died unjustly because they had such a rotten commander. Zeke then calmly stated that if they were willing, he would like to offer them a new job. Hearing this, Jorge asked in shock whether he meant a job. Zeke casually reached into his coat and confirmed that he did. Taking out a piece of paper, he gently told him to read it for the details. Jorge quickly reached out and accepted the paper. After opening it and reviewing the contents with his two comrades, he exclaimed in astonishment, addressing Zeke as Sir and stammering that the terms were incredibly good, asking if the numbers were wrong. Zeke calmly responded that if they worked with him, they deserved at least that much and explained that he had founded a trading company and wanted them to guard it. The three of them became even more shocked, and Jorge expressed amazement at the prospect of working with Zeke. Zeke raised an eyebrow and asked whether they did not want to. Upon hearing that, the three men's eyes lit up immediately, and Jorge excitedly declared that of course they did want to. Together, they loudly pledged their loyalty and urged one another to greet their lord. Noticing Fanon behind them, Zeke called out to Professor Ponen. Fanon looked back at him with confusion, and Zeke casually told him to come to Atlas as soon as matters in Delphoa were settled, adding that they would have much to do together. Fanon agreed and respectfully acknowledged him as master. Seeing this, Zeke closed his eyes and thought helplessly that they had truly gone from professor and student to lord and retainer, and that he had really seen it all. Lifting his head to gaze toward the horizon, he reflected wistfully that the mission had ended in an unexpected way and that he did not know how it would be judged. Zeke then quietly murmured that it did not matter and proudly added that things had worked out in their own way, so everything would be fine. In Midland, as dusk settled over the city, three people sat around a round table in a tense atmosphere. The bald man politely apologized that he knew they were all busy and said he was sorry for calling them there. He added hesitantly that the matter seemed to require discussion with the key members of their Black Ops, so he would skip the formalities and get straight to the point. The bald man, Baron Draker, looked extremely grave as he stated that recently the southern continent had been unstable. The two men present were astonished. The bearded man questioned whether, even if the South was full of crime, they were merely drug dealers and therefore nothing to worry about. The young man beside him hurriedly disagreed, explaining that Macayan's Don Juan controlled the South through the Soma trade and had amassed enormous wealth, becoming a monstrous figure, and that if someone like him caused trouble, it would not be a small matter. Baron Draker cast a cold glance and interrupted, addressing the deputy commander of the right wing, who handled intelligence, and asked whether he had not known that Don Juan was dead. The young man froze and exclaimed in disbelief, insisting that it could not be true and that reports said he was merely hiding from Pavela's attacks. Baron Draker calmly explained that after Don Juan vanished, the Macayan cartel had split into pieces. He then stared at him suspiciously and pointed out that Pavela was the same and that most of their leaders were dead, yet he still had not appeared, asking whether that was not strange. The young man widened his eyes and fell silent. A screen gradually appeared in front of them, and Baron Draker pointed at it, stating that there was footage from both cartels taken a month earlier. He explained that masked figures had appeared on both sides and that among them, the one at the front was believed to have moved between both groups and destroyed them, but neither side had identified him yet. After watching the footage, Baron Draker decisively declared that from then on they would find him. He firmly added that they had to learn who he was and why he had targeted the southern cartels, uncovering everything. Elsewhere, Zeke cried out in shock and turned to Flaubert in disbelief, asking what the headmaster had just said. Flaubert picked up an envelope with satisfaction and stated that the Black Knight Fang subjugation mission had been excellent. After placing it down, he explained that Professor André had kept very detailed records and that the Delphoa inspection unit had even sent their thanks and documentation. Hearing this, Zeke stared blankly in surprise, thinking that he had believed the mission would not be rated highly since on the battlefield following orders was usually the correct course of action, yet it had received praise instead. At that moment, Flaubert interrupted his thoughts, remarking that there was one unfortunate point, namely that it was regrettable Black Knight Fang had died during transport. Zeke responded with an awkward laugh, while inwardly reflecting that he had reported him as dead first and then planned to give him a new identity and bring him to the central continent. He thought that the Empire's human experiment data found in the South, along with Black Knight Fang as a witness to the stimulant tests, were powerful cards to pressure the Empire, and his expression grew grave. Flaubert then addressed him, saying that considering the talent he had shown on that mission, the faculty had proposed a different kind of exam. Zeke curiously asked what it was, and Flaubert replied bluntly that it was monster hunting. Zeke repeated the words in surprise and inwardly questioned whether that was too easy for a special graduation test. Flaubert calmly explained that it was not a simple hunt but an unsolved case, and that he would have to solve it alone. Zeke frowned thoughtfully and reflected that magical beasts, unlike monsters, did not belong to a fixed species, which made it difficult to determine their habits or traits. He considered that many were strong and intelligent, making subjugation difficult, and that this incident had most likely been caused by a highly intelligent beast. He then asked where it had happened, and Flaubert immediately replied that it was in the Duchy of Troy. He added with his hands behind his back that, as Zeke knew, that was where the Draker family's main house was located, and that if it had not been subdued even there, it was no ordinary beast. He concluded that if Zeke passed that test, all other exams would be waived, and that this alone would fulfill his graduation requirement. Zeke placed his hand over his chest and solemnly vowed on his honor as a knight that he would resolve the matter as soon as possible. He firmly added that he would not disappoint him. Sometime later, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. From that direction, a man placed his hand over his chest and bowed slightly, respectfully stating that it was an honor to meet Sir Zeke Draker and that he had been dispatched as his guide for the mission. He introduced himself as Felix Valencia. Zeke responded indifferently that it was good to meet him, then narrowed his eyes in suspicion, thinking that Felix Valencia was a name he had never heard in either his past life or this one, and that there was something else strange as well. Observing the abundant blue energy radiating from Felix's entire body, Zeke remarked that he could feel something unusual from inside his body, and that for an ordinary young knight, not even a Draker, to possess that level of power meant that something was off. Curious, he asked whether Felix was from the Duchy of Troy. Felix calmly replied that he was indeed a native there, explaining that he had trained in a sword guild when he was young and was now serving in the Atlas Guard. Zeke thought cautiously that Felix seemed ordinary, but that he should remain careful. He then thanked Felix for telling him. Turning decisively, he said that they should depart for the Duchy of Troy. Seeing this, Felix followed him with a serious expression. A short while later, at the Duchy of Troy, someone enthusiastically welcomed Sir Zeke, saying that they had heard he would be coming. The man shook Zeke's hand excitedly and expressed that it was a great honor for a pure-blood awakened one to visit a place like that. Zeke politely responded that the honor was his to be able to help them. He then calmly asked whether the situation could be explained right away. Upon hearing this, the man lowered his head slightly and recalled that it had started a few weeks earlier. He explained that at first, livestock had begun disappearing little by little, and over time, people who went into the mountains had stopped coming back. He added that first children had vanished, then women, and then adult men, and that it had seemed to target larger prey as time passed. Hearing this, Zeke asked whether there was a site where traces remained. The man immediately gestured toward the land ahead and told him to follow, explaining that starting from the farm where the livestock had disappeared, the main site was along the path toward that mountain. Looking closely at the fence, Zeke thought that for blood to be scattered like that while the fence remained strangely intact was unusual, and he decided that they should examine the area. His eyes suddenly gleamed, and he was momentarily startled by what he saw. Observing the footprints on the ground, he reflected that they were large and heavy enough to leave deep impressions, and capable of easily jumping a fence like that. He concluded that this was not the pattern of a normal magical beast. Clenching his teeth slightly, Zeke frowned and muttered that it seemed the mission would not be easy. Night had fallen, and Zeke sat quietly by the fire in deep thought while Felix curled up in a blanket and drifted off to sleep. Watching him, Zeke thought that Felix must have been very tired, since he had been investigating late into the night. He reflected that they had followed the beast's traces up the mountain path and soon reached a deep forest untouched by humans, where the clue they found had been a shriveled corpse like a mummy with no wounds at all. Lowering his head slightly, he considered that a beast capable of absorbing bodily fluids without leaving traces, if it was the one he was thinking of, would mean that the footprints in the village had not been its. Suddenly realizing something, Zeke's eyes widened. As he stood up, Felix stirred sleepily and began to ask what Sir Zeke had just... But Zeke immediately stated that it was 2 kilometers west. He told Felix to wait there for now and that he would return before sunrise. With that, Zeke leapt forward and dashed away. Felix, only then coming to his senses, let out a faint, confused sound. Frowning as he moved, Zeke thought that if there had been a loud noise there, it must have been that beast, and that it had been around that area. At that moment, the muscular figure of a man came into his view. The man roared loudly, then hoisted a tree trunk onto his shoulders and swung it forward in a powerful arc. Witnessing the scene, Zeke wondered what that man was, questioning whether he was swinging a tree like a sword and marveling at such insane strength. Observing his frenzied state, Zeke silently questioned whether he could be a barbarian and who the one fighting him was. At the same time, the silhouette of a monster gradually emerged ahead. Seeing it, Zeke thought that it was as he had expected. Staring intently, he inwardly declared that he had found it, the ancient species known as gaguk. Concealed within the bushes as he observed the battle, Zeke recalled that in his past life he had also found bodies turned into mummies. His master had called the beast responsible in ancient species and had warned him to be extremely careful. He remembered being told that it moved extremely fast like a monkey and was very cautious. But above all, he had to watch out for its tentacle-like tail, which could drain life force in an instant. Calculating the situation, Zeke concluded that the livestock had been taken by the barbarian and the people by the Gaguk. A painful cry suddenly rang out from the other side, and Zeke widened his eyes in shock. He saw the Gaguk's tongue elongate and twist as it pierced through the red-haired young man's chest. The young man broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth and groaning, then glared upward with hatred, while the Gaguk calmly flicked its tongue. Instantly, Zeke silently swung his sword and appeared behind it. Sensing the killing intent, the Gaguk turned its eyes back. Just before Zeke could bring his blade down, it swiftly lowered its body and dodged. Exploiting the opening, the creature leapt away and hastily fled. Clicking his tongue in irritation, Zeke muttered that it was insanely fast. Looking at the red-haired young man lying unconscious on the ground, Zeke wondered if he had been poisoned by the Gaguk. Lowering his gaze, he murmured that he did not really feel like helping a livestock thief, but that he would be generous. A short while later, inside a nearby cave, Zeke held up a vial and stroked his chin, thinking that the healing potion was not working, perhaps because the young man was not human. In that case, he reasoned, he would try something else. Placing both hands over the wounded chest, he frowned, unsure whether it would work. He then channeled energy using an area-wide buff skill and activated healing factor. Instantly, a burst of green light flared violently and spread throughout the surroundings. The red-haired young man let out a faint groan, then abruptly opened his eyes in alarm. He sprang to his feet and shouted defensively, but Zeke calmly told him to calm down. When the young man stared in fear, Zeke emphasized that he had saved him. Realizing this, the red-haired youth stammered his thanks, and Zeke thought to himself that it was fortunate he knew the barbarian language. After conversing for some time, Zeke gradually understood that the young man's name was King Fist. Despite being only 16, he was already stronger than the village warriors. As a rite of passage suited for him, he had been tasked with hunting the Gaguk, the strongest beast in barbarian territory. However, since the Gaguk was extremely difficult to hunt, he had chased it all the way into the Duchy of Troy. Back in the present, King Fist hesitantly admitted that he had hunted too hard and thought he would fail. Zeke immediately asked whether he needed help with the hunt. Startled, King Fist asked if he was serious. Zeke merely curled the corner of his lips slightly and confidently told him to just trust him. When they returned to the previous spot, Felix stammered as he asked whether that person was not a barbarian. Zeke casually confirmed that he was, adding that they would work together only until they caught the beast. On the other side, King Fist quietly asked who that was, and upon being told that Felix was a subordinate, he asked what subordinate meant. Watching the exchange, Felix was inwardly speechless, wondering what he was saying. Meanwhile, Zeke glanced at Felix and thought that when Felix had first seen the barbarian, he had frozen instead of drawing his sword, and that faking such a reaction would require serious training. Narrowing his eyes, he reflected that aside from the aura he gave off, Felix seemed like an ordinary guide and questioned whether he was being too suspicious. Suddenly, King Fist spoke solemnly, addressing Brother Zeke and mentioning a smell. Puzzled, Zeke asked what smell he meant. King Fist replied gravely that it was the smell of that guy from earlier. Hearing this, Zeke's expression turned serious as he asked where it was. Zeke Draker and King Fist stood before the gate of a vast cave. Zeke frowned and remarked that it was a cave after all. After looking around, he began calculating in his mind, recalling that his master had said the Gaguk liked dark, damp places, and noting that the sun was just about to rise, so the chances of it being there were high. He then turned to King Fist and asked whether he had a way to catch it. King Fist confidently clenched his fists, gesturing in the air as if to demonstrate his ability. Zeke, left speechless, commented that it was no wonder he had kept missing it until now. He called King Fist's name again and quickly laid out a complete plan, instructing him to hit the prey first while he would strike from behind as well, asking if he understood. King Fist smiled gently, his eyes darkening with confidence as he replied that he understood. The two of them then entered the dark cave. Jagged rocks hung down from above, narrowing the silent space. As Zeke led the way, he observed his surroundings and thought that it definitely looked like its lair. Noticing animal bones scattered everywhere, he concluded that this must be the place. Suddenly, he stopped and seriously called out to King Fist, warning that they were entering its territory and that he should be careful. Before he could finish speaking, a gorilla-like creature appeared from behind, startling King Fist. It swung a powerful strike at him, but King Fist quickly leapt aside with a shout. Raising his fist to boost his morale, he roared loudly and smashed his fist into the ground, cracking it and sending dust everywhere. However, it was a missed attack. When the dust settled, he froze and reported in shock that it had vanished. Zeke, standing behind him, was not surprised and thought to himself that he had known it would not be caught so easily. He reflected that the reason neither he nor his master had been able to defeat it in his previous life was because it could hide itself in darkness. In an instant, the Gaguk disappeared as if dissolving into the mist. It then circled behind King Fist and attacked with a ferocious roar. Unable to see it, King Fist gasped in alarm. However, Zeke promptly intervened by using Field of Water Force. One of the creature's arms was severed, causing the Gaguk to shriek in terror. Zeke decisively shouted to King Fist that now was the time. King Fist rushed forward, wrapping his arms around the creature and roaring. The Gaguk struck his back hard with its elbow and screamed, but King Fist held on firmly despite the pain. Seeing the opportunity, Zeke praised King Fist for doing a good job. The Gaguk could only widen its eyes in fear. Zeke charged forward, shouting for King Fist to leave the rest to him. He used True Dragon Sword Art, Chapter 2 Verse 1, Earth Cleave, and with a single slash cut the Gaguk down. Even in its final moments, the creature could not understand why it was dying and could only stare wide-eyed as blood splattered everywhere. Its nerves began to regenerate as it growled, but Zeke, fully aware of this ability, declared that it had no chance. A system notification appeared, stating that the dragon skill Gluttony had been activated. Zeke mockingly asked whether it had thought he would let it regenerate. The Gaguk was sealed, and a series of notifications rang out, announcing that he had devoured a corrupted ancient species fully tainted by polluted energy, that consumed HP, stamina, and mana had been restored, and that he had absorbed the bloodline ability of the devoured corrupted ancient species and obtained the active skill Stealth, ranked A. Observing the result with satisfaction, Zeke commented that a stealth skill was a nice drop. He then glanced at the severed arm lying nearby and called out to King Fist. When King Fist looked over, Zeke tossed the arm to him and told him to take it. Seeing King Fist's confusion, Zeke held up one finger he had cut from the Gaguk and explained that it was proof of the hunt, and that for the same reason, one finger was his. Overjoyed, King Fist rushed forward, hugged him tightly, and tearfully thanked Brother Zeke. Zeke laughed awkwardly in response. King Fist then left, carrying the Gaguk's arm, and waved goodbye, telling Brother Zeke to visit their village next time for sure. Zeke cheerfully agreed and asked which tribe he was from. King Fist proudly replied that he was from the super-strong Rock tribe. This answer shocked Zeke, who muttered in surprise and quickly realized that it was the largest tribe among the barbarians. While Zeke was still stunned, King Fist called out to him again, smiling and urging him not to forget to visit their village. Zeke smiled and waved back, assuring him that he would definitely visit next time. When night fell, Zeke returned to the village. The villagers enthusiastically clinked their beer mugs and cheered for the knight who had protected their village. A representative stepped forward, laughing and expressing heartfelt thanks, saying that thanks to him, they could finally live in peace. Zeke humbly replied that he was glad he could help. He then glanced at Felix, who was sitting nearby, and silently assessed that something still felt off. He found it strange that when he had returned to the campsite after dealing with the Gaguk, Felix had been gone. Although Felix had come back shortly afterward, he had looked dirty and claimed that he had simply fallen. Zeke's eyes darkened as he speculated that Felix might have come to watch his fight with King Fist. He reasoned that even he could not sense distant presences in the middle of intense combat, so Felix had probably been hiding nearby. In the end, finding nothing conclusive, Zeke resolved to keep an eye on him for the time being. On the way back, he lowered his head and reflected that a lot had happened that day. He recalled that they had prepared a decent place for him to stay and thought he would go rest. Suddenly, someone stepped out to block his path, causing him to murmur in surprise. He quickly recognized the person in front of him as Felix and questioned why he was waiting there, noting that his lodging was in the opposite direction. Felix hesitantly responded before lowering his head and respectfully requesting that Sir Zeke accept him as his squire. Zeke was bewildered and asked what he meant by a squire. Felix then grasped the hilt of his sword and asked him to look at something first. With a determined expression, he drew his sword and assumed a stance, beginning to execute a series of precise movements with intense focus. After observing for a while, Zeke was deeply astonished and tensely realized that there was no doubt about it. He recognized with certainty that the swordsmanship Felix was performing was none other than the Holy Kingdom's Paladin Heritage swordsmanship. Felix finished his demonstration in the darkness by delivering a decisive sword strike. After stopping, he let out a relieved sigh and explained that that was as far as he could go and addressed Zeke as Sir Zeke. Hearing this, Zeke Draker seriously questioned him, asking how Felix knew the Paladin inherited swordsmanship when he had clearly said that he had only completed the Swordsman Guild course. Felix seemed somewhat startled by the question and explained that Paladins had extremely limited contact with the outside world even within the Holy Kingdom. He added that those who belonged to the Holy Knight Order were called paladins, and that the swordsmanship was a secret art passed down only among them, so very few people should be able to use it in such a way. After pausing briefly, Felix avoided Zeke Draker's gaze and hesitantly admitted that, for some reason, he had felt that Sir Zeke would recognize that swordsmanship. He then put a hand into his pocket, raised his head, and stated that there was no longer any point in hiding it from Sir Zeke. Felix then took out an item and handed it towards Zeke Draker, asking him to take a look at it as well. Zeke Draker raised his eyebrows in slight confusion and exclaimed that it was something he immediately recognized as the emblem of a formal paladin. Felix confirmed this by explaining that his grandfather had been a paladin. However, his expression darkened as he continued, saying that in the past his grandfather had been caught in internal power struggles within the Holy Kingdom, had been framed, and had eventually been excommunicated. This revelation was somewhat beyond Zeke Draker's expectations, and he reacted in surprise, asking what had happened while inwardly feeling that the situation was becoming complicated. Felix continued his story, explaining that his grandfather had risked his life fighting internal enemies in order to expose the corruption within the kingdom, but he had not been able to avoid the accusations that were turned against him. Felix added that not only had his grandfather been excommunicated, but he had also been on the verge of being executed in disgrace. However, with the help of his comrades, he had barely managed to escape the Holy Kingdom, after which he had lived while hiding his identity in the Duchy of Troy. At this point, Felix seemed somewhat troubled. After sheathing his sword, he hesitated before continuing, explaining that as time passed, before his grandfather died, the old man had told him everything that had happened and had passed that swordsmanship down to him. Only then did Zeke Draker suddenly seem to understand. He repeated the words, "passed down," in surprise and wondered aloud whether that meant something else as well. He then asked Felix whether his grandfather had tried to pass down aura to him before he died. Felix looked confused and asked what aura inheritance was. In response, Zeke Draker took Felix's hand and instructed him to hold it out. Although Felix did not understand what was happening, he quickly complied, responding with some confusion before agreeing. Zeke Draker then grasped his hand and began to sense his energy. Lowering his head slightly, he muttered to himself that, as expected, Felix's aura conductivity was high compared to his skill level, and that even his aura circuits were properly opened. Seeing the look on Zeke's face, Felix grew worried and asked whether something was wrong. However, Zeke Draker reassured him that it was actually the opposite and told Felix that he should be grateful to his late grandfather. Felix froze upon hearing this and asked what Zeke meant by that. Zeke Draker then explained tensely that Felix's grandfather had most likely been an arch-paladin, which simply meant that he had been at the level of a black knight. Hearing this, Felix became even more incredulous and stammered in disbelief as he asked whether that was really true. Zeke Draker stated seriously once again that the paladins of the Holy Kingdom possessed a unique technique that had been passed down since the Empire era. His gaze darkened as he explained that the technique was called aura inheritance. He then began to elaborate that it was a method that allowed aura to reach mastery much faster. He further added that Felix's grandfather had not stopped at that, but had also opened Felix's circuits and increased his body's aura conductivity. Felix was completely shocked by what Zeke Draker had said, and he exclaimed in confusion that it could not be true, and that he had no idea. Suddenly, Zeke Draker's tone turned low as he called Felix's name and asked whether he wanted to become his retainer in order to clear his grandfather's injustice. Felix lowered his head and hesitated slightly as he murmured that, of course, that was one of the reasons. However, he also admitted that after secretly watching Sir Zeke fight during the last mission, he had genuinely come to want to serve by his side. Placing a hand over his chest, Felix sincerely assured him that if Zeke allowed it, he would not regret it. Zeke Draker frowned slightly as he looked at Felix and cautiously thought to himself that if Felix were merely a normal spy, he could keep him close and discover who his enemies were, but if not, then it meant he had gained a retainer with great potential. After a brief moment, Zeke Draker let out a sigh and accepted, warning that following him would not be easy. He added that they would return to Atlas the next day and told Felix to make his preparations. Felix became extremely excited upon hearing this, his face flushing red as he stammered his thanks and declared that he would give Zeke his full loyalty. The next morning, inside a grand building, an enthusiastic laugh rang out as the headmaster welcomed Zeke Draker warmly. The headmaster took out Zeke's report and praised it, saying that the contents were truly impressive. As he read through it with satisfaction, he remarked that Zeke had healed an injured barbarian and then worked together with him to capture a demonic beast. The headmaster excitedly expressed that keeping a talent like Zeke in Valhalla felt like a loss for the entire continent. In response to such praise, Zeke Draker simply replied calmly that he had only been lucky. This modest answer pleased the headmaster even more, and he laughed, commenting on Zeke's humility before telling him to take something. When Zeke looked at the scroll placed on the table, he was greatly startled and exclaimed in shock. The headmaster quickly explained that it was a temporary graduation certificate. He clarified that the term had not yet ended, so Zeke could not graduate immediately, but with that certificate there should be no inconvenience in whatever he wished to do. Zeke Draker expressed great gratitude for such understanding and thanked the headmaster sincerely. The headmaster then asked whether Zeke had decided on his path after graduation and wondered if he would ultimately return to the Draker side. Zeke immediately affirmed that he would, explaining that he first wanted to gain experience as a knight of the family. Hearing this, the headmaster smiled with satisfaction and praised him, saying that he looked forward to Zeke's future growth. At that moment, a knock suddenly sounded from outside the door. The headmaster frowned and asked who it was. The door opened, and a voice politely excused itself as a professor entered and delivered a message stating that an order had come from Four Seasons Castle requesting Zeke to enter. Upon hearing this, the headmaster relaxed slightly and remarked that it seemed the head of the household already knew about Zeke's graduation, adding that he truly was quick with everything. Zeke Draker promptly said his farewell, stating that he would take his leave. The headmaster cheerfully told him that it was fine and asked him to visit often. A short while later, as they walked along the hallway, Zeke Draker curiously asked the professor whether he knew the specific reason for the request to enter. The professor, walking ahead, answered honestly that he did not know much either and suggested that perhaps it was simply to congratulate Zeke on graduating. Zeke smiled faintly at that possibility and remarked that congratulations from the head of the household were difficult to imagine considering how he usually was. The professor replied casually that graduating from Valhalla in just 2 years was a remarkable achievement, so that might indeed be the reason. He then mentioned that he had seen Zeke's friends before Zeke had come to the headmaster's office. Zeke asked in surprise what he meant by his friends. The professor explained that they had looked quite miserable and asked what had happened to them. Zeke quickly realized the reason and said that they had apparently spent the entire time doing snow removal work with the Northern Border Guard, adding jokingly that people said snow could be more frightening than monsters, so it made sense. At that moment, the professor suddenly stopped walking. He stepped aside and told Zeke to go in. Zeke politely thanked him and then pushed the door open as he entered the room. Arthur Draker spoke first in a calm voice, remarking that Zeke had arrived. Raising the glass of water in his hand, he congratulated Zeke on graduating from Valhalla. Zeke responded cautiously, thanking the head of the household. Arthur then told him to come closer and sit comfortably. Setting the glass down on the table, Arthur said directly that at this point Zeke must be wondering why he had called him. Seeing Zeke's attention turn toward him, Arthur spoke in a steady tone and stated that he planned to send Zeke to the Draker Martial Arts Tournament this time. Looking at him with a proud smile, Arthur added that he hoped Zeke would win there. However, unlike Arthur Draker's proud expression, Zeke Draker frowned slightly, appearing somewhat displeased. The explanation stated that the Draker Martial Arts Tournament was a competition hosted by the Draker household, open to any young knight who had been promoted to Purple Knight within the family for 5 years or less, and that it essentially served to select the next generation of rookies who would lead the continent. Zeke Draker darkened his expression and said that he understood. Arthur Draker cautiously asked whether he was saying that he would win, and Zeke frowned before firmly replying that yes, that was right, and that as the head of the household wished, he would win the Draker Martial Arts Tournament. Arthur Draker appeared very satisfied with this declaration and, smiling, remarked that it was good and that he hoped he could present him with the medal on the final day of the tournament. He then pushed an item forward and said that he had prepared a graduation gift for him, instructing him to open it. Zeke opened the box, and upon seeing what was inside, he was momentarily stunned. It was a metal plaque and some documents neatly arranged. Zeke wondered if it was a deed for a territory and then turned in confusion to confirm whether Arthur was saying he was giving him a territory. Arthur calmly lifted his teacup, smiled, and confirmed that yes, it was the territory in the north of the Duchy of Troy where he had hunted the demonic beast. This left Zeke astonished, and he remarked that it was unbelievable to receive a territory as a graduation gift. He then reaffirmed that he would do his best to meet the head of the household's expectations. Arthur stood up and turned to leave, gently saying that it was good and that he would look forward to it, adding that he would soon assign a steward to manage the territory and that Zeke should hear the details from him. He then paused, looked at Zeke, and told him that he could leave now. Zeke silently stared at him and expressed his gratitude for the consideration before departing. As he walked along the long corridor, Zeke pondered that even within the Draker household, one had to be a senior knight to receive a territory. Yet he had only just become a formal knight, making the situation quite extraordinary. At that moment, someone approached and called out to him. Upon seeing the person, Zeke happily greeted him as master. The man cheerfully placed a hand on his shoulder and remarked that it had been a while, calling him a busy disciple. Zeke asked what had brought him there, and the man replied that he had come to relax beside him, but Arthur had caught him and put him to useless work, noting that although he had retired as a knight, his status within the Draker side still remained. Zeke glanced aside and muttered that since he had rested for 10 years, working a little should be fine. The man then became serious and remarked that Zeke truly spoke like Arthur's son. He walked over, drew back the curtain, and began to say that anyway, first. Zeke, confused, asked what he was doing now, but the man suddenly jumped down and shouted that they should go home quickly before the leeches caught them. Zeke sighed helplessly and remarked that that man was really something. The two then returned to the mansion together. The man let out a relieved sigh and said that now he felt like he could live again. Leaning back on the couch, he added that home really was the best and asked whether Zeke thought so too. Zeke entered and replied that it was his house though. The man retorted that he was stingy and said that what belonged to the disciple also belonged to the master. Smiling, he then asked why Arthur had called him, suggesting that it probably was not just to congratulate him on graduating. Zeke replied that he had received a graduation gift. The man expressed some surprise and asked what he had been given, wondering if it was a sword or armor. Zeke calmly answered that he had received a territory. The man initially remarked that a territory was good, but then suddenly froze, sprang to his feet and exclaimed in shock, asking what he had received. Zeke, already used to such reactions, calmly explained that he had been given a territory in the north of the Duchy of Troy. The man's eyes widened, and he could only stare in astonishment as he remarked in disbelief that it was truly remarkable. Duke was extremely astonished and remarked that receiving a territory at such a young age would surely make Arthur very happy, adding that if it was the Duchy of Troy, even the northern area should provide decent taxes. Zeke Draker calmly explained that it was also the area where he had carried out his recent mission and that the residents there had all been good people. Duke responded without any concern that, in any case, it was a good thing, since being a lord was far better than merely holding a knight title. Suddenly, Zeke recalled something and added that there was one more thing to mention. Duke, confused, asked if he had received another gift, but Zeke denied it and clarified that he had instead been told to win the Draker martial arts tournament. This left Duke momentarily at a loss for words, and he repeated in confusion that it was the Draker martial arts tournament Zeke was referring to. Zeke, still calm, asked his master what it was and whether the tournament was really that high level. Duke's expression darkened as he explained that, if they considered only Zeke's skill, winning would not be difficult, but only if the outcome were determined purely by skill. Hearing this, Zeke exclaimed in surprise, asking what he meant. Duke then continued by asking whether Zeke had ever seen the Draker martial arts tournament, to which Zeke replied that all he knew was that it was held once every 5 years. Duke, visibly tense, warned him again that the tournament was not a simple competition, but rather a battlefield of families disguised as one. Zeke, growing serious, asked if Duke meant that there was corruption in the tournament, but Duke immediately denied it, saying it was quite the opposite. It was a place where the very concept of corruption did not even exist. He went on to explain that all kinds of forces that could be mobilized were allowed to intervene, and that the winner was decided by taking all of those factors into account. Zeke fell silent for a moment, lowering his head as he thought that he had originally believed he only needed to defeat everyone. But if Duke was reacting like that, then the situation must be far more serious. Meanwhile, Duke continued, addressing Zeke frankly and stating that without a sponsoring family, he would never win the martial arts tournament. The room fell into silence as Zeke recalled how Duke had solemnly said that even he was far removed from political affairs, but since there was still some time left, he would try to contact families he knew. Stroking his chin, Zeke admitted that he himself was also weak when it came to politics and wondered in frustration whether there was any solution. At that moment, Decker entered and politely called out, asking to be excused. Zeke turned in surprise and asked what it was. Decker placed a hand on his shoulder respectfully and said that he had something important to tell him. He then stated directly that he had overheard the earlier conversation with Duke and mentioned that Zeke had said he would participate in the Draker martial arts tournament. Zeke confirmed that this was correct, but added that his master had said it would be difficult without a sponsoring family. Decker's expression darkened, and after a brief pause, he grasped the hilt of his sword and asked the young master to look at something. Drawing his sword, he revealed a stream of magic enveloping the blade. This shocked Zeke, who stammered in realization that Decker had been a blue knight. Decker calmly sheathed his sword again and remarked that he knew Zeke had already noticed it long ago. Caught off guard, Zeke could only scratch his head awkwardly, while inwardly thinking that Decker was indeed quick to notice things. Decker then raised his head and spoke gravely, explaining that he had once been a knight belonging to the Draker household, and further revealed that he had been the guard knight who protected Zeke's mother. Zeke looked up in shock and exclaimed about his mother, while Decker continued, asking whether Zeke knew why no one within the Draker household ever spoke about the madam. Zeke, confused, asked for the reason, and Decker answered seriously that it was because of the family she had come from, the House of Agamemnon. Decker stood in front of Zeke Draker and asked the young master whether, within the Draker household, he knew why no one talked about the madam. Zeke cautiously asked back what the reason was. Decker then became serious and explained that it was because the family the madam came from was the House of Agamemnon. Zeke appeared confused and wondered what Agamemnon was, saying that he had never heard that name before, and asking what kind of place it was. Decker seriously explained that the House of Agamemnon had once been the most powerful among Draker's blood allies, even more so than Tarun or Siemens today. Zeke questioned it with suspicion, asking if it was really that powerful and why he was hearing about that family for the first time. Decker lowered his head and stated that it was because everyone had avoided the House of Agamemnon, calling it a cursed family. Zeke, still doubtful, asked what kind of curse it was. Decker explained in more detail that, in that family, pregnant women would give birth to stillborn babies, and even those who were born would all die before reaching 5 years old. However, he added that only one person, Zeke's mother, had survived and grown up. Hearing this, Zeke became bewildered and trailed off before questioning Decker directly, asking if he was telling him to make that cursed family his sponsoring family. Decker nodded and affirmed that it had once been the strongest power in the central region, and that Zeke, as the only heir of that family, had the qualification. Zeke responded cautiously that he would consider it. Decker calmly replied that he understood and thanked him for listening. Suddenly, Decker called out to him again, addressing him as young master. Zeke responded with a puzzled hum. Decker frowned seriously and expressed that even though Zeke had known he was a Blue Knight, he was grateful that Zeke had trusted him without doubt. Hearing this, Zeke simply smiled and said that it was nothing. As evening fell over Mycenae, the streets were bustling with people. Felix looked around and exclaimed in amazement that it felt as if they had come to the Holy Empire era, repeatedly expressing how astonishing it was and remarking that Mycenae was this kind of city. Zeke thought to himself that, as expected, it was better to come and see it in person. He looked around and analyzed that Mycenae was one of the Midland cities supported by the Draker household, and that according to Decker, the Agamemnon family had been nobles who ruled Mycenae and its surrounding lands for a long time. His thoughts grew more complicated as he reflected that about 50 years ago, misfortunes had begun to occur in that family. Rumors had spread that it was cursed, and the House of Agamemnon had become isolated. Because of that, even within Draker, it had become difficult to find any mention of them. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a tavern and called to Felix, saying that they should eat something first. Felix quickly replied that he understood. They pushed open the door and entered together, where the owner greeted them warmly. Zeke sat down and directly asked the owner to give them the best-selling dish. The owner laughed and said he would serve them their special soup. While the owner went to prepare the food, Zeke carefully observed the surroundings and thought that overall, the people seemed relaxed and public safety looked good, and that the city itself appeared to be fine. At that moment, someone approached them and asked if they were travelers, offering to treat them to grilled beef ribs if they had not eaten yet. Another person chimed in, saying that if they came to Mycenae, they must try it. Zeke smiled warmly and thanked them, remarking that the people of Mycenae were truly kind. He then raised his head and asked the owner to give each of them a glass of beer. One of the people reacted in surprise, while the owner responded generously that it would be done. A red-haired person remarked that there was no need to go that far, but Zeke casually laughed and said that he would show his sincerity in his own way. He then calmly asked whether they had all lived there for a long time. One of them answered openly that they were natives of Mycenae and told him to ask anything he wanted. Zeke Draker grew serious again and wondered whether, by any chance, someone was in charge of Mycenae as mayor, adding that earlier he had not seen any building resembling a city hall. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the other man's expression stiffened, and the people around them also became wary. Zeke quickly sensed the shift and questioned what was going on, noting that the atmosphere had suddenly changed. The red-haired man hurriedly excused himself, stammering that he had been too nosy and telling Zeke to forget the beer and just enjoy his time there. Zeke became concerned and reflected that as soon as he had mentioned the Agamemnon family, their reactions had turned cold, wondering if they hated even hearing about it because it was considered cursed. He then stood up and instructed Felix to rest while he looked around, to which Felix promptly replied that he understood. After a while, Zeke approached another bar counter. The bartender hesitated upon seeing him and bluntly remarked that it was not a place for a kid, asking what he was doing there. Zeke calmly sat down, let out a sigh, and responded that he wondered if the man could still say that after seeing what he had, as he presented a VIP card in a threatening manner. The bartender's expression immediately changed, and he hurriedly apologized, explaining that he had not recognized such an important person. Zeke dismissed it and stated that he wanted to meet the branch manager. The bartender quickly agreed and said he would guide him right away, inviting him inside. As Zeke followed, he silently thought that since Kay had given him the card, it must be something well recognized within the syndicate, and that he would be able to make good use of it in the future. Zeke then walked quietly along a dark corridor when a man rushed toward him from the opposite direction and dropped to his knees, apologizing profusely for having been rude without realizing an important person had arrived. Zeke calmly asked if he knew who he was. The man bowed his head and admitted that he did not know in detail, but had been told that Zeke was someone they must never offend. Zeke proceeded to ask how long the man had been in Mycenae. The man carefully replied that it had been about 20 years. Hearing this, Zeke expressed slight surprise, remarking that it had been quite a long time, and then concluded that the man must know the situation of Mycenae well. The man hesitated briefly, but admitted that Mycenae had an active underground market for stolen goods and began to suggest that if Zeke was interested. However, Zeke cut him off and firmly stated that he was not interested in stolen goods. He then seriously asked whether the man knew who owned Mycenae. The man's eyes widened in shock, and his arm began to tremble as he stammered, asking if Zeke was truly asking because he did not know. At that point, Zeke directly clarified that he meant the Agamemnon family. Sweat began to drip down the man's face, revealing his fear. Seeing this, Zeke sighed in frustration and wondered what kind of rumors had spread to make everyone so afraid. He then calmly pointed out that in Mycenae, even mentioning that family's name seemed to be taboo and asked if there was a reason. The man, trembling with fear, replied that the family was cursed. Zeke remained composed and said that he already knew, mentioning that he had heard it was a curse where children died after being born. Before he could finish, however, the man interrupted, insisting that that was not all. This shocked Zeke, who asked what kind of curse it really was. The man, now panicking, shouted that anyone who went to that family's castle would die. Zeke was left stunned and speechless, unable to respond. Zeke Draker stood with a grave expression and questioned what the man was saying, asking if it meant that anyone who went to the Agamemnon family's castle would die. The man kneeling opposite him, clearly panicked, confirmed with hesitation that it was true, adding that even mentioning that name too often was dangerous. These words caused Zeke Draker to fall into deep thought, as he remarked that it seemed something was going on, reasoning that the more people believed in it, the stronger the curse would become, and thus the likelihood of such a curse truly existing would increase. After a moment, he continued his inquiry, asking whether anyone had actually died after going to that castle. The man hesitated slightly before confirming again that it was indeed the case. He then began to recount that decades ago, it had become widely known that all visitors died from the curse, and as a result, even now, the people of Mycenae avoided going near the castle. At that point, Zeke Draker gave a faint smile, saying that he now understood. His face then turned serious as he concluded that the curse was something the Agamemnon side had intentionally spread as a rumor. As night began to fall and flocks of birds returned to their nests, Felix looked at the vast castle before them and hesitantly asked his master if he was truly going to investigate that place, adding that it felt very creepy and ominous and suggesting that perhaps they should turn back. Suddenly, Zeke Draker moved his lips before placing his hands on his hips and loudly announcing toward the eerie castle that he, a pure-blood awakened of the Draker household and the youngest blue-ranked formal knight on the continent, Zeke Draker, had come to the Agamemnon family. As soon as he finished speaking, the gate opened, leaving Felix startled and confused as he let out a shocked cry. A woman from inside stepped forward and cautiously asked, after coughing, whether he had said Sir Zeke Draker. Zeke confidently confirmed that it was him and stated that he wished to meet the head of the Agamemnon family. The woman then approached and, in a chilling tone accompanied by eerie laughter, welcomed them and invited them to come inside, gesturing toward the open door with a terrifying smile. Inside, the castle was extremely dark, with only faint light filtering in from the windows along the corridor. As he walked, Zeke Draker looked around and silently assessed that the castle was very old, appearing to be at least 1,000 years in age. Suddenly, Felix stopped as if he had noticed something, uttering a confused sound. In the next moment, his face turned pale as he called out to his master in alarm. Pointing ahead, he urged him to look, then screamed in fear that they were ghosts, and not just one. At that moment, Zeke Draker struck him lightly on the back of the head, causing Felix to groan, and sternly told him to be quiet. Zeke then glanced to the side, directing his gaze toward a man seated at the center of a table. In his mind, he wondered whether the old man sitting in the middle was the head. Despite his thoughts, he calmly stepped forward and greeted the elders of the Agamemnon family, addressing them as the rulers of Mycenae. With great confidence, he then stated that as a direct bloodline of the Agamemnon family, he asked for their support. Suddenly, the elderly man slammed the table and stood up from his seat, lifting his head to look above. Seeing this, Zeke Draker speculated that there seemed to be a painting above. He then turned to Felix and ordered him to shine the lamp on that wall. Though confused, Felix obediently agreed and raised the lamp in his hand toward the wall. As the oil paintings gradually came into view, he was utterly shocked and exclaimed in disbelief, questioning what kind of painting it was. Zeke Draker turned his gaze in that direction and silently thought that there were two paintings the head was looking at. He observed that one showed many people coughing blood and dying, while the other depicted bodies being thrown near a lake, abandoned without mercy. At that moment, the man stepped closer and said that it was the family's symbol. Suddenly, he shouted angrily that the family's symbol was gone, cursed, and that there was no right to inherit. He added that everything in that place was cursed and that everyone died. Zeke Draker calmly asked whether it meant that since the symbol was gone, there was no right to inherit. Behind him, Felix seemed stunned and, filled with confusion, wondered how Zeke had interpreted those words that way. Zeke Draker, still resting his chin on his hand, murmured about the family's symbol and a lake. After a moment of thought, he asked whether the family's symbol had sunk to the bottom of the lake. The woman beside them turned and made a faint, unclear sound. Seeing this, Zeke directly requested that they guide him to the lake. They were soon led to a lake illuminated under the moonlight. Felix, witnessing the scene, exclaimed in amazement that he had never seen such a large lake and noted that it was murky, making it very difficult to find anything. Meanwhile, Zeke Draker tried to summon something, thinking that in the painting there had been a person jumping into the lake while holding something, and that this was the only clue he had, which was why he had bought whale's breath. He took out a small bottle, determined that he needed to go into the lake himself. The item in his hand, whale's breath, allowed one to breathe underwater. As soon as Zeke drank all the liquid inside, the system displayed a notification that whale's breath was being used. After that, he slowly approached the lake and told Felix that he would go into the lake for a while and that it might take some time, so Felix should wait there. Felix, confused, responded hesitantly. Only when Zeke jumped straight into the water did Felix come to his senses and call out for him to wait, but by then Zeke had already dived beneath the surface. Underwater, Zeke opened his eyes wide and tried to observe his surroundings, wondering what he was seeing. Moments later, he noticed something glowing and realized that it was a huge pile of bones, concluding that the story in the painting had been real. When he saw a mask nearby, he became even more puzzled and wondered what it was. Swimming closer, he picked it up and thought that on top of the finely crafted golden mask was a pattern similar to the emblem of the Holy Kingdom. Suddenly, a strange tremor occurred, startling him as he wondered what the vibration was. Behind him, something appeared, leaving him bewildered. The system then displayed a notification that it had detected an ancient dragon species corrupted by polluted energy. Zeke Draker's eyes widened in shock as he frantically wondered where it had come from. The ancient dragon opened its massive jaws with the intent of swallowing Zeke Draker whole as the surrounding water surged violently like an explosion. Zeke struggled greatly before managing to escape, groaning in pain, and inwardly exclaimed in shock that it was an ancient dragon species that had appeared all of a sudden. He became extremely flustered, hesitating for a moment before resolving that there was no other choice if things continued like this. He then summoned the elemental sword and used water force armor to counterattack. With a powerful wave sword strike, he split through the surging currents and struck the ancient dragon directly, causing it to stagger. The creature raised its head and screamed in agony, while even Zeke was pushed back slightly by the intense water pressure, groaning as he endured it. Internally, he assessed the situation, noting that the water pressure was incredible and that continuing to fight under such conditions would put him at a severe disadvantage. Suddenly, his expression froze as he realized something, recalling that he had another option. Acting immediately, he transformed into Hersian, and a suit of armor materialized around his body. Tightening his grip on his weapon with determination, he declared inwardly that he would proceed. Having regained his momentum, he prepared to attack once more, activating Dragonslayer art, True Dragon Sword Form, Chapter 8, Section 1. He then unleashed a dragon-scale slash that struck the ancient dragon's body directly, causing it to growl in pain as its vision darkened. At that moment, the system displayed a message stating that he had drawn fear from the ancient dragon species corrupted by polluted energy, and that the unique authority Dragon Domination had been activated, asking whether he wished to subjugate the target. Reading this, Zeke was taken aback and questioned in surprise whether this one could also be subdued. After a brief moment of consideration, he decided that it was better than doing nothing and chose to subjugate it. Chains shot outward and wrapped around the ancient dragon, and shortly after, the system confirmed that he had successfully subdued it. A radiant light then began to shine from the creature's face, causing Zeke to feel confused as he wondered what was happening. Soon, a large golden sphere of energy expanded, filling the underwater space, and the system explained that the demonic energy that had corrupted the ancient dragon was being purified, restoring its former divinity. Small glowing particles began to appear beneath the water, and the ancient dragon transformed into a completely different form. Zeke quickly noticed the change, observing that it had previously looked like a monster, but now, freed from demonic energy, it appeared quite sacred. The creature made a soft sound, and the system asked whether he wished to give a name to the subdued dragon. Zeke thought for a moment, recalling that the minimap had identified the lake as Nawel and decided to name it accordingly. The system acknowledged this, stating that he had obtained the spirit beast Nawel. The creature seemed pleased with its new name and let out a satisfied cry. The system then added that the spirit beast Nahuel could only be summoned where there was water. After reviewing the detailed information, Zeke expressed mild surprise as he read that Nahuel was a spirit beast possessing sacred water energy with the unique ability to control water, and that it had been corrupted by demonic energy just before evolving into a divine beast. It also noted that it could evolve into a divine beast if certain conditions were met. This revelation excited Zeke, as he realized that it had the potential to evolve into a divine beast, though he admitted to himself that he did not yet know the conditions and would figure them out later. Nahuel let out another sound and looked towards Zeke expectantly. In response, Zeke acknowledged it and told Nahuel to take care of him from now on. At the same time, above the water's surface, Felix waited anxiously, letting out a sigh as he wondered if Zeke was all right, since it had been quite a while and the lake water had already become murky. Suddenly, two massive wings emerged from the water, startling him. A burst of water followed, knocking him backward in shock. A voice then called out that he had been kept waiting. Seeing this, Felix was bewildered and addressed Zeke as his master, stammering as he asked what the creature was. Zeke leaped down from Nahuel's head and calmly explained that it was a demonic beast that had been in the lake, and that now that the curse had been lifted, it appeared in this form. Felix, still dazed, responded that he understood. Meanwhile, Zeke lowered his gaze to the mask in his hand and wondered what exactly that artifact was. Felix, who was standing nearby, was also extremely curious, and he remained lost in his own thoughts as he reflected that he had seen it earlier, and that the sun pattern looked very similar to the emblem of the Holy Kingdom. Meanwhile, Zeke Draker made a decision, wondering if, just in case, he should infuse it with some ether like he had done with the Terracan relic. After he collected it, the system displayed a notification stating that he had obtained a mask. The question marks surprised Zeke Draker, and he noted with curiosity that its name was also hidden, just like when he had first obtained Hercian. He then recalled that, according to Jellion, who had studied Hercian, it had been made at least before the Golden Age, and he inferred that this mask, which had similar features, might also be a relic created during that era. Soon after, a question from the system appeared again, asking whether he would like to register as the user of the mask. Without any hesitation, Zeke Draker responded that he would register. As a result, a series of notifications followed, informing him that he had been registered as the user of the mask and asking whether he would like to activate its functions. At that moment, his mind was filled with countless questions as he wondered what was happening, but in the end, he still decided to activate it. The mask appeared in his hand once more, and a notification stated that the function of the mask had been activated. At the same time, countless rays of light burst forth from it, dazzling everyone around. In a single instant, numerous processes occurred, as the system announced that it was linked with the intermediate administrator system, that it was checking the class Immortal, that the skill Purification had been activated, and that the skill Purification had combined with the Immortal class to transform into the unique class skill Grand Purification. Upon receiving this information, Zeke Draker was utterly bewildered as he realized that it was a unique class-only skill. The system then proceeded to confirm the range of Grand Purification, and the mask emitted an energy that surrounded it. That energy shot straight into the sky, as the system declared that it was proceeding with the purification of the demonic energy that had corrupted the land. A pillar of energy rose upward, releasing countless rays of light that spread across the surroundings before it seemed to explode high in the sky. The system continued to issue notifications, stating that it was accessing the management system of changing the motive and disabling the emergency defense mode. In the blink of an eye, a series of phenomena unfolded, and the sky became clearer than ever before. Felix and Zeke Draker were both extremely confused, as they felt that it was impossible and that their surroundings had completely changed. Felix then looked at the mask in Zeke Draker's hand and asked his master what it was. Suddenly, from afar, a man shouted that the prophecy had been fulfilled. He then led a group of people to stand behind Zeke Draker and Felix. Felix, becoming highly alert, turned around and drew his sword as he cursed and demanded to know who those people were. However, Zeke Draker stepped forward with a darkened expression and told Felix to calm down, assuring him that they were not enemies. This left Felix even more confused, and he cautiously asked who those people were. Zeke Draker replied calmly by asking whether they had not already seen and greeted them earlier. Upon hearing this, Felix was startled as he realized the implication and exclaimed in shock, questioning whether that meant those people were the same ones from before, and he finally expressed his disbelief by asking if they were the ghosts they had encountered earlier. The group dismounted from their horses, and the man leading them declared that the prophecy had been fulfilled. He clenched his fist in excitement and proclaimed that the child with black eyes had restored the family to its original state. His words seemed to unsettle Zeke Draker, while those behind him began cheering enthusiastically, calling the child with black eyes the savior of the family. Felix, witnessing the scene, stammered in confusion and wondered how those ghosts could exist. Understanding what he meant, Zeke Draker interrupted and explained that they had not been ghosts, but people whose condition had worsened due to the curse, and that now that the curse had been lifted, they had returned to their original forms. At that moment, the leading man approached and called out to Zeke Draker, welcoming him warmly as his grandson with black eyes and praising him for lifting the family's curse and saving them. Zeke Draker smiled proudly and replied that it was true, addressing him as grandfather, and added sincerely that he was glad they could meet again like this. Afterward, everyone returned together to the luxurious palace. Felix remained frozen in place, murmuring in disbelief and wondering how the castle could have changed so drastically in just one night. He questioned whether, at the moment the surroundings had changed, it had indeed indicated that the emergency defense mode was being disabled. Meanwhile, Zeke Draker looked around thoughtfully and considered that if it worked in conjunction with a system like Dragonslayer or Kaisir's Sanctuary, then its ability must be related to an Elder Dragon's artifact. Just then, an elderly servant approached and asked young Master Zeke whether the meal had suited his taste, adding that it was the first time in 50 years she had demonstrated her skills and that she was glad he had enjoyed it. Felix, standing opposite her, looked over in confusion and wondered who she was, before gasping in shock and questioning whether she could be the same person who had guided them the previous day. The servant laughed happily and confirmed that it was indeed her, adding that they no longer made those strange sounds anymore. Zeke Draker's grandfather then explained that, all that time, because of the curse, they had been unable to see sunlight and could not even eat properly to sustain themselves. He added sorrowfully that as a result, their condition had worsened until they were no longer able to speak properly. Zeke Draker nodded in understanding and said that he had something to show him regarding that matter. He took out a strange mask he had found at the bottom of the lake and presented it. Upon seeing it, his grandfather was greatly shocked and exclaimed that it was the golden mask of Agamemnon, expressing disbelief that the family's symbol had returned. Zeke Draker then asked if he could tell them what had happened. His grandfather, holding the mask sadly, replied that Zeke had the right to hear all of the family's secrets. His eyes lit up as he began recounting that about 50 years ago, a great plague had spread in Mycenae. At that time, the Agamemnon family had done everything possible to prevent it from spreading beyond the city. The elders had isolated the infected and gathered the remaining citizens into the castle to prepare thoroughly. Yet despite their efforts, the terrifying spread of the plague could not be stopped. He explained that after suffering from high fever and red spots, most victims would vomit blood and die within 3 days. Hearing this, Zeke Draker shuddered and speculated that the plague might have been scarlet flower disease, noting that although the time to death was somewhat different, the symptoms were very similar. His grandfather then continued, saying that the real problem had begun when the sun went down. He explained in a somber tone that those who had died from the plague rose again and began attacking the living. Zeke Draker lowered his gaze and asked whether that meant they had become zombies. However, his grandfather denied it, explaining that they were different from zombies controlled by dark mages, and added that if the dead bit the living, those victims would also transform and attack others. Zeke Draker realized something and exclaimed that it had spread like a plague. His grandfather, clenching the hand resting on the table in anger, said that they could only explain it as a curse falling upon Mycenae. With a displeased look, he muttered that it had been too strange and terrifying for ordinary people to accept. He then continued that after that, they had fortified the castle and, with the remaining survivors, could only wait for the plague to subside, but without a clear solution, the number of corpses had only continued to increase. Returning to the present, his grandfather presented the mask and told Zeke that it had been passed down from the oldest ancestor of their family. Zeke, somewhat confused, asked whether he knew who had made the mask. His grandfather replied that they did not know, explaining that most records from before the Golden Age had been lost. Zeke began to feel disappointed, thinking that it could have been a chance to find a connection with Herzian, and that although he had not expected it to be easy, it was still disappointing. Suddenly, his grandfather stood up and said that, in any case, the castle and the golden mask had long been symbols of the Agamemnon family. Turning and walking away, he continued that because of the divine power within them, the dead could not enter that far, but holding out inside the castle also had its limits. Finally, he stopped in front of several paintings and murmured that, in the end, the head of the family at that time had made a decision. Looking at a painting of people being thrown into the sea, he sorrowfully explained that the elders of the family, including the head, had volunteered to become bait and purify the corruption by sinking the dead into the sacred lake. His expression grew serious as he added that, as Zeke had seen, a problem had occurred, since the corrupt energy had even tainted the sacred lake and turned its guardian spirit into a monster. Zeke frowned and thought that that was why Nahuel, who had once been a spirit beast, had turned into a demonic beast. He then listened as his grandfather explained that it had been a decision made for the city and its people, no matter how long it took, and that sadly, no one had expected it to cause another problem. Zeke then asked, following his grandfather's gaze, whether spreading the rumor of a curse had also been to protect the citizens. His grandfather quickly confirmed that it had, explaining that the remaining corrupt energy could have caused the plague to spread again. Zeke, still curious, asked whether the curse of children dying had also been caused by that corrupt energy. His grandfather lowered his head slightly and confirmed that it had, adding that weak children were more vulnerable. Zeke then became serious and addressed him as grandfather, saying that he would like to hear about his mother as well. This made his grandfather somewhat uneasy, and he asked whether Arthur had not told him about his mother. Zeke stated directly that everyone in the Draker family had avoided talking about her, so he had not even known her name until now. Hearing this, his grandfather became furious, gritting his teeth as he cursed Arthur and said that he should have stopped Laura from marrying that man. Zeke quickly grasped the key point and realized that his mother's name was Laura Agamemnon. He then added that he had heard the Agamemnon family had once been more powerful than any allied family. His grandfather let out a sigh and exclaimed that originally, the Draker household had been an allied family of the Agamemnon family. This revelation shocked Zeke, who asked what he meant. Seeing this, his grandfather angrily explained that during the Holy Empire era, the Draker family had been nothing more than an insignificant rural knight family, and without their help, they could not even have dreamed of entering the central continent. He went on to say, in great anger, that when Mycenae had fallen due to the plague, they had taken the opportunity to absorb other families and grow stronger, which was how the current Draker family had come to exist. Zeke came to understand some of it, and remarked that those Draker people who were good at politics would certainly have done such a thing. However, still confused, he asked why his mother would have married Arthur Draker if she had known about their actions. His grandfather scratched his head awkwardly and admitted that he did not know either, explaining that Laura had always been a mysterious child, having been born while overcoming the corrupt energy. Zeke then brought up another point, asking why only his mother had been able to survive. After a brief pause, his grandfather admitted that there was a reason for that and revealed that Zeke's mother had been a healer class. Zeke was stunned and repeated in shock that his mother had been a healer class. The instructor explained to the class that those with talent in swords walked the path of a swordsman, those with talent in bows followed the path of an archer, and those with talent in spears became spearmen, adding that this was the meaning of class. It was also stated that Zeke Draker's mother, Laura Agamemnon, had been a healer class individual capable of overcoming corrupt power. Zeke Draker's grandfather then calmly recounted that in ancient times, classes had been systemized to better bring out individual talent. But as the Age of Knights arrived, they were simplified into swordsmen and mages, making the meaning of class almost meaningless. He further reminded him seriously that most of the Draker bloodline awakened as swordsmen. Zeke Draker inwardly felt confused, reflecting that since he had been born into such a family, he had had no choice but to struggle greatly in the past. Suddenly recalling something, he wondered if, since his mother had been a healer class, Arthur Draker had known about her class, and he cautiously asked his grandfather about it. His grandfather nodded and affirmed that Arthur most likely had known. Upon hearing that, Zeke Draker began to think further, reasoning that if Arthur had known, then he should also have known that Zeke possessed talents beyond the sword, and he questioned why, in his previous life, Arthur had expelled him from the family. He then asked whether the Agamemnon family had often produced healer-class individuals. His grandfather explained that it had still been rare, but that the position of head of the family had always been held by someone born with healer talent. Frowning with a hint of sadness, his grandfather recalled that Laura had left the place before coming of age and had gone to the Holy Kingdom, saying only that she was searching for a way to save the family. This caused Zeke Draker's expression to tense as he wondered if his mother had gone to the Holy Kingdom to learn more about the healer class in order to find a way to purify the corrupt energy that had been destroying the family. His gaze darkened as he concluded inwardly that only his father, Arthur Draker, would know the truth about his mother. At that moment, his grandfather suddenly handed him an item and told him to take it. Zeke Draker, confused, reached out to accept it and asked what it was. His grandfather explained that it was a portrait of his mother. His grandfather then asked him mysteriously whether he knew what Laura had said when she had once returned to the castle. Without waiting for an answer, he revealed that she had said that the child with black eyes would restore the family. Startled, Zeke Draker asked if his mother had made a prophecy. His grandfather responded hesitantly that they could not confirm it, but added that Laura had also been an irregular, and considering how extraordinary she had been since childhood, it was possible. Zeke Draker lowered his head and looked at a picture of his mother, thinking to himself that she had been an irregular. His grandfather then spoke again, reminding Zeke that he had said he needed the family's support. His expression darkened as he added that since Zeke was Laura's son and had saved the Agamemnon family, he would acknowledge him. Raising his head and extending a hand toward Zeke, he declared that from that moment on, Zeke would be the sole heir of the Agamemnon family. As time passed under a clear blue sky, strict shouts rang out, urging someone not to turn that way, to maintain better balance, to focus, and to hold the sword properly. Felix panted heavily, gasping for breath, and turned to Zeke beside him, pleading for mercy and calling him master. However, Zeke paid no heed and firmly stated that Felix was still far from sufficient and needed to try harder. Zeke reflected that all of this had come about because his grandfather, the head of the family, had begun the procedures to make him the official heir. Since there was still time before the tournament, he had decided to remain at the castle longer as his grandfather wished. During this period, while training his retainer Felix, he had also learned the Agamemnon family's secret golden swordsmanship. With a serious expression, Zeke considered that the golden swordsmanship utilized both shield and sword together, making it similar to the paladin-inherited swordsmanship and the imperial swordsmanship, and he felt that all three styles seemed to share the same origin. Closing his eyes, he imagined that when he activated Hersion and equipped Bahamut on Golan's shield, it felt extremely stable when using the golden swordsmanship. However, he lamented inwardly that because of those from the Empire, he could not properly use Hersion, and he expressed a desire to meet Golan soon to modify it. While Zeke was lost in thought, someone approached from behind and called his name. He turned politely and addressed the person as the head of the household. His grandfather rubbed the back of his neck and remarked that doing paperwork after such a long time was giving him a headache, adding that he had something to say and suggesting they take a walk. The two then went together into the nearby garden. As Zeke followed behind him, he asked how the city had been managed during that time. His grandfather answered frankly that he had entrusted it to reliable agents outside the territory, explaining that important decisions had been made within the family and delivered by letter. He then suddenly stopped and said that this was precisely why he had called Zeke that day. With a serious tone, his grandfather explained that the Agamemnon family had long protected the place as the guardians of Mycenae, and that 3 subordinate families bound by a deep oath had assisted them. Zeke quickly realized that he was referring to the vassals, and his grandfather confirmed this. He then elaborated that to become the official heir, Zeke would also need to be recognized by them. Zeke's expression darkened as he admitted that he had actually wanted to ask something related to that matter. His grandfather told him to speak freely, prompting Zeke to raise his head and request that, including those 3 families, all the heads of families connected to Agamemnon be invited to the castle. Outside the vast palace, countless people gathered and streamed inside, murmuring in disbelief that the Agamemnon castle had completely returned to its original form. As the doors opened amid their confusion, they wondered whether the curse of the Agamemnon family had truly been lifted. Their chatter abruptly fell silent when someone welcomed them. Zeke's grandfather stepped forward and addressed them, expressing his gratitude to the allied families who had filled the absence of the Agamemnon family for so long. Several counts immediately approached him in astonishment, exclaiming that they could not believe they were seeing him return in such good health. However, others grew pale with fear, questioning whether the ruler of the central continent had returned once more. He then continued, explaining that the reason he had invited them all was to announce that the Agamemnon family had been freed from the curse and had fully returned. He added that, on that occasion, he would introduce the heir of Agamemnon to the assembled allied families. At that moment, Zeke stepped forward from inside, and everyone was shocked by his appearance, recognizing him as Zeke Draker. They whispered among themselves that he was the youngest Blue Knight on the continent, and a genius who had recently graduated from Valhalla in the shortest time. Suddenly, a man stepped forward and respectfully addressed Rufus Agamemnon, stating that as an old friend and loyal vassal, he wished to say something. Rufus smiled politely and acknowledged him as his oldest friend, Arnold Achilles, granting him permission to speak. Arnold expressed that it was a great joy that the official heir of the Agamemnon family had been decided. However, he pointed out that according to the law of the proxy, the Achilles family had the duty to verify the heir. As he spoke, two others stepped forward in silence, and the three of them bowed, adding that the Hector and Aegis families would do the same. Rufus Agamemnon's expression turned serious as he declared that they must once again follow their old tradition. He agreed to their request and announced that, according to their will, they would verify the heir's qualifications through a knightly duel. This declaration caused everyone present to become solemn. A large crowd had gathered around a combat arena, where murmurs and excited chatter rose लगातार as spectators remarked that it was better than expected and that witnessing a historic knight duel in person was astonishing. A man nearby, tense with anticipation, agreed and added that it was unbelievable that Zeke Draker was participating as a challenger. Zeke Draker, clad in armor and gripping his sword tightly, looked toward his opponent before lowering his gaze to the shield in his hand and murmuring that in today's match he would have to use the temporary armor prepared by Agamemnon. He reassured himself internally that it should be enough and noted that he could not use Hercion there anyway. From the opposite side, his opponent suddenly spoke up, acknowledging that Zeke Draker was the man chosen as Agamemnon's heir. With excitement, the warrior declared that he, the great fighter of the Hector family, would personally test Zeke's qualifications, then loudly challenged him to show everything he had. However, immediately after issuing the challenge, a loud crash resounded as the Hector family's representative collapsed to the ground. The referee, startled, announced that Zeke Draker had won, while the fallen warrior could only groan incoherently. The surrounding crowd reacted in shock, and the head of the Hector family stammered in disbelief that their great warrior had fallen so quickly. Beside him, the head of the Aegis family hesitantly declared that it was now their warrior's turn. The Aegis representative charged forward aggressively, shouting that he would demonstrate his family's strength. Yet his expression twisted in alarm as a wave of sword energy approached, and in an instant, Zeke Draker struck him away. Zeke followed up by stepping forward forcefully and thrusting directly into the center of the Aegis representative's body. The man cried out in pain and shock, internally reflecting that as far as he knew, Zeke Draker was only 17, yet possessed unbelievable power for someone so young. Zeke landed back on the ground and calmly remarked that he thought this was enough. The Aegis warrior, confused, questioned what he meant, but Zeke's gaze sharpened as he declared that he would end it there. Another loud crash followed, and the Aegis representative fell unconscious as the referee once again announced Zeke Draker's victory. Zeke then looked on thoughtfully and noted to himself that now only one opponent remained. The final representative stepped forward as the referee excitedly introduced him, stating that everyone already knew he was the current champion of the traditional duel league, the final warrior, Feral Achilles. The two stood facing each other in silence until Feral politely greeted Zeke and introduced himself. Zeke responded in kind, formally stating his own name. As Zeke observed him, he internally concluded that Feral was clearly different from the previous two opponents, noting that his aura did not waver and that his mental discipline appeared deep. Deciding to test him, Zeke stepped forward decisively and declared that he would see his skills. For the first time in the match, Zeke was the one to initiate the attack, swinging his sword heavily against Feral's shield. Feral countered by twisting his body to deflect Zeke's strike and immediately retaliating. Zeke was slightly taken aback by Feral's strength, but openly praised him, thinking that his fundamentals were extremely solid and that he possessed extensive real combat experience. Meanwhile, the spectators expressed astonishment, remarking that it was incredible to see a knight who could fight evenly against Feral Achilles, and that matching the current Central Region champion so evenly was truly remarkable. Rufus Agamemnon, however, watched with pride and silently affirmed his trust in Zeke. On the battlefield, the constant clashing of metal rang out as their attacks became so fast they left only after images. As Feral pressed forward with relentless attacks, he thought to himself that this battle would prove whether Zeke was truly worthy of being the family's heir. Yet upon clashing again, his expression shifted in shock as he realized that Zeke Draker, just as the rumors claimed, was a monster. Unlike himself, who was growing tired, Zeke showed no signs of wavering. Opposite him, Zeke maintained a serious composure while blocking the attacks, eventually swinging his arm to knock Feral backward. In that moment, Feral's face darkened as he resolved internally that he would stake everything on a single strike. He then unleashed the Achilles-style shield spear technique, Ultimate Charge, followed by the attack Black Spear's Fury, directed at Zeke. Zeke, his gaze unwavering, calmly acknowledged that Feral had finally revealed this level of power and declared that he would respond with the inherited swordsmanship he had learned from Agamemnon. He then unleashed the ultimate counter, Agamemnon Golden Swordsmanship, Majesty of the Golden Sword. The ultimate techniques of the two great families collided head-on, and a powerful burst of light erupted at the center of the arena. As the arena suddenly erupted and black smoke billowed into the sky, the spectators stood up in confusion and wondered what had happened and who had won. Suddenly, someone noticed something and shouted for everyone to look over there because neither of them had fallen yet. After the smoke finally cleared, Zeke Draker and Pharrell Achilles were still standing firmly on the arena floor while facing each other. The crowd stared in disbelief and exclaimed that both of their shields had already been destroyed, questioning whether they really intended to continue the fight. At that very moment, Rufus Agamemnon loudly ordered that it was enough. He then declared the match a draw and stated that there was no meaning in deciding a winner or loser in such a magnificent duel. Behind him, the head of the Achilles family lowered his head and announced that the Achilles family acknowledged Sir Zeke Draker's qualifications as an heir. The head of the Hector family also stated that the Hector family likewise acknowledged Sir Zeke Draker's qualifications, while the head of the Aegis family expressed the same approval. Hearing all of this, Rufus Agamemnon appeared extremely satisfied and declared that the matter had been decided. The people then looked toward Zeke Draker and loudly offered their blessing to the new heir of the Agamemnon family. Zeke Draker smiled cheerfully and remarked that it had been an extraordinary battle with Sir Pharrell, adding that if the duel had continued, he himself might have been the one to lose. However, Pharrell Achilles rejected the compliment and stated that he was actually the one who might have lost. He calmly explained that Zeke's previous attack, had he truly intended to carry it through, would not only have destroyed his shield, but would also have allowed him to launch a counterattack afterward. Pharrell Achilles then sincerely thanked Zeke Draker for his consideration. Across from him, Zeke Draker was inwardly surprised that Pharrell had realized it. He then smiled to himself in satisfaction and thought that regardless of everything else, he had already secured the title of heir. Raising his head confidently while looking around, he decided that it was finally time to seriously prepare for the martial tournament. After returning to the mansion, Felix excitedly praised his master and declared that it had truly been a spectacular battle. He continuously gestured while describing how Zeke had managed to draw against Sir Pharrell Achilles, the defending champion, who also possessed an enormous following throughout Atlas. After listening for a while, Zeke Draker warned him not to exaggerate, explaining that Sir Pharrell had deliberately held back in order to preserve appearances. Felix immediately froze in confusion and asked what he meant by that. Zeke Draker then clarified that the Achilles family was famous not for swords but for spears, yet Pharrell had fought him using a sword. He questioned what else it could be called if not intentionally going easy on him. Felix remained utterly confused and pointed out that Sir Pharrell always used a sword in every match he participated in. Zeke Draker directly praised Pharrell Achilles by saying that this was precisely what made him such an extraordinary grand warrior, then instructed Felix to observe and learn from him carefully. Just then, a knock sounded from outside the door. The person outside politely asked whether Sir Zeke would allow him to enter. Zeke Draker looked over suspiciously, recognizing the voice, before granting permission for the person to come in. Moments later, Pharrell Achilles entered the room and thanked Zeke Draker while apologizing for disturbing him when he was surely exhausted. Zeke Draker immediately stood up and replied that it was truly an honor for someone of Pharrell's caliber to visit him, then politely invited him to sit down. Pharrell Achilles slowly revealed that he had actually come that day with a request for Sir Zeke. Zeke Draker calmly replied that he should go ahead and say it. With a somewhat sorrowful expression, Pharrell Achilles admitted that compared to Zeke, his own achievements were still far inferior, but he nevertheless asked whether Zeke would permit him to lend his support. Zeke Draker reacted in surprise and asked whether this was about the Draker Martial Tournament. Without hesitation, Pharrell Achilles confirmed that it was. He explained that the tournament was no different from a battlefield, and therefore, if Zeke was willing, he wished to offer whatever assistance he could, no matter how insignificant it might be. Zeke Draker then mentioned that his master, the Duke, had described it using exactly the same terms, and asked whether Pharrell knew the reason why. Pharrell Achilles responded with complete seriousness that, as Zeke probably already knew, the Draker Martial Tournament possessed a terrible reputation because of its unusual rules. He explained that the event's format and regulations changed without warning every single time it was held. Those words left Zeke Draker completely stunned on the spot. Meanwhile, Pharrell Achilles continued by explaining that the ones who determined the tournament's policies were the members of the preparation committee, most of whom were elders from influential families all across central Benja. He revealed that they engaged in fierce large-scale schemes behind the scenes, all in order to manipulate the rules to benefit the candidates they supported. According to him, that was exactly what made the Draker Martial Tournament so extraordinary. Pharrell Achilles gravely warned that, as an example from previous tournaments, there had once been an extremely absurd rule forbidding the use of aura entirely throughout a match. Hearing that, Zeke Draker darkened his expression, lowered his head, and muttered in disbelief that he wondered what kind of tournament would even hold such rules. He reflected that, in his previous life, he had been cast out by his family and therefore had never had the opportunity to learn about such things. As he quietly analyzed the situation, he realized that he now understood why the Duke had said it was nearly impossible to win without the backing of a sponsor family. No matter how talented a person was, if the arena itself was manipulated, then being eliminated during the qualification rounds was unavoidable. Feral Achilles' face darkened as he called out to Sir Zeke. Grabbing both of Zeke's hands in excitement, he earnestly begged for permission to help him prepare for the tournament. Zeke Draker stared at him blankly and wondered why the man had suddenly begun acting this way. Deep inside, he hesitated over whether he should accept the offer, since in his previous life, far too many people had betrayed him using similar approaches, making it impossible for him to trust someone so easily. However, after looking into Feral Achilles' determined eyes, Zeke eventually made up his mind and decided that he should trust him. He then accepted the offer, saying that if Sir Feral was willing to help, he would feel deeply honored. Feral Achilles then bowed his head and reminded him that, with only 1 month remaining before the tournament, there was one thing he absolutely needed to obtain. Curious, Zeke asked what it was, and Feral revealed that what he needed was a broker. Zeke remained confused and repeated the word in surprise, asking if he truly meant a broker. Frowning seriously, Feral explained that they needed to pull an extremely influential noble onto their side. Among all possible choices, the one they specifically needed to secure was Catherine Graham, the matriarch of the Graham family. As time gradually passed, the scene shifted to the region of fan stars. Felix walked behind Zeke while glancing around in amazement, exclaiming that he had never before seen a city with so many different races. He curiously pointed out the dragons, dwarves, and even the avian race, remarking that the sight was completely different from Atlas. Walking silently beside him, Zeke Draker reflected that the rulers of Fanstars, one of the 3 great cities of Midland, were none other than the Graham family. With their absolute control over the central continent's finance and real estate industries, they were more than qualified to serve as brokers. As the doors opened while he was lost in thought, Zeke further reflected that another defining trait of the place was the abundance of extremely interesting people, and that they never conducted business at a loss. At that moment, he noticed 2 individuals conversing with each other inside. Feral Achilles hesitated slightly before apologetically explaining to Sir Zeke that Her Grace the Duchess appeared to be very busy because the debutante festival season was currently underway. Calmly, Zeke observed that obtaining an audience with her would clearly not be easy. He then straightforwardly declared that, in that case, he would personally attempt to negotiate from this point onward. After Zeke Draker approached them, a noble politely asked whether there was something he could help him with. Zeke replied that he wished to request an audience with Her Grace the Duchess. The noble cautiously asked what kind of business he had with her, and Zeke calmly answered that the matter concerned an investment in a mithril mine. The man froze in shock and repeated the words, "mine investment," in disbelief. Zeke calmly confirmed it and added that the Graham family had spent the past 3 years pouring resources into surveying ore veins without results and that their initial investment funds were nearly exhausted by now, were they not? The noble stiffened awkwardly and cleared his throat, admitting that Zeke's information was remarkably detailed. Bowing slightly, he cautiously asked how large an investment Zeke was considering, while also attempting to explain that they were not currently accepting investors. Before he could finish, however, Zeke casually interrupted by asking whether a certain amount would be sufficient. He then calmly declared the amount, 500,000 gold. Hearing that figure, the man standing before Zeke Draker could only stare at him speechlessly in utter shock. Inside the dark room, a voice was heard apologizing to Sir Zeke and saying that he had come all that way, yet had been made to wait. The man then calmly introduced himself once more as Brian Graham. Zeke Draker bluntly asked whether he had confirmed the check. Brian Graham awkwardly answered that of course he had, and that he was deeply grateful for the investment. After clearing his throat, Brian Graham offered to help if Zeke was interested in any other investments, but Zeke coldly declined, explaining that he needed to participate in the upcoming Draker martial arts competition and therefore had no time to worry about other investments at the moment. Upon hearing that, Brian Graham nodded and remarked that the martial arts competition was the dream stage for young and talented knights. He then suggested that, in that case, he believed he could offer something perfectly suited to help with such a matter. Slightly surprised, Zeke asked if that was so, and Brian Graham promised that he would arrange a meeting with his wife, Catherine. Not long afterward, the meeting was arranged. Catherine Graham politely stated that she had heard much about Sir Zeke, including that he was currently the knight most people across the continent had their eyes on. Zeke smiled and modestly replied that she was being too generous, adding that he still had much to learn, and that this was why he wished to participate in the upcoming competition to gain experience. Catherine Graham then asked whether he knew the subject of the competition's first match. Zeke honestly answered that he did not yet know because he did not hear many rumors. Catherine lowered her head with a faint smile and said that she would tell him what she had heard about the subject, but before she could finish, Zeke interrupted her and said that he did not wish to be presumptuous, yet that this was not the information he had come to hear. He directly stated that he wanted Lady Catherine herself to help him. Hearing that, Catherine frowned and let out a sigh before standing up in dissatisfaction and remarking that it was late and that it had been an enjoyable time. However, at that moment, Zeke suddenly proposed that they make a deal. With a darkened expression, he asked whether she would agree to his offer if he could cure her daughter, Lady Angelina's illness. The instant her daughter was mentioned, Catherine Graham's hands curled into fists and trembled uncontrollably. Angelina Graham, Catherine Graham's daughter, had once been considered the future greatest beauty on the continent during her youth. However, after turning 16, the age when she was supposed to make her debut into high society, she never revealed herself. As a result, people began spreading rumors that perhaps she was not as beautiful as expected, or that her face had become hideously disfigured. Catherine Graham sternly rebuked Zeke, saying that he was truly rude. She declared that she did not know where he had heard such strange rumors, but that she could not continue listening to him any further, and she ordered him to leave the castle. Nevertheless, Zeke firmly warned that if Lady Angelina's illness continued to be neglected, it would soon pass the point of no return. This caused Catherine to hesitate, and she remarked that he spoke as though he knew exactly what illness Angelina had. Zeke lowered his head and confidently replied that he certainly did. He then revealed that the affliction tormenting Angelina was not an illness at all, but a curse. Startled, Catherine cried out in shock and repeated the word curse. Zeke continued by asking whether, as time passed, blisters spread throughout Angelina's body and her skin slowly rotted away. Catherine froze in disbelief and stammered out a question about how he could possibly know that. Taking advantage of her reaction, Zeke explained that although it appeared to be an illness, it could not be cured through ordinary medicine because it was actually a vicious curse cast through forbidden magic. Zeke then asked whether she had heard about the Agamemnon family's curse. Catherine answered that she had heard it had finally been dispelled recently, but suddenly she realized something and recalled the Agamemnon family's new heir. Zeke directly admitted that he himself had resolved that curse with the Radiance God's help. The moment he finished speaking, Catherine's attitude completely changed as she rushed toward him desperately and asked whether he could dispel Angelina's curse as well. Zeke calmly replied that everything followed God's will, but that one thing was certain. The more time passed, the more dangerous the curse would become. He then urged Catherine to take him to Lady Angelina immediately. The two of them soon entered deeper into the castle. While leading the way, Catherine briefly explained that they had heard mana was harmful to illnesses, so they had removed every object that operated using mana. Hearing that, Zeke silently realized that this was why there were no ordinary monolights, though he still felt the castle was far too dark. His expression gradually darkened. Suddenly, a scream full of agony echoed from within the castle. The instant Zeke heard it, he quickly recognized it as Lady Angelina's voice and asked whether it truly was her. Catherine helplessly confirmed that it was. Clenching his teeth, Zeke inwardly concluded that the situation was far worse than he had expected. After a moment of silence, Zeke stepped forward and requested that the Duchess wait outside briefly because he intended to enter alone. Though stunned, Catherine still agreed. Zeke cautiously opened the door and entered the room. Before him stood a person whose face was completely wrapped in bandages. Seeing her condition, Zeke grimly remarked that the situation was truly severe. Looking at the taut chains restraining her, he could not help but think that she must once have been incredibly beautiful, only to end up in such a tragic state because of the curse. Angelina Graham was tightly bound in chains. Zeke carefully called out, asking whether Lady Angelina could hear him. Upon hearing someone address her, Angelina slowly raised her eyes in shock. Trembling in pain, she weakly begged him to please kill her. Tears streamed down her face as she desperately pleaded for death. Witnessing such a heartbreaking sight caused Zeke's own heart to sink. Nevertheless, he apologized and told her that he could not allow her to die. He then took out the mask he had previously obtained and put it on, silently thinking that he needed her for what would happen in the future. A serious light flashed across his eyes as he resolved that he would save her no matter what it took. In the next instant, Zeke Draker's entire body became enveloped by an overwhelming surge of power, and the system displayed a notification stating that the mask's function had connected with the system. Zeke Draker silently reflected that, because of an incident from his previous life, he had known about Angelina's curse. He recalled that, at the time, under his master's orders, he had tracked down a sorcerer who used evil ancient curses and had eventually succeeded in capturing him. However, during the interrogation, an unexpected truth had been revealed. The sorcerer had been the one who cursed Angelina. Zeke remembered searching for her whereabouts, only to discover that she had already died. Since it had been a curse created through ancient forbidden arts, there had been no way to cure it. He thought bitterly that it was a curse which caused greater suffering the more beautiful the victim was, and Angelina had fallen victim to such a mad curse. He quietly gazed at the girl before him. Reaching his hand toward Angelina Graham, Zeke Draker thought that, however, with this mask capable of grand purification, things could be different. As he placed the mask upon his face, the system immediately displayed a notification stating that the mask's function was linking with the system and that he could use grand purification. A powerful light spread all around them as Zeke Draker firmly believed that there was no curse that could not be undone. Angelina Graham widened her eyes in shock and cried out incoherently in pain as the cloth covering her face slowly peeled away. Outside the room, Catherine Graham frantically pounded on the door while anxiously calling out to Sir Zeke, asking whether he was all right and pleading with him to open the door. Zeke Draker paid no attention to her and instead focused entirely on his task, thinking that only a little more was needed. Angelina Graham screamed continuously in agony while a mass of thick black smoke hovered above her head. Zeke Draker looked at it with faint mockery and remarked internally that it was nothing more than that. Calmly, he decided that in that case, he would respond as well. The system then announced the activation of the Dragon Race skill Gluttony. Outside, Catherine ordered the guards to open the door before rushing inside while desperately shouting Angelina's name. However, the moment she witnessed the scene before her, she froze in shock for quite some time. Catherine Graham stared at the strips of cloth that had been removed and quietly called out to Sir Zeke in disbelief, wondering if it could truly be possible. Zeke Draker merely turned his back coldly without saying anything. After a short silence, he carefully addressed her as Lady Catherine, before smiling warmly and thanking her for waiting. Upon hearing the news, the other two hurried over as well. All of them stared in amazement and asked Sir Zeke whether he had truly lifted Lady Angelina's curse. Zeke Draker smiled and answered that it had all been the will of the sun god. Standing nearby, Catherine Graham softly called out to Sir Zeke before emotionally thanking him, admitting that she did not know how she could ever repay such kindness. Immediately seizing the opportunity, Zeke Draker asked whether she would help him in the tournament. Catherine laughed and replied that truly, if that was all he desired, then in the name of Graham, she would help with anything she could. At that very moment, another voice suddenly greeted everyone from behind. Felix stared blankly and wondered if that person could truly be who he thought it was. A beautiful young woman stepped forward and introduced herself politely, stating that she was Angelina Graham. Feral Achilles blushed deeply and internally exclaimed in awe toward the heavens. Beside him, Felix remained utterly astonished and wondered whether such beauty could really exist in reality. Angelina Graham happily expressed her gratitude to Sir Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker courteously replied that he was glad to see her looking healthy. Feral Achilles was overwhelmed with shock and thought that, to remain calm even before such a beautiful woman, Sir Zeke truly was a knight among knights. Felix also panicked internally and began wondering something about his master before stopping himself midway. Suddenly becoming serious, Zeke Draker asked Angelina whether she had anyone in mind. Slightly embarrassed, Angelina Graham asked what he meant. Zeke quickly clarified that he was referring to someone who might have cursed her. His words left Angelina speechless for a moment. Soon after, she began imagining that perhaps Sir Zeke was angry at the scoundrel who had cursed her, and she admired him even more as the knight who had saved her. Finally, Angelina Graham gently told Sir Zeke that she was fine and that it was already all in the past. Zeke Draker stared in confusion and asked why Angelina Graham would not take revenge. Angelina Graham shyly explained that revenge only created more revenge, and more importantly, she hoped they could have tea together alone. Zeke Draker was left somewhat speechless by her reaction and remarked that she had almost died, yet she was speaking so casually about it. Soon afterward, everyone gathered in the dining hall. Feral Achilles darkened his expression and questioned whether it was true that the preliminary event for the tournament was spear throwing. Catherine Graham calmly asked Sir Feral whether it was strange for spear throwing to have been chosen as the preliminary event. Feral Achilles frowned and replied that it was not strange, but he was surprised because it was unexpectedly normal. Catherine Graham casually raised her teacup and clarified that it was not simple spear throwing. She then seriously explained that unlike normal spear throwing, the distance was extremely long, and according to what she had heard, the target would be placed beyond the mountain. Hearing that, Zeke Draker began thinking to himself that without great strength and accuracy, the spear would not even reach the target. Suddenly, Feral Achilles addressed him and stated that he thought he knew which family had secured the votes first. Zeke Draker turned to him in confusion and asked which family he meant. Feral Achilles answered that it was most likely the Siemens family. Zeke Draker agreed that it was very possible, while inwardly thinking that most people in that family used spears as their main weapon. Zeke Draker laughed and wondered if that brat bastard was entering the tournament as well. He then stood up and asked Sir Pharrell whether those who had known the preliminary event beforehand had started practicing earlier. Pharrell Achilles quickly admitted that of course they had, and that they had probably already finished practicing by now. Zeke Draker suddenly became hurried and declared that they had to hurry as well. This left Pharrell Achilles confused, prompting him to ask what Zeke meant. Zeke Draker confidently explained that now that he also knew the preliminary event, he should practice just like everyone else.